Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
For the final time in 2021, it's Wrestling Insider's Supersized Fabulous Fridays.
Whoa.
Stand by.
Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker January 22nd. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Well, Johnny, we made it through another year. Hopefully, we're pre-taping this and we don't die before you get started.
Please, God. Let's start all over again. Let's not curse anybody here.
Hopefully, we make it, Johnny.
We are going
God
to make
willing, we'll be here on December 31st for this marathon, and we'll be alive as well.
I'll get a lot of bad critique, but my goal is to live to be 104, find a 24-year-old young lady, and start looking for a house near a school.
Why 104?
That's my goal. 104 seems to be the number.
But I mean, is there a particular reason why?
No, I just like 104.
Oh, all right. Well, you think Great Outdoors would still come and visit you at that age?
No, I don't think so.
No. All right. Well, today, folks, we don't have a brand new episode because, you know, people are busy. But again, there are those, as we've noted before, Johnny, you know, they may not have a lot of activity going on the holidays, and we like to be here for you. That gives us a good feeling to try and entertain. So, as we've done with Tony Atlas and Marty Jannetty recently, and even the ECW theme shows, even though Just Incredible is on the lam, we'll have to talk about that at a different time. I'm not exactly happy. The burial isn't coming yet. I'll save that for 2022.
Be nice, be nice, be nice.
You know how I am when they steal the money, Johnny.
Oh, no!
You know how I get.
Don't do that.
But I don't have my shovel. I'm not going to bury. I'm not going to bury. I'm going to think positive. That maybe
you know what? If they run with the money, my philosophy is, you must have needed it more than me. Merry Christmas. God bless.
Well, you have a much better outlook on it than I do.
Why not? You have to. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. You know?
That's just the way it is.
It's Christmas. Open your heart. It's a new
Christmas
year.
is over. It's New Year's Eve.
I'm just telling you, it's a new time. It's a new year. Let it go, man. What's that thing from Frozen? Let it go, let it go, let it go.
I was on the ride at Epcot Center.
God bless you. Please have a nice time.
And don't steal my money. You see?
This is what
No,
started
I-
it
you
all
know-
before.
Maybe there's a reason. I'm hoping that everything's okay and that maybe that there was a reason for the vanishing.
But you know what? Let's not bring it out to the general public. That's between you.
Well, they want to know where the Tuesday night show went. So what do I say?
At this point, the reason there's no Tuesday night show yet is the star of that show has made it clear that he's unable to attend to tape. We are now in the process of communication to see if we can resume that.
That's a kind of a lie. He didn't communicate.
You know what? It's not a lie. It's not a lie because he's not here to do the show. You are trying to get in touch with him.
Well,
and make
that
things.
part is true.
Well, there you
Maybe
go.
he telepathically communicated it. and I was
Well, you know
asleep.
what? Let it go. Let
But
it
we
go.
got John Nord. We got the Berzerker.
You got
People
it.
are
See?
loving him.
So, where's your complaint? Where is your complaint?
I could really get into it, but I know you
Well,
don't
I
want
will
to.
when
It's
we
New
get off
Year's
the
Eve.
air.
Maybe in
I want to
2022.
find out where this $1 million is that you go nuts over.
750 grand.
750 grand?
Yeah, not $1 million.
Here.
I get.
There you
He's
go.
got the Thabo
Happy
bucks,
New
baby.
Year.
Let me tell you, they're worth $1,000,001. They're a collector's item. But Johnny, we're going to have a marathon of some of our great episodes from 2021. You and I had a lot of fun this year. We had some laughs.
We did.
We talked a lot about current events. We talked a lot about history.
Yep.
We talked a lot about our brothers that we've lost, and even sisters in the business. New Year's is always a time to reflect for some. But I'll say this right now. Why don't we kick the marathon off in style? John Cena Sr., baby, put the husbands to bed, because the women are going to get all excited when they see this man at his best. Check it out. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marani along with John Cena Sr. We've made it to another Friday night. Johnny, the fans, especially the female fans, can rejoice. You're finally back here in Massachusetts.
I'm here. Ready to go, ready to talk. Let's do the show.
Now, I know you toured some of the finest northern areas in the planet to try and escape COVID.
I have.
You spent time in Holland.
I was in Holland. I was
Northern
in
Canada.
Canada, yes.
Alaska.
I'll ask her again,
I'd
and
like
she'll
to
still say no.
I would have liked to have seen some of the getup that you wore in some of these Arctic places.
Alaska was very cold, believe me. A lot of fur. I had a big muff.
Like Margot.
No.
Well, you know the French.
We.
Johnny, while you were gone, and thankfully, I know the fans are very appreciative that we were able to continue at least to do the show podcast style via telephone with these. You couldn't even use a regular phone. You were in such remote destinations. I guess they call them satellite phones.
Satellite phones, that's what they were. You had to go from here, click up, make sure it's shot down, reached you, all kinds of connections. I'll tell you what, I'm just glad to be back.
Did you see the Northern Lights when you were in Alaska by any chance?
I did. And you
I would
here
love
in
to see that.
But you had a chance right here in New England to see those.
Well, not as nice as Northern Alaska.
I'll tell you
That's
what.
like seeing McDonald's in Northern Alaska. It's commonplace.
It's pretty dark in Alaska for a while right now. There are a lot of funny things happening, but I'll tell you, those lights are just absolutely gorgeous. If you have a chance, especially in Sweden, go to the ice house, the palace, completely made of ice. They have rooms like hotels, dining rooms, serve drinks. Beautiful view of those lights. You will be just awestruck.
Well, I had a nice view of Main Street in Melrose while we were talking on the phone, if that makes you feel jealous at all.
A beautiful view. It's a beautiful view.
Let me ask you this, Johnny. While you were gone, before we get into the king of sports, professional wrestling, the heart is still in pieces, and we're still a good month away from Valentine's Day. The news of what's going on Route 1 north in Saugus, the world-famous Kowloon Entertainment and Dining Complex, Johnny. The heart is broken.
Well, you know, I have to agree. I kind of felt that way when I first got the news, but my analogy is very simple. Sooner or later, every child grows and comes to maturity. And then when you reach that point, you make a decision in which direction is the best for you that benefits not only you, but your family. And I think they've made the best decision. They are in as the best, and when the time comes for them to say, I'm Italian, arrivederci Roma, we're going to be leaving, I think they'll go out as the best. They're always on top, and in my book, will always be on top. I just hope that when this happens 2, 3, 4, or 5 years down the road, they'll cut the same deal on Route 1 that Giuffrida's cut, that the Orange Dinosaur cut, that the Kowloon building will remain, or a portion of that sign, and the building will be in place. I just think it's a landmark to 70 years of success, hard work, and not being a customer, but being made by Andy, by Bobby, by all the wait staff, everyone there, a member of a family. Truly will be a loss, but again, our children all grow up and they go their separate ways.
Well, Lieutenant Commissioner of the Millennium Wrestling Federation, Sonny Yee, came from Kowloon. So certainly we had a great history. I'm going to not put it in past tense yet. Have a great history with Kowloon. Andy has been a longtime close personal friend dating back to the mid-90s. Just the memories of that place, Johnny, from, you know, family gatherings, to going in there in high school with my friends, to going in there with the wrestling guys, which started the wrestling tradition, so to speak, back in the 90s. And nowadays, you know, you've seen the celebrations we've had after some of our live Boston Wrestling MWF events in there. The night I got engaged to Linda Marati, we went to Kowloon before the blessed event took place.
That's when the volcano blew right up and covered the whole dining room, I think.
I wish it did. Maybe it would have prevented that from happening.
Well, everything happens for a reason.
I just, you know, you look back at just such a wonderful place with wonderful people. Andy Wong couldn't be, like you said, you're not going to visit an establishment. It's like you're going to see friends and family when you go into Kowloon. And I guess the good news is it's going to be a few years at least before Kowloon is gone. You can still enjoy the great food, the great atmosphere, the great ambiance. They've certainly had their struggles trying to reinvent the wheel, keeping things moving up there during the pandemic, whether it be the hop, what do they call the outdoor dining? Hops? Car hop? Is that
they
what
did
they
the
call
car
it?
hop, they did the outdoor theater.
Yeah.
They did a little bit of the Tiki Lounge out there. I guess the creativity of Bobby Wang and the whole family to come up with these ideas. You know what I liked about them in other restaurants also? They did not accept defeat. They accepted the challenge. And in that challenge, they showed people that you should never be down and stay down. There's always a way to get up. And they've proved that. Now, whether it'll be a year, 5 years, 10 years down the road, who really knows? The only thing I can say is congratulations to the Kowloon. It's been a great run. And if you leave in a year or 2 years, because my understanding is they're going to get permits in line for mixed use, will be restaurant, and it'll be, and that's why I hope the Kowloon building remains. You know, and apartments, they own all that land back there.
It's a lot of land.
There's a lot of land back there, and the word through the grapevine was they don't own the land. They do own the land, from what I understand.
Oh.
Yeah, I understand. I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. But when it happens, sure, it'll be like, remember when my sons all moved out? There was great silence in the home. The greatest treasure of all was there all the time, and I never really saw it till it was empty. It'll be the same thing with the Kowloon. You know, I say to folks out there, if you have not had a chance to go there, get there now, because you never know. It could be bing. And the way time flies now, what did I say to you a couple of years ago? Don't blink, because it'll be Christmas before you know it. And what are we doing? We're sitting here doing a Christmas show.
Can you believe it's been 10 months since everything, even with the pandemic, is broken?
It's crazy.
It just kind of hit me the other day. But, you know, sometimes it's the small details they say. One thing I really liked about what the Kowloon did after the pandemic was they kind of toned it down a little bit. It was a little bit more relaxed. You saw Andy and Bobby, they were in their Polynesian shirts. They had on shorts as opposed to the usual suits that you'd see them in customarily. And I really thought that, you know, where the whole world had kind of toned down a little bit, I thought it was a nice touch that Kowloon did the same thing.
I think that the pandemic has changed a lot of things. I think it's changed the way we'll do business for the next 5 to 10 years. Well, this is going to be a very slow recovery. You know, people talk to me about the masks, not my wrestling mask, but the masks. I can see those going right through this year, maybe part of next year. There'll be that uncertainty.
You still think we'll be wearing masks a year from now?
There'll be that uncertainty.
Really?
I believe there'll be that group or groups that will say, it'll be like the foreign countries, where they wear them constantly in packed crowds on trains. I just think you're going to see that they'll be overprotective, especially when they come out with things like, oh, we now have this strain coming up from Africa. We're not sure the vaccine will be able to handle it. What's going to handle it? Wear a mask. I'm going to be honest with you. The mask is my friend, but it's also my enemy with my asthma. I put that mask on, and it's like, oh, God, help me. I can't breathe. And you're really not breathing anything out. You're taking all the germs you're breathing out. They're hooking up to your mask and going back in your lungs. I just did a stress test, and I've got to tell you something. I thought I'm a little overweight, which I am. We're losing that. But I did a stress test with a mask on. I think that was the most unfair situation in the world. First of all, I have compromised with my asthma, and then to put a mask on, I thought when I laid down to get the ultrasound for the final test, I thought it was it.
Not that I should be complaining with people with certain medical conditions, but the most difficult part for me is when my vision is so bad.
Oh, yeah.
When I put the mask on, I go out, I breathe, I can't see. It fogs.
Fogged your glasses up.
When we were down in, I told you we went to, I had to go down
Orlando.
to Florida on work, and we went to the amusement parks a couple of days. One day it rained, and it was so bad, I was basically putting my hands on the kid's shoulder to kind of navigate me as if I was blind to try and get through the parks because they were so foggy.
Give you a trick.
What's the trick?
The trick is, if you don't mind, rub a little shaving cream on your lenses before you go out with the mask. I don't know if you ever tried that in the morning when you shave, because you don't shave, you're trying to look like Mick Foley. But when you shave, if you put shaving cream on the mirror,
Yeah.
and then you take your shower, wipe it off, there'll be no condensation on the mirror.
Really?
Yeah, it really works pretty good. I've tried it a couple of times. It works well.
So every morning before I leave the house, I should do this?
You don't
Or
have to do
just,
it every morning. Just when it starts to wear off. Just make
but
sure.
no, but I mean, like if I know, for example, today I have to go to the post office and to the supermarket. If I had
I got
shaving
my
cream with
granddaughters
me,
today.
I'd spray the cream in my glasses lenses and then wipe it off?
On both sides. Yep.
And then wipe it off?
Wipe it off.
How long would I
let
leave it
dry.
on for?
Just wipe it in, wipe it off.
Wow.
Wax on, wax off.
Why didn't we have this conversation a month ago?
I don't know. And then I recently did a wedding, and with my mask, and it's very difficult to read the service. So a lady in the audience was very kind. She said, "Put the mask on. Now put your glasses down this way." And you know what? I could still read the book, and they didn't fog up. So it's the distance. It works out really, really well. Hopefully, somebody. The other thing was with the tissue. To take a tissue, and as you take your mask, you fit the tissue into the mask where the wire is. I use a little bit of tape, and then put that right up like this against your face. And what happens is, as you breathe up, the moisture is trapped by the tissue.
Oh.
There's another good little tip for those people.
Well, I mean, for those people that are looking for tips.
Me, believe me,
I don't know how bad your vision is without the glasses, but mine is, it's atrocious.
I can't read without them.
Neither can I.
I have good distance.
I don't have either.
I'll know tomorrow how bad it really is. I've got to go for my
The
tests.
eye tests, yeah.
Yeah, and check my glaucoma, my pressure in my eyes. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But I'll tell you, those little tricks have really, really helped out. Look online for anything that will prevent fogging on a mirror. If it works on a mirror, it'll work in your glasses. Just make sure whatever you put on those glasses are safe. Because remember, once you take those and put those up against your eyes, for example, I had a friend that used to wash his glasses with Windex with ammonia. That's not a good thing for you to use. So, or vinegar, don't use that either. Just make sure it's all natural. It won't irritate your eyes. And then I'll tell you what, if it works on a mirror for non-fogging, and there's 1,000 of them out there, try it on your glasses. It works well.
Well, wrestling fans see we provide not only great wrestling entertainment, but world travels, restaurant reviews, and how to keep your glasses unfoggy during these corona times. But to think, I don't know, Johnny, another year of masks?
You know,
I don't know.
Well, I
It's
think
gonna be
people are so
tough.
confused.
We're getting used to it. But it's still, it's a major inconvenience. It used to be, you'd slap the pockets, wallet, phone, keys. Now I got to remember, and I have to thank my good friend Pure from the salon. She was the one that got me this big and tall mask for my big head, because the little ones would pull my ears down like Dumbo, one of those, yeah. So she got me the supersized one. See, it pulls out, and it's got a gimmick where
Plus, you get the tie back.
and well, you see, you put it over your head, and then
Yep.
that way you don't lose it. It's wrapped around almost like a necklace.
Plus, they have the little like the shower curtain on the back. You can pull it so you adjust it to your face.
Yeah. So I have to thank our good friends over at Noel Salon, 347 Pleasant Street, downtown Malden, Massachusetts, just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the Malden Center T-line, noelsalon.com, 781-324-9779.
I'll stop by and say hello.
Oh, they'd love to see you, baby.
Oh,
They've
all
been,
right.
They've been itching.
Oh, all right.
We can't tell Margot, though.
Good. Margot, by go.
You'll be on the go-go if Margot...
All right. Oh, all right.
All right, wrestling fans, we talked a little bit about COVID as part of the opening of this show. It's a great segue into what's going on in the world of professional wrestling, Johnny. For the first time in 10 months, this past week on Raw, the word COVID was actually mentioned, as the WWE champion, Drew McIntyre, is... got the disease right now. I guess he is asymptomatic. He's not feeling too sick, which is a good thing. I was told by sources there are 3 other superstars in the company right now that have it that have not been revealed. They've just kind of been shuttled away for a little bit. So my question, Johnny, is, and I know we've had this discussion before, do you continue to believe it can be safe to have this live wrestling in 2021? I know the major league companies don't want to give it up, but I mean, AEW has run into the same problem with some of their active talents coming down with the COVID.
It's such a fluky disease. It's so unpredictable that just when you think you got it beat, bang, there's a new strain. Or bang, somebody you never expected. In 100 years, I would never see McIntyre or anybody else, as a matter of fact. So it has to initiate in the locker room, has to initiate in the production. When you start opening up to the public, you're just asking for problems, asking for problems. You know, like you just said, we were discussing earlier, the governor of Massachusetts said now gatherings are limited to 10. Okay, Vince, bring the show. You know, I just kind of sit back and I don't know. I'm not Vince McMahon. I wish I were sometimes. But you got to sit back and think about your talent. And I think as soon as you begin to intermingle, as soon as you allow people to go outside the circle, you know, you're not keeping them inside quarantine living quarters. They're allowed to go and do their business. Look, it's just like you and I. There's a chance that when I go to Shaw's or you go to Hannaford's, wherever you do your thing, there's always that chance you'll pick it up. Sticks to your clothes, sticks to your mask, sticks to the bags, sticks to the vegetables. Go to a restaurant. So you know what? Who knows? But I'm in shock. Maybe Drew will drop the belt, which I doubt. You know, who the other 3 are? Who knows? But you know, when you have 4, that's a lot.
Do you think the WWE might be better off maybe attempting an NBA-like bubble and have the guys work in rotation for maybe a quarter of a year and to try and do maybe some unique things?
That won't work for Vince because of the paydays.
What do you mean?
Contracts amounts. You know, how you work 3 months and then you're going to go and work 3 months. When your contract is based on your draw, obviously you know how it works. So if you put more butts in seats, you sell more merchandise.
Well, there's no tickets being sold right now anyway. So
But there has to be. I don't mean, let's put it this way. When I talk about tickets, it's people that click the channel on,
Oh, I see
click
what
the
you mean.
channel off. So, you know, you'll turn in to see Drew McIntyre against Braun Strowman, let's say. I'll turn in to see Cody Rhodes against Kenny Omega. And I'm just being hypothetical here. So that's what the click is. Those are actual tickets. Those people are saying, yeah, we like the product. This is what we want. So they are those people that are putting butts in seats, basically. But the numbers seem to be declining. I think that $2 million jump they had with the Legends.
Oh, that was a one-off.
You'll never see that again. Never.
No, you know, you'll probably see it again the next time they do a Legends reunion show.
If.
What do you mean?
A lot of the Legends, you know, they're going to the Legends.
They're going to Legends House, yeah. I lost my train of thought there for a second.
Well,
Well, let me ask you this. You've seen now in the NBA, games have had to be postponed because they haven't had enough players to be able to play because so many have been infected with the disease. Could you see that happening on one of the wrestling shows, one of the wrestling brands, whether it be Raw, SmackDown, AEW, NXT? What would happen if they ran out of wrestlers to produce a show?
Well, let's put it this way. One, I don't think they will ever run out of enough wrestlers to produce a show. There's such a tremendous amount of talent out there now, especially with WWE, NXT. You know, they got one in Europe now. They're talking about India. I think there's a good flow of talent. I just question whether there'll be so many infections within the industry that the CDC, the states, will say no more, period. You cannot do a show until this is completely under control. Massachusetts is off the charts. Right now we're a hot spot. We're on fire. It's like, wow, who wants to hear that? Why 10 in a gathering now we want to close gyms? What's that do for people who want to go to church or people who want to go out to eat? Look at the restaurants. They're struggling now. And you want to limit them to 10? And you've got to be off the road by 9:30. Why? So I can go to somebody's apartment, get drunk, and eat their food there?
You know what? That's one thing, again, to digress from professional wrestling, but if you really wanted to make a major impact with this non-imposed quarantine, so to speak, maybe if you did it from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. when people are actually out and alive. I mean, how many people are you saving by saying, you know what? Stay home between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. when there aren't a lot of people out to begin with.
What they're afraid of is it's the gatherings after. So, for example, you and I get together and say, hey, Dan, we're going to do the show. I'll see you at the Kowloon at 7. And they don't close till 1. So we're going to be out there drinking and socializing.
It's almost like when we have our gatherings after the MWF events, you mean, when there's 30 or 40 of us.
Or SmackDown or whatever, when all the people come over.
Right.
So I just think that they got to use their heads now. You've got to sit back and
But like you said, it still could be done in the privacy of someone's home. There's no law that says these people have to be off the roads, and what you've done, you're killing businesses. It's a tightrope. I go back and forth on it sometimes almost daily. I don't think the proper solution has been found either way.
That's because I think nobody really has looked at a proper solution. It's a knee-jerk reaction. Oh, we're up. Well, you know what? I'm no genius. I'll sit here and admit that. Why are you up? Let's see. We were testing 50. Now we're testing 5,100. Oh, gee. Do you think the numbers are going to go up? Well, of course they're going to go up. So let's be real here.
The more people you test, the more infections
Absolutely.
you're going to have. Yeah.
Let's look at and people aren't looking at the logistics. Also,
I think people worry too much about the politics behind it. If you're a Republican, it's non-existent. If you're a Democrat, it's a death sentence. And I think the reality is, and I've told you before, I register as an independent for that very reason. I don't want to be a part of either one of those parties.
I'm independent.
And I think I look at it with a little bit more common sense.
I agree, because I don't think really, in today's political world, there's no need for Republican and Democratic Party anymore. They can't agree to disagree and still come out with something useful. It seems vindictive lately. There's just no sense.
It's turned into pro wrestling for adults, that aren't pro wrestling fans.
Very high-paid wrestlers, too, you know? So I'm saying, forget all this stuff. Dan Marty wants to be president. John Cena Sr., if he gets enough votes, he becomes vice president. You win. And that's the way it goes. None of this crap will get the woman in, and then this guy will resign or something will happen. She'll be the first female president. You know what? Let's stop. Let's stop the world. Let's get back together. Let's unite. Let's put it behind us. COVID, is it a political situation? It's turned into it. Could it be averted? Yes, if the numbers were given correctly. If Dr. Fauci wasn't scaring the shit out of everybody. If he came out clean. I mean, God bless him. But he's got a factory that manufactures the vaccine.
What happened to Deborah Birx? I know you had some personal conversations with the doctor, but...
Gone.
She's dead?
No, gone. Just, you hear any more from her? You don't hear any more from her, do you?
Birx flew like a bird, I guess. I don't know where she went.
I think
now, do you think Sleepy will have some things to try and help?
Well, first thing Biden has said, the first 100 days, he intends to mandate masks. 1.
And I think that's a good thing.
Well, Yes.
As much as I hate the mask, I think it's a good thing. You know what? At the end of the day, whether you're with it, whether you're against it, let's just see if it is the solution. What's the worst thing that happens? You wear a mask. It's not hurting you or anyone else around you. If anything else, it's potentially preventing and helping the cause. So maybe Sleepy has the right idea. I don't know. It's a nuisance.
100 million vaccinations are going to be out in his first 100 days.
Do you really think, though, they'll be able to get that many done, even if they have that many doses?
Yes. And the reason
You think they'll be able to plow through 100 million people in 100 days?
Yes, I do. And here's
Really?
the reason why.
Why?
If you notice, all the satellite hospitals that were closed are now opening up again. For whatever reason, they're opening up again. All these little places that have been closed through this whole pandemic now, all of a sudden are popping up. And the first thing your guy, our guy, anybody's guy said is that he will approach Congress, the House, and the Senate for more money so that they have the dollars to get medical people out there to provide the shots. Well, let me tell you something. Go to Walmart and get a shot. Just wait. I can just see this in my head. Going to Walmart to pick up paper towels and seeing the lines out the door. I mean, they're fighting over masks. They're going to kill over who gets the next shot. Walmart, CVS, I can just see it now. Hospitals, clinics.
I would see it more along the lines of, not that a lot of the fans would be aware of what we're talking about, but have you seen the little testing area they have in the parking lot at the Square One Mall in Saugus?
Yes.
That, I think, is probably along the lines of what you'll see, where people almost do a drive-through.
Route 1 coming back from Maine yesterday. I was in Maine. Right there on the left-hand side, there's a huge building, COVID testing.
Oh, okay.
WebMD.
So maybe that's how they'll do the vaccine. I don't know.
But that'll be just another for somebody to make more. 3 executives from a company who shall remain unmentioned right now are not waiting for the cash cow to come in. They just went after it. Each of these executives, 3, have cashed in their stocks of $46 million. Wow. Only a portion. So let me tell you something. Is it political? I believe it is. Is it a moneymaker for certain individuals? I believe it is. At whose expense? Yours and mine. Yours and mine. And the federal government's paying for the vaccine. The vaccine is supposed to be free, but it's not. So there's a lot of issues here. Will we do 100 million doses? I'll guarantee you.
And what about people that can't afford a vaccine, that don't have insurance? What do you do then?
They'll get it free.
Free vaccines.
They'll get it free. I'll tell you right now, there are people receiving the vaccine that are not even on the lists. California is giving out vaccines to those people who are not even registered. And what was happening there was Dan and John sign up for the vaccine. We don't show. Come on, you want a shot? Come in and get it. I'm just curious right now, the reactions, the side effects that are occurring. I guess it was on one of the TV shows. I can't think of the name, Howard and Kelly or whatever it was. The doctor made a statement, and the person was very good. He said, so what do you think about all these people that are getting sick or dying? And the comment was, which I kind of didn't like, but it was there, well, when you give 1.5 million doses of any vaccine the first time, you expect this kind of thing. Well, hello.
Well, you know what? I hate to use an analogy, but I mean, look at the vaccines that are given to young children and babies. And, there is it's a small percentage, but there's a percentage that wind up with, various forms of retardation,
You know what?
It's not a perfect science.
But you and I grew up, we all had vaccinations. We all had mumps and measles shots. The difference between, and here I go, pontificating. The difference between then and now, oh, my kid's allergic to nuts. My kid's allergic to peanut butter. Don't give them whole milk. That's not any good. Don't eat eggs. That sucks. Let me tell you something. We have, through our own stupidity, reduced the immune systems of a lot of people. Our own children. We place ourselves in harm's way. I don't know how good the masks are, but what would it take if we didn't have masks? What would happen? It's a crapshoot, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. And when you start getting the numbers on, there are 400 million people in this country. 400 million. How many deaths have been reported so far? 350,000. Divide that out. What percentage of the population is that? And I really, mourn for those people who have lost loved ones and who have given their lives in the pandemic.
No, that would be under 1% with those numbers.
Well, guess what?
But here's my thing, and again, I certainly don't want to be accused of ageism, but at one point they were giving away the ages. They kind of stopped doing that now. Now, if this is something that, I know in Massachusetts at one point, I believe, wasn't it about 2/3 of the people that passed were all in long
Nursing.
care facilities?
That's correct. Go ahead.
So, I mean, do you shut down the world for that?
I don't think so. I think that what they should have done is to see what the situations were and how compromised these individuals were or are. The one thing you're not getting is, okay, Mad Dog Vachon, God rest in peace, brother, just passed away. It's COVID-19. Well, then we do the autopsy and find out it's a heart attack. Or he was compromised before he started, and COVID, because of his lung situation, took the toll. You're not getting that. You're getting solid numbers that are not solid. You're getting people, saying to you, I'm not sure the masks are going to work. They might be working. Dr. Fauci again is saying, well, he doesn't think you'll be able to have ball games, wrestling shows, gatherings until maybe September or October of this coming year. Whoa, wait a minute. So what good is the vaccine? The first shot only protects you against 50%.
Oh, really?
50%.
I didn't know that.
50% effective. And then you get that second shot, which is the whammy, that's the 94%. And that's the shot that's causing a lot of problems.
Well, even 94% leaves room for error.
Well, and again, you know, I always say medicine's a practice. They practice on you and I. This might be a good example.
The Sheik used to practice his medicine.
I like it. Bring him out. I like that.
Johnny, I'm going to ask you the $1 million question.
Oh, here, I got some. You want them?
Not $1 billion, $1 million.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
You only have the $1 billion bills.
I do. Well, no, I brought these down to $1 million.
If your son was an active competitor in professional wrestling right now, full-time, would you feel comfortable with him out there each and every week on Raw or SmackDown or whatever the show may be?
The only thing I can say is this. My son is a grown man. I have no right to decide what he does in his personal life. If he decides that it's safe for him, even though I give my own advice, which a lot of parents do, he has to reach his own decision and feel comfortable about that, whatever the outcome is. That's my take on that one.
What would your advice be?
I think I would say, because I love the business like everybody else, be cautious, be smart, understand what you're up against. So I think if you use those types of things, all the professionals out there, friends of mine, pro wrestlers, friends of yours, have proven that we can still continue. But the danger is still there. You know, do they go in and they spray the arenas that they tape in first? Does everybody get tested before they go in? I don't think that's happening.
I think it was a safer environment when you had the shows not being live, but maybe recorded earlier in the day to give them the time to clean everything in between the matches. You know what I mean?
I will not argue that point.
As opposed to having a non-stop 3-hour show. Let's say we start taping it at 11 and we end at 5, but we change the ropes in between every match, which I know is
just
being
wipe
done
them down
at one
and spray
point.
them. Yeah.
But crazy situation, Johnny. I wanted to put it out there since there seems to be a COVID topic, a theme show at least, along with friends at Kowloon. You mentioned earlier that you received some kind of brushback on social media about a comment made about Mick Foley. I wanted to give you a chance to clarify, because I know both of us, we think the world of Mick Foley.
All I want to say is this. I don't know where this is coming from or how it's getting out there, and I don't mind that, but I just want to...
You shoot.
I do shoot a lot, and I get in trouble for it.
Just my goal.
That's why... WWE, thank you, you're great, but you know, I am just another P, you know, they're upping on the wall there. It's so my whole thing is, first of all, I don't know what this thing is about. You know, I shot on Mick Foley. Mick Foley and I are very close friends. I think the world of this gentleman. He certainly has done a lot for humanity, and he's done a lot for a lot of people who were disadvantaged. I have nothing but good words for Mick Foley. Do I agree with everything Mick Foley says? Does he agree with everything I say or do? Absolutely not. That's why we can disagree on some things and agree on some things and still be friends. So wherever it's coming from, Dan, I really don't know, but I've been getting a lot of little clips.
I knew nothing about it until you mentioned it today.
Yeah.
And I don't know where it came from or why, but I can't, at least on our shows, I can't recall you saying anything negative about Mick. I know you brought up, I believe maybe you mentioned that he referred to he used Twitter to tell Vince McMahon to get Trump out of the Hall of Fame. Maybe
Right.
that was
I
that
shot
it,
pretty
or
hard on the president.
Maybe that was it. I don't
Okay,
know.
but I didn't shoot on Mick Foley on that.
Well-
I just simply said, who would it be? Who would it be? And you said who it was, and I said, you know what? And then I went off on Donald, and I'm a Trump supporter, but I tell you, I'm not going to go there anymore because I get very upset. I hope, and I'm going to add this if I may, that people in this country use their heads. No more violence. No more attacking Capitol buildings, which you say is going to happen in all 50 states. That doesn't say we're united. It really doesn't. And I think, having some friends who were in that protest, who said it was very well organized until other people began joining it, which caused some of this disruption. It was never intended to be what it was. And whether this man, the president, his son Jared, decided to put the pot up to a boiling point, please, America, now is the time to come together. Now is the time to show the world that we have been, we are, and always will be one nation under God, united with liberty and justice for all. Let's show the world.
I think indivisible was the word you were
You
looking
got it.
for.
Thanks.
Indivisible.
Good man.
Do you think Sleepy and Kamala are going to be the two to bring us back together again?
No,
You don't.
I do not. I do not. I think that there's high hopes, but it's just not going to happen. First of all,
you still think there'll be a lot of resentment?
there's no way that people are going to accept what they're going to see. First of all, the man who's just been elected president of the United States, nothing against Donald Trump. He's the only president, I said it before and I'll say it again, who made promises and kept them. He's done a lot of what he said he was going to do. Maybe not the right way, but he did it. He's going to have a lot of things in foreign policy, local government, just trying to clean up the mess. It's going to take at least 3 or 4 years to work on that. You know what? I would have hoped there would have been a change with the Speaker of the House. I would have hoped there would have been a change there. McConnell, thank God, he's done. We've got to change. What we need is change, and we're not having that.
Forget about Sleepy. There's one that needs to be put to sleep in Mitch McConnell.
Well, and now, you know, what do I see in the news yesterday? Kamala Harris doesn't look good on the cover of Vogue magazine. Vogue. People are upset with the way they portray her. Hello, America. Are you crazy? This is about a country. This is about unification. It's about making things that are wrong right. And all you can worry about is the cover of Vogue? You know what? Please God that he finishes out his term, his health is strong, and then the battle will begin. The Democratic Party in 4 years will put Kamala Harris up for president.
Do you think that Donald goes for a rematch in 4 years?
If Donald Trump goes for a rematch, he's a bigger fool than me trying to get back in the ring with Randy Orton.
You think this should be it for the Donald?
I'm going to tell you, I have respect. I tell you, I'm a supporter. I really am. Did a lot of wrong things, and that Wednesday was a bad move. And I still think he should be out.
Really?
I do.
You would impeach him,
Gone.
even with just a week to go.
Here we go again. But my whole thing is this. Nixon did the right thing.
He stepped down.
He stepped down for the betterment of the United States of America. It doesn't mean you were wrong. It means you've come to a self-realization that I really didn't incite it, if I want to quote him, but the fact of the matter that you used the words along with your son to put the water to boil. You can't hide that, man. So why not do what's best for everyone? Look, the White House has got to be, what's the word I want to use, disinfected. It's got to be disinfected for the COVID-19 anyway. That's going to take at least 3 or 4 days.
Well,
Leave now.
were you impressed the day of that press conference that Rudy Giuliani came out to the YMCA song Macho, Macho Man? I want to be a macho man.
Anybody who sweats black from the color in their hair is not going to be a macho man. And all I got to say is this. Respect I have for everyone, but you know, when I read in the news that Trump wanted Giuliani to defend him in his second impeachment process. Okay, America. What's it take? What's it take, man? And do you see the stupidity in what's being done here?
I just remember texting with baby Marty and saying you will hopefully never see anything like this again the day it all went down in Washington, D.C. But before we go, Johnny, I wanted to send along some best wishes to our friend Mick Foley, who seems like he's just about recovered from COVID. Les Thatcher, one of the more underrated brains in professional wrestling over the past 100 years. I think not only does he have COVID, but pneumonia. Hopefully Les is doing well. He had one of the great interviews via telephone in the history of this show. And on a personal note, maybe I don't know if I should say this publicly, but both Linda and baby Marty, little Devon Brent, were stricken with the COVID. So I haven't seen them in weeks.
They're in my prayers.
Well, thank you. They're doing a little bit better. The little one's still feeling lousy. Linda is her still charming self, even with the COVID. So,
which has been okay. So, if I may, I'm going to say the COVID said, Linda, I'm getting the hell out of here.
COVID might have helped.
COVID ran. Never mind. I'm only kidding, Linda.
COVID helped Linda's personality.
Wow.
Oh, that's
wow.
But you know what? It's Friday night, baby. You got to unwind, kick back, have a cold beverage, enjoy everything that we do. Fans, I got to tell you this, though, as we wrap up the show, I have to be honest. January has been not just a bad, but a horrendous month when it comes to some of the metrics on these shows. I have no idea why, because the viewership, this month it hasn't been a great month of growth. It's been steady, but everything else is just in the toilet. And I'm confused, I'm depressed, I'm sad. Earlier tonight we had Mr. USA Tony Atlas with us live. Hopefully Tony gave us the vaccine that we need to try and get back to the numbers we had from September to December, which was just phenomenal growth. As we noted, we have Tony and Johnny here in January, and they'll be here on a regular basis. Marty, we had to unfortunately push off into the month of February because of some of these metrics, and some new guests that wanted to join us. I know they love Tony on Tuesday. They love to party with Marty on Thursday. They're calling that Thirsty Thursday now. Friday night has become fabulous because of you.
Maybe that's the reason I'm doing well. I brought the numbers down.
Well, it's because you weren't here.
Oh, wow.
It's because you were over in the Netherlands with Margot.
What? Margot.
And then Wednesday night, the Fans of Lovin' Special Edition, Johnny. Every Wednesday night, it's a different guest, whether it be Leo Rush, Brian Knobs, Jerry Saggs, Tatanka, Savio Vega, the Warlord. It's been almost kind of like what I envisioned in the beginning, like those nightly cable news shows, a rotation of different guests as opposed to the kind of the same point of view every week like we have with you and Marty and Tony. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but variety is the spice of life. So Wednesday nights at 10, we have the special edition of Wrestling Insiders along with everything going on. Fans, all we can ask is this. We're going to have a few requests because if you're watching the show this long, we know you love us. The Super Chat, it is open. Hit the button. Any denomination will help us keep the lights on. The Patreon service is growing and becoming really important now. You get early ad-free access to every one of the talk shows. For those people that complain, oh, there's too many ads on the screen. Do you think we can do this for free? Appearance fees, hotel, airfare, cups of coffee. These things aren't cheap.
That's all I get paid, a cup of coffee. I just want you to know that.
We need all the help we can get. For less than the cup of a coffee down at Starbucks, you get early, ad-free access to every episode of Wrestling Insiders. You get the studio shoot interview DVD library, and you get to know that you're helping keep wrestling legends working. At this point, we mentioned 10 months ago, the pandemic struck, Johnny. Look at what so many of our brothers have been through the past 10 months. There's no live wrestling events. There's almost nothing in the way of autograph signings and personal appearances. There have been some cyber signings and so on, but these are people that are making a mere fraction of what they were accustomed to and what they need to survive. Luckily, we have the platform that is the studio to give to them if the fans can support us in helping cover the cost to do so. And don't forget, the eBay store is open 24/7, baby. We got collectibles galore, many of the things on this set, many more that are not on this set. Links can be found in the description box below. For my Friday night partner in crime, people want more of this. Marty Jannetty every week wants the Fabo Pop.
I'll bring you a case. I got to order some for February.
Is it going to, I know you said you had some issues with the manufacturing. Has that been resolved? Or?
Well, the COVID, everything slowed right down, so they had to basically shut down.
Apparently the only thing that hasn't slowed down is Margot's libido.
No, Moniz is the only libido I'm after, so
Margot
is on the go.
I know it's Friday, Johnny, but come on now.
Wow.
For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati, folks. We'll see you Tuesday night with Tony Atlas once again to kick off every week studio shoots, and then this man will be back next Friday night after SmackDown. Until we speak again, you and yours, be healthy, stay well. Good night.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue Brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati along with John Cena Sr. It was a wild night on SmackDown, but you never know how wild things are going to be on this show, baby.
We're going for it. Let's do it.
It was a big week. We had Tony Atlas with us on Tuesday.
ED.
Did you see that episode?
Ed, I know Ed.
But did you see that episode of Life Advice with Tony?
You know what?
I almost fell out of the chair when we talked
love that
about
man.
ED.
I love that man. Tony, my best brother. I love you.
ED. I don't know what it is. What is the virus? That I've cracked up on the show before.
Is there a vaccine for that?
He's hoping. If he, but back in the fall, we had our issue and we discussed Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights, and I almost fell out of the chair in an unedited, in a version we never aired. But when he mentioned ED, I laughed so hard I saw stars.
What is it?
And then I'm asking teenagers that are fresh out of high school going into college. Do you guys know what ED is? Yes. And poor Tony, sitting there eating his chicken wings with duck sauce all over his fingers, smacking his lips, trying to figure out what ED is.
I love that man. I love him.
You never know what to expect Tuesday night at 10 o'clock, folks. But here on Wrestling Insiders, we're fielding some of your questions, not to be confused with my Let's Field. That's a different story for a different time. But Tony, Sports Illustrated released their thoughts on the Professional Wrestlers of the Year. Do you know who they selected as the 2020 Professional Wrestler of the Year? Because it just about knocked me out of my chair as much as Tony in the ED comment.
Now, who was that?
Sasha Banks.
Okay.
Johnny, now I know you are a proponent, big time, of women's wrestling.
I am.
I know you know Sasha very well from her time on the Independents.
I do.
From the times I interacted with her on a limited basis, I thought she was a lovely lady.
She is.
She puts forth 110% effort every time she goes in and out of that squared circle.
She does.
She represents the industry well.
She does.
But if I could think of a list of 50 top wrestlers from 2020, I don't know if I would have put Sasha on that list.
Well, I think she belongs on the list. There's no question. If you have a list, maybe the top 10, I would agree. She belongs somewhere in that top 10.
And maybe of women's wrestlers.
That's correct. But to take and say, this is it? This is a drug-free workplace, isn't it?
What is Sports Illustrated thinking? I mean, there are people that think Sports Illustrated lacks credibility by covering professional wrestling to begin with. Then you're going to crown Sasha the professional wrestler of 2020? I mean, there's too many guys to name whose bodies of work that I could go through. And it's nothing against Sasha. I'm not trying to bash women's wrestling. It's just not as believable to me, and it lacks the credibility that the more stiffer men's wrestling has. Now, you know what? If you wanted to say it was Asuka is the wrestler of the year, if you really wanted to put a woman in that slot, I can at least say when Asuka goes out to wrestle, to me, she goes out there and works a style that is, quote unquote, she works like one of the boys. And that's not meant to demean her. That's actually a very high compliment. She goes out there and works a stiff wrestling style. Sasha and Bayley go out there and it's almost like cosplay. Well, I want to do Macho Man's moves because I loved him, and I want to do Eddie Guerrero's moves because I loved him. And then even though we're enemies, we can cry and hug, and it takes away from the ambiance and the atmosphere of the presentation. And it's not a personal attack against Sasha Banks by any stretch of the imagination. She does what she loves, and she does it with great passion. She does it with everything she has in her. I just think with her body frame and what her body is capable of doing, it's not comparable to what the majority of what the larger, more muscular, better athlete male wrestlers can do.
She sustained quite a few injuries. She's a very talented young lady. I would have thought what Sports Illustrated would have done might have been a male and female wrestler of the year. I think that would make a lot more sense, at least in your opinion. In my opinion also. I'm not taking anything away from anyone. I worked with her on the independent circuit. Amazing young lady. She wasn't sure whether she was going to stay or not. I remember the last time I worked with her in Webster, Mass. It was a case of yay or nay, and we had a long discussion. Her mom was there, and you know what? She's an outstanding human being. She really is. So if you want to make it woman, male, I'm all for it. But to say that you are the creme de la creme of the entire world of professional wrestling, I'm not sure. And again, forgive me, Sasha, I'm not sure that really does much for the business.
And to make matters worse, I think Bayley was like number 5. I mean, what were they smoking at Sports Illustrated when they came up with this list? Is this the wet dream of the author?
Who wrote the article, number 1?
That I don't know.
And number 2, what's the criteria for selection? What's the basis for selection?
When I did, I read the article to some degree. They would list 3 standout matches that they had of the year and then some thought process behind it. But I mean, I think she's a very nice person. I think she has gone out and tried to revolutionize women's wrestling, and I tip my cap to her for that. But for her to be, I know what I just said probably sounded very cruel, that I wouldn't put her on a top 50 list. It's just a lot of what she does in the ring, it doesn't look real to me. And when you put on a professional wrestling show, what you should be trying to emulate is physical violence and physical athleticism. When half of these offensive moves don't look like they'd crack an egg, I don't know that that makes someone Wrestler of the Year.
I won't disagree with your comments. I think Bayley was a hot deal. I mean, I enjoy watching her as a heel.
You like Bayley?
Bayley is good. I mean, I was at a live show and I was cheering for Bayley and Sasha, and I remember Bayley turning to me from the ring, looking down and saying, "Shut up, John Cena's father." Going, well, okay, I'll just switch this around. But there again, in character, right from the ring. I don't know about this one. I'd have to read the article. Again,
well, I'm going to have to find the link and send it to you.
Sports
and see what
Illustrated,
you think.
in my opinion,
They shouldn't even cover pro wrestling.
well, but you know what? I disagree.
Why?
I really disagree. Professional wrestling is a sport, regardless of whether we choose to believe it or not.
The athleticism, sure.
All right, so that's the criteria for Sports Illustrated.
But would they cover the Harlem Globetrotters? What they do is athletic, even though it's kind of worked basketball. Stunt basketball, if you will.
I just think that the popularity of professional wrestling has forced many people into making some decisions. Now, I think, from what I have seen of Sports Illustrated covering of professional wrestling, they look at it from an athletic entertainment standpoint, which is wise, very wise. The fact that, look, I look at Austin, I look at The Rock, I look at Cena, I look at Drew McIntyre. Who can get in that ring and go 20 minutes, 30 minutes? John and Rock, 60 minutes. I don't think you could. I don't think a football player could. All right? So you've got to recognize that at some point. So I don't take that away from them. I think it's a wise decision. But to put somebody on the pedestal, like you just said has happened, and it's nothing against Sasha. Would I put her in the top 10? Absolutely. Would I put Bayley in the top 10? Absolutely. Are there other young ladies that belong in the top 10? Maybe the number one spot? Asuka's a great example for Female Wrestler of the Year. Now, who would you put over here for Male Wrestler of the Year? Dan Marati.
I don't think it would be him.
Oh, well, might be Brock Lesnar. Might be Drew McIntyre.
I was shell-shocked. And it takes a lot to surprise me in wrestling. And I tell you, that one surprised me.
And if I may.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No. This is the kind of show we run.
All right.
And why is it that we only recognize a wrestler from WWE?
No, there were wrestlers from other promotions in there.
Well, why weren't they number one, number two, number three?
I don't know.
Well, why?
They didn't ask me for my thoughts on the list when they were making it, Johnny. I don't know what else to tell you. I didn't get the call from SI.
I take nothing away from WWE. Top shelf, good product, although the product is questionable. I've been getting little clips from that on people, Cena trashes WWE programming. I don't trash anything. I just say the way I feel. And you know what? My opinion is my opinion.
One man's point of view.
At least I have the guts to say it's my opinion. Don't give an opinion that says, oh, I really never said that. I said it. I'll stand behind what I said. I'm not afraid to do that. But I would think that you would take professional wrestling in general, all the promotions out there, and say, after analyzing this, and the fans have voted, I mean, you want to make up a phony poll? Do it.
Like I said, it takes a lot to surprise me. And that one really, really, really surprised me.
See what I did? I got walked.
I thought you almost did. You say you did something else there for a minute.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I'm sorry. I just said, whoa, hold on, stop.
And hopefully, I'm sure there may be some that watch this and will come up with the social media headline that Sasha Banks was bashed. I'm not attacking the human being. I'm not attacking what she does. I just think the way she does it, it's not as believable as a lot of her contemporaries, whether they be male or female. I think most women cannot compete at the level of the men. And I know that's something we may disagree on to some point, but, and let's call a spade a spade. A man's body is built different than a woman's body. That's why I continue to be the proponent of, I think it's time that WWE puts on its big boy pants and says, you know what? It's time to release the WWE, like the WNBA, which gives these tremendous female athletes their own platform to compete on, and they have nothing to be compared to. They do their thing. The best of the best rises to the top in the WNBA. I have no idea why WWE hasn't done that. If there is such a large fan base for these female athletes, I think they would go crazy for it. Where Raw becomes such a drag and is so boring to watch for 3 hours each and every week, why not take maybe the first or the last hour and turn that into WWE?
You want another Glow.
No.
Glow Wrestling.
Glow was tongue-in-cheek entertainment. I want an athletic presentation. I want the Oscars of professional wrestling out there, and I want them to take the best roster they can put together, not on split brands, make it its own brand, and let these ladies shine. And if it sinks, it sinks. If it's a success, they have yet another hat to hang. It's another great success to discuss on Wall Street. We've created yet another brand for us to monetize, the WWE.
So would you say that perhaps that brand ought to be handled by Stephanie McMahon?
I think it should have they have people totally separate from any of the men's
and John
brands.
Cena Sr., because I've been an advocate
for,
I'm just throwing myself out there. That'll never happen. But, you know, I might disagree and might agree at the same time. For you to say that you want to have women wrestling under their own banner, under the WWE, makes sense, and then you intermingle that again with your pay-per-views. Not separate
I'll give you
pay-per-views.
that. That's fine.
Okay, I think then I would concur. I think maybe if you want to prove a point, let's prove a point. And the other thing I would say is, you know, you talked about us being bashed about Sasha Banks. Well, can I say this? We have the ability, they have the ability, the fans, to send us an email saying who they would choose. Who would you have chosen? Who would you have chosen as professional wrestler of the year?
Who would you have chosen,
What
John?
do you think of Dan's idea of WWE? You know, Worldwide Women's Wrestling Entertainment. What do you think about that? Are you open to that? How do you think the fans' response would be? You know what? I don't just want it from you fans. There must be some indie wrestlers out there, some pro wrestlers who watch this. What's your real opinion? Don't be afraid. Nobody's going to say, Drew McIntyre, John Cena Sr. said. Let's get it out there.
Well, Seth Rollins
got the opportunity.
blocked us, so I mean, you never
What's
know.
that?
I say, remember, Seth Rollins blocked us. Baron Corbin blocked us, so you never
Who did?
know. Baron Corbin.
Baron Corbin.
When you unleashed on him a couple
So
of
where's
years.
Baron? You seen Baron around lately?
He's on SmackDown.
Yeah, but
still,
how big is he now?
He's still about 6'7".
Yeah, but where's the draw? And you talk about women's wrestling. Please. You know what? What's your favorite saying? Another story for another time?
Another story for another time.
But I
with
won't
the Baron.
disagree with that. If you want to see if it works, let's give them the last hour. Let's give the women the last hour.
Or
and
the
see what
first, one or the
I
other.
don't care.
Yeah.
It'll be like a warm-up match. So let's do it. Let's see what we can do. No problem for me. Maybe, you know what, Vince, here it comes. Why don't we have that 1 hour? Stephanie's in charge, and let's do an invasion angle on Raw or SmackDown. There we go.
Especially the few weeks. Think of how excited the fans would be to see the interaction from the Raw women, the SmackDown women, and maybe a few of the higher tier NXT women. I wouldn't bring all of the NXT women up at the same time for the obvious reason that they're still in, a lot of them are in NXT because they still need seasoning. But if you take the higher caliber athletes from all three brands and you create, just think of the action-packed hour you could create, not a 2-hour show, not a 3-hour show, a 1-hour show each week with the best athletes that at the end of that hour says, you know what? I can't wait for next week's episode. When was the last time you said, I can't wait for next week's episode watching Raw or SmackDown?
I'm not disagreeing with you. Isn't it amazing? I'm agreeing with the bearded wonder over here. I'm agreeing with the Dalai Lama of Millennium Wrestling Federation. Boston Wrestling. I'm agreeing. Let's give it a shot. What do we have to lose except prove him wrong? And if I can do that, I'll be happy, happy, joy, joy. Believe me, I think the women can do it. I can think the women go out there and prove it. You know what, Vince? There's another storyline now. Sports Illustrated just handed you the storyline. Sasha Banks is number one. Oh, I can just see it written up now. You're number one. You're cool. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Let's put the heat on. Let's put the pressure on. Let's see how it goes.
So instead of being somewhat negative with the way we presented this story originally, turn it into a positive.
Positive.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's give these ladies their own platform. And just imagine if it is a success.
I'll help.
Imagine even if it could do, again, it's been difficult for WWE's ratings as they've just continued to free fall in a lot of ways. But even if it could do 90% of what Raw is doing right now, I think that would be a great success for them.
Proper storylines, proper writing, I think you would have people saying, I can't wait till next week to see what's going to happen between Sasha Banks and Bayley. What's going to happen between Charlotte Flair and whoever, or Asuka. I think with the proper storylines, which they don't seem to have, could draw that kind of influence. And if it does, wow. And then when the pay-per-views come, we intermingle that. Maybe there's a little infiltration there. Who knows? But I can see it working. I have so much faith in these female wrestlers.
And I think there'd be so much excitement surrounding it, it would entice maybe some of the ladies that we haven't seen for a while to want to come back. The Ronda Rouseys, Trish Stratus, Lita,
Trish Stratus,
Becky Lynch.
okay. Ronda Rousey, no. Let Ronda stay where she is.
That garbage, the Bellas, maybe the mother could try and find another. Maybe they have an aunt that needs to marry someone.
Nothing against the Bellas. It's just that, what did I just say about the Kowloon? It's time to move on. Move on.
But let me ask you this, though, Johnny. I know you knew the family at one point rather well. Do they have any aunts that need to marry into wrestling? Maybe some cousins.
Well, I get set up every time I come here. All I can say is this. God bless the Bellas.
Yeah.
You're good people. You really are.
Have a happy, healthy life away from professional wrestling.
But I think, you know what? I think they understand. Mother, daughters, whoever, John Laurinaitis, who's part of the family, husband, I think now they've understood that there are children to raise and there is life after professional wrestling.
Even though they're on a WWE reality show every week.
You know what? How much is it drawing and how much are people really watching? You can do all you want. I can start a reality show. You can start a reality show. As long as there's one that turns the channel on, I've got a reality show. You know what? Move on. You've done the best you can. You've made a lot of money at what you do. Now it's time to be mothers or get that second career in line.
Well, maybe I'm still waiting to see you pop up on the Ms. and Mrs. reality show. When George and Carol accidentally walk in on you and Margot in one of the bedrooms.
Wow. I don't think, and I keep saying this, I don't think you'll see me in WWE anytime soon.
All right. Well, Johnny, talking about 2020, Cody Rhodes recently did an interview talking about the first full year of the All Elite Wrestling brand, and he was asked to give it a grade. He graded the company an A. No higher grade it could be given other than an A+. What would you have given AEW for a grade for its first full year of existence?
Maybe a B-.
That's pretty much, well, I would have said a B.
Yep, B-.
I think it was a great success that it happened. I think it's a great success story that it exists. I think it's a great success story that TNT has extended it for several years with apparently adding another primetime television show to go with it. Have there been errors along the way? Sure. But I mean, that's to be expected with any company that's been around the first year. Right. WWE, for those that want AEW and WWE in this heated rivalry, you have to remember one thing. WWE had about a 60-year head start in the game. You know what I mean? AEW, they're just learning getting the training wheels off the bike, so to speak.
Well, you know, you can say what you want, but when WCW was there and Bischoff had charge and they had the Monday Night Wars, it came pretty close to this 60-year-old company washing up. So, you know what? Nothing is impossible. I think, and I say this all the time, WWE is and will always be, in my opinion and others, the premier of professional wrestling.
The Coca-Cola.
There you go. Never
The
take that.
Budweiser.
Never take it away from them, ever. But the fact of the matter is, and I think Vince would agree, that you know what? 2 or 3 furniture stores on the same street, always good for business. You know why? Because it makes you try harder. It makes you write stuff to beat the other guy out. That's why Monday Night Raws was so good. That's why the war was great, because you never knew what to expect. You couldn't help but tune in. Even when Bischoff said, well, here's the results of WWE Raw, you said, screw you, I'm still going to watch it. It was just that exciting.
For those 83 weeks, Nitro won the head-to-head competition battles. Who knows what may happen in the future with AEW? While I say it was an awesome, outstanding success story, I would not give it an A. I think there were many, too many areas of improvement. I'd give it a very solid B, though.
Yeah, B,
and I
B
think
minus.
it's only on the up. It's certainly not on the down.
No. It's going to continue to grow. It's on the way up. I don't know if I get Tony Khan involved in it the way they're getting him involved now. On-camera appearances. It's like a Vince McMahon thing. But Vince had the character. Vince had the ability.
Tony Khan
I'm the man. It was great to see that guy. And ratings went up when McMahon was on.
And I don't know if Khan has that type of personality.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
He does.
Well, you know what? Again, we can only wish them great success. The greater success AEW has, the greater it is for professional wrestling as a whole. I just think Cody, I think he should have been a little bit more open-minded at the pros and the cons of what had gone on in the company over the year. A lot of great things, but, there are a lot of areas of improvement, too, for a first-year growing company. Again, that's not a knock against them. They were just, there's some things on that show each week that I really like, and then there's a few segments on AEW. Sometimes I can't believe that they're even on national television. They're so
like
bad.
the Jericho thing and the fighting in the lobby with the popcorn. That was stupid. That was absolutely stupid. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Anyway, I can say the same thing about the other promotions out there. So Impact, WWE, whoever's out there. So
Well, I'll tell you this. I really like the alignment, the business relationship between AEW and Impact. I think that helps both promotions, especially Impact, I should say.
Wasn't that a smart move?
Impact needs anything that can pump a little life into it. You talk about needing a vaccine.
100. What did they get? 500,000 more viewers.
Between all their different platforms, yeah.
500,000
television
more?
and social media, yeah. Yep. So it shows Kenny Omega, a man we had here in the Millennium Wrestling Federation way back in 2005, has turned into one of the, no pun intended, one of the elite athletes in professional wrestling. I think Kenny Omega is great. If I was Kenny, again, if you want to talk about grading someone, I wouldn't give him an A+ just based upon the fact that I think he's a little too comedic for someone with so much talent. I think the comedy should be saved for those that need it. When you're that good, you don't need the comedy. You know what I mean?
There again, I'm not the writer.
No,
there again,
well.
I'm not the character. I only know this.
You just know how to shoot.
When you do WWE, I'm telling you right now, there is no deviation. This is the way it is. Don't deviate. And, maybe he's got free hand like The Rock has, or Austin, or Cena, to do whatever you want when you're out there. You can see, I think one of the things that is not taught in wrestling today is ring psychology and how to read the crowd. Mm-hmm. So if it's not working, Kenny, don't do it.
All right, and Johnny, before we go on this episode, another enlightening episode, as always, on Friday nights after SmackDown each and every week here on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Friday. Your thoughts on the reactions around the wrestling world to the passing of Luke Harper, Brody Lee, and real-life John Huber. It has touched every promotion, it seems like, in every way.
I think we covered this on the podcast.
We discussed the passing, but not the reaction, which has been out of this world.
Unbelievable is all I can say. Shocked. Tremendous loss. It's so good to see his son in the ring, following in Dad's footsteps. I guess he wrote his own promo. But it just is a tragedy to see a talent of this caliber, a man that never gave up, never quit, just said, okay, you don't want me here, I'm going here. And he began to find the niche, and it was beginning to work, and then all of a sudden, it's like somebody rings the bell. The match is over. Wow. 41 years old. Wife and 2 children, or 3 children. I was devastated, shocked. I've watched this man work many times. I had the opportunity to see him backstage.
You had a vendetta with your son at one point when he was
did
feuding
indeed.
with the Wyatts?
Yep, and I saw him take John one-on-one in Rochester, New York, where he was the favored son.
Yeah.
They just kind of cheered him, and talk about Cena being booed out of the building. Wow. But there again, what a tremendous person, tremendous human being, a great loss to humanity and a great loss to the world of professional wrestling. I don't know what else to say.
Did you think we'd ever see a time where WWE talent would be tweeting links to the opposition's television show? I mean, I think that really speaks volumes right there.
It speaks volumes to the talent and to the owner of WWE. There was no, don't you do it, take it down, get rid of that. I think that, you know what, I think the thing that most people fail to realize in the professional wrestling business is that there is humanity. When I've worked with them, you know, they are people. They're not circus freaks. They're real people with real feelings. And when one of our brothers and sisters is hurt, we want to reach out. We want to let people know. Not just a select few of us, all of us want to let people know we loved you, we cared about you, what can we do to help your family and all this. Sometimes it's restricted. So it was so wonderful to see the love that came out of that. You know, I even teared up when I read it. I'm going, wow, what a loss. And to see that, I think it's outstanding. It says a lot about the men and women in the business and the men and women who own the promotions.
Yeah, and you know, WWE has used some of their non-televised platforms to do tributes to him on some of their talk shows and on WWE Network. So certainly they haven't allowed the man's memory to be forgotten either, and they've paid a nice tribute to him. AEW has certainly gone above and beyond, and I think it speaks to the character of Tony Khan to extend a contract to the 8-year-old son in 10 years, that if he wants to be active in the world of professional wrestling, he already has a contract signed.
It's awesome. And
that says a lot about Tony Khan, I think.
It's awesome. It really is. And you can see how when you open up your heart, it opens up your mind. You know, and I just say to people, just let it go. Open it up. Open up and watch how the world begins to change. And you can already see it happening. So, again, I'll miss him. I'm sure a lot of people are going to miss him. It's a horrible thing. But who knows when, where, or how. That's why every day you have is a gift. You know, that's why it's called the present. Enjoy it. Live it to its fullest. You never know what's around the corner. So go for it.
And before we go, Johnny, a gentleman passed away in this industry that was long before my time, and I thought maybe there was a chance when you were young, and you might have been familiar with him, one of the premier managers in the early days of the WWF, Bobby Davis. He was the manager of Buddy Rogers back when the company, during its inception, along with Wild Red Berry.
Yes.
Do you have any memories of Bobby Davis that you could share? Because I know nothing about the man other than he existed.
Wild Red Berry I remember seeing, so I probably saw Davis.
When you were real little.
Yes, and so my recollection is, you know, excuse me, not as good as it would be for now or those I actually work with or had the ability to watch. So I can't really address the issue.
Well, I like to pay tribute to all of the greats in the business when they pass. Bobby, obviously. I bet he would have been a great interview in the studio for someone that was around during the inception of what is the worldwide leader of the genre right now, you know, to be, especially Buddy Rogers, who was the first WWF champion back in 1963.
I remember Rogers.
And Bobby, apparently, from what I had read and learned about the man after the fact, he was making several millions of dollars in the 60s off of real estate investments. So he really didn't need pro wrestling. He loved pro wrestling. So I think that says a lot about Bobby Davis.
We all love pro wrestling. And, you know, people say to me, why do you do what you do? Why don't you stop? Because I love it. Because I love the people I come in contact with. I love the people I see, the people I help. You know, and that's what makes you sad when we lose someone. You reach out to everybody. And you really are TV in real life. You know, people see, they go, oh, wow, can I do this? Can I do that? Would you take a picture? Of course, and that's what it really is all about. And that's why when that page turns and the book is closed, you kind of go, wow, the chapter ended too early. So, I was fortunate to work with the Grand Wizard.
When you promoted some shows back in the 70s,
Yes,
yeah.
when I did some promotion. And,
Ernie Roth.
Yes, I tell you what a great guy.
You liked Ernie?
He was a great guy. I don't know what you know about him personally. Probably don't want to know. But as far as being in the business and doing what he did, I mean, he was with Valiant. I was there with Freddie Blassie. I look back on that and I go, wow.
Do you have any old posters or programs from those shows that you produced?
I probably do.
I would love
I have
to see
an attic
those.
full of memorabilia.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
They would probably shock you if you went through it with things you've forgotten about.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I'm sure that when my bell rings, my sons will do what everybody else does. There'll be a dumpster out front, and everything will just kind
Well,
of
tell them to give me a call. I'll go over and help.
All right.
If you have stuff like that, it certainly doesn't belong in the trash.
I've got posters with Jay Strongbow.
Do you really?
With the Hot Punch.
Stan
Stan
Stasiak?
Stasiak. He was with the Grand Wizard. Yep. I have posters like that.
Wow.
I actually have one of the Hot Punch that he used with the tape. I had a lot of fun.
I think they would look great on this set someday.
Well, I don't know where I've got.
Hopefully, it doesn't wind up in the trash, no matter where it goes.
My attic is full, so whether it will last or not, I don't know.
Well, even your collection is fabulous.
There's one thing you have is memories, and I guess I say to people every day, the success you have in life is not based on the dollars you have or the toys you have. When you leave this world, it's based on the number of hearts and people you touched. That's what really life is all about. That's how my success, that's what I want to be remembered for. Whom did I touch? Whose heart did I open? Whom did I bring closer together? Enemies and friends. That's really, to me, that's a successful life. Not millions and trillions. Not books and bangles like you have. You know what? Good luck.
It's almost like one of Cecil's land parties.
I'm not going there either. Where they serve Shaw's chicken wings.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. Again, if you're watching on Friday night after SmackDown, chat away in the premiere. Tell us what you think about the different topics discussed on this program. As always, help us keep the lights on. The Super Chat is open. Any denomination helps. It helps us bring more great wrestling superstars into this studio. As always, if you want the early, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders each week. If you want the Studio Shoot Interview DVD library with classics from Sheiky Baby, Paul Bearer, Boogeyman, Kamala, Vader, and so many more that have passed on. If you want to help keep professional wrestling legends working now in month 10 of the pandemic, then for less than the cup of coffee that this man is drinking, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Don't forget that the eBay store is always open for business with great collectibles. The link can be found in the description box below. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next Friday night at 10 to kick off Royal Rumble weekend. Until then, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling's Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker John Nord returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker January 22nd.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Friday Night. We thank you for joining us, no matter where you may be here in the United States. When your countdown to be home may begin, by 10 o'clock you may be forced to be in the house, so why not come out and hang out? We have some fun, we have some laughs, we have some insights. You're always shooting.
I always say what I say.
Margot says you love to shoot.
Alrighty, let's see. Monique just said goodbye.
It's like a torpedo launcher, she said.
Wow. All right, Johnny.
Johnny shooting is fabulous, baby.
Wow.
No vaccine needed.
I don't know about I don't know if I'm taking a vaccine. Is that for ED?
We'll have to talk
I don't
to
need
Tony
that.
about
No,
that.
I don't need
We'll
that.
have
All
to
right.
talk to Tony about that. All right, wrestling fans, it certainly is one of the biggest weekends of the year. I remember I had so much fun last year. WWE was kind enough to have me down as a guest in Houston for the Royal Rumble 2020.
They flew you down, gave
No,
you a hotel?
are you kidding me? No, they gave me tickets. They didn't fly me down. I wish.
I was going to say.
I almost choked for a second.
Oh, all right.
I would have taken them. I would have taken the tickets. No, the airline tickets, I mean.
Oh,
they don't like me that much.
I haven't been invited to any of them, so you're better than me.
Well, you'll have to come hang out. I'm trying to think of the name of the field. Minute Maid Field in Houston, because they had the Nolan Ryan statue in front of the field, and it was a nice field.
That's good.
I enjoyed myself in Houston. I don't know where Royal Rumble was going to be this year, but it's always a fun event to me. I love big stadium shows. And it's nice because we can always tape some interesting content when we're on the road. But nonetheless, Johnny, the road to WrestleMania officially kicks off Sunday night with the final bell. Some interesting matches set to take place as we tape this. We want to run through it. The fans wanted some input as Drew McIntyre defends the WWE Championship against one of your all-time favorites, Goldberg.
And what else are we going to talk about?
Do you see a new champion Sunday night at Tropicana Field under the Thunderdome?
Okay, this is a long one, a real long one.
Let's hear it, baby.
Right? McIntyre loses.
You think McIntyre loses like The Fiend did last year?
You know what? And I said it before, I'll say it again. I think the world of Bill Goldberg, and I do. I truly, truly do. He's got it. He's all there. But to put him out there, and I guess one of those things that was flashback to me was, don't embarrass him. That's all I'm saying. Don't embarrass him. Let him wrestle. Let him show what he can do. Let him get out there, and let's see a wrestling match. I guess if anybody can make it look good, it'll be McIntyre. And I thought The Fiend could have done the same thing. But let's see what happens. I'm going to take a long shot. I'm going to say that McIntyre drops the belt.
And who do you think Goldberg loses it to?
Roman Reigns.
The two different brands, though. You think they're going to really mix things up a little bit?
I would. You need to do it.
If you were, let's say, the booker, the head writer, would you advocate for the Goldberg title change, or is this a prediction?
You know what? Vince McMahon has always been the king of expect the unexpected. So every fan out there now is expecting Goldberg to lay down for Drew McIntyre.
Even though he beat The Fiend last year in Saudi Arabia to win the Universal Championship in one of the worst decisions of 2020, coronavirus level bad.
All I'm saying is this. Vince McMahon is the king of expect the unexpected. Every fan you talk to, and I meet a lot in the street, they're expecting Drew McIntyre to polish the floor with Goldberg.
Well, and I hate to say it, but certainly you could even include COVID in the angle, that McIntyre wasn't 100%.
He's sick, not 100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
It'd make the loss a little easier to digest than if he just took a clean 1-2-3 from Goldberg in the middle.
Well, you know, and the other thing is McIntyre has had some good feuds. There have been some great opportunities for young men and women in the WWE, especially the men going against McIntyre. I haven't seen too much of Braun Strowman. I would think that if Goldberg lost, that would be a good match. Goldberg against Strowman.
Well, they did that at WrestleMania last year, and it was not much to write home
about. No, and that's why I'm saying don't embarrass either person. So, you know, my thing is if you drop the belt, if McIntyre drops it, then my question becomes, I guess like you keep asking me, who do you think will take the belt from Goldberg?
I have said it before, and I'll say it again. I do not think that Drew McIntyre's shoulders should lay down for 3 seconds on a professional wrestling mat until fans are allowed back in the venues, so WWE officials can get that organic, instant, natural reaction, not what fans say on social media, not what fans say on television sets in the Thunderdome, to get that real instant fan reaction. That's how the quote-unquote old-timers used to gouge how over or not over someone was. I think Drew hasn't had a truly a fair chance yet to show whether he is or is not a guy they can build the company around. Well, could he be a top guy? Could he be a top star in the company? Sure. Can he be the face of the company? That's certainly unknown. I would say no at this point, but I think you have to give the guy the chance because they have very few options. He's a younger guy. He's got size. He's got that accent going for him, a little James Bondish. Maybe that's not exactly what.
No. You're right on the money.
He's got something
he's
different.
He's got that Scottish accent in there, which I think appeals to individuals. But my question becomes, okay, I really do. I think he's going to drop the belt because he's the king of the, expect the unexpected. Otherwise, it's too predictable, and then you go, here it is, just another friggin' show.
I'd have him lose it back to McIntyre at WrestleMania. If that was the decision they made.
All right.
I'd say I'd build it up. All right, now Goldberg, okay, you beat me once. I was still recovering at WrestleMania. I'm going to be 100%, and I'd do the rematch at Mania.
And in the meantime, who does Goldberg defend against? Because how many matches?
He only does 2 matches a year, though. So
that's it. When is his contract up? Next year, or the year after?
No, he's got at the end of he's got 2 matches in 2022.
And that's it.
And then that's it.
That's it. All right. So my question becomes, how do you let this man, and this has always been a question, you let the man win. Drew McIntyre drops the belt. Now, he's only 2 matches in 2021, right? So what's your second match? Who's going to defend the title? What was the big bitch with the Beast, Brock Lesnar? Right. No title defenses.
Right.
And I think the word you were looking for was not gouge, but gauge. The old-timers wanted to gauge to see who was the best. I agree with you. If you want to do that, then you have to let McIntyre have the run.
Well,
We'll
I
see.
think if Goldberg wins, it's going to be an automatic loss for Goldberg unless they add more dates onto that contract. Because if he's only doing 2 matches a year,
The next one is
that's what I
WrestleMania.
mean, and he's going to lose.
Yep, it doesn't make sense.
Or, you know what, if you wanted to talk about maybe expect the unexpected, you could have Goldberg drop it on the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view and do something different headed into WrestleMania.
I like that. I like that.
You never know.
Good thought.
You
good
never
thought.
know.
No, that's a good thought. All right, that's my prediction.
I still say Billy Goldberg brings it for a man of his age. I don't care what his age is. He's a badass-looking guy. I wouldn't want to take.
I wouldn't want to mess with him. I'll tell you right now. I met him in person. You don't want to mess with Goldberg.
What about this one, though, Johnny? For the WWE Universal Championship at the Royal Rumble, Roman Reigns defends against Adam Pearce.
Look, here we go again. Predictability. You don't expect the tribal chief to lose, do you?
No, not
No.
to Adam Pearce.
And I got to tell you something. I love Roman Reigns' look. I love it. Why the hell did you wait so long? Why? It's got to be Roman Reigns all the way. Let me tell you something. You know what my thoughts were on Reigns before, right? I'm behind this guy 100%.
I love the little faction with Roman and Uso and Paul Heyman. I think, I hate quote-unquote sports entertainment, but I think the way they made Adam Pearce the #1 contender was amusing.
Yep.
That was a way, that's how you play up something like that.
Yep.
And you couldn't do it seriously. But good for Adam Pearce, for a guy that never really had a match on WWE television. Now he's going to be in one of the championship matches at the Royal Rumble.
He's going to get killed.
He's going to get killed.
You know that. He's
But
gonna
for him, no matter, at the end of the day, he did it.
The check's
Just
the same, isn't it?
Just like you when you main evented Monday Night Raw.
And 425,000 more people tuned in
I thought
to
you
watch
were
me
gonna
get my ass
say-
kicked.
I thought you were going to say you got paid $425 grand. He's getting up again.
I don't think so.
Johnny, predictions. Who is going to walk away the victor of the women's Royal Rumble? Do you have a prediction for that? It's a little more of a challenge where you have sometimes not 2, but even 3 brands challenging for that, because it's pretty much the same 30 women every year. They have to pull some legends out of the bag, and it's tough to fill those 30 slots.
I'm glad you said slots.
You know,
You said slots, which was good.
Molly Holly's probably going to get one of them in some incarnation of some gimmick that she did in the past.
I think the world of that young lady, you know. I really do.
You helped train her outside of wrestling, did
I
you
don't
not?
know about that.
Well, you had some assistance to her in a vocation outside of wrestling.
She wanted to get into assessing. But she is, in my opinion, a very, very kind, awesome human being.
I remember at WrestleCon, she came up and
over
gave you a big hug.
and took a picture. Yep.
They all want the hugs from Johnny.
She's just a wonderful, wonderful human being. Will she walk away champion? No, ain't gonna happen. It's a one-time shot if she gets a slot in there. You know, that's going to be a tough one to call.
You don't have a prediction.
I don't, because there's so many good people that are going to be in there. Stratus is coming back.
She is. I didn't know that.
I heard rumblings that she may be back. Certainly, if she comes back, I'd give the belt to her at a drop of a hat.
Give her maybe a Goldberg type run with the title. for
Yeah, and I think
WrestleMania.
that would be a good run with the title, because now even Lita, you know, I think Amy Dumas. You know, I'm not saying that you really want to get that high.
Yeah.
You notice I didn't when the last couple of shows we talked about Lita coming back, Amy Dumas. I think Amy's a wonderful person, wonderful.
I think,
but not what we need
not
right
from
now.
a human point of view, but I think as far as the wrestling presentation, if she were to try and come back for a run like that, I think she'd need a run through the recycling bin first. But
wow, wow, whoa! All I'm saying is, when they invite you on the show, Amy, it's your chance. It's your chance.
No, and it's nothing against her personally. It's just she has the last few times they've used her and it's a physical business.
She can't do it.
She
No.
hasn't presented well.
She can't do that.
Trish always looks fantastic.
Mickey James will be there, I'm sure.
I know you love Mickey.
Well, no, but you know, I look at the human side. I also look at the wrestling side. You know, who else can we pick? There's just gonna be 30 women in that ring. Try to be the writer that says.
What about Sasha? She's already the champion, so no, it couldn't be her. I'm trying to. Isn't it crazy that the business has evolved to
It's
where it is
unfortunate
now,
that
I can't even remember who the champions are off the top of my head?
It's unfortunate that this thing with Sports Illustrated occurred, but as I said, you know, and it's unfortunate it's the Royal Rumble. It should be an open challenge by Sasha Banks when she wins the Royal Rumble. Open. Bayley runs in, accepts the challenge, pins her. 1, 2, 3. Wow, we got a title exchange. Now we got some storylines coming up here. But you know what?
What about one of the NXT ladies? Wouldn't that be interesting? Talk about, I'll say this, whether you like or dislike it, it would be a way to get someone new over instantly. They'd be over instantly winning the Rumble. You don't think so?
You know, you talked about the older guys and ladies in this business. The one thing I missed was when they started bringing up NXT, putting them over on the upper stars. You haven't even paid your dues yet, and you're already elevated to superhero status. That didn't sit well with a lot of the older people in the business. Me for one. You know what? Go out there. You know, I say to people, you want to put me up against Randy Orton, NXT, John Cena Sr. You know what? Thank you for letting me have the rub. That alone says a lot. Just and for some reason, professional wrestling fans don't understand what that rub is. You know, the fact that you were even in the ring with Austin or The Rock or Paul Levesque, Triple H, or John Cena Jr., the fact that you were in that ring is enough to say that you were good enough to step through the ropes. It's like John Cena, Kurt Angle.
Yeah, when that angle kicked off.
Yeah.
Well, at some point you have to try and elevate these NXT women. What a better way to do so than to, I mean, imagine a Royal Rumble victor that is a relative unknown to the masses.
Okay,
I think that would be kind of cool.
All right, so maybe I'll go along with you to a point. Let's put maybe 2 NXT and 2 veterans in there, whatever, and let's keep them guessing. It looks like, it could be, will it be? Oh my God, no. When Daniel Bryan won the title at WrestleMania. Okay.
The Miracle on Bourbon Street.
Oh, please. That was just,
Yeah,
I mean, you know,
a little much.
I think the word to Daniel Bryan, no question about it. I'll stand up for the guy any day of the week.
It's not a personal comment. It's just one of the physical
He
presentation.
got the shit kicked out of him, put it bluntly. He went out in a stretcher, all wrapped up, and I'm coming back to beat you. Oh, please.
And then he started playing ping pong for Kane afterwards. But speaking of rub, maybe 2 veterans that could be included in the Women's Royal Rumble that when they saw you at WrestleCon wanted to give you a rub. Hall of Famers Jackie Moore and Ivory.
Again, I have what you don't. Respect. Ivory, tremendous.
I'm not saying you did it. I'm just saying they were giving you the eyes.
I don't know. Where do you see this? I get all this entourage of women. I have people on my yachts, my planes, my cars.
Which
I don't
one
get
was
it.
that? That's when we were in Orlando with Shelton and Zeb Coulter.
Yeah, thank God for Moniz, because you know what, folks? I go to dinner a lot alone. So any fans out there want to take me to dinner, you know.
Forget about the fans. It's the women in the industry.
Okay, we're the emails.
Auntie Bella.
See, I get serious, he gets comical, and that's what makes this such a great show.
And we have a lot of laughs. We have a
lot
lot
of fun, and I'm open to that.
One thing the fans on Patreon have asked about, Johnny, is some of the behind-the-scenes shenanigans. We talked to Cecil the Lion right now, who's busy setting up LAN parties this winter. But we'd like to give the fans, if you think we have fun when the cameras are rolling, you should see what happens sometimes when they're off.
Really?
With us.
Crazy women in here and everything?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh,
but
well, I'm not
behind
interested.
the scenes. All right.
Behind the scenes? Well,
I'm not talking Pat Patterson.
One of the finest human beings in the world, always there to help, always there to be there. I mean,
you know, I have a lot of respect for the Hall of Fame.
I understand where your joke's coming from, but
you didn't find it funny, that's all.
No,
you didn't find it funny at all. Well, that's all right.
Any more than Cecil having parties over septic systems. I don't.
No, LAN parties.
I don't know what those are. LAN or LAND?
LAN, all capitals.
I'm not going there. No, that's not a good thing to say.
What, LAN? Why is it a bad thing to say?
Well, explain what that party is.
It's, I guess, like a 90s version of before the internet really existed, a way people would play video games together. They'd hook their computers up.
So anyway, let's go back to the Royal
Instead
Rumble.
of what you'd call a circle jerk, you'd have a circle game.
So now let's go back to the Royal Rumble. The Royal Rumble!
Now, what do you got for the men, Johnny?
Oh.
It may be this guy, since we're on the center camera. Do you think maybe the Fiend could walk away with the Rumble?
Anybody's guess.
Think of the interesting entrance he could have, the way he
I have to-
manipulates the Thunderdome.
I still have to tell you this. When I first met that young man as his first character, I said to him in catering, we were coming out of catering, and I said, you know, I just have to say this to you. You probably have the most interesting, best character right now next to The Undertaker in WWE. And I really meant it from my heart. Not that I'm a talent agent, that I can see all this magic. He still has it. And I only hope he comes out the winner. There's so many storylines to come out of the Rumble if they play it right that could go on till WrestleMania and be draw matches with question marks. Is he going to win? Is he not going to win? You know, I like him.
Well,
I'll pick him.
The funny thing is, Johnny, there's still so much unknown about the big event. Usually by September or October, I'll have, through the grapevine from friends, know several of the top matches for Mania coming up. And I have no idea what they have planned this year. In my own educated opinion, I'm thinking maybe they have a lineup for fans in the venue and a lineup if they have to do it at the Thunderdome again without fans. I don't know. But whatever they've done, they've kept quiet, and I guess that's a good thing.
I just hope Vince understands, and I'm sure he does, and he's a great businessman, a great, great, great guy. Stephanie, Triple H, the whole bunch. You know what? It doesn't have to be April, Vince. A lot of these arenas are domed now. They have central air involved in there. You know what? If you got to push it off till August, do it. Make it because one of the things we lose at the greatest show in the world, what makes it great is not only the wrestlers, it's
You
the
guys.
fans.
You guys at
Yeah,
home.
without you, it's nothing. It's the same thing on the indie circuit. I walk out there as John Cena Sr., Johnny Fabulous. If you don't have that reaction, it's kind of hard to make it work, to make it all come to fruition. No matter how hard you do it, a lot of fans will sit there and look at it on TV. Wow, did you see that? That was a planned move. Look at that. That's a wrestling move. Yep, that they teach him in school. It's all gone. The mystique, the magic, it's gone.
Do you think maybe if Bray Wyatt is not the victor of the Royal Rumble, perhaps we could see The Fiend taking on, after what happened on Raw this past week as we're taping this episode, the man whose sledgehammer he lit on fire, Triple H? It'd be a first-time match. I think the fans would have a real interest in it, as long as the right guy wins.
You know, what do I say? I have a lot of respect for Triple H, the best, trained by Kowalski, outstanding athlete. Cena's been with him. You know, Daniel Bryan, he puts on a hell of a show.
He throws one of the best right-handed punches in the history of the business. I love his rights.
Oh, wow. I remember hitting Daniel Bryan once, and I went back, and CM Punk held him while I hit him. And I said,
in Lowell.
Yeah, I said, boom, I went back, and I said, geez, I hope I wasn't too stiff. And I remember Triple H saying to me, no stiffer than your sons. So I guess that says a lot. But I would love to see The Fiend come out of this and then face Paul Levesque, Triple H. I think there's a great storyline there. I really think that it could get real creepy with Stephanie, the kids, the grandparent. It could get really scary. Linda McMahon, it could get really scary. I mean, look, I had a lot of fun with what it did with me and Randy Orton and Edge. And I think that the writers, if they really want to make it eerie and you know, boom, I think you get 3 or 4 storylines that could really stretch this thing out and be meaningful. Whether they're going to choose to do that or not, I don't know. My money's on The Fiend.
Well, I know when they have fans, they do want to have a gigantic blow-off. I don't know if Texas Death Match, a last man standing type match between Edge and Randy Orton to play off of Orton causing the injury that put Edge out of action for the better part of the year. Hopefully that can take place. But I think Triple H in Fiend would be very interesting. What do you think about how all of a sudden how Alexa Bliss has become possessed, shooting fireballs at Randy Orton as if she was the original Sheik, Eddie Farhar at Cobo Hall in Detroit with Bobo Brazil back in the 60s?
What was Jerry Lewis's thing? Goodness gracious, great balls of fire! You know what?
Do you like possessed Alexa Bliss? I don't know why she's dressing and talking
Too late, too soon.
like a 6-year-old
Or
all
too
of a
soon,
sudden.
too late. Because she's Sister Abigail. She's Abigail.
But she's not Abigail.
But look at the movie Abigail, that little doll.
There's a movie? Oh, that's Annabelle.
Annabelle. Look at that movie and look at the character. There is definitely a correlation.
I don't like it.
Well, and I think it's too much, too late, too soon.
I think it makes him too hokey, and I don't think he
well,
should
you don't
be
need it. He
presented
doesn't
as
need
hokey.
it. You know what I'd like to see?
What would you like to see?
The battle for the urn and the hammer. The battle for the urn, which has that magical, fiendish power for the hammer.
What hammer?
The sledgehammer, Triple H.
You want to see Triple H against The Undertaker?
No, against this man, who somehow has inherited the urn.
You think he's going to inherit the urn?
Oh, please, there's a lot of shit you could do with this. People think I'm too far out there. I told you before, and I'll tell you again. Everybody hated me, including my son. The guy to beat Taker would have been Wyatt. Would have been spooky, over, great. What do I know?
In this incarnation as Fiend, I agree with you. When he was Waylon Mercy type Bray Wyatt, I liked him, but it was too overexposed. It was on TV 52 weeks a year,
All right.
and I think that took away some of the... I don't think he was even as eerie as Luke Harper and Rowan under the mask, to be honest with you.
So maybe Kane comes back with the urn or whatever. Kane's not
that's
finished.
True. Yeah, Kane's not done yet.
He's not done yet.
You come back for that payday,
I think there's a lot to be done here. There's a lot to be done. And forget Paul. Forget the hammer. Maybe it's Kane that possesses the ashes now, that possesses the magic within the urn, whatever that magic was. Maybe Abigail is the one to use that to continue to fuel the Fiend. Who knows? There's so much WWE is missing here. They're not reading between the lines. They're not looking at what the possibilities are. Only remains to be seen.
Well, after Randy Orton broke some of the puppets in the Firefly Funhouse, I'm sure their vendetta is far from over, too.
Yes, we can say that Randy Orton busted a lot of wood.
Well,
Get that? Wood, ED, you got it.
we'll have to talk to Tony about that.
Okay.
But fans, if you're watching on Friday night after SmackDown in the premiere, what matches would you like to see at WrestleMania this year? It's a unique year. The location has not been revealed yet. I was told it is definitely not in Los Angeles, which makes me think it's going to be somewhere in Florida. When? I don't know.
My guess it's going to be Tampa.
But the problem is they'd have to go to the football field because by April, the baseball stadium would be needed by the Rays.
Yeah, but they don't play every night at that.
But you know how long it takes to set up WrestleMania's set. They'd need weeks for that venue. I think they'd have to go to Raymond James at the NFL stadium in Tampa.
Okay, whatever. But you know what? I've seen the WWE crew at work.
And they work.
And when I tell you to dream the impossible dream, these gentlemen and ladies, they don't get enough credit.
They're like Disney.
Oh, they don't get enough credit. I'm telling you right now. They say, this is what I want it to be. And I'll tell you what, he puts it on paper, somebody makes a model, and these men and women create the reality. Give them a pat on the back. The special effects, the things you see.
The athletes
Rusev
can't do
on
it
a
without
tank.
them. Yep.
Oh my God. And they can do it in a week. But give these people the credit they deserve.
I'm just saying, from the point of view of time, I don't think they'd have the time they'd need at the baseball field in order to do it if it's in the middle of the baseball season.
You know what? There's always room for anything. This talks, so there's always
Well,
room.
you never know. Maybe the baseball season could start late again.
Or maybe you write a little bit of the baseball into WrestleMania. Who knows what could happen down the road.
All right, well, it is going to be an interesting spring, fans. Nonetheless, again, we ask you, what would you like to see happen at WrestleMania? What do you think is going to happen this Sunday night at the Royal Rumble? We want some predictions in writing in the Premier Chat or in the comment section below. Again, fans, don't forget, if you want to keep the lights on, if you want the superstars like John Cena Sr., Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, Marty Jannetty, our rotating Wednesday guests like the Nasty Boys, Leo Rush, the Warlord, Tatanka, Savio Vega, so many more that want to come and join us live and in person, like Jake the Snake Roberts is one of many that we had planning on coming with us later in 2020.
I'd be here for that one.
80s Fan Fest got pushed off. Unfortunately, Road Warrior Animal wanted to be with us and try and test the waters out as a semi-regular co-host. The limitations are impossible if you guys help the cause. Head on over to patreon.com for early ad-free access to every Wrestling Insider episode, along with access to the Studio Shoot Interview DVD library. And again, more important, now 10 months into this pandemic, you're helping keep professional wrestling legends working. Not the ones that are under contract to WWE and AEW that get the contract that get the check in the mail every other week, no matter what. We're talking about the guys that rely on the independent shows that aren't happening, the autograph signings that aren't happening, that truly need the support to live. They gave their bodies. Sometimes they gave up their families in order to try and give you great experiences on television and at live arenas. Here's a chance for us to use this humble little TV studio, no pun intended, Cheek, but to use this humble little TV studio to try and give back. Trying to help the legends is something, Johnny, I know you know how sarcastic I can be, but I think you know that is one thing that's always been very important to me.
The legends deserve it.
They
Those
do.
people that paid their dues and are now no longer part of the big picture, but at the indie circuits and make appearances here and there, I can't tell you how important it is to them. I've been with them, I've watched them, I've worked with them. So fans, reach out. You're 100%, Dan.
For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, patreon.com
Don't get donuts, you cheap.
Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Don't forget about what the quarantine rules may be in your state. The eBay store is open 24/7, baby. The link is in the description box below. We also have a great WWE T-shirt fundraiser going on. The links can be found there. Again, you're helping keep professional wrestling legends working. WWE is doing great for itself, even during a pandemic. The money they get just from their United States television contracts from USA and Fox Television is enough to keep them smiling for many, many years to come. For these legends that come to the studio, they're facing some very, very, very tough times, and it's very important to me. The Super Chat button is open if you enjoyed tonight's show. Don't forget to tip the bartender, and as always, do the little things. There are things that you can do that cost nothing. We know times are tough in 2021, Johnny. There's people going without a check, not just pro wrestlers, but if you give us a thumbs up, that costs nothing. If you share the link to the shows on your social media, that costs absolutely nothing. If you subscribe to the YouTube channel so you get alerts when the new shows come out, it costs nothing, and it helps us grow. The more people that YouTube sees watching the shows, the more YouTube is going to share it to new fans. The more new fans we get, the more people we have involved in the process, so we can bring you more guests, more talk shows, more cyber autograph signings. See, do you see how the meal is? We're preparing the meal, Johnny?
Hey, listen, by the way, I'm going to start a YouTube show for myself.
What are you going to do?
Cooking with John Cena Sr.
When are we going to start taping it?
I hope to start in another couple of weeks.
Now, who's going to be taping it? Are we coming up with the camera crew?
You're welcome to do that, but
Well, I mean, if you want to.
whatever I'm thinking of doing that show. I've had a lot of requests. I do a lot of cooking. They want to know if I can do stuff with diets and show how to do
The
shortcuts
Julia
and cook.
Childs of Boston Wrestling Sports,
We'll bring
John
Moniz in
Cena
there.
Sr.
We always argue when we cook. It'll be
Oh,
kind of a
that'll
fun
be
show.
fun.
It'll be a fun show. I
I'd
might even be
love
able
to
to
do
send you a
that.
clip. I'll send you a clip.
I think that would be a lot of fun.
Hang on, I'm looking for a lot of likes on that, and I'm even thinking of opening up a donut shop in Maine, in Kennebunkport. I'm looking for a little spot up there. It'd be the best little donut shop in Maine. We'll do unique donuts. I can't tell you what I'm thinking of, but
I think you should put a donut with the hand in front of it.
no,
You
Mike,
can't eat me.
Wow. Woof.
Hey, I'm trying to come
Oh,
up with ideas.
Hey, no, Diane's
don't like
Donut
you
Shop.
can't eat me. All
Diane's
right.
Donut Shop in over there in.
Diane's Donut Shop.
yeah,
Who's
they-
Diane?
They have a great little donut selection there.
Oh, this has nothing to do with you.
No, if I open my shop, I'll use their product. And
Oh, you're going to
maybe-
buy Diane's
And then I'll
Donuts.
come up with a few ideas, like a lobster roll donut. I don't know. We'll see. I get all these things to my head.
I like the idea you can't eat me. I think that
in the best little donut shop in Maine.
You could have.
Yeah, the best little whorehouse in Texas with a donut that says, "You can't eat me." All right.
have Tony
and they're all 69 cents. Right here,
You
Curtis.
could have Tony come down for the grand opening. Think.
I'd be honored to have Mr.
Think of how many
Atlas.
free donuts Tony would eat, and then how many he'd try and take home. And then as he's signing the autographs, the donut residue, it would look like the back end of a snowblower with the donut residue coming out of the side of his mouth.
So fans, please, support us, support the legends. Don't listen to him. I'm drinking Dunkin' Donuts, not Starbucks.
I don't know what they put in my coffee. We had a lot of fun, though, wrestling fans.
We do.
Hopefully, we're going to be doing a live watch along for the Royal Rumble Sunday night on WWE Network. Join us for some laughs, some puns, and some friendship. Until we speak again, folks, we'll be back next week to talk post-Royal Rumble as the road to WrestleMania begins on another fabulous Friday night. Be well. You don't like You Can't Eat Me?
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati along with John Cena Sr. The lights at the Thunderdome have gone dim, but John Cena Sr.'s dome is lit up. We had fun, for the most part, I'd say 90% of the time this past Sunday night during our Royal Rumble watch-along, I'd say.
Royal Rumble watch-along. We had a good time. It was fun for 90% of the time.
And
I would agree.
And I'd say probably about 70% of the show was good.
I think you hit the nail right on the head there, my friend. I've seen some Royal Rumbles, but the feedback I've gotten from those people I know, it just didn't score well.
It was a bumpy road to get to the final two matches, I think is a safe way to say it.
Wow, I got to tell you something. You know, I expected a hell of a lot more out of the Royal Rumble. I really did.
Out of the event entirely or certain matches?
I think certain matches in the event entirely, especially where it's going to lead up to WrestleMania. Anything now that's leading up to the big one should really be top level, top notch. And I'll be honest with you, I was fairly disappointed in the show.
Well, I know we were a big fan of the Last Man Standing match with Kevin Owens and Roman Reigns.
Outstanding.
And the Men's Royal Rumble was very good.
Outstanding again. 2 good matches. I think they did the women a disservice. I'm going to come clean with that again.
How did they do them a disservice?
Well, it was a women's Royal Rumble. That was their show. And why? Why? And I said it Sunday. I'll say it again now. I have no idea why they brought in that R-Truth and the 24/7 title, which means absolutely nothing. Nothing. The comedic, I think, involvement lost its luster. Absolutely horrible. You wouldn't do that to the men in the Royal Rumble, bring the women in with a 24/7 title. Why would you do that to them? Why would you take away their lackluster when they're out there trying to prove a point? And then to have that thing happen again while the R-Truth is out there talking, takes a walk, here we come from the booth, crotch shot, and then you're, please, you know what? I think what you ought to do, there are some things that are good, have a great shelf life. I'm a big fan of R-Truth. No question about that. Misusing him, putting him down, making him a little comedian out there, that's not what he's all about. Retire the 24/7 title. Whoever thought of it, time to put it away, go to sleep, and let's start doing some wrestling.
Well, the USA Network was a big proponent of the 24/7 title, and they wonder why their ratings are where they are. But I do want to note this, Johnny. I was told, as far as the organization went for the Men's Royal Rumble, one of the big individuals helping structure the match itself was a guy that I thought had top-tier potential to be a long-term main eventer, maybe even a WrestleMania main eventer in WWE, who unfortunately, his in-ring career may be over due to injury. The man that was, due to his love of, I guess, black women, Kurt Angle's son, Jason Jordan. I mean, he did an exceptional job working in that producer/agent's role backstage. I thought that was one of the better men's Royal Rumbles we've seen in quite a while.
It was, but you know what, Dan? I think I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. When you have predictability involved in any type of match, when you and I could sit here Sunday, and I said it, you know what? Randy Orton was not disqualified. He did not go over the top rope. I've worked with the Viper. He's worse than a Viper. You knew right away that the Viper was wiggling, sliming through. And I said it before, I said it Sunday, the Viper's coming back. Mr. Marty right here said he's coming in on that side of the ring, and sure enough, what happened? And he comes,
you know.
And what did I say? The winner of the Royal Rumble will be Edge. Well-deserved Edge. Proud of you, my friend. Adam Copeland, you've done a super comeback. You're a tremendous human being and a credit to business. You deserve to be at WrestleMania.
I almost wish I didn't have that conversation with my WWE friend, because as we discussed back and forth before the show, we kind of knew how it was going to end. But nonetheless, I thought it was a stellar Rumble. We got the return of Christian, who apparently now, after having years of battles with concussion, is ring ready to go. I don't know if he's going to be full-time, but he's going to be competing again.
You know, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you've had battles with concussions, if you have the injury that Edge has had, you know what? You've got to think twice. What's more important? Being in the ring, and I know, I love it. When I did it with WWE, there's nothing like it. But then you've got to stop. You've got to say, I've got a wife and I've got some kids. I've got a life. You know, let's take a look at Droz. Let's take a look at what happened to that poor guy. You know, let's take a look at what happened to Stone Cold Steve Austin. Let's take a look at what happened to many of the other wrestlers out there. You know, be safe. Be happy. Use this. That's all I'm going to say.
But you know the drug that is professional wrestling. Once it gets in your system, whoever wants to walk away from it.
Well, it's like theater.
Yeah.
You know, I did a lot of theater, and I can tell you this. Once the gimmick or the saying in theater is, once the grease paint hits the skin, you can never get theater out of your blood. And it's so true. And it's so true with professional wrestling, because you're involved in telling a story. You're involved in entertaining people. You know, and it's very difficult to let go. But there are other avenues. Edge would make a tremendous manager. He's got that evil look, that strange look. They're doing well making him a face. I think it's strange. It's very strange for me to see Edge as a face after what I went through with him.
Well, breaking into your home, yeah.
Yeah, and I was in Canada for that match between John and Edge, and I want to tell you something.
TLC.
I was in the front row. Edge's mother was behind me, and when John had him up on that ladder, you could see John shaking his head no, and it somehow still went down. That young man went through 2 tables and didn't move. He had a severe concussion, was knocked cold out. I was there. Crazy.
And that was 4 years before he had to retire. So that body went through 4 more years of abuse before, after WrestleMania 27 in his victory over Alberto Del Rio, he had to call it a career, or at least he thought he did, until he had enough recovery to feel that he can at least come back for this 3-year run and wrap up his career on his own terms, which, knock on wood, he'll be able to do.
3-year run is a 3-year run. Just make sure that you pace yourself like Daniel Bryan, another great, tremendous human being. Just make sure you pace yourself, take care of yourself. Those in the ring will always take care of you. Just make sure, because you don't want to end up in a wheelchair. You don't want to end up being unable to walk or physically take care of yourself. I think there's a lot of things we have to look at. There are other positions. There is life after wrestling, in managing, in producing, NXT. So there's plenty to do. You don't really get it out of your system. I'd be happy backstage producing. I'd be happy down at NXT, helping these kids out to be managers or referees. I mean, there's a lot that you can do. I still am lucky enough and fortunate enough to be in there, being the guy that I am, doing what I do. I do less than I did before, because obviously your body and your mind says, whoa.
You've got to pace yourself.
There you go.
Do you think seeing these great returns of Edge and Christian maybe gives Jason Jordan hope that maybe not in the immediate future, but maybe before it's all said and done, there may be medical ways for him to return to the squared circle? Because I tell you, you talk about a guy that had it all. He had reasonably good size. He had a great look. He was very well spoken. They tried to give him the rub of being Kurt Angle's son. I remember you and I did a show trying to figure out.
Cena, right?
Well, I don't know if you. I'm not even going to go that direction, Johnny. But I just thought, there is a guy, and they were grooming him for a great spot. As he had to go out due to injury, he was in the mix with Rollins and Dean Ambrose on Raw. It's a shame that he got injured, and they haven't been able to find the proper way to fix what needs to be fixed. But I think if that guy can ever get healthy again, I think WWE has another main eventer to throw on the roster. Do you think that seeing Edge and Christian now at, I believe, 47 and 46 years of age, do you think it gives a younger guy like that hope?
I would say yes. I would definitely say yes. There's always hope. Never, ever give up. There's always hope. But I think, again, I go right back to what I said. At 47 and 46, you can't do what you did at 30 and 25.
Right.
So I watched that Royal Rumble, and he was doing some pretty crazy stuff out there. I watched him pace himself over in the corner, take his breaks, do what he needed to do. But you know what? When you get in that ring in the main event against Drew McIntyre, there's no pacing anybody. It's straight out entertainment. It's straight out knock him down and win. You know what? I'm just a fan of slow down, pace it.
Do you think where now he has come back from 2 major injuries in less than a year at Royal Rumbles, maybe it was a little much to have Edge go almost an hour?
That was a surprise to me.
Yeah, that did surprise me. I wasn't surprised with who won. I was surprised by the length.
Oh, yeah. 1 whole hour. I was amazed. I sat back, but I did call it. I didn't have the inside information you had. I called that in the Women's Royal Rumble. I just didn't have it. We all called McIntyre versus Goldberg, although a lot of people thought there'd be a reversal there. Well, after seeing that jackhammer...
We got what we got.
Yep.
That jackhammer isn't breaking too much concrete at this point. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, I would say after watching that, we're lucky it didn't break somebody's neck.
What do you think the future of Goldberg will be, where he has likely one more match in WWE in 2021? Could you see him at WrestleMania? Do you think maybe you'd hold off till SummerSlam? Where do you think you could best use Goldberg, and if they stick to the contract and he has one more big match left this year?
I have no idea where to put this guy, really and truly. He's got the stamina. He's got the build. You know, he looks the part. But I think, like everybody else, we slow down. And to put him in there with a guy of the caliber of McIntyre, Seth Rollins, you know, even The Fiend. Has he fought The Fiend yet?
He was the one that captured the championship from The Fiend in Saudi Arabia in a match that was not well received last February.
So I would think if I were going to end Goldberg's career, I'd put him in there against The Fiend in a house-burning match. Whoever's in, I'm just using a gimmick. The house burns down and Goldberg's in it. That takes care of his contract. He's out, he's done. I don't think that's the way to let a man of his stature, stamina, and professionalism go out. He's a great guy. He really is.
Well, he has at least 3 matches left before the end of that contract.
Where do you put him? I mean, look, here's the only thing I can say about anybody. If you're going to put him into anything, put him into a storyline. Not a 1 week, 2 week, 3 week to lead up to the Royal Rumble. Put him into a storyline.
What about a man that sometimes always finds a way to pop up on a WrestleMania show in some unique ways when he's around? Shane O'Mac. He's not exactly a youngster anymore, but he's a man that takes some hellacious bumps.
He's a great guy. I really enjoy Shane.
And he helped put together the Rumble match too, I was told.
The men's?
Yeah.
Well, it's obvious there are a lot of brains involved in that match. There's no question about it.
Do you think Shane O'Mac could carry Goldberg to something decent, even if it was short?
Nope.
No.
Nope. Nope. Because Shane O'Mac, I've watched Vince and Shane in the ring when they were heels. I've watched Shane by himself. They're on a whole different level. I think Vince, could get in that ring with McIntyre, no offense, and do a better job. Yeah, because you know what? You wouldn't have all those fancy gimmick moves. You have all that cheating. You'd have all that eye gouging. It's just the old McMahon thing that would carry it. McIntyre wouldn't put up with it. Take him, beat him up, slam him down. Vince would come back and cheat a little bit. Whole different angle, but it still puts the match over. I liked the end of that match where they shook hands. I didn't appreciate the laughing or smiling. It really just says, we had a great workout, guy. Have a nice day. I think that they both paid each other tribute. I'm sure McIntyre
they respected each other in the end.
I'm sure McIntyre, as I would be, honored to work with Bill Goldberg, and I mean that. I say a lot about him, but I also compliment him because he deserves it. He deserves it. But once again, where do you put this man? I say if nothing's happened with The Fiend, then let's build around that and let's make it a storyline. Let's make it.
You want a rematch with Goldberg and The Fiend?
The
Fiend gets his win back, maybe?
Well, I don't care how you do it, but build a storyline because that could be a very, very interesting thing. Age, mysticism, evil, good. I would even bring that urn if I could get my hands on it. I'll tell you, immortality for The Fiend. I'll tell you, you know what? There's so much in my brain that nobody wants. I'm like Janetti. I have to get the filter on. But I think, where else do you put him? You put him in tag matches?
I'm sure there are a lot of fans that have no idea who Giant Baba is in all Japan. He was the owner, and, the Andre of Japan, I guess, would be the best analogy. But there was a man that worked well past his prime. But primarily, he'd be used in a significant way in 6-man tags in the, maybe the 3rd, 4th, 5th from the top match on the bigger events, where he still had value, his name, but he was very limited as far as what he could do in the ring. Maybe that would be the route to gold with Goldberg. But I still say in small, explosive doses, he's still Goldberg. The problem is those doses are very, very small.
And there reaches a point in your career where the pop isn't there. I'll bet you if there was a live
crowd. We're not talking Fabo pop.
No, the good stuff. I would say this, if there was a live crowd there, I'm not too sure the reception he would have gotten. I'm not sure you'd get that Goldberg. I just think, I think maybe it's time to hurt. Maybe you turn Goldberg heel. Maybe you make him a manager. He's got a lot of potential there. Why do you take this man and throw him out? What says he's got 3 appearances left that he can't come in, manage some young guy? Now you make it a tag match. He's in one corner, the young guy is in the other. The old Lou Albano, Paul Paul Heyman stuff that they used to do, that would work with Bill Goldberg. Yeah,
For
it
the
would.
money they're paying him, I don't think they want him to manage.
Well, you know what? Manage and then get involved in a match. It's too bad that they brought him in at what they brought, and they brought a lot of people in at a lot of money with the hopes or the belief that we're going to make a lot of money. It didn't work that way. It didn't work that way. And I think what people have to understand, my limited knowledge in this business, all I'm going to say to you is it's cash on the table. And you're going to pay me $7, $8, $10 million to come in. I pay that to the Beast because he puts asses in seats. You get your return every day, every dollar on my friend the Beast, right? Bill Goldberg, I don't care how far you distance his matches, all the stuff you read is just negative. I didn't see anything positive. So why not make it a positive picture? Find a way to do it. Why would you bring him in at that kind of money?
What would you, if you were going to give it a scale in school, what would you have graded Goldberg's appearance on Sunday at the Rumble with McIntyre? His match, what would you have given Goldberg?
I would tell you right now, that was a C- to a D.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that Bill Goldberg was at his 100% potential. I told you, the one thing that I hate outside of Mr. Perfect, chewing gum, God rest his soul.
You didn't like that?
That is just, you know what that says to me? I'm just out here to play. The chewing of the gum took away his whole persona of this man who is superhuman in strength. Goldberg should be matched in strength with McIntyre, but it didn't happen that way.
You know, I think maybe the biggest problem, Johnny, is that what he does is so limited and so spaced out. I think he has a problem stamina-wise. I think because he's not in the ring is, not to say that he should be a full-time guy, but even if he worked just, say, 4 or 5 times a year, at least he'd be in training mode more often than he likely is right now.
He'd be
One
better.
man's opinion, I don't want to speak for Bill Goldberg, but it's an opinion-based show. I still think he has a lot of name value, and I think, again, in small doses, he can be explosive and really get the fans going. We saw it. Look at that first match back he had with Brock Lesnar when he surprised everybody and beat him in about a minute and a half up in Toronto at Survivor Series, was that 2016?
Disgusting.
You were disgusted by that.
Disgusting.
How do you really feel, Johnny?
I have to give Brock Lesnar credit for doing the job for Bill Goldberg. That's the sign of a true professional, ultimate professional. And I would, if it was me against Goldberg, I would gladly do the job for Goldberg. But please, not even the same caliber. Don't even go there.
Well, that was a storyline that had a beginning, a middle, and an end. Goldberg
What, 2
shocked.
weeks?
No. Goldberg shocked the world with that Survivor Series win. He came back at Royal Rumble and eliminated Lesnar again, shocking the world again. At the Fastlane pay-per-view, he defeated Kevin Owens to win the Universal Championship. And then at WrestleMania 33 in Orlando, he did the honors and he put Lesnar over in what was probably the best match that Lesnar had. That Goldberg's had since he's come back. It went a good 6 or 7 minutes, and that was a brawl's brawl. That was really good. That's probably, I hate to say it, really been the only really good match he's had since he's come back.
Because Lesnar can brawl.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Well, you know
real
what? Goldberg
deal.
brought it too. Goldberg
What do I keep saying to you? I wouldn't want to be in a street fight against that guy.
It's just
I
gonna be
wouldn't want to
short.
be a bar fight. He'd knock the shit out of him. No offense. Nothing but kudos. But at the same time, it's an opinion show. I give my opinion. Like it or not. You might want to block me on Twitter or Facebook or whatever. That's fine. But I call it the way I see it. You have a man that's so prominent, so good at what he does. Now he's come down to a point where he just can't do all the things he used to do. Look, he didn't have that Goldberg physique that I remember when he came out, when the smoke came out of his nostrils. And it just, you notice it just wasn't there. So my whole thing is, whatever you do has got to be really, really good. You got to find a storyline for this guy, something that'll go 2, 3, 4 matches. 3, I guess, is all he's got left. So let's do it. But I disagree on one point. I don't think he holds the name value that you think he has.
Really?
Well, if he did, that main event would first match of the night. And if he did, don't you think more people would have been clamoring to get to see that match? Did you read the comments online? Or the once in a while people send me dirt sheets. It's like, holy mackerel. Do they understand? Oh, not again. Come on. Goldberg, come on. You know what? It ain't going to work. It's just not going to happen. He doesn't have it. He was good when he was. He was great when he was. But against McIntyre, if he beat Drew McIntyre, you know, there'd have been it was a live audience, there'd have been a riot in the arena.
You think so?
Oh,
I think there would have been a riot.
Please.
All right.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I tell you this, Johnny, in one of the more pleasant aspects of the Royal Rumble, we like to always have the surprises and the returns. Former MWF heavyweight champion Carlito came back not looking like $1 million, but $1.5 million. Unbelievable. I mean, if he was in that kind of physical condition 10 years ago when he departed, I don't think they ever would have got rid of him.
I'll tell you something. I've worked several shows with that guy in the independent with Carlito, and I can tell you this. What an eminent professional. All the way. I mean, all the way. I think that sometimes you get sour. You know, you get soured on the product, you get sour on the people, and I think that's what happened with Carlito and WWE. They had a sad parting of the ways. But once again, if you remember, they asked him to come back, and he said no. He said absolutely not.
Well, when I heard the money that they offered him, I was kind of surprised at how low it was. So I wasn't totally shocked that he declined that 2016 offer.
Again, but you know what? Vince McMahon, and I keep saying this, people can say what they want about him. Tremendous philanthropic human being. He's got a big heart. But he's also a businessman. So I'm going to throw you a low number. If you bite, you bite. And if you say, no, I don't want 165, I want 265. Now it's up to me. Will you put asses in the seat? Question mark.
They missed the boat on using the Colognes as a faction, I think.
Absolutely.
I think Carlito, what did they go by? Epico and Primo.
Right.
The three of them together, that would have made for a really interesting duo. I think they could have made some real magic with New Day as far as trios go.
Would have been awesome because, you know, you've got the Spanish faction, you've got the other faction. This could have been really good. It could have been the six of them taking over. The six. Yeah, you know, it was Rollins, Ambrose, and my friend there, the Chief, that came in and started to kick ass and take names.
Also, if they wanted to play off of real life, the Colognes and the Anoa'i families are very tight from the wrestling down in Puerto Rico. So you could look at Roman, Uso's involvement
Roman
too with them. So who knows what's going to happen? I was told it's a short-term return for Carlito for the time being. I didn't hear it from someone in WWE, but I was told that he's going to be given a chance to become a producer, which I find strange considering how many they had to get rid of because of coronavirus and got furloughed and got fired. And he's a guy that he's only a few months older than me, and he's never done the role before. So I find that odd. I don't know if I necessarily believe it to be true, but if it is, and he gets the job, good for him.
I think he'll do a good job at it. I really do.
In our experiences with him in our locker rooms, I'll say this, and it's not an insult towards him, but there was nothing about Carlito that said to me, this is a guy I could see being an agent. I don't know if you agree with that, but I mean, we had Carlito with us probably, I don't know, about a dozen times, but probably around 10. And I just, to me, from his personality, there was nothing wrong with him at all. I think very highly of Carlito. But as far as that position goes for him, I don't know if that's necessarily a great fit from what I observed then.
I think then on the indie scene he was young.
Yeah.
I think he came to do a job, get his check, and leave.
And that was that.
Yeah. Then as he went from you, I began to see a change. Became more.
Well, he didn't go from one to the other. He did both.
Yeah, but he became more serious in some aspects. He kind of grew up a little bit. And then I worked a show with him where we had talked, and he seemed completely different about. He was really, wanted to change things, I guess. I think he'd make a good producer because he has a great mind for what it takes to be a star in that ring.
Well, look at the family he comes from.
Yeah, but you know what? You can come from any family you want. And if you can't pick up on what they offer and learn and make that work in your mind, it's a waste of time.
But as I mean that as in he was
Look at Donald Trump's family.
he was born into the industry. It was in his blood from when he was he was a chose when he
Right.
was
Right.
a baby.
But the question is, are you going to
he
grow up to be a
absorb it?
wrestler? Yes. Are you going to hang on to what you're doing? Are you going to learn from what you're doing, and can you pass that on to others? There's the key. And I would see in the locker room when he was setting up his matches, he began to pass a lot more on to not only to the person he was competing with or working with, but other people in that locker room, which wasn't before. It was, hi, how are you? Good to see you. Great man. But it was, I can see a difference. I saw a different Carlito at the Royal Rumble. I don't know if you saw that. More intense.
Yes.
Jack, I'll tell you that.
Serious.
Wow.
Well,
I give him credit.
I had been told by some that, once he realized his position in WWE was going to be what it was, he was never going to reach that top tier level, at least during that first run. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders and just was there, almost like what you said, was there to collect a paycheck every week. But do you think Carlito lasts beyond the 3-week tryout, apparently, he's being given right now? You think he stays full-time?
That's up to Carlito.
If you were a betting man in Sin City and Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah. I would say yes. I think he'll last.
I hope so. See, I hope so, and I don't hope so. The only reason I say I don't hope so is from a selfish point of view, is because when we have live events again, I'd love to have him back with us, because he was such a pleasure to deal with. Every time we interacted with him, it's a long story to get into, but I think that there's a story I could tell that really shows the man's character, but we don't have a heck of a lot of time left in this episode. I did want to make one more note, Johnny, we talk about family. I believe for the first time in Royal Rumble history, Vince McMahon was not at the Royal Rumble. Can you believe that? Triple H was running the shot. Shane McMahon, as we noted, was a big part in putting the Rumble together. It's not exactly a secret that Vince's older brother had passed away a week or two before. Are we seeing, perhaps, Vince finally slowing down a little bit, maybe taking some time to enjoy life, maybe taking time to look at, family matters that maybe he would have not have been as attentive to in the past, where he was so business orientated?
I disagree with that, because I would say this: Vince McMahon has always paid attention to family. Always. Never have I not known Vince, the short time I was involved with him, to not pay attention to family, ever. I think when you lose a family member, which he did, his brother, I think it kind of resonates something home, close, time. Where am I in this picture? I might be well built, I might be well connected. I think when you have that kind of a loss, to console his other side of his family, his brother's wife and family, I think that might be where it's at. Is Vince taking time off, or sort of, as people would say, passing the torch? Vince McMahon will never pass the torch. I don't think. My own personal opinion. Shane was there. I'm sure Stephanie was there. Triple H was there. I am sure that Vince watched the show.
Well, I'm sure he didn't miss it.
So my whole thing is, I just think it's a family situation that prevented that. If he is going to take a back seat and be the CEO and run from a desk, that's fine too. It could be that you put people in charge to see what they can do. I did that when I ran my own businesses, and you find out just what they're made of. And I'll
Give
tell
them a
you,
leash.
if I look at this show, the Royal Rumble, whoever put that whole deal together, it'd be in my office. It's been great. Good luck on your future endeavors.
Well, Johnny, you always call it as you see it, brother. As we like to say, when the lights at the Thunderdome go out, the lights on your dome go on, or as Margot says, maybe a little turned on. But that's a different story for a different time. Wrestling fans, we are running out of time. Tomorrow night, believe it or not, we're going to have our big Wrestling Insider Week in Review program, and this guy is going to join me in studio. Forget about my little podcast radio style intros. Johnny is going to be with me late night Saturday, 10 p.m. We have this week's shoots from TJP, Tony Atlas, Nasty Boys Jerry Saggs, Marty Jannetty, as well as a repeat of this program. Next week, we're going to have more great intellect at 10 p.m. on Friday night. For my partner in crime, John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well. We'll see you Tuesday night at 10 with the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker, January 22nd.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
Is all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, we're about halfway through the marathon. Johnny, who could think you and I could
Keep going?
keep going, baby?
Let me tell you,
Keep
there's
going.
a-
Should we go until midnight or what?
We can do it, brother. We can do it. We can do it. Let's do it.
Pop the Fabo Vino, baby.
Boom. You're going to hear it pop.
One thing I hate, I want your take on it after I share. I hate New Year's resolutions.
Don't make them. Don't make promises you can't
Why can't you
keep.
start a resolution December 13th? Why can't you start a resolution September 28th? Why does it have to be New Year's Eve and New Year's Day? I hate that. I hate it with a passion.
It's because...
And again, here I am angry again. I'm sharing an opinion.
It's because what happens is, you know, people want to wipe the slate. It's like going to confession. It's like going to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. You wipe the slate clean. And so what happens in New Year's, it's a time for a new beginning. It's a time for resolutions, supposed to be, to help you get better and move forward, to conquer those things that you've had problems with, to make resolutions to be friends with Dan Marati, not to rag on people who may have had a hardship and maybe there's a real reason why we don't have things happening. That's what resolutions are for. You know, it's almost like superstition. You know, there's an old Italian thing that during New Year's you eat salted cod and you put rice on the lintels of your doors, and you'll always have money. It's like somebody said to me, I have a statue of St. Joseph and the Infant Jesus of Prague, and if you put 10 cents or silver under the statue, or money under the statue, you'll never be without money. No kidding. I've always got a dime. So it's all superstition. It's just, and that's what's happened. New Year's Eve becomes a thing where instead of looking forward to joy, happiness, prosperity, love, and thanks that our families are alive, that there are no wars, that we've conquered a pandemic. No, we have conquered. You know, I'm so tired of the news. Oh, this is going to be this. This is going to be that. Get this, get that, do this, do that. Please, there's got to be good news out there, and there is good news. We've conquered COVID-19. The new one that's come up, We're working on that. And it ain't so bad if you get it. So you know what? Let's just do what we need to do. I'll get tons of comments on that.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine.
And I got the boosters, I got the shots. But you know what I'm worried about? Why haven't I let my own body do its immune thing? I'm just concerned. But you know what, folks? When the new year comes, let it be a new year. A new year is a new beginning. It's a new time. It's a time for change.
But I look at it, Johnny, as wasted days.
There's never wasted days.
Well, if you know on December 8th that you're going to make a New Year's resolution, why not start on December 8th or December 9th? Why let those days go to waste? You're never going to get to relive them.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
All right.
I know that Christmas is December 25th.
Yeah.
So why can't I give a Christmas present in July? Why can't I give a Christmas present in August? Why do I wait till the 25th? Because it's society dictates this is the day. True meaning of Christmas for Christians, that's the day of Christ's birth. That's what the 25th of December is significant of. January 1st is a new year. It begins a new start, a new beginning, a new time, a time of growth, joy, happiness, prosperity, and success. It's a way to change what happened in the past into the future.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's Vince McMahon.
When you, it's awesome.
It's awesome, you were going to say,
It was
right?
awesome.
There you go. See? All right.
Now, you said it's going to be a time for growth. Do you think bird seed-sized teeth will grow in 2022? Maybe not. All right, wrestling fans, let's get back to the Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Friday Marathon. We'll be back to check in with you in a bit. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders. I'm Dan Morani, along with the host with the most,
John Cena Sr.
Unbelievable. I'm still waiting to see you for a surprise cameo on Ms. and Mrs. I don't know.
Never know. The Miz and I are good friends.
Well, I don't think the Miz is the one that wants you on the show.
Oh, wow.
All right, Johnny, so much to talk about in the world of professional wrestling. You're a man with limited time. The fans really seem to enjoy our post-Royal Rumble episode we had last Friday night, almost as much as they enjoyed our live Royal Rumble watch-along. They are clamoring for you to be with us next weekend for the Elimination Chamber. That remains to be seen. I know the producers here at the studio are trying to talk to your people out in California and in New York City, and where even the Swiss Alps, I understand you have a few. They're everywhere.
Yeah, but the producers they really have to deal with are the ones in California.
The California ones.
California producers. They're the ones that book me. They're the ones that get me involved. So that's too close for another pay-per-view.
In general, you mean, or to be here?
They just had a pay-per-view.
Well, and then there's another one before WrestleMania.
I understand that.
There's too many.
Yeah, it's just.
But that's one man's opinion.
Well,
but I think we agree.
What's best for business?
Well, $9.99.
Uh-huh.
All right, wrestling fans, one that has had the wrestling world talking, Johnny, and just based upon where we have to tape multiple episodes in one night, as people can probably tell, as we have the same clothes on for several weeks in a row. I don't know. You've never given Margot the walk of shame, have you?
I don't even know who Margot is.
Margot Ouellette.
I no idea.
From Ms. and Mrs. Maurice's mother.
Oh, yes.
She sent, I don't know if I should spoil it, but there's a Valentine's card out in the mailbox here at the studio from M. Ouellette in Los Angeles, California, addressed to you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'll have to see that when we're done.
All right, Johnny, one thing that's had the world talking, Cecil the Lion's favorite podcast, Joe Rogan. I don't know if you're familiar with the man. Have you ever heard of him? Well, he's got one of the most popular podcasts on the internet. He recently had on his program the one, the only, the phenom, The Undertaker, who joined him for an in-depth conversation about life, the world of professional wrestling, and so on and so forth. And I have to tell you, Johnny, The Undertaker's words really got folk talking, especially in social media. I don't want to misquote Undertaker, so I'm actually we're going to put some pictures of The Undertaker up as I put the old goggles on. As far as WWE, Undertaker, watching it, he said, I try. It's tough for me right now. The product has changed so much, and it's kind of off. I'll probably piss a lot of people off, but they need to hear it. It is what it is. The young guys who think he's a bitter old guy, I'm not bitter. I did my time. I walked away when I wanted to walk away. I just think the product is a little soft. There's guys here and there that have an edge to them, but there's too much pretty and not enough substance, I think, right now. One of the big things that happened was the generation before. We all got old at the same time, so there weren't enough guys to work with the young guys. You can listen to fans or you can listen to someone who's been there and done it. There was just not enough of the merging of young and new talent. When we had Stone Cold, Rock, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, we were all working together and then we all aged out. We aged out and it left all these young guys to learn with more young guys, and the product changed. Along with that, Drew McIntyre said he didn't agree with that whatsoever, but your good friend Bill Goldberg did agree. Yeah, Bill Goldberg said, yes, I believe comparatively the business is soft as compared to the 90s. But the business is in 2021, so things have to change and things have to be different. We had mega superstars that were bigger than life, but it's hard in this generation, seemingly, to build those people. I mean, like I said, times are quite different than they were back in the day, but people are soft. People take offense to things way too quickly. I mean, you know, grow a little thicker skin, boys and girls, that's all I can say. And then Mick Foley thinks the wrestlers of today are every bit as tough as they were back in that era. So we have some conflicting points of view right there, Johnny. First of all, what do you think of The Undertaker trying to be very politically correct and burying WWE right now?
No, I don't think The Undertaker buried anybody.
Oh, I sure do.
I don't think so.
For a man of his stature in that company to say that the company is soft?
You know what?
That's a politically correct way of saying they're a bunch of pussies. Am I wrong?
You know what? Everything is taken out of context.
Oh, I don't think that's taken out of context at all, but your opinion, sir.
Well, I think The Undertaker basically is saying that when he was involved in the business, it was rougher, it was tougher. The generation was a complete different generation. One of the things that he was involved in was the attitude adjustment. There was no
Attitude Era.
Yeah, there was no. Yes, my son's attitude adjustment. Because I give that move once in a while. But I think that's what he's after. I don't think he's as you put it, pissing on anybody, trying to demean the WWE product. It's just changed so radically that it's difficult for people, even me, when I sit and look at the product. I go, whoa, that's not wrestling. When you look at the punches, when you look at the sell, it's just not there. It's not the same. And so I have to agree with Goldberg, and I have to agree with The Undertaker. Mick, you're a good friend. You and I go back a long, long way. I mean, you are, boy, I tell you, we're great. But I disagree with what you said. Take a look at what you did in your career and show me anyone today that's even come close to that. Show me any wrestler in the ring that can do what The Undertaker or Goldberg did in their prime. Triple H, Shawn Michaels, John Cena. Show me any one of those people that can go through that gamut and do what you've done. You know what? They're all out there for the pretty boy effect. Even the promos are not real. It's even look at the wrestling. Even that is sadly not real. I have to agree and say, Undertaker, kudos to you. You haven't buried anybody. You've said it like it is. Everybody is entitled to an opinion. And we can agree to disagree and still be friends. And I think for a man that gave his body, and I mean he really gave his body, The Undertaker, to do what he did and to turn around and say what he said, he's being honest and he's being upfront. Backed up by Goldberg, another guy that gave 150%. He knows because he's at the point now where he can see it's not what it used to be. 2021, it's a whole different gamut, a whole different style of wrestling. Wrestling is wrestling. It's not about going out and being pretty. It's not about going out and being the superstar. It's going out there and giving 250% and entertaining the fans. Some guy that still got it, Randy Orton. I got to tell you something. He and I have been around the block, but take a look at the way the man operates. He still has that.
And he's a few months older than me.
But take a look at him. He still
in better shape, though.
Yeah, but he still has that.
Yeah.
What you and I are looking for. The type of professional wrestling that The Undertaker and Goldberg and I, and even you, Dan Marati, are used to seeing. Look at the product now.
Orton is one of the last of the Mohegans.
Definitely, no question.
Without a doubt.
Now you've got some guys coming back in, but they're not going to be able to perform at that level. Edge, Christian, Carlito. You know what? You're sitting back, you go, wait a minute, you guys are 46 years old. You're almost pushing 50. You can't do what was done before. You're certainly going to try. There's a good reason you're back in the WWE. That's to help these young people, to get these guys and ladies on board so they understand what it's all about. So we go back to that era where professional wrestling was wrestling, not a show, not an episode, but professional wrestling. Mark, Callis, Undertaker, hat off.
Johnny, I got to ask you this, and it's an interesting thought, because you have Undertaker saying what we just spoke of, Goldberg, the comments that he made. Steve Austin has been very, very adamant over several years now about how bad he thinks certain aspects of WWE are. How is it that where every indication, every level of popularity is declining across the board within the company, whether it be Vince McMahon, whether it be another senior official or advisor, hasn't really said, you know what, we have to hit the pause button and we have to implode what we're doing and almost start from scratch to try and maybe not reinvent the wheel, but maybe get it to spin a little bit better to the point where the car moves in the way that people enjoy it again. When you have a WWE network where you can access that 80s boom, when you have the WWE network, when you can look at things in the Attitude Era that maybe, if you don't want to go the TV-14 route, which you may not want to, but there are things that can be modernized and tweaked to maybe fit that rating that they're trying to look for. Why not go back in time and look at the things that have worked as opposed to, again, we have Las Vegas behind us, what a lot of people equate to almost like Cirque du Soleil. It's almost like ballet, what they try and do out there nowadays in certain aspects. It's like Kevin Nash says. The wrestlers, he walked into locker rooms, it looked like he was sitting with a group of tough-looking, rugged men. Now they're like Abercrombie and Fitch models. So, I mean, there's so much lacking. And I say this on a more positive note. I think right now in 2021, you probably have the greatest group of athletes that's ever been on one roster at any given time as far as what they can physically do. But as far as their presence, as far as the pacing, as far as the work goes, the promos really, you can't put the blame on the talent. They're not trained thespians that got into wrestling to recite 3- and 4-page scripts. They got in because they wanted to perform athletic violence. You know what I mean? And it is the furthest thing from an athletic presentation of competition and violence. It just seems like stunts more often than not. And I think fans are sick of it. And I think that's why you have so many, before the coronavirus, when life was normal, every aspect of the business was down, from the network subscriptions to the merchandise to the live event attendance. I think licensing was down. The streaming went up a little bit during the virus, but everybody's streaming went up during the virus because people wanted something to watch. It's not a good sign when everything you see continues to plummet. However the magic works, WWE seems to have found the formula where, again, as we noted, the ratings continue to go down, or at least they've plateaued a little bit near those record lows. But they come up with a near $1 billion deal with NBC to stream WWE Network on Peacock. So it's amazing that even though it's content that fans have scoffed at, they're still making so much money off of it. It's ironic.
Do you think the problem is that it's become more of a business proposition rather than a wrestling proposition?
I think they're more interested in quantity than quality. Okay, I think they're more interested in pumping out as much content as humanly possible that they can monetize across digital platforms, across televised platforms, than they are the actual quality of what it is they're presenting. And I think at some point, maybe it's not 2021, but at some point, it's going to get to the point where NBC says, okay, we love having you. You're one of the highest rated properties on TV, but this is too low. It could get to the point where Fox says, you know what, this is great. It's better than having UFC 17 times a year, having WWE 52 times, but this is too low, and they're not going to be able to renew deals at what they're getting now, and then the revenue is going to drop. And that right now is the primary revenue driver for the company, you know? So it's very interesting to watch. As someone that loves the business, to me it also scares me a little bit. Because I think when that happens, especially in a publicly traded company, that's going to mean people's jobs. And I think what happened in April was absolutely devastating for a company that could afford to take that blow with some of the people that were released and furloughed at that point. I'm a WWE stockholder. I want them to invest my money the best they can. But you know what? For those 30 or so people that got canned with nowhere to go, I think it could have been handled a little different. One man's opinion. But what do you think of ultimately right now with the direction? I mean, it's what they negotiated with Peacock, with NBC. That's a hell of a business deal.
That is, and I think that NBC believes that they're going to be the creme de la creme of the wrestling business. Be careful, AEW is the silent tortoise. It's coming slow, but it's coming. How did the tortoise beat the hare? And this is what they're not looking at. They're looking at putting nickels and dimes in a coffer instead of paying more attention to the product to make it better. And nothing against that, but I think when you look at what we're talking about, the writing sucks. There's no question about it. Whoever's back there writing doesn't know what they're doing, obviously. The stars, you're right. Kevin Nash hit the nail on the head. How many guys back there look like wrestlers? It's all pretty boy. And you know what? That's not what we're after. We're after, get a couple of fat guys in there. Look at Haystacks Calhoun. That guy, I mean, God rest his soul. Yeah, well, Otis, nah, he doesn't quite fit the bill. That's just taking a young man, using him, and I'll guarantee you, in 8 months, you won't see that guy anymore.
And I tell you this, Johnny, I've noted a couple of times, whether it's been with you or with other co-hosts when we've had a little chuckle at Otis, the guy has a legitimate shooting background. Jerry Briscoe recruited him. I mean, this is a guy in real life. He might not, he might look kind of like a pudgy, funny little guy. But I mean, if he got you in a hold, he would cause you extreme physical harm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they've gone the route of presenting him as a goof. And I think, you know what? There's room for goofs in wrestling. But the problem is, at least with Otis, as I've noted, they've overpushed Otis to the point now where they almost don't even use Otis anymore because the fans got sick of him being on 6 or 7 segments a week. It happened to Eugene, who I thought was a great talent. Remember when he came in as the challenged nephew of Eric Bischoff? Yeah. And again, you took a guy that the fans took to, and then he's on Raw 4 or 5 times a week. And then by that summer, when they got to SummerSlam in Toronto and he worked Triple H, he got booed out of the building. He got the Cena treatment. Nothing against John, but you know where I'm coming from. I mean, they turned on Eugene like no tomorrow, and he never came back from it. Zach Gowen, a guy with one leg. You talk about a unique story.
Yeah, I worked with him.
They put him out there with Vince, and again, he's in 4 or 5 segments a show, and he got Zach Gowen out. So I think the same fate is going to fall upon Otis unless they come up with something a little different for the guy. And it's a shame.
Take the comedy out of professional wrestling. It doesn't belong there. No, it doesn't belong there. I don't care about the... I don't care what you say.
The fans wanted you to do that during the Royal Rumble, and you wouldn't.
I don't care what you do. I just think that, for some reason, they think that this is funny. It's demeaning.
I think you're funny. Your imitation was funny, but anyway.
That's all right. It's demeaning. It's demeaning. It doesn't do anything for the business. You know what? Bring the guy on as a wrestler. Let him crack. Let him go nuts. Let him be a George the Animal Steel. That's what we're missing. Take a look at wrestling when I watched it at the Garden. I get a lot of years on you. I'll be 60 this year. A lot of years on you. And I sit back and I say to myself, George the Animal Steel, Jimmy Snuka, Pedro Morales, wrestlers, Bruno Sammartino, the Wolfman, Andre the Giant. I want to tell you, Mr. Heenan, I beat him too bad. Bobby the Brain. Look at what we had, Lou Albano. That was wrestling. But they had comedy in between, but you never knew it was comedy. This is crazy.
Serious characters can do humorous things.
Yes.
But when you send someone out as just a humorous character, there's a very limited shelf life, or it should be saved for someone with no talent, no future. Save it for an undercard guy.
I don't get it.
Not someone that you want to do something with.
I get awful tired of, Big E, Kofi, and Wood. I get tired of that.
3 great athletes, but...
Yeah, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. It's over. It's over. And what are you doing for these 3 guys? You see when I saw Kofi on the Royal Rumble? I said, what do they do to him? What kind of look is that?
You know what? I hate to say it. And Kofi, he worked with us in the MWF. I think he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Even his brother's a good egg. When we run into him at the Garden, he's always nice to little Marty. But we want Kofi as champion. We want Kofi as champion. So at WrestleMania 35, what did WWE do?
Made him champion.
They gave the internet fans everything they wanted. They gave Kofi the belt. They had Rollins crush Lesnar, and they made Becky Lynch the champion in the women's main event the first time ever.
Back.
And let me tell you this. What happened in 2019? Business was so bad they were regularly canceling house shows for the first time in decades. The TV tapings were empty on the side of the building with the hard camera. It was a complete and utter disaster. Why? Because even though Kofi is one of the elite athletes in the history of WWE, they didn't present him as a serious guy who sometimes did funny things. They presented him as a goof. And funny doesn't equal money. You know what? If Floyd Mayweather came out tossing pancakes to the crowd on the way to the ring, you think he would have been making the money he made? If Mike Tyson was cracking jokes in the 80s before he was kicking someone's ass in 90 seconds, you think he would have been the draw that he became?
And that's what they're missing.
Right.
They should sit down and look at their own tapes.
Exactly.
And they should sit down and Vince is
It's not like they're AEW that only has a year of background.
They've gone backwards.
This is a company that goes back to the 1960s.
Yeah, but I'm with Undertaker. They've gone backwards. They haven't gone forwards. I don't mean backwards in a good way. They've gone backwards to a stage production. That's not what it is. It's professional wrestling. Let's make these wrestlers work. Let's make them do what they really love to do, and that's get out there and wrestle.
Or at least I'd like to see someone have I'll use the word, the balls, maybe to stand up to Vince and you say, you know what? If you believe this is the product that the fans enjoy best, fine. But let's see if maybe there's a different route where we can take, where we have either Raw or SmackDown remain the way it is now as the sports entertainment entity that it is, and then on the flip side, we make the opposite show, we bring it back to more of a professional wrestling traditional program and see which one the fans like better.
The second one's going to knock it out of the park.
Well, it's like they claim they want to be entertainment. They want to be Hollywood. Not every, look at Universal or look at MGM. Every movie they produce isn't rated exactly the same with the same content. There's G, there's PG, there's PG-13, there's R, there's X, like with What Margot Wants to Do With You, but that's a different story for a different time. There's variety, and I don't know why WWE doesn't want more variety.
I don't understand either, but again, my hat's off.
They're making the good money, but here's the thing. If they're making the money they're making now with the content they're pumping out now, imagine if it was a hot product with the money they'd be making right now. Look at where our stock would be.
Well, just remember one thing. People are confined to their homes right now, basically. They're watching more TV than ever. Wait till the door opens. TVs are going to go dead. Then NBC can do whatever they want, and the Peacock will probably dump. That's how good it's going to be. Because people, you know what? It's like going to a buffet. How many times can you go up and eat the same thing? And that's what they're doing. They're spreading themselves too thin. It's like the guy selling hot dogs in Central Park. He sold them for 75 cents, and they said, you get the best hot dog in the world. You went to $1. Oh, this is fantastic hot dog. You went to $1.50. Great. Less sales, but he still had a great hot dog. You get the best hot dog in the world. Went to $2.25 and didn't have any business. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Exactly what we're doing. We're spreading the peanut butter real thin on the bread. Real thin on the bread. And look what we have in there to support the faction, to produce the product. It's just not working. It's really, in some cases, not a watchable product.
It's funny. a great analogy is back before the virus hit, to try and cover the losses and the decline in attendance, they keep raising the ticket prices to where the average ticket price to go to a show is about $45. But as the virus hit, which is almost a great thing to cover the declines in the business, because I think they would have continued to decline, the boosting the ticket prices wasn't enough to cover the loss of people that were going to the shows, and I think that's sad. But Johnny, another interesting episode. Any final thoughts in a word or two on what you would do to try and enhance WWE and make it more enjoyable for fans of every age?
Probably change the writing staff.
Yeah.
Probably have staff that understands professional wrestling business. Probably get back to professional wrestling. Get those stars that are interested in being wrestlers, and let's do wrestling. Not go out and do acrobatic skits or poor promos. Let's get back to the way we should be. And again, Undertaker, you're right, it is getting soft. It has gotten soft.
We need Tony on to talk about ED, I guess.
Whatever.
All right, wrestling fans, we want to know what you think. If you're watching the premiere on Friday night after SmackDown and you're chatting away with Slick Rick B, J.A. Will, H&M Limousine down in New Jersey, and all our other great friends, leave your thoughts, or if you're not watching live, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Myself and Mr. Cena love to know what you guys think. As always, we will be back 1 week from tonight when the lights in the Thunderdome go dim. Johnny's Dome can only light up. I don't know, maybe we'll even see him for Elimination Chamber. Maybe he'll come out of one of the pods unexpectedly at Elimination Chamber in Tampa. Who knows? Expect the unexpected in the world of WWE. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We will see you this Tuesday night, 10 p.m. with the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Be well, stay healthy. Enjoy the weekend, folks. Good night.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa,
Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Hi, wrestling fans. Welcome to another Wrestling Insider Fabulous Fridays. What a week it has been. We began with Tony Atlas on Tuesday talking about the Tyler Rex transformation. On Special Edition Wednesday night, Brian Knobbs discussed WWF in 1991. Last night, Marty Jannetty attempted to discuss several of the great veterans that have passed away recently, but the GPS in Marty and Tony's brains travels in ways that technology was never intended to sometimes.
Well, I'm sure eventually they got there. They just took a different route to get there.
Exactly. It may have taken them through different parts of the country and maybe even different countries, but they got to the final destination.
Yep.
And we have now on Sundays, for the podcast style, Atlas World News.
You know what? You got to check out the last edition of the Atlas
Which was
World
technically
News.
the first one.
Yeah, it was great, I'm telling you. Tony, no holds barred. Talk about professional wrestling. Let's talk about world affairs. This man has something to say about everything. You can't miss this.
I had to actually scold him on the episode, Johnny.
Why?
The last time he was here, the day after, I got barked at a little bit because he left his half-open can of Sprite, wrappers from Fortune cookies, and fingertip-touched duck sauce from his chicken wings that he had, like it was a smorgasbord.
It's a no-no with the COVID. You've got to be very careful in what you're doing. We're trying to keep the disease down. We want to be good for WrestleMania. We want the live events to come back. So, all right, you took the scolding, maybe justly so.
Well, maybe Tony should just be, act like he's 3 and throw it away himself.
That's why we have people. Well, no, that's why we have people in the studio. Remember, Tony is a Hall of Famer. He's a professional wrestler. He's a great guy. He's a great human being. So you know what? When it's over, have somebody pick up.
When you reach Hall of Fame status, you don't have to throw your fortune cookie wrapper away.
When you reach Hall of Fame, you don't need a fortune cookie.
All right. Well, he already cast the fortune cookie.
Okay.
All right. Now I understand. All right, wrestling fans. Ton of questions from you guys. We're going to try and put them together in themed episodes. Johnny, by the time this episode airs, it will be this coming Wednesday night. What a unique match. They have a headlining AEW Dynamite from Daly's Place, named after your good friend Ursula Daly down in Jacksonville, Florida. It'll be Cody Rhodes teaming up with a newcomer to the sport that I don't think I've ever seen once, Red Velvet, taking on Jade Cargill in Shaq. What are your thoughts of the big man having his first official bell-to-bell matchup?
All I'm going to say is this. Shaq's a big man. You are putting a giant against two Davids. This is just, you know what? I guess I got to come right out and say it. It doesn't belong in professional wrestling.
You're going to upset some AEW fans.
I don't
Johnny.
really
Why
care.
don't you feel this belongs?
Well, you know what? This is I guess it's entertainment, so to speak. But you know what? Shaq is a well-known basketball player. He's the man of the hour. He does his thing. He knows his thing. Now you're going to take this, and I mean this giant, this gentle giant, by the way, and put him in this ring against professional wrestlers. You know
you're
what?
Also including two very, very new, untested women in this match.
That's very right.
Which I think makes it an even bigger chance for it to blow up in their face as an in-ring disaster.
Well, here's what's going to happen. Knowing Shaq the way we do, right? Do you think he's going to bang a woman, knock her in the face, pick her up and give her a body slam? So really what we have is Cody Rhodes against Shaq O'Neal, and the two women will do their battling. Look at the size of Shaq's hands. Paul Wright, Big Show, Andre the Giant. Let's take a look at the reality here. It's like a Beanie Baby. See you, Cody. Wow. 7th row. Bye. Oh, and by the way, put the points on the board. I got a basket. No, I'm not into this.
Do you think, who's going to be the heel in this match, maybe is the better question. Do you think the fans in Florida would want to boo Shaq where he is a Orlando Magic legend.
I still think Shaq's going to be the face unless they tweener him, and then all of a sudden we get Cody come out as a face. Cody's been a heel there. Why would you want to change him?
I think he's been the face of the company.
Yeah, but he is the face of the company. There's no question about it.
So who do you boo?
I would think that it's going to be Cody Rhodes that's going to get booed.
This is, I go back to Johnny now, I hate to say it because I think you and I both have wanted to see AEW do well, but the quality and the thought process of part of these shows has been bad, and it's been getting worse in my opinion. Again, you usually have 1 or 2 segments, matches per show that I think are excellent. I think they're pay-per-view quality. I think they're exceptional, sometimes better than the best part of the WWE shows that week. On the flip side, they continue to put segments on that I don't understand the logic, the common sense, or the quality behind them. I wouldn't put them on an independent show, never mind on TNT cable television.
Well, you know, you're right. Some of the things they've done, like, why is Khan on camera? He can't speak, can't promote. Let him spend his money, run the wrestling business the way he should, and let the professionals do what they do best and promote the business. He just doesn't add anything to it. If anything, when he comes on, I change the channel. There's just nothing there. There's no excitement. You'll never know who's going to show up next. You'll never know who's going to show up next. A little enthusiasm would help promote it.
Well, his involvement on the actual AEW TV show has been very, very minimal, to be fair.
Yeah, but when he's trying to push the upcoming suspense, who's coming next? Impact, New Japan, Boston Wrestling, WWE. You don't know, Tony. You know what? They started out great. They have a real nice product. They were answering what the fans wanted, wrestling. They were putting it out there. Now they're coming up with the gimmick matches. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. This was a big complaint way back when Big Show took on the Boxer, and you could see his trainer come out with the brass knuckles around his throat. I mean, you knew exactly what was going to happen. And Show did the job for this young man, which I think is admirable. Doesn't make any sense to me. Big Show would have picked him up and squashed him like a bug.
If it was a shoot?
If it was, oh yeah, it would have been over. You know, it would have been over.
I don't know. I think all it would really take is one good shot from Mayweather, and I think Big Show.
You got to get it first.
Tampa.
You got to get it
first.
And you would never do it. Show's reach and size of his arms. Why do you think they would stand so far away? They didn't want Mayweather to get hurt. Period. And now you get Shaq O'Neal. Shaq O'Neal, who's been involved before, by the way.
He was in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal at WrestleMania 32 in front of 100,000 plus in Dallas, Texas.
That's right.
He's done a couple of Raw, at least one Raw appearance I can think of off the top of my head.
So he's not new to this. But
he's new to it, but it's not his first rodeo.
Right.
He's still a relative newcomer to what we do.
But what do? We train people to work in the ring. That's what we do. We provide entertainment. So no matter, I don't know how to take what you're saying, you know, he's not new. He's been involved. He understands what we need, what it takes to make it work. Whether it's going to work with Cody, young lady, Shaq, young lady, I see a female bout, and I see Cody Rhodes against Shaq. Maybe we'll have 4-on-4, where they all come in the ring and the referee loses control. And maybe Shaq snaps, becomes the new heel. Who knows? What do you do with a man of this caliber? Where do you put him?
I don't understand the whole premise of it. I understand that AEW is looking to try and get new eyeballs to sample their product. Is a 48, 49-year-old Shaquille O'Neal the recipe to make that supper happen? Do you think you'll get a lot of new eyeballs tune in to see Shaq, where it has been discussed on some of TNT's NBA programs?
Well,
games.
Sports Illustrated will pick it up. I mean, you get other stuff that'll be picked up.
Would that make you want to go out of your way to see it if you weren't a wrestling fan?
I'm not interested in that match.
So you're a wrestling fan and you're not even interested in it?
I could care less about that match.
Right.
I have no. That's just going to be. I bet you that's going to be a 2 or 3 month storyline.
Well, I say this, and this is going to come up sometime soon on this show about Lacey Evans, but we'll wait for that. With Brandy Rhodes, maybe the saving grace is that she did become pregnant, because I think she's a lovely lady, but she is one of the worst personalities in all of professional wrestling. She doesn't offer much of anything other than what her last name is, in my opinion. The wrestling isn't there. The announcing wasn't there. The promos weren't there. They keep trying to come up with these over-the-top scenarios for her where she's either the Stephanie McMahon of the company or she's almost like Alexa Bliss. She was the leader of this possessed troupe with Awesome Kong and Luther. And it seems like everything they've put her in is just been a flop and a complete and utter disaster. Again, maybe if there is a saving grace, maybe it's that she can't take away from whatever presence Shaq brings to the ring when he's in there with Mr. Rhodes.
Well, I think part of your situation is going to be this also. You really don't have a crowd there.
Oh, no, they do.
Well, no, a crowd.
A big crowd.
Yeah, that's what's going to get the pop for Shaq, if he's there. So, you know what, again,
You don't think
non-wrestling
750's enough?
What's that?
You don't think 750's enough? Well, I mean, to people that have worked in front of no one, 750's a pretty good house.
I'm not arguing that. I worked in front of 10.
Yeah, well,
I drove all the way up to Maine.
we're not talking coronavirus times.
No,
with
I'm
that.
talking no Corona time. All the way up to Maine, way up there, and worked in front of 15 people. But it's not how many you work in front of, it's the ability to perform. And that's key. And like I say, wrestling fan, non-wrestling fan, when you try to bring this all together, unless what they're trying to do is find their giant. Find their giant. And, you know, I just don't think it works. If they're looking for a giant, I've got several friends. 6 foot, 6'6", huge, perfect, great. You want somebody that can wrestle, look the part? There you go.
You know
in
some
their early
giants.
30s. Yeah, I have several friends like that.
Now, where do you know all of these giants from?
Well, it's a long story. But I did a couple of weddings. One of the best men was so big he couldn't button his collar. He was 6'5", huge hands. This guy was unbelievable. And but he said to me, quote unquote, I make more money on YouTube doing raps.
What does he do on YouTube?
He does raps.
He's a giant rapper.
He just raps. He makes a lot of money. And you know what? I just think that there's room.
Do you know how to get a hold of this man?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we perhaps could use him Sunday night as part of Cecil the Lion's land party. Call it a giant party. I'm sorry if my voice is a little raspy, fans. 3 straight days of Marty Jannetty, I almost took the knockout punch in the throat. It was a lot of talking over 3 days. We taped, my God, almost 30 hours worth of content.
But it's like being on a diet and me taking you to a buffet. Who's shoving the food in your face? So fans, no excuses. He did what he did. He's happy he did it. And now you'll have great content. You'll be partying with Marty. You'll have all kinds of things from Marty Jannetty, who I respect personally. Great, great guy. Even though the GPS may go in a different direction once in a while, hang in there with Marty. You can't go wrong with that
He
kind
is
of
yet
party.
another individual looking forward to sampling the Fabo Pop. Every time he's here, he picks up the bottle and.
You got some right here.
Well, this is for the set. We don't want to ruin that.
Well, I'll tell the fans I've been getting more and more emails. I don't know how this is getting out, but more and more emails asking for autographed bottles of Fabo Pop.
Not just the Fabo Pop, they have to be autographed.
Autographed.
And when do you see the turnaround on this? I know you gave me a date at one point, but I don't want to state
I'm gonna try to. Hopefully things are back to normal at the company that produces my soda. I'll find out on March 1st. If they are, then I'll probably order maybe 15, 20 cases.
Maybe in time for WrestleMania. Fans can have WrestleMania parties with Fabo Pop.
Or you're going to have WrestleMania party with Fabo.
Now, where are you going to be for WrestleMania?
I'm certainly not going to be in Tampa, Florida.
Why is that?
I've not been asked to go.
You don't need to be asked to go. That's like Vince saying, no one invited me to WrestleMania.
Well, what can I say? I run the show. Haven't been asked.
If you were asked, would you go? Would you feel comfortable enough?
I probably would definitely go. I think that you made a statement earlier about your contact within the web of WWE about the main event of Cena versus Roman Reigns.
You can flush that one down the toilet.
I don't see it happening.
No, definitely not. Not happening now.
No.
But as noted,
I don't see Cena at WrestleMania at all.
when we had that conversation, that was what they were discussing internally.
Yeah.
See, you know, there's a lot of imbeciles on the internet, but there are people that try and put forth information as they know it to be, to try to put, I guess you'd call wrestling journalism out there. And if they put that statement out there that week, I don't think that ever hit the internet or anything, but that would have been a factual statement, because if they said it was solidified, no. But if they said it is being discussed within WWE, John Cena and Roman Reigns, that would have been a factual statement at the time.
Well, I still stand on what I said before. Reigns doesn't need Cena to go over. He's doing very well. Him and Paul Heyman are doing very well right now.
Well, we're going to have an episode themed towards that within the next week or two.
Okay,
so
good. I'll be looking forward to that.
We're talking a little AEW Dynamite, Johnny.
I'm telling you, forget the Shaq deal. Shaq plays great basketball. I've seen him in the WrestleMania. I've seen him in the ring before. All I know is he's a giant. I guess the easiest way to beat a giant is you take him off his feet. So Cody distracts. In comes the young lady. Right over the back. Shaq's down. Very easy to take the giant down. Bang, bang, bang. Maybe a chair across the back. He's down. He's out. 1, 2, 3.
Do you think
disqualification?
Do you think one of the ladies gets the pinfall just to avoid having one of the men lose?
Very real possibility. Or it could be a double pin.
Interesting enough. All right, Johnny, what are your thoughts on AEW really almost turning into a tree with many branches right now, with all the different wrestling relationships they're beginning to develop and present on Dynamite on Wednesday night? You have Impact Wrestling with Don Callis coming down, an executive with the former TNA, which I think he's been an exceptional mouthpiece for Kenny Omega, who needs it.
He does, yes.
And now you have an involvement in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Kenta, the former Hideo Itami in NXT, who's back in the main event scene in New Japan, has recently joined the AEW roster as well. I mean, that's, you know, I hate to say it, but there are a few talents in AEW, I think, that have been utilized better than they ever were under the auspices of a WWE brand. And I think Kenta, one of the world-class, other than size maybe, certainly one of the world-class athletes in the sport, a little on the smaller side, but what a coup for AEW to, you know, just, we'll take Gallows and Anderson this week from Impact. We'll take Kenta from New Japan this week, and freshens the show up.
Well, that's what Tony Khan was saying. You never know who's coming. You know, and stop that. All I'm going to say is, get him off TV. You know, Tony.
Johnny, I don't think he's only been on more than once or twice.
He does a couple of those commercials. It doesn't do
But those are online things, are they not?
No, on TV.
With him and Tony Schiavone.
Yeah.
I come across them on social media.
No, they're on TV. They're live on TV.
My eyes must drift.
You must not be watching the program then.
Oh no, I
People
do
like
every
you
week.
fall asleep. You know, you partying too much with Jannetty.
Too much with Marty. Yeah.
Anyway, my whole thing is I think that they're on the right track, because what they're doing is they're mixing it up. They're bringing the fans professional wrestling. I would not be surprised to see Lucha Libre next.
A little AAA action, maybe.
Yep, I think that would round that right out.
Well, I think I don't really follow the Mexican scene as much as I do
like
the United States, but I think Kenny Omega was the AAA champion at one point in the not so distant future, but maybe that'll open the door. You know,
he's a great athlete, Kenny Omega. You watch that guy work, I'm amazed at what that guy does in the ring. Amazed. As is Cody Rhodes. They got a lot of great talent.
Oh, yeah. I said, they have usually 1 or 2 segments or matches each week that are first class.
Yep.
And then sometimes there are other parts of the shows where I can't believe it's on television.
Well,
I don't understand.
Look at WWE, my friend. All I'm going to tell you is, you know, you can't knock one without knocking the other.
At least other than a handful of women, they're all high-quality, first-class professional wrestlers in WWE. There's some guys in AEW that they pull from the indie scene that are as green as grass in the middle of May. You know what I mean? I don't understand the concept of I don't know if you've ever watched it. I have not. They have their quote-unquote B show called AEW Dark. It's online.
It.
Oh, you have?
I watched.
On Tuesday nights.
Yep.
And it's sometimes 14, 15, 16 matches.
Yep. It's
that loses me.
It's a poor man's NXT. That's all I'm going to tell you.
All right.
It doesn't work. I'll be right up front with you.
Is it too long?
You just go, wow, hold on. And then you're absolutely right. You sit back and you go, Why? Why is he in the ring? Why is she doing this in the ring? It makes absolutely no sense. I think what they're trying to do is grow too fast. So you got to, kind of, they've already crawled. Now the walking stages. I think another couple of miles on the walk. Then maybe we kind of step it up a little bit so we get a trot. But they're trying to go bang all the way. I think if they just slow it down a little bit, be a little more selective in who they put, where they put them, I think they're going to have a good deal. They could compete against NXT if they did it the right way.
Well, they've been beating NXT in the television
Sad,
ratings
huh?
more often than not. So, but and also on the flip side, AEW Dynamite is the A brand of AEW. NXT is the C brand of WWE. So it's not like you're taking out Raw or SmackDown. But who knows what could happen in a year from now?
I'll tell you, the fans are, everybody thought, and we said this before, and I said it. Everybody, I was reading when the AEW started. 90 days, see you later. Vince, get the checkbook out, buy them. You'll have a conglomerate. You'll own it all. And guess what? Fooled you. They fooled you. They're still there, and they're getting bigger, and they're getting better because they're offering a product that people really get interested in. Some of their storylines I watch it. I watch Raw. I watch SmackDown. I really want to be involved in what they're doing. Whereas in WWE, SmackDown, or Raw, how do you get into a 2-week or 3-week storyline? It's over. It's done. It's finished.
And sometimes not really all that interesting to begin with. Do you think Tony Khan's invitation to WWE will be taken up? When he said the WWE was more than welcome to come to Daly's place in Jacksonville, Florida.
Hell will freeze over first before...
Well, it's been a cold week.
It's got to be a lot colder. I cannot ever see that happening. I really can't.
Neither can I.
No.
Do you think it would be good for wrestling if it ever did?
I think if Vince and Khan could pull it off as not enemies, but as business people, and do that Monday Night War thing again, the ratings for both would blow through the roof.
You think that could generate new eyeballs?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There again, that's brain saying, whoa, money. There's money to be made there. But no, I'll stand on my ground and say, if WWE ever go, no.
WWE has so many irons in the fire, my God.
That's like Moniz becoming the next vice president. That's not happening.
Or Margot.
Margot, absolutely. Miz has got a lot of pull.
Well, and she wants to do a little pulling, from what I understand.
Well, she talks about you, obviously, all the time. I talk to her. That Dan Raldi, he's quite the fellow, I have to see him. Well,
I have one fan, Johnny, on here. I think a lovely lady named June McGowan. She always compliments how handsome I am during the live premieres. I don't know much about June. I don't know where she's from. She usually just leaves 1 or 2 comments and that's it. But, don't let Linda find out, please. She'll crazy glue my wallet to her hip.
This is going to be on YouTube, so.
Yes.
Linda McGowan.
No, June McGowan.
June McGowan?
Yes.
June, do me a favor. Next time you send out a shout, show a picture.
I don't know if you can.
Was she on?
Well, she takes part in the live premiere.
Of course she can.
Well, she types in the premiere box.
Yeah, that's fine. Why not?
But I don't think you can send a picture in it.
You should be able to.
Howard, can you send a picture in the premieres? I need technical expertise.
No, you can't.
Thank you.
Why?
Because that could lead to people giving out not nice pictures.
Well, remember what you went through the night of the Royal Rumble?
Oh, that kid was that was all made up, I'm telling you. Did you go through that and see it? You should, because...
You know what? I'm going to tell you why that happened when we're done. It'll probably make you feel better about it, and there's a little bit of logic as to how it happened, not that it happened.
Anyway, moving right along.
You mentioned gimmick matches, Johnny. TNA, wow. No. AEW, not only are they preparing for their monster-sized Dynamite, no pun intended, with Shaq on March the 3rd, but that Sunday they have their next big pay-per-view offering. The first time, I believe the first time at least, they have gone the route of doing it on a Sunday, which I hate, because one thing I really loved about AEW is that, on par with how UFC does things, As opposed to doing it on family night on Sunday, AEW's pay-per-views were structured more towards the adult male. Well, even though I don't know if we should be having group gatherings, but along the lines of that. It was set up for more, again, I feel, towards the adult male to want to sit down and check something out like that, and maybe socially distance with a few friends if we want to be PC. I'm not sure if it has something to do with the boxing or a UFC pay-per-view offering that same weekend, but they decided to go the route of a Sunday night. And I have to say, I don't like it, Johnny. I like that AEW is different enough than WWE to go the route of doing it on the Saturday night. NXT, I thought NXT takeovers were great when they were on Saturday. Maybe not bundled together with one of the major WWE pay-per-views and having to have two pay-per-views the same weekend.
Yep.
Now that NXT pay-per-views are standalone, those are on Sundays. I like the idea of the Saturday. Is it just me, or is there something to it?
No, I think there's a little bit of magic on Saturday nights. It's that, I remember when I was a kid and still am a kid, Saturday night was the thing. Professional wrestling is on, the pay-per-views. The pay-per-views was during the day, if you remember a lot of those.
In the early days, yeah, some of the
3
WrestleManias
o'clock
would
they
start
started.
at 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yep. And so Saturday night is...
Elton John said Saturday night's the night to fight, or something like that,
There you
didn't
go. All I know is that...
he? And I'm sure Elton's done some wrestling.
Another story for another time. But my whole thing is that Saturday night traditionally was Saturday night boxing, Saturday night wrestling, so that really makes a lot of sense to me.
Saturday night's main event on NBC
Yeah,
in the
the
80s?
Sunday night thing, you're up till 11:30, 11:45. You got to get up the next morning and go to work. Even if you work out at home, you got to be online and get going. So I'm really not a fan of Sundays. Saturdays I really like. Fridays or Saturdays are good.
I think Friday's a little tough to pull off because in traditional life, most people work on Friday.
Yep.
I think Saturday's the one perfect day of the week where you're not rushing from it.
Yeah, you can
and
plan it.
in theory, you're not rushing from everywhere, and unless you're going to church early on Sunday morning, you don't have to really get up too early the next morning. It's the perfect combination. And I think that's part of the reason why UFC found so much pay-per-view success. It was the best night of the week to get a group of, 15, 20 friends together and all chip in a little money, order some pizzas or some chicken wings and have some drinks and have some fun together. And now I think AEW, at least for this one offering, took a little of that magic away. But I guess at the end of the day, it'll be, what did it draw on pay-per-view?
There you go.
That's the most
name of the
important
game.
thing, right?
Name of the game.
But I know if I was an actual paying customer, I would much prefer to see it on Saturday than Sunday. But we look forward to trying to present the pay-per-view watch along here at the studio on Sunday night, March the 7th. Johnny, you mentioned gimmick matches. One of the main events for this show, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it'll be John Moxley, an individual who I feel has done wonders in that company compared to what he was doing with his prepared, over-prepared, produced, boring promos in WWE, and what I feel is some very realistic style verbal in AEW. John Moxley will take on Kenny Omega, the AEW World Champion, not in just a championship encounter, but in a landmine match, similar to those exploding landmine matches in Japan from the early 90s that Cactus Jack and Terry Funk would partake in with Oneida and the FMW and IWA wrestling groups. I think if you're going to do it, you have to do it outside because of the smoke, but a real danger, I think, to both men.
Well, first of all, they're not using real landmines.
But what's going to make the explosives go off?
It's pretty easy. A little black powder, a little smoke. Looks really good when you hit it. They'll rig a trap so that the grass or whatever will go up in the air. It'll look like a landmine. You do not think for one moment, and you know what? I've been in a lot of matches, done a lot of things. But, special effects are wonderful things. And you don't think for 1 minute they're not going to borrow the special effects from the movies and put those into a landmine match. Because I'll tell you this. Having had some friends in Vietnam that hit those things and their legs are gone, so it's just not going to work.
Have you ever seen any of those matches in Japan with Cactus and Funk? And I'll say this, for what they may lack in wrestling, for the first couple of times you see them, they are very visually impressive. And that barbed wire certainly is, when you see it digging into the skin, that's That's a rough night at the office. They deserve a nice, healthy payday for this.
I've been involved in barbed wire matches, managing.
Oh, all right.
I've been involved managing in staple matches. How these idiots take staples and drive them into their foreheads, it's beyond me. Thumbtacks. You got to be crazy to do this stuff. And now you're going to do this landmine match. First of all, I will say this. I can't wait to see that match.
You do want to see it.
You've got two of the best. Kenny Omega, what have I just said? Tremendous. Jon Moxley, since he's been out of the fold on the other promotion, he's been allowed to do what he wants, when he wants, basically, and you can see a difference in the whole individual.
It's unbelievable what they've brought out of him.
You see? But it was there all the time. It's just it was being held back for whatever reason. I mean, when you have a star like this, and he's got that type of capability, Vince, and it can't be Vince because Vince will usually let you run. So, he usually will. If the potential is there and he thinks that it makes sense, then it's a go, unless he doesn't want to push it.
So much more interesting than what Seth Rollins is doing back on SmackDown again as the Messiah.
Oh, please.
I mean, just, Ambrose just feels gritty. Like you're seeing someone that wants to go in there and have a fight. You know what I mean? As opposed to the atypical WWE sports entertainer. And I'm certainly not going to say anything negative about Roman Reigns, who I think is probably the best in the world right now. But what Ambrose is doing for Ambrose, or Moxley, is top notch. WWE really missed the boat on that man.
Second it, right here.
Another
Absolutely.
one, even though I wouldn't exactly call him an AEW main eventer, Lance Archer, a guy that spent a lot of time in TNA. He was in the WWE system. It might have been ECW during that brand. But now you have it managed by Jake the Snake Roberts. You have what is a very rarity in the business this day, 6'6", 6'7" guy. Why is he in that company and not WWE? Another one they really missed the boat on.
I think, and it's just me, you've got a lot of people involved in WWE now. Before it was one man with a great body of wrestlers, God rest his soul, the Pat Pattersons, the Briscoes, Arn Anderson, Michael Hayes. You've got people giving advice. Now, not taking anything away from Paul Levesque, from Triple H. You've got Shane involved, I guess. You've got Stephanie involved. She's supposed to be more on the woman's side, but we'll see. Vince is slowly taking a little less involvement. But what you are seeing WWE do is more and more business deals.
Big business
and
deals.
I can only say this. I don't know what it is to have that kind of money, probably never will.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
When you build an empire like they're building, you build it to sell.
Really?
You build it to sell. And I can tell you this. I would think right now, with what they just did, the WWE has got to be worth billions to an investor.
You're referring to Peacock.
Yep.
Another $1 billion deal.
What Vince has just put together, if he would have put that on the market right now, not that they have to worry about anything for the rest of their lives now, the grandkids wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of their lives.
Grandkids.
That's right.
The
product right now is worth trillions.
Do you think that, I don't know about trillions.
Oh, let's be real. Throw a couple more.
Do you think the Khans might be interested in buying it? Where they have much greater net worth than the McMahons. Wouldn't that be interesting? If Tony Khan came to the table to buy it.
I'm not sure, but that hasn't been broached. And Vince obviously is saying no, because it's not to the point where he's ready to part, ready to let go. People can say he's involved less and less. I can't ever believe that Vince McMahon will never not be involved in that business. Maybe, when Vince finally says, I've had enough, that's when Paul, Stephanie, and Shane will decide it's time to get out of this. And they'll come out with billions. Seriously. The thing is a gold mine.
Well, what I think the best part about that deal with Peacock was they didn't sell it. They just licensed it for 5 years. So that's still,
there you go.
At the end of the day, it's still going to be theirs.
There you go.
You know what I mean? All right, as we wrap up AEW, Johnny, one that came across the email feed, so to speak, your thoughts on -1? I have some strong thoughts on
Tony
-1.
Atlas, -1?
No, I'm talking about the masked son of Brody Lee, the 8-year-old, that I thought putting him on TV once risked looking like exploitation, but the son is a monster wrestling fan, loves the business, was very happy to be here, there I should say, maybe soothed the soul a little bit as far as what was going on in his reality. The great folks at AEW, you know, a group of about 10 of them took him to Disney World for his birthday. They have extended to him a legally binding contract that when he turns 18, he can have a job with the company if he wants to. But now you're probably approaching the 5th or 6th -1 wrestling segment on an adult wrestling show. And I don't know at what point the fans, or just if the general public comes across it, looks down upon what I'm sure of is great intentions to continue to put an 8-year-old on a wrestling television show. I think it's a little much at this point.
Well, there's a couple of things that kind of bother me. And I don't mean in a bad way, but one, when you're 18, we'll give you a contract. You got to be around 10 more years.
Okay, fair enough.
So AEW may not be around in 10 years. I'm sure if somebody came to Tony Khan and offered enough money, he'd sell AEW just like Vince McMahon. If it's enough, and what's my friend Ted always say? Everybody's got a price. So I would look at it that way. I would think that what they're doing now is oversaturation. Once or twice with this young fellow, I really was glad to see that. Having met the gentleman himself when he was with us and chatted with him, I think it's a great tribute. But there reaches a point where enough is enough, because the involvement level that he can get into is so little at this point. Where's the value? I think you've done what you need to do. Now it's either time to phase it out or come down with a serious storyline. I mean, serious.
No, I would not put an 8-year-old in a story.
But it's not going to happen. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
Well, and again, I don't want to sound like the Grinch.
You are.
Never. Because you know how I am when it comes to, you know, kids that go through difficulties in life with all the charity work that we do. You know, I think there's a million different ways they can do nice things for that kid. I think they could open up the ring to him on an off day. I think they could open up the ring to him maybe after the shows. I think they could, you know, continue to bring the family to the live events. I don't know if the mother is interested in working, but maybe have her work with the company
like
and have the kids with them. You know, there's a million ways they can have them around the AEW family that doesn't include using an 8-year-old child as part of a wrestling storyline on a pro wrestling TV show.
It only makes sense if it works. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I'll be honest with you.
All right.
So my thought is time to phase it out, time to bring, as you say, the family in if they need be, if they want to be part of that. And it may be part of a psychological thing that this young man needs to grieve in his own way.
Sure. And like I said, I think there's a lot of different ways they could do that.
Yep.
And
I don't think there's a need to do it.
Yeah.
I don't think it has a place right now in the
on
story.
TV. Like I said, off TV, I mean, they threw birthday parties for him, as I noted. He was part of their New Year's Eve celebration. I think those are very kind things to do for someone that
generous
needs it.
and kind.
But putting him on the TV show isn't the way to, in my opinion.
No, once or twice. I agree with you. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, fans. I have to agree with them this time.
Wow. Is it a full moon?
No,
I can't say.
really. No.
All right, wrestling fans, what do you think about all the AEW chatter we've had tonight? If you are watching the Friday night premiere after SmackDown, which might be just a little bit more interesting than SmackDown, unless Roman had a good week, let us know what you think in the premiere box to our right. The Super Chat button is always open for business to help us keep the lights on. We had a light blowout in the middle of the show with Marty over the weekend that needs to be prepared. As always, we mentioned the coronavirus has killed the nightlife for the Rockin' Marty Jannetty and those types of folks. Our world-class eBay store is open 24/7. You can add great merchandise, much of which you can see right here on this beautiful set, and add it to your wrestling man cave. Give us a gift. I mean, Johnny, we're both Christmas people. It's never too early to start, I guess, if you really see something you like for someone you love, right?
Get it now, because you know what? If it was like the PlayStation 5, you wait too long, you won't get it. By the way, good news, restock is already out for Target, Amazon, where else? GameStop.
They're accessible now?
They'll be accessible, I believe, in the middle of March.
Still, but even as we're taping this, not yet. Wow. That really was a popular thing.
I'm glad they fixed the glitches. That'll be
I'm
good.
just glad Baby Marty got his, or it would have been...
No, you know what?
I would have had a knot in my stomach on Christmas.
But you know what? I think it's time parents grow a pair and learn how to say no. Instead of paying $800, $1,500, and $2,000.
I didn't do that.
No, but you know what? It's time.
I couldn't have done that.
But it's time people say no.
You're not necessarily wrong, but to me, Christmas is the one day of the year where you try and make a little...
I raised 5 kids.
Magic.
And I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
You can make a lot of magic without doing the things that these people or you did. And I'm not knocking you. You did what you had to do to make everybody happy. But you know what?
I just got lucky enough to find a bundle at the regular retail price. That's all I did.
That's fine. That's good. That's fine. But still, if you couldn't have, I wouldn't have gone out of my way. It's better
I wouldn't have
that
spent...
people need to understand, especially young people today, because everything is handed to them. So why don't you go without a little bit? Why don't you, people are saying, I can't afford this, I can't afford that, yet they were paying $2,500 on eBay.
Wow.
Yeah, please,
The money
don't
that
get me
some
started
people
on
made
this.
off of that.
Don't get me started on
Well,
this.
I know Margot wanted to make a little Christmas magic with you, but that's a different story for a different time. And again, folks, before we go, don't forget, if you want more, geez, I'm all hiccups, I have no voice. Marty Jannetty, what did he do to me?
Bring Tony Atlas back. Me and Tony will do a great show for you.
You know what? That would be perfect. I could direct, Howard could instruct me what to do, and you and Tony could do the show.
We would
without
have,
me.
what a hell of a show that would be.
It would be the King Kong and Godzilla of
Me,
personality.
Marty, and Tony.
I don't know about that. Tony he doesn't want much to do with Marty. And then don't forget, fans, if you want more of us, head on over to the Patreon where you get early ad-free access to all 4 of our in-studio talk shows each week without the ads, no nothing. You get the acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen online by millions and by millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusive access, and what really is important to me, you help keep professional wrestling legends working. So we continue to bring more great veterans and legends into the studio, folks that now are going on a year with almost no independent wrestling shows, with almost no autograph signings, with almost no conventions, which is just killing their income. You heard Tony Atlas on this program. His royalty check from WWE for the year 2020 was $206. If you're a Major League Baseball player and you played 10 years and you're part of the MLB union, you get $250,000 a year. Keep that in mind. Head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling for complete details for one of the most fabulous, finest individuals you'll ever come across. He's John Cena Sr. I'm losing it this week, folks. I had too much Marty. I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you this Tuesday night for Wrestling Insiders at Your House with Tony. This gentleman will be back with us next Friday after SmackDown. We'll see you then. Good night.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling's Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. since July of 2020. Every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet.
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yes.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because he got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker, January 22nd.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty, along with my Friday night delight partner in crime, Mr. John Cena Sr. Johnny, pleasure to have you back. We had a very well-received, well-debated episode about AEW last week. This week, the fans want to talk a little WWE as the road to WrestleMania has begun. We're about just a hair over 2 weeks away from the Fastlane pay-per-view. I know the fans are hoping you may be able to join us live that night yet again with the lovely blonde. You're already saying no.
Once is enough.
Really? All right, well, is there anything the fans could do? Maybe apologize to you.
Once is enough.
Well, you heard it from John Cena Sr. himself. I guess the fast lane, he's going to be on his out to Los Angeles to visit the set of Ms. and Mrs., but that remains to be seen.
Haven't been asked yet.
Johnny, one that has really got me a little hot under the collar, I don't know about you, but for the second time in less than a year now, we have one of the top female superstars in WWE leaving in the middle of a major period for their character is Lacey Evans, his with child. And the worst of times is it affected not just what she's doing, but those that she's working with on what is a very slim female roster to begin with, as I believe there's about 8 women on Raw to begin with. Johnny, I tell you, I went wild. I think this was during coronavirus time, so you weren't with us, but the whole Becky Lynch thing pissed me off. It pissed me off big time, Johnny. Here's why. And I think this is one thing you and I will agree on. Having kids in your life is probably the best thing that'll ever happen to you, unless you're a really strange human being.
I would agree, 100%.
But when a billion-dollar entity builds their company around you for a year and a half, castrates your partner, who was the world champion that destroyed Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 35 to try and get you over, and then, well, whoops. You know what? Here's how I would like to see it done if I'm Vince McMahon or if I'm running a wrestling company. If you want me to portray you as one of the top superstars in this company, and you feel the time in your life has come to be with child and grow your family, a couple of months ahead of time, you say, Mr. McMahon, Mr. Cena, Mr. Marty, this is what I'd like to do. I said, well, we thank you very much for letting us know ahead of time. Let us develop a storyline to get someone new over after we just spent a year and a half trying to get you over, as opposed to the nonsense that they did, which was the night after Money in the Bank, Becky Lynch came out with the to make her big announcement. You know, she's the man, she's the mother, she's this, she's that. Then after treating Asuka like an absolute imbecile, probably the best female talent in the company, and just having going, yeah, 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 oh, ooh, yeah, yeah.
Party with Marty.
And, oh, well, here, and then she hands her the Money in the Bank briefcase and the titles in it, and there it is. It's Asuka's now, without Becky Lynch even taking a pinfall to try and get someone new over. I thought that was, accidents happen, but if it was planned, I thought it was very disrespectful to the company. I thought as a professional, accidental or intentional, I thought it was very disrespectful to the company that, think of every female that laid down to make her the man. That could have been someone else.
What was that word?
The man.
Laid down?
Laid down to take a 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I understand. Do the job.
Yeah, I didn't mean anything else. Yeah, think of all the women that laid down to put Becky Lynch over in the spot she was in. That could have been someone that's actively with the company right now, perhaps as over as Becky Lynch was. And I can debate how over I thought Becky Lynch was. But anyway, you know I'm not a huge fan of the women's wrestling a lot of the time because it's just, on its own platform, I think it would come across so much better than when on the same show is the men's wrestling. Because the men's wrestling, generally, it's laid in a lot stiffer, a lot tighter, and it looks a lot more realistic than when, you know, Sasha wants to do her, you know, tributes to Eddie Guerrero and Macho Man, and Bayley wants to do the cosplay moves, and they all want to cry, and they all want to hug, and But now you have one of the few feuds that really got me hooked over the past month or so. And I don't understand how they're trying to still present Charlotte as the baby face, where she was very, I thought, disrespectful to her dad in all the back and forth vignettes. But the Nature Boy did not like Charlotte's attitude. So what did the man do? The Nature Boy. Woo! He got the lady, Lacey Evans.
She's with child.
And it lit Charlotte on fire. She was so pissed off about it. I thought that was maybe the best women's feud they've done of this generation. I thought that had so much potential with this iconic, legendary dad, with his daughter now arguably the top female superstar active in the company, now running off with one of the other younger, some may argue even a little prettier female talents. And then what do you do when you finally shoot the big angle where Rick and Charlotte break up from each other? Oh, I'm pregnant. Maybe in a year or so I'll be ready. I mean, Johnny. What do you think?
Shit happens. And you know what? In this business, you've been around long enough, I've been around long enough, you can never, ever say forever. So I think the issues, if they really wanted to make this a good storyline, is it's Rick's baby.
I think that's a great storyline.
However, to say that you're going to take away the right of any female or male to conceive and have a family, and I'm going to say this, I don't think that a lot of these were planned. It sounds to me like some of it may have just been a good night and look what happened.
It's one way to describe it.
Well, a good night and look what happened. But you know what? I don't think that you can say that I built my empire around you and now you've gone out and done something to destroy me. That's not true.
I'm not saying it destroyed WWE. What I'm saying is it destroyed a very slim women's roster to begin with, and it's disrespectful to those that laid their body down to make them look better. As we know, wrestling is, for all the athleticism in it, there is that portion of entertainment, and it takes other people to make you look good. And for all those people that it took to make her look good, it was a waste.
But you've had it happen in men's wrestling.
What?
You have Brock Lesnar over the top, and what does he do? I quit, Vince. I can't take the traveling, and walks out. Wait a minute. If you're going to make an argument...
I'm going to make an argument
but
right
at least
now.
make it.
You're not 100% wrong with what you just said, but did Brock Lesnar do business and do a job on the way out?
Yeah.
Well, that's all I'm saying.
So what you want somebody to do is do the job and close the line.
I think if...
Then you know who that's up to? That's up to the boss. Not Sasha Banks, Vince.
I think it's wonderful that they're going to have kids. I think it'll enhance their lives in ways that maybe professional wrestling can't. I just think due to the nature of how this industry works, where there are other people sacrificing, making themselves look good to make you look good, you have enough respect for the company and your peers to say, you know what, I want to go start a family. What's the best way to eliminate my character from the canvas for a year or however long it might be?
Now, Lacey Evans' boyfriend is...
I don't. The man has no not Becky Lynch, but this individual has nothing to do with wrestling.
Right, that's what I thought.
And you want to know what I just think is stupid about it, Johnny? Is just earlier this year you had Evans and Banks fighting with Lacey Evans' daughter at ringside and the husband sitting next to her. And now she's riding Space Mountain. I mean, it's just those small things sometimes. I don't think there are too many fans that have been watching the product for more than a year that would have forgot that.
Well, all I can say is this, that...
Are they trying to say that Lacey's loose and not a lady?
I would hope not, because this has happened to other superstars, male and female, in terms of leaving the company the wrong way or the female getting pregnant.
But I mean, I'm just saying they presented her as the all-American mom just a few months ago on TV, and now her and Nature headed over to Disney World, Space Mountain. I think it's a great storyline. I think it would be more effective if you just didn't have it slapped in your face. So here's Lacey, the all-American mom, sweet apple pie, and there's her husband sitting at ringside together. And well, what am I supposed to believe? What am I really supposed to get into here? Which one of these stories?
Well, is it all factual? It's really the deal. She's pregnant. It's over. It's see you later. They're pulling her out. Or it's a storyline.
Well, she's with child.
Okay, so we know she's pregnant.
I don't think it's Rick's.
Okay.
In reality. But I think on TV, I think it makes for
a nice storyline.
No pun intended, a fabulous storyline.
No, I agree. I agree.
But think of how long you're going to have to wait for a payoff. You've had many children. How long do you think it would take for her body to get back to the point where she could have a wrestling match?
Well, first of all,
a year?
She shouldn't be in the ring once she knows she's pregnant. That's it.
No, and to WWE's credit, no, and to her, they didn't risk that. She didn't even tag into that match. But I mean, how long do you think after she
at least a year.
Gives birth
2 years.
Could she be ready to go in a
year
ring?
Or two. Year or two.
So, I mean, do you turn her into a valet? Do you turn her into, I mean, and I hate to say it, but Rick's health hasn't been great. You don't know how long. I mean, are they going to turn Rick?
He looks pretty rough.
Are they going to turn, well, I know he is about 15 years older than you, though, Johnny, but do you turn Rick into a man whore? Does he go after someone new now to recruit to face Charlotte now that they've split up? I don't know what other route you go.
Maybe what they're going to do here is that Lacey isn't the only one that Rick took to Space Mountain.
No, see, that's something I would get a big kick out of.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the way you got to flip it. So she's saying, Dad, you did this one. Oh, my God, I can't believe it. Woo! She's not the only one. And then you got this new individual who's now playing the same role. And I would say this to you. I don't think Charlotte Flair is the best on the roster. She's not the creme de la creme.
I think Asuka's the best wrestler.
Thank
female
you.
wrestler on the roster.
You know what? Charlotte Flair certainly adds a lot to it. But there again, maybe she's got a different attitude in terms of her career. So all I'm going to say to you is this. We have to make individual decisions as performers, as people who are stars involved with a billion-dollar company. You choose to decide whether you're going to have that family, risk having a family, or you take the proper steps so that at least you finish what you do before you do it.
That's
and I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing, but society today doesn't work that way. And you know what? I've seen no repercussions. I've seen Becky Lynch say, I'm coming back. I'll be back. Don't worry about it. The Mons hasn't left the WWE yet. Even though Rollins is shitting the bed, I'll be back. Somebody's got to help that poor guy.
I haven't missed the man, but that's just me.
No, I don't miss it at all.
If you look at some of the other scenarios that could play out, do you think maybe that Rick could be part of the reason why Asuka's screaming so much?
Never know. Could be the other one he took to Space Mountain. You never really know. And I think the way to work the storyline is Lacey's leaving, she's pregnant. But guess what, Charlotte? Ain't the only one. Wouldn't that be the curve, the swerve that nobody would expect? And you go on with this. This could be great. It could work out well.
What about Nia Jax? Do you think Rick could take Nia to Space Mountain? And could they both get on the ride at the same time?
I don't know, but I think you and Marty, the GPS is gone.
You know,
Wow.
could Rick be trying to produce a little Herman Munster with Shayna Baszler?
I just think that if you use that storyline, that would work.
I
That would
think-
cover Lacey leaving.
Yeah.
It would make it more interesting, because now the next question is the whole roster or just those two? What have you been doing, Rick, in your spare time? You know, it's like all of a sudden, Charlotte, it's over. Now we can, it's just all starting all over again, kid. You're just a kid. You don't understand. You know, I think there's a lot to play there. I get nothing against what Lacey has done. God bless her. She's raising a family. And you know what?
As a human being, I think it's nice.
But
again, it's from that professional point of view.
But-
all these people made that girl, I don't want to call her a girl, that woman look good. She should have the courtesy to at least finish the
Do the
program.
job. I understand.
At least finish the program she's in. And then, you know what? Go have as many kids as you want to if that's what's
How are you
going
going
to
to finish
fulfill
the
your
program
life.
now she's pregnant? There's
Well,
not a whole
that's
lot
what I
she can
mean.
do.
If she wanted to do this, she should have gone to them and say, you know, me and my husband really are interested in having a second kid. You know, can we maybe work this feud through Mania and then wipe me off the canvas for the time being? I
Work the
think that's
breakup
the
with
proper
Rick.
way to
Work,
do it.
and there's a lot of ways out of this. Hang on.
I think Rick and Nia would be kind of an interesting.
I just think Rick with a second little girl would be a real nice swerve.
You got me thinking now, Johnny. See, they won't take our ideas because they're too good.
Well, they don't want me anyway, so it's like,
Well, once you hit the big 6-0 this summer, you know, you may be a little too old for the writing team.
Fabo will always be available to do what needs to be done.
Yeah, you love that company. I know that.
WWE
you bleed
is-
WWE. Even all the way back to the 70s when you produced some spot shows for the company, for the WWWF, which a lot of people forget. I don't. But Johnny, another departure, I guess it wound up happening earlier this winter, and it really wasn't well reported, was a man that was slated at one point to face your son at WrestleMania a couple of years ago with his unique growth issues inside of his body, Lars Sullivan.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
that
there
would've
was
been
a
the match
guy
of matches.
on a photo. I mean, you talk about just, not to say that he's a freak, but just a freaky look where he has that same, I think it's along the lines of the same giantism issue where the parts of the body keep growing. I'm not familiar with the exact medical term, but I mean, I met him in the locker room at an NXT house show in Lowell, and television didn't do justice to just how thick the man was. I mean, his head and his shoulder, it was like a refrigerator. I'm not the tallest guy in the world, but he's someone that if he didn't run into the problems he ran into, whether it be the I guess mental illness is the best way to put it, where he had to depart the company due to anxiety a few times. And there was, you know, the Instagram, I guess he was reaching out to married women, and the gay pornography that surfaced with them in it. But, and he even paid a $100,000 fine for some, I guess, racially insensitive comments that were found on Reddit about a decade ago. So it seemed like WWE was really willing to put up with a lot to try and get the guy to the dance. It's just they couldn't get the music to play at the right time with him.
No.
And that's a shame, because I think he really, really had such a great look, devastating personality in the ring, really fit the role as a monster heel, and I think they lost a good one. It's unfortunate that whatever those anxiety issues may be that were holding him back, I mean, literally getting sick, unable to eat the day of events, you know, and I'm not even trying to be funny. I mean, you know, someone along the lines of Dr. David Reese to try and, I'm sure WWE did in their own way, but, you know, to try and find a way to get him to work through it.
It doesn't work. You know, the trouble is he bought a ticket to the dance but wasn't ready to dance.
You think that's it?
That's it. I think that's really it. I hope in his case they can solve the issues, and at some point this young man is able to come back, but it's hard. It's hard when you have issues like that. And then, you know, I'm an advocate of, I really don't care what you did 10 years ago. I'm tired of this.
I mean,
you know, Dan Marati
publicly
said
traded
John
PC
Cena was
company.
shot fat and ugly 22 years ago. I really don't give a
Back
shit
when
about
you were in
22
your
years
30s,
ago.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. I do care about the other things that you're talking about. That just ruins the company. You can't have that on the roster.
The pornography.
Yeah, that's just not good. And you know, I just think that that would have been a great Cena Laz match.
If I remember right, it was going to be when the year they did that horrible thing with Elias.
Oh, that was terrible. With the guitar, that was horrible. That was horrible.
The
rap
thing
versus
John's part was fun, but I don't. Other than the man's size, I don't see what they get in Elias. It's just such a one-trick pony.
There's nothing there.
As soon as they say, when they had fans, what does WWE stand for? Walk with Elias. Done. Then the bell rings. There's nothing. Can you think of one good Elias match you've seen since?
Honky Tonk ripoff. He's trying to rip off.
That's an insult to the even.
No, but I'm saying that with the guitar. That's
insult
all I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't insult the Honky Tonk man. If I were the Honky Tonk man, I'd be insulted by what I'm seeing. I mean, there's only one man that can do that, and that's me, the Honky Tonk man. No, that guy is. No, and you know, I mean, we can go on and on about Cena. I think when he was fighting the Undertaker, when he was mixed with the crowd, I should have been there.
You should have been sitting next to him.
I should have been.
That
right
would have
there.
been. That would have been fun.
It would have been awesome. But you know what? They don't like me no more. No, I'm only kidding you.
What about would you have been sitting next to the woman that many on the internet believes to be Carol Cena?
Who's that?
A blonde that isn't Moniz, that you've been seeing with many times at wrestling events over the years.
Oh, that's happened several
I think
times.
that's hysterical. If you Google Carol Cena, that picture comes out.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad it does, because that tells you the fans have no brains.
Why does that make the fans have no brains?
Please, there are pictures of myself and my former spouse.
Yeah.
Well, why would you bring up the person that's...
But I just think
they think I remarried?
I think there are fans that don't realize that that's not her.
It's not her.
And
I'm
we are
single.
always together.
I'm out there. I'm, you know, what can I say?
She was kind of a younger lady.
Yeah.
And she looked kind of like, if you ever watched the movie The Great Outdoors, she reminded me an awful lot of the spouse of John Candy, if you've ever seen that film.
I have.
And I take that as a compliment. She's a lovely lady.
Well,
now you've gone lovelier.
Thank you.
With the big M. I'm not going to say which one, though.
Well, Moniz.
Well, there's another M, too.
Moniz. Moniz, come down, cut your... No, anyway.
I wouldn't want to make, as nice as Moniz is, I wouldn't want to make her mad.
Not from Brooklyn.
If she's got that Brooklyn blood in her veins.
She does.
You know what? I could wind up in pieces out on the loading dock.
Both of us. But I think that would have been a great deal with The Undertaker. Me there. Would
you have taken a bump for The Undertaker?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No question about it. But anyway, let's go back to what you want to talk about.
Well, as we continue on with some things in the world of WWE right now, we had the big Royal Rumble return of Carlito, who didn't look like $1 million. He looked like $1,000,001, in my opinion. They put him on Raw the next night in a tag team match. It was him and Jeff Hardy against, I think it might have been actually Elias and his little partner in crime, Jackson Riker, who's back from vacation after his little kind of political social media outburst that was right-winged earlier in the spring. That's a different story for a different time. But I'll say this, Johnny, when I saw on the man's first televised match on TV in 10 years, him hitting his finish so he can tag in Jeff Hardy to get the pin, I didn't have high hopes. And now Carlito has not been seen on a WWE television show since. Do you, what I believe was just a 3-week tryout to begin with, do you think we've seen the end of Carlito already?
I think Carlito was a valuable resource. If they don't take this young man and at least use him in some capacity, production, working with these kids, or putting him back in the ring. I know that his one thing was to retire from WWE. When he was done, just leave WWE in good terms. The first time he left was not on the best of terms.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
It worked out for us because we got a great talent to use on our live events.
I hope that we see more of Carlito. I'm kind of leaning and saying, you haven't seen him, I don't think you're going to see him.
And that's a shame because, and I look at it twofold. I look at it from the human in me. I think he is a character that would add something to the show. He's got great personality. Again, if his body was in that kind of condition during his first run,
unbelievable, wasn't it?
when he kind of gave up when he realized they weren't going to do anything with him.
Yeah.
He might have had a longer run the first go around. From the, I guess maybe the professional side of Dan Marati, I look at it like this. I'd love to have him on our live events once we have them again, especially looking the way he does now. He's in megabucks condition. And you would never guess how old he is.
No, he's a great
He's
person.
like Shelton and Bobby Lashley. He doesn't
Yep.
age.
Nope. Another couple of great guys.
At least they're getting their just due right now.
Yes, they are.
Bobby's in for some big things headed into WrestleMania. At least Shelton's been taken out of catering, and they've given him the tag team titles. When you have one of the elite athletes to ever compete in a WWE ring, and they have him watching the show on a television monitor most weeks. The Hurt Business, say what you will, I'm not the world's biggest MVP fan, but it took some guys that, maybe they have been miscast, misused, or not used at all, and it have given them a very significant role on the show. I think for what can be knocked about WWE Creative, I think the Hurt Business faction right now is one of the better parts of the show. The only thing I don't understand is they recently added Cedric Alexander from the cruiserweight side of things, and they're already hinting that Cedric is going to turn on them. If that's the case, why would you have a heel turn on a heel faction and do it after just a few weeks after joining them? But they didn't call and ask my opinion, believe it or not.
Well, they didn't call me either, so
I don't know
we'll
about
just
that.
check that one off.
I don't know about that.
They didn't call?
No. But I hope Carlito should be on a national wrestling television program.
I'm surprised.
And his cousins are excellent too. Eddie and what did they go by in WWE?
Primo and
Epico is
right.
what they went by in WWE,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's a faction right there. Think of what they could have done with New Day. Or if they brought the cousins back too, something with the Hurt Business. Or Lucha House Party if they kept them as a trio. A lot of different creative routes they could have gone with that. But again, it feels like a great opportunity that got flushed down the toilet.
Well, maybe Johnny Khan will pick up Carlito.
He owns the name. That's another thing that works to his advantage, as opposed to someone like, as we've mentioned on the AEW show, we talked a little bit about the Luke Harper, Brody Lee situation. He couldn't be Luke Harper because that was a WWE creation. Carlito, that's kind of his born name with the Spanish nickname. I think it means Little Carlos.
He owns it.
Yeah.
Yep, he owns
So they Primo and Epico, I don't think could be used. I think those were WWE creations. But just a real shame if WWE lets that opportunity go to waste.
Maybe they got nothing for him. The trouble is,
how does a company that repeats the same boring matches, the same boring interviews over and over and over again, not be able to come up with something good for someone with some talent?
Well, that's what I was going to say. The problem we have right now is they bring him out. They've used him 3 times now. Now you sit back in the room and you go, what else do we have for him? Where are we going to put him? Instead of sitting back going, wait a minute, there's scenario A, B, and C. We can use this guy in any of these 3 scenarios. I don't see that. They just give up.
I think if that's the case, you need new writers. If you can't come up with something for a talent like Carlito to be part of your weekly show that has just been devastated with the amount of departures that it's had, to keep it feeling fresh and original each week, instead of it feeling like especially with the women, where there's only maybe 8 to 10 of them, where it feels like just the same match week after week after week, almost like you're watching a rerun.
I could see Carlito against Roman Reigns.
Yeah. And there's history there between the Anoa'is and the Colognes.
That'd be a good setup.
Yeah.
Good setup.
Especially once Jimmy Uso comes back. Again, you have another trio. The Anoa'i trio, and you'd have the Cologne trio.
Well, let's see what happens, as Paul Harvey would say.
Paul
see if we
who?
get Harvey on the radio.
Who's-
You're too young to remember him. Now we'll see what happens with the rest of the story.
All right, Johnny. Also coming up at the end of the 90-day no-compete clause is the lovely, well-spoken Zelina Vega, who I liked an awful lot in her managerial role with Andrade and Angel Gaza. Andrade is going to be on the side of Milk Carton soon. He's missing in action right now. I don't know, usually look at the situation with Becky Lynch and Lacey Evans. The female is the one that goes missing. I don't know if I'm not trying to say Andrade's pregnant, but there is a guy I could look at as another one of the top.
Whoa! Okay.
I know his English is not 100%, but he had Zelina Vega doing the talking for him. I would have been grooming that man as one of the top heels for one of the 2 brands. Angel Gaza they brought in. he's got the next generation Eddie Guerrero written all over him. He's snarky, he's charismatic, he looks kind of like a sleazy little ass ripping his pants off and flowers for the women and things like that. And again, ever since that trio was broken up, they've got nothing for the man. He was used as an enhancement talent over Damian Priest, which I'm certainly not trying to advocate that Damian Priest as a newcomer should be losing, but they should have other guys on the roster to take that pinfall. I think Angel Garza just oozes heel charisma. I would want him around for a long time, and I'd try and protect him in the booking instead of having him jobbing. And then you look at someone like Sheamus, who they continue to shove down people's throats, and nothing against the guy, but, you know, Sheamus has been there now 10, 11, 12 years. He's been there, he's done that. There's nothing that feels new or original about seeing Sheamus.
Because they have nothing new for him. He's fought everybody there is.
Scally cap.
He's fought everybody there is to fight. I don't know. I don't disagree with what you said. I think you're right on the money with those people. But it's a strange business. It's a strange business, and you know, one day you're on top, the next day you could be sweeping the floor.
Well, Zelina Vega, she took to social media and used the U word, which didn't go over very well. And much like Andrade Almas, her husband, Aleister Black, has also been on the missing persons list for quite a while.
Goodbye,
Aleister, he's waiting for someone. He always says, you know, come and knock at the door when you're ready to fight. I guess no one's ready to fight because we're not even seeing inside the door anymore.
Nothing.
And there is a guy that I thought, he to me is deceptively tall on TV because he's not that big in person. But I think a gimmick that people genuinely liked when he was coming up, you know, with that little dark music, and he'd pop up out of the casket and come to the ring. And I'm not trying to say he was the next Undertaker.
Rip off.
He was someone that the fans really liked. And in a day and age when they have a difficult time sometimes getting new talent like that over, why flush it down the toilet?
Maybe a situation where they sat back and said, this is a ripoff of The Undertaker. There's only one Undertaker. We can't create a second Fiend. But why don't you rewrite the story so you can create that talent in a different way?
You think maybe he just needs a fresh coat of paint?
Yeah, that's all. You know,
Fair enough.
I think they missed the boat in a lot of these people, just as you're saying.
Do you think that the lovely, lovely Zelina will wind up in another major league promotion that will accept her using social media, Twitch and Cameo and things like that? Can you believe it's got to this? Trying to dictate to the talent what they do on their own time. It's unbelievable to me.
I cannot believe what I see and what I hear. You do have a life of your own, unfortunately. And I don't think that the WWE, AEW, Impact, I don't care who it is, New Japan Pro, I don't think that they realize this. Once you come under my roof, it's my rules. Your life is mine. And as long as I pay the bill, you do as I tell you to do. So you will not do this on social media. You will not use these types of words. You will not reach out this way. Those are the rules. Are you willing to play? I certainly hope somebody picks her up. Talent was good. She was good. She really did a lot. And she proved what you and I, especially myself, have been saying for ages. The managers need to come back because you got a guy that could perform but couldn't speak. So now what you got is somebody that can do it. Brock Lesnar, perfect example. Paul Heyman, look at Roman Reigns. Don't give him the stick. Let him go in and beat the shit out of everybody. Let Paul Heyman do what he does best. It's perfect. So let's see what happens down the road.
Did you see the end of Elimination Chamber on the SmackDown side, how we just decimated Daniel Bryan?
Took him right out.
Oh, wasn't that a great spot, though?
Yep, it was done right.
And he was used as a heel. Instead of saying, well, we'll do the match later on. No. As soon as that chamber started to come up, Roman's music hit, came in, kicked the shit out of him, and it was over.
Done.
And then you set up another hot angle with Edge, but we're going to talk more about that as we get closer to WrestleMania.
Sounds good.
I lost my train of thought there. I did want to ask you, Johnny, I don't believe you have seen it, but your thoughts on the new NBC hit series, Young Rock.
I have not seen it.
Kind of a fictitious or rewritten history of the young life of Dwayne Johnson.
It's endorsed by Dwayne Johnson. He's on all
He's
the
in it.
commercials.
He's in it.
Yeah, but it's endorsed by Dwayne
Yeah.
Johnson. Is
Well,
it
if
his
he's in
production
it, I hope
company?
so.
Is it his production
Yeah.
company? Answer done. That's it. There's your answer.
Well, they took some unique, I guess, Hollywood creative liberties with it, as far as certain people being in certain places at certain times that just don't add up to any longtime wrestling fans. But I think it's aimed more towards kids and families and things like that. But to hear terms like working the gimmick on a sitcom, I thought that was kind of funny. Now, I'll ask you this. If there was ever to say, let's just say a few years from now, a young Cena to be produced, who would you like to see be you and young Cena?
Me?
Yeah.
A show on me?
No, about your son.
They've already done it.
No, if they were to do, a
a
weekly
sitcom?
series, yeah.
First of all, I don't think that would ever happen. I don't think John would do it. I don't know. I can't speak for my son. I never speak for my son. As I told you before, he has his own life. I have mine. We very rarely talk business. That's something that we both agreed on. I think it's great. I don't know what I would say. Who would play a young John Cena?
No. Who would play John Cena Sr. in the show?
John Cena Sr. I did to check.
You wouldn't let anyone do it other than you. But let's just say they went retro like they did with The Rock when they had a 10-year-old version of him. Obviously, they have to do a little bit of something with the moss and color it up a little bit, or they'd need a different actor to do it. You know who I think would have been good as John Cena Sr.?
Who's that?
Adam West.
You are really on drugs. Man, I don't know what you and Janetti did. What did you and
don't
Janetti
think
do?
Adam West would have been a good John if he was with us still?
Do you want me to tell you? Let's put it this way.
All right.
I've been around Hollywood a little bit,
Yeah.
see what they can do with makeup and stuff. They can make you look 150 years old. I mean, you look okay now, but they could do 150. They could certainly make Fabo look like he used to look with the sideburns when he was a kid. You know what? Me.
Not Adam West.
Not Adam West.
You couldn't throw a punch and then have Pow come up on the screen.
You know what? I guess the show's a hit, and kudos to Dwayne Johnson, and I mean that sincerely, for coming up with the idea, for producing it, and bringing that out to life. Kudos.
I just wish it was based more in reality than...
But see, that's not what happens when you try to make things bigger than life. And when you do that, you either do it for one or two things. You either do that because you want people to see how you came from nothing and became something, or you need to fill the room. And it's not with money. You need to create that, it's me. I don't know Dwayne Johnson well enough to comment one way.
You did work a big angle with him at the Garden once that outdrew John Taffer's bar rescue that week when you two were having a little tiff.
I'm sure that
Drew a monster rating, if I
Rock,
recall.
The Rock doesn't even know who I am.
That night,
I'm sure.
That night he was a little confused, but he figured it out.
Oh, backstage?
He put the pieces of the puzzle together.
I'm sure, and he still said he's still a fucking jerk. So you know what? Again, tremendous person. He's done a lot to show people that you can. Hard work, just like Cena, never give up, never quit. You can be successful. And I think that says a lot for The Rock. And I mean, I have nothing to take away. I don't know him. I'm sure he doesn't know me. But
other than that main event segment that you had on Raw with him a few years ago.
It was never live on TV.
What?
I never did a thing on Rock with The Rock on TV.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
It was, what was it called? This Is Your Life.
John Cena. This Is Your Life, John Cena.
Right.
I never did anything on camera with The Rock.
Well, he came out to the ring at a different time.
But I never had there was nothing written for Dwayne Johnson and John Cena Sr.
But you were all part of the same segment.
But not in the ring.
Not in the right. He came out afterwards.
Right.
I think you would have taken a hell of a rock bottom.
Well, my suggestion was that it should have been, well, truly, it shouldn't have been Mick Foley. It should have been me, because the deal was Cena versus The Rock, and all the remarks he's making about his mother and everybody else, what better person to take out than the old man? Because that would have given him a lot of leverage, making up all his little rhymes and stuff. So I think it would have meant a lot more to the segment had I taken the rock bottom, and I'm not, please, taking away anything from what they decided to do, but I think it would have been a lot more and been more significant.
Well, you get a hell of a reaction. You got a hell of a reaction that night in Boston.
I did. I was very.
I know I wasn't expecting it. I was in hysterics, thanks to our good friends at WWE that provided us with a few seats for the show, and I was not expecting it, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. Anytime you get involved and I don't see it coming, I get a tremendous enjoyment out of it. I don't know why.
I don't think WWE is looking to bring me back anytime soon.
Well, you never know. Anything can happen in the World Wrestling Federation.
But I know Big Show, when I went back, said to me, "I've never laughed so hard in my whole life." I said, "That's great. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoy working with WWE. I'd be glad to do anything, anytime."
It looks like his show has come to an end on Netflix.
It's done. It's over. It's been canceled.
Did you watch it?
I watched a couple of episodes.
I know you're kind of a Netflix guy.
I don't watch a whole lot of TV. I'm more into the documentaries, more into Discovery X. I really like that program. Discovery, the History Channel, PBS. I like that. I do like a lot of cooking shows. I do a lot of cooking.
You want to create cooking
We're going to create a cooking show. I'd like to do that. If
I did mention it to Mr. USA, who was very interested.
We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll come down.
I know which kitchen of the two I would prefer to tape it in, but
right here. We're going to do the kitchen.
We'll do it here.
Right here.
Well, we're going to need an awful lot of equipment.
We'll do induction hot plates, the whole bit. We can do the whole thing. Yeah, it's enjoyable.
It's going to be an interesting 2021, Johnny, especially if we can get back to having those live wrestling events, because we got some great stuff.
I would think by July, I think we'll be a quarter of the way, if not a halfway there. I don't expect you're going to see a large crowd at WrestleMania. That just will not allow that. You're really risking a lot of people. So my whole thing is, a WrestleMania, there'll be a crowd, but I don't think you're going to see what you saw from all over the world. There'll be all kinds of restrictions.
It'll be just how hard it would be for those people to even travel into the country.
They will let them in.
I know Bushwhacker Butch, he was going to be coming in for 2 weeks to do, again, a couple of months' worth of appearances all over the country with Bushwhacker Butch. But the problem is, once he goes back, you have to pay to quarantine in New Zealand at a hotel for anywhere from 15 to 30 days, depending upon, that adds up cost-wise.
He's a great guy. I like him. He's a great guy.
Luke or Butch? Luke is the one that's from Florida.
Right. The other fellow is on crutches.
Butch, yeah. He's out in New Zealand right now.
Yes, they're both good. Both great human beings.
And have not seen Butch since, well, he was in the United States for the Hall of Fame ceremony.
When I saw him.
But other than that,
I haven't seen
he
him.
moved in 2002 after he took ill. I think I've told you before, we ran a live event fundraiser for him, and he took the money that we raised, and instead of taking care of bills or whatever, he went out and bought a computer where he could do customer service work over the telephone from his home. So he was able to generate an income out of the money that we raised. And you know what? Those are the types of things that makes me feel good about doing these crazy things we put ourselves into. You know, we've ran into some odd, frustrating situations over the past 19 plus years, but I look at that as one of the great stories because a lot of good came out of it. We helped a man that almost died, that was a legend in this business. And again, not only did we help, pay the rent for the month, so to speak, he went out and he was able to have a little job until he went home to live with his kids in New Zealand.
God bless him.
All right, well, wrestling fans are running out of time now. What did you think of tonight's episode? If you're watching during the 10 p.m. premiere after SmackDown, the premiere box is live. We're chatting away. I want to see what all of our great friends think, whether it's Don the Barber, Slick Rick, Maria, Tina, Vaughn, all of our other great friends, Kevin Petriantozzi, all the other Kevins that we have with us. We got a growing group to try and catch all of the shows each week. And again, remember, if you can't, there's always the Saturday Night Weekend Review show at 10 p.m., which has every episode from the entire week and one-stop shopping. But, we like it when you're with us live. We want to know what you think. What do you think about John Cena Sr. returning Sunday, March 21st for the Fastlane pay-per-view? He says absolutely not. He said he'd rather go out to L.A. for a weekend and really have a Discovery X.
Be there, right there.
We have a lot to look forward to on the road to WrestleMania, folks. Again, the eBay store is open 24/7, and our acclaimed Patreon streaming service, where you get early ad-free access to all of our in-studio weekly shoot interview shows. You get access to our acclaimed Studio Shoot Interview DVD library that this guy co-hosted several of. It's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get exclusive Patreon access you don't get anywhere else. And most important to me, you help keep the wrestling legends working now, especially that we've reached about 1 year with almost no independent shows, almost no autograph signings, almost no conventions. That's how people that aren't under contract to WWE and AEW make a living. You know, they may have other jobs as well, but when it comes to this vocation, they need those things to come back to life. Using this studio as a platform to help them live, that really means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to this guy. I know it means a lot to the superstars in questions. I know we laugh and joke and try and have a good time, but to me, it's a very important, serious thing. I want to be able to generate as much revenue as we can to have as many guys in here as we can. So, for the fabulous one himself, Mr. John Cena Sr., hopefully you say hello to Margot for me.
Margot, your way, you go your way.
I'm Dan Marty. We'll see you next Friday after SmackDown. Until we speak again, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger outprint, one of only 50 made, a great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed Studio Shoot Interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
All right, wrestling fans, thank you for spending your Friday night with us. We welcome you to our humble abode here in MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, the zip code of champions, 02176. I know for you, it is not as exciting as Margot's boudoir, but, you know, it's not a bad backup.
Wow. Moniz is going to be really all over you.
Like I said, I'm going to wind up in pieces on the loading dock.
I'm sure you will.
And I like Moniz.
Well, keep it up, brother.
That would be the M that I'd keep, but you know what? It's at your discretion. Everybody likes a little French delicacy every now and then.
Margot?
Yeah.
Margot, you think I should talk to Margot? Maybe we can have something to do. You think maybe? Well, maybe we see Margot.
Maybe someday we'll do the Margot studio shoot interview.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Her experiences on Ms. and Mrs. I know you must be excited, Johnny, that the day after WrestleMania, Ms. and Mrs. returns kind of outside of prime time. The original episodes are going to air at 11 p.m. after Raw, which I think is a hell of a lead-in for it.
It is.
Would that make you, as the average viewer, a little bit more, I know you might be in a couple of the episodes, but would it make you more apt to tune in to watch it if it was at the end of the wrestling show? As opposed to tuning in specifically on another night?
No.
Really?
No.
I think it helps a great deal. I think you have a built-in audience of 2 or so million people watching Raw. If Ms. and Mrs. begins just as that last match ends, I think that's a great lead-in audience, even if it is 11 o'clock at night.
Provided they're still as popular as they are, provided they have the content that they need. There's a lot of variables here.
Yeah. Are you a reality TV guy?
No.
You've been on a little reality TV.
Excuse me?
You've been on a little reality
I have been
TV.
on a little reality TV, and I think there's that fine line between
TV and
reality. Yeah. So you know what?
A little enhanced, maybe, or
Yeah, there's a go. That's a good one.
encouraged.
There you go. There you go.
I know the Kowloon, I believe, wasn't that the background of one of your
That was the
episodes
first
of reality
episode.
TV?
That was the very first shoot. If I remember correctly, Nikki was on crutches, and we asked, John asked if we could do that show at the Kowloon. Andy Wong and Bobby were very gracious, gave us that room, and I can only tell you that was probably one of the most outstanding fun nights we had. My son Dan, he's comical anyway. Matter of fact, one of the directors came over during the break and said, I think we ought to do a series on the Cena family.
Really?
Yeah.
As opposed to
they were
those
doing-
that shall not be named.
Yes. Anyway, that
How
never.
long, you know, I know things are so heavily edited for those types of programs. You know, you probably saw 5 minutes at Kowloon.
From the Kowloon,
And
right.
how long was the actual dinner? I'm sure you were there for quite a while.
Oh, it was 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, and that room, you know, that to us, that's a special room because a lot of the times after our Boston Wrestling MWF live events, you know, we're all back there enjoying
It was a
the
room
night.
way to the back.
Yeah.
Way to the
Yep,
back.
yep, yep.
That was fun. We had a lot of fun
I got a
back there.
kick out of seeing that.
And that food was, I'll tell you, it just was
You get me
nonstop.
hungry, Johnny.
Nonstop.
You get me hungry.
Nonstop.
It's Friday night. I'm hungry as it is.
We could
Stomach
always
is
get
growling,
takeout.
Andy. The
Take-
stomach is growling.
Takeout.
Andy.
Have it delivered.
We could do that.
Yeah,
We
we
could
did
do
that for the
When
pay-per-view.
we did the Royal Rumble, yeah?
Yep.
Well, we're hoping you might be back for Fast Lane. Well,
I
that's
doubt
the way it's
that.
done.
I don't.
The
I doubt
Fast
that.
Lane down 95 South won't be happening.
It won't be happening. No.
Well, the invitation is always there, Johnny.
Thank you.
In the world of WWE, what great news. I know we had pre-taped a couple of episodes, so we're catching up. But the new WWE champion, I feel like they finally got it right. We got to give him the big pat on the back. He looks the part. He wrestles the part. He has the humanity in his heart, I believe, to fit the role very well with all of the great community work he does in Denver, Colorado. The question is, can he hold it going into WrestleMania, and will he keep it at WrestleMania? The new champion, a man that I think should have got one of those world titles back in 2007, Mr. Bobby Lashley.
An outstanding athlete, human being, hard worker. On the indie circuit, I did several shows with Mr.
Right
Lashley.
down the street at Memorial Hall.
Yep,
We had him many, many times.
I did a lot of shows with Mr. Lashley. Well deserved. If the storylines are right and the opponents are correct, this could be a long-term championship. And let's hope WWE has learned their lesson. We don't drop them in 2 weeks. We don't drop them in 4. Let's have a little longevity here. Let's make it go the right way. And I think it could work to be something really, really good.
Unbelievable. I tell you, I was thrilled, Johnny.
I would be.
I finally feel like they have a champion you can believe in.
He's got it all. The man has it all.
It's not a slight against The Miz, but, you know, like I've said before, I think The Miz is a nice kind of upper mid-card heel comedy routine, not world championship material. Drew McIntyre, again, I said it before, I'll say it again. I think they did the man a disservice having him lose the title before you had wrestling back in front of live crowds again. I would have, just to see how over or not so over McIntyre was, I would have waited for that organic response that you can only get from a live wrestling audience. That's one man's opinion, but now that he's lost a couple of times, they kind of took that specialness away from him. The one way you get guys over is for them not to lose.
Yeah, the aura is gone from McIntyre. Unfortunately, he had a great gimmick. He still has a great gimmick. But what they've done to him, you know, it was not right. It really wasn't. I agree with you. The pop should have been win or lose at WrestleMania, any pay-per-view that's got an audience. I agree.
They should have given him the chance to see, you know what, can this man be, as opposed to a top guy, one of the faces of the company for years to come? And I think they shot themselves in the foot because they really don't know. They don't know how, again, organically, how hot he was at his peak when he was the world champion that could not be beaten. They took that away from themselves.
Yep.
They chose to. You know, it was a decision. Putting the title on Randy Orton for 3 weeks was meaningless. It didn't do anything for television ratings. It didn't do anything for WWE Network subscriptions. As far as the road to WrestleMania, that takes many twists and turns, much like Tony and Marty's talk shows. I mean, you know what? But between the pay-per-view Fastlane and even seeing a world title change on Raw when Lashley beat The Miz, a lot of things can happen between now and April 10th and 11th at Raymond James Stadium in beautiful, sunny Tampa, Florida.
A lot can happen between now and then. I just hope they do it the right way.
I hope Cecil the Lion is alive in the control room.
I see him. He's fine.
I haven't seen the camera switch.
He's fine. He's doing a great
job. All right. He's doing a great
job. He's doing a great job.
I don't know if he's a security guard or a technical director.
I don't know why you bug that guy. He does an awesome job.
I love Cecil the Lion. I love Cecil the Lion.
You don't buy him lunch. You make the kids work in a cold control room. He could change the cameras if you got him in Bermuda shots back there.
He could change the camera shot every now
and then.
Why?
Your face is there.
Oh, he's...
From the booth.
Cecil, relax, brother.
From the booth,
You're
we
part
get
of
it.
the family, brother.
Good man, Cecil. I'm on your side, brother.
Anyway, but again, Bobby, I mean,
no, great guy.
Would you keep him as a heel as the champion?
I love it. I love it. And I think what you got to do now is let him play that heel, start to play that tweener, so you don't know whether he's going to be good or bad. Push him a little bit to that good side, and then whoop, there it is. Grab it, right back to being the heel. He is fabulous as a heel.
No pun intended.
No, he's fabulous as a heel. I got to tell you something. You know, I work with him as a face. You've seen him as a face. What is his best look? That mean Bobby Lashley, like I'm going to kick your ass and destroy the world. Roman Reigns, what saved you?
Well, to some degree, I agree with that.
You know,
I was always a Roman guy. I just didn't like the overall presentation.
No.
The presentation improved an awful lot, that's for sure.
And Roman Reigns improved an awful lot because what Roman learned was that he had to be Roman Reigns. He couldn't be this guy from the threesome that went out and kicked ass and take name and check numbers. No. And as he began to grow...
Well, you know what? You finish your thought.
No, he began to understand. And I don't think, you know, when they throw him into this thing, he does have input into his character. He does have input. Why would you let me go out in the ring and go, that's all, folks? Come on.
Well, I don't ever remember him saying that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing with me about Roman. I don't know if it was him. I think it was WWE Creative realized there was a better approach to go. You know, you took a guy that if you go back on WWE Network, look at Survivor Series 2013, Royal Rumble 2014, it was a very similar presentation to what you're seeing right now. Maybe not as developed or as well spoken. Maybe the material was a little more raw, but the fans were behind him to be the guy. It was when they decided to put him in the ring, cutting 20-minute promos, trying to do comedy, trying to be lighthearted. You know, when they put the blue contact lenses in his eyes to try and make him more handsome. I think they lost a lot of people. And I don't even know if it was Roman, much like your son. I don't know if it was Roman they necessarily disliked, other than the presentation of Roman they disliked.
I think they were both, because people believed he's going along with this. You got to understand, folks, I don't think you quite get it. It's a job. You've got a boss. The boss is Vince McMahon. The boss is Triple H, Paul Levesque, Stephanie McMahon, Shane McMahon. You've got writers. You either play ball or you don't play ball. But the fact of the matter is, you do have input. Vince is always open to suggestion. I'm sure Paul Levesque is too. If it looks good, they might try it. But people began to buy it and say, well, Roman, you're part of this. You're enjoying it. So, you know what? I think all along, maybe the Samoans had something to say. Maybe they realized where the character was. I was not a Roman Reigns guy. You've got it on video.
Oh, I know.
When I did a comedy show with Mick Foley, one of the fans asked, what would you do with Roman Reigns? I'll take Roman Reigns, bring him back, break his back. Pooh, Roman Reigns, not good.
You wanted to make Roman Reigns humble?
Yeah, humble.
You wanted to humble
No good.
Roman?
Out. Goodbye. No. And now look at him. Now look at where he's at. And that tells you the general genius of a man like Vince or Paul Levesque or Shane, because now what they've done is they brought me wrestling. They brought me a storyline that can be believable.
Well, I'll tell you this, Johnny, at least for the moment, and usually you do get your better content on the road to WrestleMania, as the most thought of the year is generally put into the big event, but
yep.
It's compliments across the board. On SmackDown, you have a world champion you can believe in.
Yep.
On Raw, you have a world champion you
Finally.
can believe in.
Finally.
It took them a long time. I can't think of the last time I could say, honestly, as someone that just enjoys watching the show, that you had two top guys that I am immersed in and I'm interested in what they're doing.
You know me. I say it like it is. I get in trouble for saying it, but I got to side with you. First time.
In a long time.
Outside of Cena or Austin or The Rock, first time. First time. And
but I'm saying the champions on both brands.
I agree. You finally get something that's there.
I'm very happy with both of them right
I would
now.
agree, 100%.
Now, we know that Roman's road to WrestleMania has pretty much been solidified outside of what would have to be considered a major surprise, and that we will have the 2021 Royal Rumble winner Edge challenging Roman at Raymond James Stadium for the Universal Championship. But who will be facing Lashley right now is unknown. There are many variables and there's many potential opponents. Could you see The Miz getting a rematch at WrestleMania with Lashley?
See, I think the world of The Miz. I really do. He's a great friend. Every time I go in, he's a great guy. Always say hi to his parents. They're super folks. You know what?
And a great representative of the company in the industry.
You took the word right out of my mouth. Let him do what he does best now. You've got a guy that really is a champion, not that The Miz wasn't, but he's there. Let's give him an opponent that we can believe can destroy him. Braun Strowman. Give him somebody big. Give him somebody that we can work. John Cena. I mean, anything like that, I think is going to add credibility to the title. Because I disagree with one of the comments you made. You said, which one of these guys or both of these guys could be the potential face of the company for years to come? I said it before, I'll say it again. You will never, ever have faces of the company for years to come. Maybe one, maybe two. That's it. They just aren't doing what they did before. You'll never have the Austins. You'll never have the Bret Harts, the John Cenas, the Rocks. It's just not going to happen. So will you have guys that can carry it for a while? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I have a hunch that WWE may go the route that they were hoping they could have gone a year ago, in that you almost get WrestleMania 36 Part 2 when a potential Drew McIntyre-Lashley match. You have Drew win the title from Lashley in front of an audience. But, what the past year happened, and I think most fans remember that. Would you go the route of Drew McIntyre and Bobby for the title at WrestleMania with Drew getting it?
I think I would go the match. I think that would be an outstanding match. Two great workers. Two guys who are totally dedicated to the business. Not that the other people in the business aren't. Would I have him walk away with the belt? Probably not. Or if I did, who's going to be the heel? Who's going to be the face? There's got to be a gimmick there where he grabs the trunks. It's got to be some crap involved there because you can't let that storyline end at WrestleMania.
Even though I have not heard any rumors to the contrary, but one of the few matches left that I can honestly say I would really like to see that's never been done before. What about Bobby Lashley defending the WWE Championship against the former title holder, Brock Lesnar?
Another excellent choice. Another excellent choice. That would be pulling the rabbit out of the hat. Fans would absolutely go nuts over that. However, now the question becomes, two MMA fighters. Ashley is super at what he does. Listen, I always told you this. I would never want to argue with Brock Lesnar or Lashley. I think that would be an outstanding match. Question, how would it end up? Who would walk out the champion? There's the question. I think you'd have to put the belt back on Lashley, or if Lesnar walked out with the belt that night, you'd have to let it go a couple of weeks, and Lashley scoops it back with a rematch clause. We do something that puts Lashley out of commission. Maybe it's Heyman that throws up the knuckles or whatever. Lashley's out for 3 or 4 weeks. Guess who's a man in a mask begins to commit and harass. Nobody knows who that man is.
They've done enough of that with Retribution.
Well, but you remember and I don't know if you remember this. You're just a young fella. Remember when they had Ric Flair and the Tiger and the magician thing with he'd appear, disappear.
The Black Scorpion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was. See what I'm trying to say? I think that kind of storyline, people were into that kind of thing.
I think there's been enough hocus pocus with Alexa Bliss and Randy Orton lately, but that's one man's opinion.
Hocus pocus.
Well, Randy Orton throwing up black ooze with Alexa Bliss on a television screen.
You know what?
I really am not feeling that.
The Papa Shango stuff doesn't go. There's only one guy that could do that, Papa Shango. And my whole thing is, you know what? Randy Orton is an outstanding athlete, but even he is wearing thin now. People are tired of Orton.
I think people are tired of him being presented as an idiot.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Orton. Make him who he is.
Dominated by this 5-foot-tall possessed woman.
Correct. Make him who he is.
Come on.
He's a rattle. He's the man. He's the Viper.
If it was a different era, he'd give her the RKO and he'd give her that old Ronnie Garvin stomp, and that would be the end of Alexa
I've been
Bliss.
there for both of those. But I'm telling you, this is what's hurting. And that's why people are going, you know what? Why am I watching? They've taken Orton, and they've made him Orton. Make him Orton. Make him the man that we know, the Viper. What was he before? The destroyer of legend? Legend killer? See? Those are the things that made Orton who he is and what he should be now.
Do you think...
Put him against Lashley.
Do you think we'll see Orton and The Fiend at WrestleMania after The Fiend comes back to life from being burnt to death at the TLC pay-per-view?
You see, I just got to say this. Thank God Vince has said it's entertainment. If the Fiend is burned to death, then what's he going to be? Now it'll be the Phoenix Fiend, because the Phoenix Fiend will rise from the ashes.
Little Greek mythology, baby.
Oh, please. You know what?
I love The Fiend, as you can see over your shoulder, fans, on one of the cameras in the control room. You have that beautiful 18 by 24 drawing that Tony made of The Fiend over there. Have you ever seen that one?
No, it's nice.
Isn't that nice? Imagine how much time he must have taken to...
All dots.
Weeks.
I commissioned him to do a picture for the Kowloon with Andy Wong in it. It's really...
I've seen it. It's great. Yeah.
Yep. It's awesome.
But honestly, I love The Fiend. I hate Bray Wyatt as Mr. Rogers, and I hate possessed Alexa Bliss, and I hate all those little puppets. I hate anything that has to do with the Firefly Funhouse. I wish Randy Orton lit the whole Funhouse on fire, and we never had to see it again. I have to deal with one puppet down here at the studio, and he's enough of an imbecile. You know who I mean. You've met him before. He belongs over there with the rest of the puppets. I don't like the puppets. I think it devalues the Fiend when they present this dangerous, evil man is an idiot.
If they want to continue with the Fiend, you remember the movies The Puppeteer?
No.
The Puppet Master?
Heard of it?
All the puppets began to come to life.
Well, I have a puppet that came to life down here, and he owes me about 13 grand. But...
What's another story for another time? Anyway, all I'm going to say is this. If he's out of Las Vegas, you might as well forget it. It's lost. I think that's the puppet you're talking about. But anyway, my whole thing is this. They could do a lot with Bray Wyatt. They could do a lot with The Fiend. I like the Funhouse.
You do?
If it's done right, it's got a little... People were buying into the gimmick.
When he does that Mr. Rogers style
they
videos,
were buying,
you like that? Really?
Yeah, but they were buying into it. You know what it's all about? It's not about what you like.
Right.
It's not about what I like. We have a right to our opinion. We have a right to agree to disagree and still be friends, which we do. And we do that with the fans. But I do believe that you saw most of the people buy into it. They enjoyed it.
I thought for the first few weeks when they introduced it and it was new and it was kind of a mystery before they even revealed Fiend and what Fiend was, when it was just Bray, doing all those nicey nice, and then towards the end, the face would kind of get bizarre and he'd go, let me in.
I want him back. I want the Fiend back.
I want Fiend. I don't want Mr. Rogers, Bray Wyatt.
Well, maybe we now have the Fiend with somebody who has an urn, because now the life of the Fiend is contained like it was for the Undertaker in the urn. There's a lot of rebirth, a lot of rewrite.
Maybe there's some ashes of the Fiend in an urn somewhere.
Well, but you know what? I don't think the writers really can see their hand in front of their face. Take a look at the storyline. It would work.
Well, I tell you this, Johnny. His name came up in a conversation recently as another one of those that are going to be on the milk cartons as far as where have you been. Bo Dallas, who remains under contract to WWE, the brother of Bray Wyatt.
Yep.
I mean, you talk about one guy, and again, we're going off topic, but someone that if you have ever gone to a house show, a non-televised WWE event, and you get to see the man work without the televised restrictions, timing, and so on and so forth, you talk about someone I think they've missed the boat with. I mean, I don't know if he's, again, the main event and the face of the company, but there is so much that could be done with Bo Dallas if they ever took a serious approach with him. He got himself into good shape. He had a good tan the last time we had seen him. He looked like not just a good professional wrestler. He started to look like a superstar that could be featured. I think Bo Leave, they did the comedy with him, and they did the that foursome faction where they were a bunch of undercard guys, Heath Slater, and you remember that?
Slater's gone. He's what?
And then they did B Team, go with Curtis Axel, and I mean, you know what? Ha ha for a few minutes, but you're taking a guy that could be up towards the top of your cards and making a joke out of him. Yep. I mean, you talk about a guy I'd love to book if he was ever available. I remember we used to have conversations like that probably 12 years ago about Carlito, and I said, if he's ever free of WWE obligations, I'd love to book him because there's just so much that WWE isn't giving the fans that I think they'd enjoy. Another example that they're finally, I think, starting to get it right about is Apollo Crews with his recent heel turn. When you'd see Apollo Crews work the non-televised events where you don't have necessarily that, television time restriction, and I hate to say that you're controlled by how WWE presents it with its different camera angles and so on, but with any television show, I think you're almost guided with how you view it. I think when you go to a non-televised WWE event, which is part of the reason why I always encourage them so much, is you're the camera. You decide what you look at and how you want to view it. And I always saw so much potential in Apollo Crews, and I've thought for years now there's so much that could be done with Bo Dallas as a heel on Raw or SmackDown. Even if they sent him back to NXT to try and give him a fresh coat of paint, there is a guy they could be making a lot more money off of than they have, in one man's opinion. I think he's not excellent, I think he's outstanding.
Well, apparently somebody doesn't agree with you.
Well, hey, you know what? They finally took him a few years, but they're finally doing it with Apollo Crews.
There you go.
Now that he has apparently developed an accent, and his grandfather had 5 Nigerian wives, he's in for a much bigger push than he had before. But an all-around great athlete. I mean, not the tallest guy in the world, but, I mean, he's in great physical condition, and he can go when that bell rings. I like Apollo Crews. I like the fact that I would have put him in the Hurt Business, but I don't know if he could have been the descendant of the Nigerian king that had the 5 Nigerian wives. It almost sounds like your life story back in the 60s.
Right.
Anyways, folks, to circle back to where we actually began, if you had that magic pencil, what would Bobby Lashley's destination at WrestleMania be?
I don't know. Why don't they tell us?
Oh, I'm asking for your opinion.
Well,
the fans can always chime in during the live premiere.
I'm telling you, my opinion is, I think we've already discussed it. There are several opponents out there that I think would work. I like Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley. That would be an outstanding match. The fans would really enjoy that. You've got 2 MMA fighters in there, not only professional wrestlers, but guy who's really mixed it up. Get them out there. Let them do their thing. I think that would be awesome. The only question I have is, what's the finish going to be?
Hey, I don't think I don't think Lesnar wants to come back just to do a job. You know what I mean?
And I don't think he should.
Right.
I really don't. I think that man deserves more than that. And so what are you going to do, though? It doesn't do anything for the fans to bring a superstar back like Brock Lesnar for 5 appearances. It doesn't work any more than you brought Goldberg back.
I know you don't like that.
Well,
how about Bobby and Goldberg for the championship?
Okay, that's it. You know what? I was here with you for the Royal Rumble. I watched the match with McIntyre and Goldberg, and as I said before, I wouldn't want to mix it up with Goldberg on my best day. He's got it. The guy is jacked. He's got it. But you know what? There reaches a point in life where you have to look at the sun and maybe ride off. And I mean, look, I'm just going to say.
He's got a minimum of 3 matches left between now and the end of 2022.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let him get and wrestle himself. That'll be the best thing he could do.
Well, Lanny...
That ought to get the fans back, right?
Lanny Poffo's done it, so I guess it could be said for anybody.
Yeah, but he's in Ecuador now. Why'd he go to Ecuador?
More privacy on the beach.
Oh, all right. Okay, here we go.
I personally want to see Lashley, Lesnar.
Yeah.
But again, I think it's almost a waste if you bring Lesnar in just to do the job and then nothing else. I'm not particularly enticed by Lashley and McIntyre because I have a feeling if you go that route, McIntyre gets the belt back again, and Lashley's long-awaited championship reign is very, very short. If it was me, if I had the magic pencil, if WWE welcomed me into the creative meetings, I would push for Bobby Lashley to have a very, very lengthy run with that belt. You know what? Again, he doesn't look it, but Bobby's a little long in the tooth. He's got several years on eye, believe it or not, even though he's the much better conditioned of the two of us. I don't think there's many that would argue that Dan Marati's in better shape than Bobby Lashley, but there may be a few blind people out there watching. I don't know. But I'd try and go with Bobby until it fails. Like I would have let them go with McIntyre until it was proven that the fans really weren't all that behind him. You know what I mean? That ship has sailed, though. They've had McIntyre lose a few times. He's lost the championship a few times. He's won it a couple of times. Okay, we've seen it. We've been there. It didn't increase television ratings, that's for sure. But again, not McIntyre's fault. Look at the conditions he won the title under, in front of no fans, a WrestleMania in an empty warehouse, pay-per-views in front of television screens. He never really had a chance to get that organic feedback. So I would be very interested in that, but where they've waited so long to pull the trigger on Bobby, I wouldn't end the experiment, so to speak, quickly.
If they did, Lashley would become a mid-carder. If they pull the rug out from under him now at WrestleMania, he's going to go right down to mid-card, and then they'll be bye-bye Bobby. That's the sad part about it. Take an athlete of that caliber, do the job, and then bing, bing, bing. Just doesn't make sense to me.
If you want a perfect blueprint on what you just described on not how to do it, look at how the mighty Braun Strowman has fallen the past couple of years with just bad creative over and over and over again. His WrestleMania destination looks to be Shane O'Mac. You talk about going to the well one too many times. And I mean, we're not talking about the body of water that the Fiend came out of to drown Braun back at Extreme Rules in July.
I have nothing but good words for Shane O'Mac.
Great words.
Let me
about
tell
Shane
you
O'Mac.
something. He is the best of the best. But at the same time, aren't you getting tired of it? You know, we'll bring Shane O'Mac in to save the day. Braun Strowman will look like an ass. I might put him over. You know what? They failed. Braun Strowman was the giant. He was the killer.
Believable.
He was, because he
Credible.
had the look. He had it. They ruined him. They destroyed him. And now there's no way to save him.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but at this point, it's a long-term reclamation project.
Yeah,
It
there's
would take a lot of time.
couple of years before you could bring
and
it back.
And I don't think Shane O'Mac is. I think Shane McMahon is a great character.
Let me tell you.
But I tell you this: when they present him as it's kind of an inside joke that I use with people. I say like Stone Cold, because it's almost like he runs out and he gives everybody the stunner and he runs off the hero. I don't know what it is about Shane McMahon where they present him on TV that he can't be, not tougher than the WWE superstars that are on the active roster. He has to be an equal, if not tougher than them. He's always stone cold, you know what I mean? Yep. And I like the guy an awful lot. I think as a human being, he's a great person.
He and his dad.
And I think he is very underrated as far as his in-ring work goes for someone that's so limited. But at the same time, should he be going tit for tat with the top guys in the company? Never. Never.
No. I used to like if you hear me, you hear me. I loved it when Vince would tag with Shane. Those matches were outstanding. There was a lot of fun there. There was a lot of build-up. People love that kind of stuff. I'd like to see that happen if Vince ever decides to get back in the squared circle.
I read something on I don't know if you're familiar with the online forum Reddit. Have you ever heard of it?
I've heard it, but never.
Well, there was, internet rumor and lore that you were involved in, that you actually taught him how to do that little dance when he runs out onto the set. No, that didn't.
No.
That did...
I take absolutely no credit for that. I think that was designed by Hogswallow when he had to go to the bathroom one day. He was out there trying to, and they caught. No offense, Hogswallow. Another great human being. I'm sure we get a program coming up, and I'm going to digress for 1 second.
Okay.
I can't wait to talk about Big Show's jump.
Oh, we're going to talk about that on the next episode.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. I hope we're going to do it.
Oh, we are. Oh,
the fans got to be waiting for that
next Friday night, baby.
Wow.
But, Johnny, Bianca Belair, who we watched win a very forgettable Women's Royal Rumble, has decided to cash in her opportunity in Tampa, Florida against Sasha Banks for the SmackDown Women's Championship. You taught me that the long hair coming out of her head is called a Q, which I never knew.
Right.
It was a learning experience for me, Royal Rumble night. Who do you see leaving Tampa, Florida as the SmackDown Women's Champion?
Not Sasha Banks.
You think it'll be Bianca?
Absolutely.
That leads me to a question from a fan, Patty Brazos from Medford, Massachusetts. I didn't say Braless, I said Brazos. She watched Sasha Banks' interview with Stone Cold Steve Austin, where she admitted after WrestleMania 35, when she was asked to lose the Women's Tag Team Championship, she, quit and asked for a release, which Vince refused. He asked her to consider it for 30 days, and then she took even longer for 30 days to give him her decision. Do you trust Sasha Banks to lose the championship and then not want to quit?
You know what? I think the world of Sasha Banks.
I know you do.
You know what? I really do, and I hope she knows that, and her husband also, Kid Mikaze. I think the world of both of them. But I'll tell you what. In this business, if you're asked to do the job, you don't question it, you do it, and you're big enough in this business to realize that you're putting somebody over that needs to be over because you are moving either up, sideways, or down. And if she refused to do the job or does the job and then says, I'm going to quit, in the words of the great Vince McMahon, I would say, you don't have to quit. You're fired.
You would have got rid of her.
You know what? Let me put it to you this way. Vince is a very intelligent man. He's not where he is by being a fool. To give her what he gave her, that extension on time, says a lot about the man recognizing the talent. But you know what? Do me once, shame on you. Do me twice, shame on me. You know what? If you can do it, what's to prevent every other superstar from pulling the same thing? So you know what? Now it's my turn to pull the trigger. And if you want to play that little game, well, you wouldn't let me play in the sandbox my way. Guess what? Get out of the sandbox. There's room for other women who want to bust their ass to get to the top. No offense, Sasha, you know where I'm coming from. I've always been straightforward and right up front. And that's my take on it, brother.
Well, the day after that WrestleMania 35 in New York, she was slated to do a talk show appearance, and her feelings were so hurt she couldn't do that. Now, we've talked about The Miz. You know your son's schedule from his peak in WWE. Could you imagine him turning down doing WWE booked media appearances because he lost a wrestling match?
Let me tell you something. You know what? You either understand this business and you're part of it and you do what you have to do. Ladies and gentlemen, it's entertainment. Some of these people in this business don't understand that word. Sorry, Tony. That's okay. They don't understand.
Taking a while.
They don't understand that word, entertainment. You know what? Win, lose, or draw. That's why people say to me, oh, look at that guy. He lost the belt. Excuse me. It's entertainment. It's a story. It's a storyline. You know, that's how it goes here. When you don't put asses in seats, you lose the belt. When you can't do the job you're supposed to, you lose the belt. Let's grow up. Let's be real here. Let's do what we need to do for the benefit of this business. I've said this 100 times with you on podcasts. I just did 2 podcasts 2 weeks ago, and I said the same thing. You know what's wrong with the business? It's not we, it's I. And that's sad.
There's no I in team.
Well, I see it when I work in the indies. I love working with these young men and women who allow me to work with them and manage them and have fun, you know, getting that ring and doing their thing. But as one young wrestler said to me, who we won't talk about because you know how I feel, how else could I get my shine? It wasn't about you. It was about a giant squashing you in 2 minutes. But you had to take 7 minutes so you could get your shine over. Tell me what you did for the business besides destroy a character.
Well, WrestleMania, it's shaping up to be an interesting event, Johnny. Other than what we've already discussed, there's going to be the what appears to be Damian Priest, the newcomer to the Raw roster, along with the singer Bad Bunny, who was popular to some, taking on Miz and Morrison in a tag team match.
I say kill the rabbit.
Is there anything that you'd like to see at WrestleMania this year we haven't discussed?
No, you know what? Because
there's nothing.
Unless they're going to come up with something unique and different that makes sense. You know, I've been to a lot of WrestleManias. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, John Cena Jr. Very kind to me in WWE. But it seems to be now it's the same old thing. There's no real surprise, no real shock factor. So I don't know. I say you want to really do something big, Lashley and Lesnar. You want to do something big, Roman Reigns and Edge. I'm going to tell you something. I can't wait if they do both those matches. I can't wait because I tell you what, it probably won't happen, but I hope the R-rated superstar comes out with the belt. I really do. That man is outstanding, as is Roman Reigns. But just think of this. If he wins that belt, the R-rated superstar, think of the future storylines you've got for the next 3 or 4 months. And they don't look at that. They don't look at that. I'd be really up for that. Women's, Asuka, I think she should be in that mix somewhere.
Well, it appears she's going to be, as it's been discussed on TV now, Charlotte Flair wants that match. By the time this episode airs, I don't know what may or may not have been changed, but Asuka lost a tooth due to Herman Munster, Shayna Baszler laying one in with that powerful forehead.
Right.
And that's a shame that the woman had to lose a tooth. But as they say, it's not ballet. I'd rather see someone out there working snug than working, like we've said before, cosplay wrestling, where the offense doesn't look like it would crack an egg.
Look at some of these guys out there, really and truly.
Yeah.
You know, you missed, you never kicked. Come on, please, let's be real. So that's all I'm saying. I'm looking forward to WrestleMania.
Will you be in Tampa, down at Wrestle House?
I'll have to
I know
say-
you have your own estate down there, but, you know, I know you do leave once or twice in the limo.
Let's put it this way. Never say never.
Possibly, potentially.
No, never say never.
All right. Well, I know the fans will be disappointed if your son is not there.
Well, there's a whole different story.
I know
do
he's
not
filming
speak,
a movie or a TV show in
You
Canada
know what?
right now.
I don't speak for my son. John speaks for himself. I don't get involved in his business. He doesn't get involved in mine. The only thing I can say is this, and I'm not, I hope I don't offend anybody, or I hope I'm not talking out of turn. I think it would be very difficult for WWE, very difficult if he is shooting for a movie, because you got to remember, quarantine is still quarantine. So if you're shooting, you come down and do WrestleMania. Some of these countries are saying, wherever you're shooting, it's a 30-day quarantine. Right. So I think trying to balance the best of both worlds, that's up to him, whoever he's working with and for in the WWE. Would I like to see him back in the ring? I think so.
Where they have, in quarantine, or in Corona times, I should say, the ability to be a little bit more creative than they will post-Corona when you have to deal with live fans, maybe they could send a ring to Canada and an opponent up to Canada.
If he's in Canada.
Well,
you never know. I don't know.
You know, all right.
When I say this to you,
you don't know where the man is.
I have no idea.
You have no idea
What he's doing. No, I don't. I don't get involved in that.
Hopefully he's alive and
I have
healthy.
5 sons. He is alive. I know that. I have 5 sons. My sons are all champions to me.
Yes.
I respect every one of them. He, John, is no different than any other of them. He puts his pants on one leg at a time. And so I love him dearly.
That's what my said about you. You taught them well,
I love my
apparently.
son, John, dearly. He does a lot for me. I had so much fun doing the run with him in WWE. But as far as where he is, what he's doing, I know not.
Now, a lot of the fans have been messaging Mattel, when is the 2-pack coming? Senior and junior, the 2-pack.
You know what? Now you really hit a sore spot there, because
You want it.
I suggested when we were doing the thing with Orton and Edge, I did suggest a 2-pack. I think that would have sold really good.
Well, they made one with Scooby-Doo. Why not John Cena Sr.?
Scooby-Doo! Yeah, well, John Cena Sr., by the way, there were only 4 Johnny Fabulous dolls made. I have one. One
But
action
they weren't
figure.
Mattel.
No, they weren't Mattel. Unfortunately, I gave away 3.
Really?
Yep. And, well, 2 of them were auctioned off for Make-A-Wish Shriners Burn Center. So those are the 2 charities I deal with, Make-A-Wish and Shriners Burn Center. But I have 1 left. Maybe next time I do the show, I'll bring one in.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see it, even if we just
I
put
think
it on
Mattel,
the
it's now, I don't know how it would go over, whether fans would respond to that or not. Unless you're in a storyline, I don't think it would go. I think they missed the boat.
All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time on this episode. The road to WrestleMania, it is probably the best time of the year to be a wrestling fan. WWE tries to come up with some grade A quality material for you week in, week out. It's going to be interesting to see all the twists and turns that lead us to Raymond James Stadium in beautiful Tampa, Florida. I can't wait to get down there to our Boston wrestling house, so to speak, with all the great guests we have booked to come in for you that week. More news to come. For John Cena Sr., Mr. Adam West himself, I am Dan Murata.
Pow!
Don't forget, if you're chatting, let us know what you thought of SmackDown earlier tonight. Your thought on the show tonight here. Give us a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Of course, the eBay store is open 24/7, even if the nightlife is a little quiet right now. And that Patreon service, Johnny, hundreds of ad-free studio shoot interviews, early access to all of the regular talk shows, Patreon exclusive episodes, plus you help bring the legends to this fine studio and keep them working at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling.
Yes.
For Vince's buddy John, I'm Dan. We'll see you next Friday night on Fabulous Fridays. Good night.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter. It's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker, January 22nd.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
Bevino, we've been having so much fun on this marathon, Johnny. You know, I talked about my hatred of a lot of things, but New Year's resolutions. Do you have any New Year's resolutions for 2022?
You know, I really don't.
None?
I sit back and say to myself, I'm a person, I'm a human being, I know myself better than anyone, and why make promises that I know I will stumble on and probably not keep? You know, New Year's resolutions. This year I'm going to lose 25 pounds. Yep, okay. That's good for about the first week of January. That goes to hell. Why not say this year my New Year's resolution is to tell my wife I love her every night before we go to bed? Why not a New Year's resolution that says I'm going to reach out to my children that I haven't spoken with for a while? Those are resolutions that I know I can keep. Why? Because those are resolutions I've made and kept. So, you know, the foolish stuff, I'm going to lose 20 pounds, I'm going to run a marathon. You know what? Don Quixote sang that when we did Man of La Mancha. It was called The Impossible Dream. So if you're going to make resolutions, deal with reality. Fantasy belongs on the Disney Channel or the Cartoon Network. Deal with reality. Do the things you know you can achieve, and then you won't be disappointed.
Don't show up at someone's house with ice cream.
Amen.
That would be a good resolution.
Amen. Amen.
But you almost sound like you're following my lead, that you're not a New Year's resolution guy.
No, I'm really not, you know, because I make resolutions.
You agree with me in
all
some way?
through, yeah, I make,
okay, all right.
I make
That's
resolutions
rare,
all through the year. Don't
That's
you?
what I mean. That's why I
Yeah.
don't understand why people have to wait until December 31st.
Because it's
Make
been,
it today, baby. You never know when it's going to happen.
Yeah, but what's happening is society says, and you've all accepted it, we have all accepted it, this is New Year's Day. This is the day we make resolutions.
I don't accept it, damn it.
Well, then there's a lot of things you don't accept.
Well.
This is December 25th. This is when we have a tree. This is when we have presents. And this is when we're happy. When the 26th comes, we're all a bunch of assholes again. So you know what?
Well, we had that discussion too.
I know. So
And it's a shame.
Let's keep running this marathon.
Well, you know what? Maybe, you know what? An idea, Johnny. What if we found, maybe not this, but what if we found, just because I don't know if you've ever seen what I have at my desk. It's an old Italian relative's, not an ornament, but a Christmas, small little snowman. Maybe we should put it as part of the set.
Why not?
So even on our show, we always have a little Christmas spirit.
Always keep Christmas with you all through the year. What a wonderful world it would be.
Well, you know what? Maybe we're going to do it on Fabulous Fridays.
Amen. Let's do it.
The Berzerker might burp on it, though.
Let him go for it.
Well, as long as it's
Wouldn't
not,
be the Berserker if he didn't do something
as long
strange.
as it's not coming out of the other office, I guess we can tolerate
What
it.
a nice conversation we were having. And then back to the dump.
You want to hear a good one though, Johnny? Before
All right,
we get
let's
back
go.
to the marathon.
Let's hear it.
He was with us this past week as we're taping this. He was 2 days. And I woke up on Wednesday morning, and there were phone calls from 3 or 4 phone calls from the hotel at 5:30 in the morning. And I said, this can't be good.
Already a negative.
So I called the hotel, and I explained the situation. They have no idea what is going on. Couldn't get a hold of him. Then he was slated to be picked up at 9:30. Called him, answered, he was ready to go. I said, John, what happened? Yeah, I went downstairs for a coffee and a muffin, and I forgot the fucking room I was in. The douchebag at the front desk, she wouldn't give me the room number because it wasn't under my name, so I had to work some maid into letting me back in.
Only on this show. Only on this
And
show.
we had a great time Wednesday taping. We have
Only
some
with
great
Dan
content for
Marati.
you guys. Again, folks, the weekend of January 22nd, mark it down on your internet calendar. John Nord is going to be here. He's going to be live. He's going to be wild. We're going to have a lot of fun. If you guys haven't seen Throwback Thursdays yet, I highly suggest it after this marathon, which continues now. All right, wrestling fans, the road to WrestleMania continues. SmackDown is done for the night. The lights at the Thunderdome in Tampa are going dim. I don't know if you're going to be at Fabulous Estates down there anytime soon, but that $8 million complex, 43 acres down in Tampa, private beach. You got it going pretty good down there in Tampa.
Let me tell you something. Tampa's the place to be. I also have a place in Naples.
That's right. I forgot about that
and
one.
now I'm looking for a place in Orlando. I might buy a place at the Villages.
I don't think you'd want to go there. Did
Why?
you know that that's one of the STD capitals of the world?
Do you really believe that?
Yes.
Okay.
Do
Well-
you?
Well, you know what? I probably have it in for somebody.
But I mean, no, but you know, you have all those old people with a lot of free time on their hands, a lot of activities, getting a little frisky. I was actually, I'll have to tell you off air sometime about the time I spent in the Villages
Really? Would you fill me in on that?
in 2009.
I'd like to hear about that.
Well, it involved a female that wasn't Linda, who had a grandparent that lived down there. So
I'd love to hear about it
All
because
right,
I'm
well.
seriously looking at one.
it was, the house is too small for you, I think, Johnny.
Well, you know, I just need.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about maybe about 5 feet in between each one of them.
That's good because you know
You like to, well.
Well, no.
you like to be
I'm looking
close,
at
we
a
know
place
that.
that Monique's family wants a vacation. They can go down and enjoy
Oh,
themselves.
oh, that might
yeah.
be a good
I don't want
idea.
them on the estate.
I don't know.
Yeah, another story for another time.
Or any of those oulettes.
Oh,
We. All right, Johnny, last week we talked about WWE, the road to WrestleMania. It continues with its many twists and turns as we look forward to the big event along with Fastlane this month. But after we concluded taping the last time you were in studio physically, the news broke that your longtime close personal friend, The Big Show, as he was known in WWE, has moved on to new endeavors in All Elite Wrestling as Paul White, his real name, and he's now with the quote-unquote competition, Johnny. What do you think about a blockbuster signing for AEW?
let me tell you something. Talk about being in shock. When I saw that press release, when you sent it to me, I was like, you have got to be kidding. Because the last time I knew, Paul Wright had stated that he was going to be with WWE for a long time, and he looked forward to working with those coming up through the ranks to be able to help them, show them, and guide them, and get involved on not only a wrestling side, but a mentor side, I guess I can use. I'll tell you what, I'm in shock. 22 years plus, and this guy is jumping ship. I don't know. I'd like to know what Vince McMahon thinks about this one.
Well, I know it caused a lot of havoc as far as merchandising goes when they plan out action figures ahead of time video game characters ahead of time and things like that they're going to have to remove him from. But it did come, and it takes a lot to kind of blow me away. But as you had left, I sat down at my computer and started going through the emails. And AEW, you know, they send me the press releases and the updates and so on. And I said, Paul White, I said, that couldn't mean Big Show. And then I clicked it, and his face was staring right back at me.
One of the nicest human beings. I always tell you the story about I was at the Garden, ringside. He was in, finished his match. You know, he's laughing, the great jovial guy he is, and he puts his hand out to shake my hand, and I'm saying, okay. I put my hand out, and what does he do? He grabs me and rubs my, he's all sweaty now from this match. And then at WrestleMania, same thing. His wife, what a wonderful human being she is. She usually wears the top hat. What a great human being, great couple. I'll tell you what, he is going to be sadly missed at the WWE. There had to be something, and I don't know if it's just money, but there had to be something that made this man change his mind.
Well, he was going to kind of, I don't know if transfer is the right word, but be transitioned from more of an active talent contract to a Legends deal. And there's a significant decline in income. I mean, you're talking about a lot of the Legends contracts, some of them are only $500, $750 a week. Some of the top tier ones, maybe $100,000 a year outside of someone like Hogan. But for someone that was accustomed to probably close to, if not $1 million a year lifestyle, that's a big decline in income, as well as enjoyment of the job. You know, maybe if there was a position for him to still be active, as maybe a producer or an agent or something like that, to be actively engaged with the young talent on Raw and SmackDown, or maybe even NXT. You know, maybe that might have appealed to him. But whether it be the actual position, I know the finances did play into it to some degree from what I was told. He decided to move on to a new opportunity with great relations, where he had worked with Chris Jericho. They were tag team champions and feuded with DX a little over 10 years ago. I believe he was a Cody Rhodes WrestleMania opponent.
He was.
At one point. I'm sure when, as the Giant, when he was going through the WCW system, he had to have become familiar with Dusty Rhodes. So, you know, many working relationships right there. I'm sure Goldust, we both had long stints within the company, as someone that he would have known well. And, you know, of all the people that have gone to the company, no negative feedback that I'm aware of as far as regretting leaving WWE to go there. So maybe he felt it was a great move for him. Right now it's in Jacksonville, as far as I know. Big Show still lives in Florida.
He lives in Florida, yeah, he does.
Yeah, so not the longest of commutes. Bi-weekly TV tapings right now. I mean, it seems like it could be, potentially for him, a great fit.
Well, he's still a young man, in my opinion. You know, I don't judge people by age. I think that, and I guess I'm really kind of disappointed. Apparently there was no counteroffer. Or if it was nowhere near what they offered him. And you know what? I guess I have to say this. I say it a lot. I say it to my sons. You know, I say it to friends when we go with a business deal or whatever. Friendship ends where business begins. And I think that Vince at the top would say the same thing. So apparently, I just hope that the parting of the ways was amicable, that everybody is happy, and they really do mean what they say. We wish him the best on his future endeavors, because he is one man, like The Undertaker, who gave his body, who did what he had to do for the company. So he's got a new job. Money played a part, you say. I guess that's important to a lot of people except me. I don't have any.
You have too much.
But I give it away.
Yeah.
I give it away.
Very generous, I'll give you that.
I give it away. So I just hope, I wish the best to Paul Wright, nothing but the best. I'm sure it was a great decision on both parts. I just hope, again, that it was an amicable split between WWE and Paul Wright. That's so important to me because they had such a good working relationship.
Do you think it would have been worth it for WWE to invest megabucks in a 49-year-old Big Show?
My answer is no. I have to agree with what you're alluding to. I think when a man reaches that age point, 50, 49, 50, that's when you begin to look at where's the dollar value. All right? So how many times can you use a Big Show on a surprise match. It's almost like Lesnar, bringing him in 5 or 6 matches at a time. So how much can you do? And then what is the value? What is the value? I guess that's the word. And apparently, there wasn't enough value to put asses in seats and to bring these young guys and young women up. And apparently, Paul, who loves the business, decided that this is a great opportunity for me. It's a great chance. It's good for me. It's good for my family. And he'd probably get, what, a 3-4 year contract out of this?
That I do not know. I know.
Well, let's say it's 2 years. Let's say it's a 2-year
minimum
contract.
if it's multi.
Yeah, so let's say 2 years. 3 is at best. So you know what? The good part is now he's got time to really pull back, begin to plan retirement. Because even in his own words, I mean, when you chat with him, I'm going to slow down. I'm going to probably retire pretty soon. I understand that nothing's forever. So I think those are the kind of things that I look at. And then when I see this, it's kind of like, whomp, hit the side of the head with that big hand.
Well, maybe it also came to a point where he wanted to be around, maybe not in the ring, but wanted to be around the industry still on a weekly basis, and they just didn't have the proper spot for him.
I would agree with that, because his general comments were he wanted to be involved. Not necessarily in the ring. I think he realized or realizes that I can't do what I did. It's an awful thing to say, but the older you get, my body can't do what it did when I was 35 or 40. So you realize that there's a point where at some time you've got to transition from wrestler to manager, maybe from manager to announcer, whatever. And I think Paul Wright was there. He was at that point. I think that what he intended and what he foresaw was not the same vision that maybe Vince or WWE saw. And when this came up, it was a great opportunity to allow him to, as you say, remain in the mix and do what his dream is to, I guess, what is the word, wind down his career.
Well, and on the flip side, I'll ask you this, almost the exact same question we did a moment ago about WWE. Do you think it's worth it for AEW to invest mega bucks as they're a growing company looking to get new eyeballs on their product, to grow their identity, to bring in maybe someone that isn't exactly a household name, but to wrestling fans certainly is a Hall of Fame talent, someone certainly that's getting a little long in the tooth, that's closer to the end than to the beginning, but seems to be motivated to want to contribute to the success and the growth of the company. Do you think it was worth them maybe to, dare I say, overspend a little bit to be able to bring in the brand that is Paul White?
Yes. And I say that for a couple of reasons. You're buying 22 years of wrestling experience.
And that's not even including his WCW stint.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So look what you're buying. Look what you're buying. And look at the role he's going to play. It's not all in ring. So I think he's got the best of both worlds here. I think they made a wise investment because you can't buy what he's going to contribute. So I say yes. I say AEW made a good decision there. Again, I'm shocked when I find out that maybe the counteroffer wasn't what he expected, or he even expected a counteroffer. Maybe he just said, "This is it. I've had my run. It's been a great time. I've got a chance to move on." But to move on with the competition, that's where it gets a little sour.
Well, at least right now it's competition to NXT, which was something he never really had involvement in. If it was a WCW, WWF Monday Night Wars type situation, perhaps there could have been a little bit more attention with and I don't know how much there is or there isn't. All I know is some of the facts that I found out with my sleuthing, that it caused, in the merchandising ways, it caused some headaches with some things they had planned for him with the video game and the action figures and things like that, sometimes they take a year or so to plan out. As far as him as an active talent, is WWE really going to miss him? Again, how much more was there for that man to contribute in that company?
He's done it all.
Yeah.
He's done it all.
He's done it all. And what I find interesting, Johnny, is he potentially could be the first person to hold, and you got to look at it loosely, but WWE Championship, WCW Championship, ECW Championship, AEW Championship.
That's not a real possibility at all. But I tell you that the first thing you're going to see is a surprise person come out and face Shaq, and that's going to be the Big Show.
Well, I tell you this, Johnny, I think the key to Big Show working is how WWE missed the boat with him, is that moderation is the key when it comes to the Big Show. You can't have the guy on TV wrestling every week, or he just becomes part of the package. It's why Andre was always so special.
That's right.
He was enigma. He was someone that was used in time to time, not weekly.
And that was
he
a
was
smart
full-time
move.
with WWF for the last few years, but it's not like he was wrestling in big marquee matches
Right.
on free TV each week.
Right.
I think part of the reason The Undertaker had the longevity that he did was, from pretty much WrestleMania 20 going forward, he was never a 52-week-a-year guy. He had stints where he'd be in full-time, and then they'd kill him off, or he'd be injured or something like that, and he'd be away from the television screen for a while, awaiting that big return. I think a full-time Big Show on TV is not to their benefit. I think a Big Show that wrestles 4 to 6 times a year is to their benefit. Put them on the pay-per-views, maybe a couple of big TV specials each year. Keep it special. Make it meaningful. Make it have that value to it. Make everything he does maximize that dollar you're paying him. If you want to have him as a commentator on one of the YouTube shows, he might be a great broadcaster. I know he's very well spoken. He's a very smart man.
He is, very.
I think he could potentially be a very good commentator. Another thought that I also had, I don't know what you think, is that AEW has generally a very small, and I'm not talking about physical quantity, I'm talking about actually physically, smaller guys that came from the independents. My worry would be you put him in the ring with some of these guys, and it's going to look like a dad with a 4-year-old son. You know what I mean? And you don't want to expose your regulars that you need out there on a full-time basis to be very, very small compared to someone the size of the Big Show.
I agree.
And people know he's a big man, but I mean, I don't think people realize how, I don't want to sound rude, I don't think people realize if they met, I think they'd be surprised if they met a lot of some of the AEW talent in person at what their actual size is.
I would agree with that. Kenny Omega is another person that you say, wow, larger than life. No, that's why he fit well in New Japan Pro.
I mean, Moxley stands out as kind of big in AEW, and Jericho stands out as kind
They're
of
not.
big in AEW.
No, they're not.
And I am much bigger than them in real life.
Even me.
And I know the Big Show is much bigger than me in real life.
Oh, he definitely
So,
is.
I mean, for him to be standing next to some of those people, I think it would kind of hurt them a little bit.
Well, I still say that now he's in. You asked this, we did a couple of shows back, you asked about, who's going to win this? Cody Rhodes, female, Shaq O'Neal, who's going to win this match? I'm telling you, get ready. It's Big Show's going to be the surprise, bam, with the one punch, and it's going to be a couple of matches with Shaq versus Big Show.
You really think they'd go the route of Shaq and the Big Show?
Maybe not one-on-one like that. Maybe not one-on-one. But you know what? Why else? Why else? What do you do with Shaq after the match is over? You tell me.
Well, they air about, 40 NBA games a year on TNT? He's a great analyst for basketball. I think, you know what? There isn't much in the tank with. Maybe I'm going to be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Shaq comes in and does great business for them. And he does get new eyeballs on the product. And maybe he comes in as a part-timer where there's a TNT tie-in. Maybe it's going to turn out great. I've been told that people that have played basketball of all the different sports have the easiest time acclimating themselves to pro wrestling, whether it because of the physical movements or whatever it may be. Maybe Shaq has great value to wrestling, and I just haven't put the pieces in my brain together yet to see what I'm going to see once it develops on screen. I don't know. On paper, I don't see it being anything I'd want to see more than once. Nothing I'm really not all that excited to have on the TV screen even once. I hope I'm wrong. I hope AEW has come up with a great concept for him, and he's going to really help the brand and help the business, because it's good for the business if AEW does well. I just don't anticipate it.
The trouble with bringing in outsiders to perform in professional wrestling is if you're current and you're a star, bring me in. Because the younger generation knows who you are. Be like bringing Lady Gaga in to face Sasha Banks. All right? There's something like, wow, Lady Gaga. People will buy tickets. You know what? Shaq is my era. I hate to say that, but that's my era. That was my time. I know who Shaq is. Nothing but good words for Shaq O'Neal. Hell of a basketball player. Hell of a philanthropist. Great all-around human being. Will he draw? Probably not.
I think for the first time, for that tag team match, I will have, and it'll have aired by the time this episode does, I will have assumed it should give that show a big bump in the ratings for all the promotion they've gave it.
We'll
and
see.
It's free. It's not like it's a pay-per-view.
I understand.
It's free TV.
It's good. I like their TV. Believe me.
If I'll tell you this, if AEW doesn't hit 1 million people the night of Shaq's match, monster disappointment. Monster disappointment.
Okay, I guess I got to really stick my neck in a noose here.
All right, let's hear it, baby.
I don't see how they're going to reach 1 million people because Shaq O'Neal is there. Because there's nothing special about that match.
Well, you're taking one of NBA's great centers in the history of the game and putting him in a wrestling ring.
Could have put Larry Bird in there.
Well, Larry's a little longer in the tooth than Shaq.
I understand that, but the fact of the matter is, you're taking. Look, first of all, I don't know how much sense this match
Now, let's
makes
hear it.
anyway.
Yeah.
You know my feeling on that. I already voiced it. So my whole thing is, will there be 1 million viewers? As you said, if there are, I'm wrong. Maybe I'll buy you the coffee and muffin next time.
Well, I've still, in my 40 years, I've never had a cup of coffee, so it might be a cheap day at the office for you.
We'll get you tea.
I've never had a cup of tea.
There you go.
I like iced tea.
We'll get you. You've had tea then.
Like my good friend in the control room, Cecil the Lion, he always hooks me up with a lemonade or a raspberry iced
There
tea.
you go.
And
See
I'm the
that?
reason why we love him.
There you go. So my whole thing is, let's really see what happens here. You know, how does a 7-foot guy face a little Cody Rhodes? I told you before,
But you know,
get him
the thing
off
is,
his
Cody
feet.
Rhodes, he's not as height in hand. He's
quick on his feet.
very quick on his feet, but he's a decent enough size guy.
No, I understand.
It's not going to be a monster expose like it would be if it was the Young Bucks.
I think
per
when they
se,
come
or
to the
something
ring,
like that.
when they come to the ring, Big Show will escort him down.
You think so?
It's got to be. That's going to be the surprise element. It's got to be. Now that Show's there, now you get this 7-foot guy, this 7-foot guy. You know what? I see that look in your face, but it's like going to a bakery. You don't like the cookies I eat, but there's a line for them.
I think it exposes Big Show because if you remember the WrestleMania 32 Battle Royal, for two guys that were about to be that are supposed to be the same size, Shaq looked like he had a good 3 or 4 inches at least on Big Show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'll digress for 1 second, Johnny. You mentioned Larry Bird a minute ago. Did you know he's from one of your favorite places?
Where's that?
French Lick, Indiana. Did you know that Larry's from French Lick?
I didn't.
Well, we
Had a
know,
lot of Larry Bird autographs that
we
I
know
sold
you
very
like.
cheap.
Really? Oh, geez, I wish I had known that. Was a huge Larry Bird fan.
Were you?
Yeah.
Had an autographed clock. I had some autographed memorabilia from Larry Bird that I let go very cheaply, which I'm sad to say I did. I shouldn't have.
I know you were at one point. I don't know about now, but a big memorabilia collector in sports.
I still do. I have. I probably have about. My guess is now about 6,000 cards.
Wow.
Baseball, hockey, football, pro wrestling, Star Wars, Simpsons.
Don't say that too loud.
Yeah, what's that?
Star
Wars. Yeah, Darth Vader himself will come out. I'm. You know, I think I may have a Kobe Bryant, and I think I may have a Mark McGuire rookie.
Wow.
So, you know, I just hang on them for the grandkids.
Do you enjoy a French Lick?
I could come back with with a
You know,
comment.
you and Margot, you could travel to Larry Bird's hometown and actually live it.
I'm surprised you haven't asked me if I like a French dip sandwich, but
No, I don't know about that.
we'll move on.
That's Mr. Super Bowl style. But
Okay, here we go.
Johnny, big show. It's going to be interesting to see just how big of an addition he is going to be. The fans had some interesting, well, it was a fan that had a very interesting question with multiple answers. They wanted to know, Johnny, in your opinion, who do you think, which company has done the better job with certain talents that have been with both WWE and AEW in recent times? And there's a few, you know, the distance in tenures vary, but point blank, the first one we'll throw out there is Jon Moxley. Do you think the man has found greater success in ring in AEW or WWE?
Without a question, AEW.
And I agree with you on that one. I think the AEW presentation of Jon Moxley blew away Dean Ambrose in WWE. Overproduced, lousy promos, especially towards the end. A lot of lousy creative from Moxley.
They destroyed another person they were destroyed. They destroyed him.
Chris Jericho.
I think Chris holds equal billing. I really do. He was a tremendous success in WWF, WWE. I think he's over in AEW, but again, I think Jericho maybe ought to be thinking about winding down. You know what I'm saying? But I think he's had success in both promotions. And I'll say this, I don't care where Chris Jericho goes, he will always be successful.
Well, I think the problem with Jericho and AEW is too much comedy. And I mean, granted, there was a lot of comedy in WWE too, but multiple-time world champion in WWE, the first AEW champion, I mean, certainly he has had success in both companies. I think right now, maybe the best way to answer that one to me is, if it was 2021, I think better utilized in AEW than if he was in WWE.
Okay.
Over the course of his career, you're talking about a year or so, 2 years in AEW compared to almost 20 in WWE. Does that make sense at least?
It does. It makes sense. No, I agree with you. I agree.
One, and I'm interested in your opinion on this one, Jake Hager, the former Jack Swagger.
I think that they started out on the right track with Jack Swagger in WWE with his famous manager. And then they dropped the ball again on him, and he has done much better on AEW than he did on WWE. I see AEW recognizing talent for talent and allowing talent to have more input than they have on the other side. So I would say right now, AEW.
I have to agree with you. I think especially, and right now, if you were to say where would he be better utilized, I'd say AEW. In WWE, yeah, he did get off to a hot start. He was a world champion, a Money in the Bank winner. He was in a WrestleMania championship match at 29 against your good friend Alberto Del Rio. But, you know, I don't know what they didn't see in Jack Swagger. In a time when size is such a rarity, a guy that was that big to do nothing with him for several years before his contract ended, and he decided to try a little MMA and then move on to AEW. The only thing I don't like about him in AEW, I don't understand the wardrobe. You know, you're talking like when you go to see Grandpa at a barbecue in the summer, you know what I mean? This guy is, I believe he's still in his 30s.
Yes.
World-class athlete in great physical condition. Why hide it if you got it? You know what I mean?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. How about this one? Brody Lee, Luke Harper, who unfortunately passed away in December.
There's absolutely no question in my mind that he did much better in AEW.
Really?
Yeah, they allowed him to develop a character. If you want to go back to WWE, I would say that the opportunity for Brody Lee, God rest his soul, was there when they had the Wyatt family. I don't know what happened after that. It just seemed to fall apart for him. They couldn't find a place to use
the
him.
whole Wyatt family fell apart.
Yeah, well, everybody was just
shows
gone.
how bad the creative is.
Yeah, it's
how
gone.
How do you take a faction that was that over? And I mean, look at what happened to Rowan and Harper. I mean, as if they were nothing.
No, they just thrown
Nobody's.
Gone. And so I would say AEW finally took this gentleman, gave him the opportunity he wanted and needed, and it's unfortunate that, as you know, I say it many times, Hemingway wrote the book For Whom the Bell Tolls. It's unfortunate that it tolled for Brody Lee, because I think had he been allowed to continue, we'd have seen a lot more.
I hate to say it, Johnny, I disagree with you on this one. I think, I agree with you in a way and disagree. I think as far as the push goes, he got a much better push in AEW. I wasn't particularly fond of the character they were trying to develop for him there as the leader of that horrible Dark Order faction. Where it reminds you of him so much, I would kind of just dissolve it, because each week it reminds you of something sad. I would try and find a fresh coat of paint for some of these talents for a faction that really wasn't over without Brody Lee. That's one man's opinion. I would have liked to have seen Luke Harper get the push that Brody Lee got. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because I thought there was a lot of mileage in Brody Lee. He was a scary-looking guy that was very, very good and very, very effective in the ring. But for whatever reason, WWE didn't see in Luke Harper what we saw, apparently.
Well,
and AEW saw in the man the ability to be a top-tier player, but I just wasn't a big fan of the Brody Lee character.
yeah, I think what they try to do is recreate that Wyatt family with a different name. That's a mistake.
Yeah.
If you want to go, I mean, I'll go with you. That was a mistake.
What about a man now known as Miro, the former Rusev in WWE? Another one that I thought could have been a top-tier player for WWE for years to come. The fans, I'll never forget that wild week in New Orleans when they were running the streets. The little Dutch boy from Holland couldn't believe the excitement, screaming Rusev Day, tens of thousands of fans, and WWE didn't want to go with it. Vince said they're making a joke of you.
I remember when I first met Rusev, before he had his wife with him. They were traveling together. I'm sorry he cut his hair.
Yes.
That was his first mistake. He destroyed his own character, number one.
And I hate to say it, well, you know, you continue with your opinion.
No, go ahead. No.
I think he kind of shot himself a foot in the little bit by slimming out so much.
Thank you.
For his own personal health, probably for the best.
Yep.
But for his wrestling persona, I think he looked more dangerous, a little thicker.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. You took the words out of my mouth. I think Rusev had great potential in WWE. There's another gentleman they took, pushed the hell out of him, had that great match with Cena at WrestleMania. I mean, it was great. You know, I said, you know, it doesn't hurt to lose to John Cena. We were talking to his family. It really put you over. Yeah, you know. But it was great. And then all of a sudden, where's Rusev? They got him playing the bubblegum machine. This is crazy. Insane. Here's a guy they could have made another Ivan Koloff. I mean, he was so with it. And to bring Lana in and try to pair him with her.
Like she was Brigitte Nielsen in
that
Rocky.
Didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't. I hate to say it. You know, your wife is your wife. Your girlfriend's your girlfriend. It just didn't work. We lost the Russian accent she had. Everything seemed to go that way. It was wrong to say that. She became this, you know, the person who was against the United States. Rusev was the man. And then what happens? We lose it all. AEW, I think, is going to give him the chance he really needs.
I'll say this. I like that AEW is actually trying to do something with him.
Yep.
But what they've done thus far, I could do without the blonde hair. I don't like the fact that they've used him as more of a comedy character with another guy that I think, a young Kip Sabian from England, who I think has a world of upside to him in the years to come, but they've kind of gone the comedy route with him too. I just think, I don't think there are as many people out there that want to laugh at wrestling that enjoy the simulated violence that it used to represent. I think more people would love to see that presentation than, ha ha ha, let me laugh at them.
You know what?
I don't want to laugh at them. I want to see like what we were talking about with Bobby Lashley and Roman, some kick-ass wrestlers.
Wrestling. Because
not ha-ha. I don't want to ha-ha. There's a million things I could watch on TV I can ha-ha at. There are very few forms of simulated violence on TV.
I agree. And my whole thing is this. Comedy has a place in anything.
Sure.
Anything. But it's just like when you make that ice cream sundae, if you put too much on it, nobody wants it. It looks lousy and tastes lousy.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah, and that's the problem right now. That's the way I see it.
What about the tag team formerly known as the Revival, FTR and AEW, managed by the Hall of Famer Tully Blanchard?
I'm going to say AEW. They're doing pretty good there. I think they've done much better than they were before. Much better. It only remains to be seen, though, again, how long the push is going to go, how far they're going to let people go. You know, it's a funny business, wrestling.
They have more of an affinity for tag team wrestling in AEW. Some of the tag teams, you know, they might not exactly, some people love them. They might not be the best flavor for others. There's some I could do without, but I like the fact that they have, it seems, much more respect for tag team wrestling than WWE does, where they just try and throw any two guys together that don't have anything going on in the singles ranks at the moment. AEW, you know, they have a big place for tag team wrestling in the company.
I agree.
I think they had some great matches when they first came in. They worked with the Omega and Page team, who were the champions. They worked with the Young Bucks. And then it seems like, you know, they've kind of had them in this little mid-card program with the Jurassic Express, and it's, I don't want to say they've lost focus of FTR, but they're not as hot as they were when they came in.
I agree.
But I do agree with you in the fact that I think AEW has used FTR Revival, whatever you want to call them. I think overall, much better presentation in AEW than in WWE, which is a shame, because I tell you this, I think it was the WrestleMania weekend in Orlando back in 2017. I thought the match of the weekend, and again, thanks to our good friends at WWE for allowing me to be there to see them, the best match of the weekend, I thought, was Revival against Tommaso and Gargano against Authors of Pain, who are no longer with the company at all right now. Isn't that sad? Just 4 years ago, they put on what might have been certainly one of the better matches of the weekend, if not the best. And 4 out of those 6 guys aren't even with the company 4 years later.
Well, you know what? That's how it goes in this business, and I can't wait to
Nothing
see
is forever, for
Ciampa
sure.
and Gargano to reach that top level if they make it that far.
Well, I'll tell you this. I hate to say it, and I said it to our friend with the beard. The best thing that ever happened to Tommaso was that he broke his neck when he did. Because if they kept him on the main roster when they brought him, Gargano, Ricochet, and Aleister Black up at the same time, he'd be in the same boat as them.
So he'd be
more
gone.
than likely.
All gone.
He'd be gone, or he'd be a guy that's on the main event WWE Network TV show,
And that's
or a
it.
guy losing to Retribution every week.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
So, and I don't want to see anybody get injured. And you know, despite some of the despicable things Tommaso has done in the ring over the years, he's a world-class athlete, good egg.
Yep.
You know, I'm glad he didn't get watered down by WWE Sports Entertainment, because in NXT he stands out as something exceptional.
He is exceptional.
He is exceptional.
I'm waiting to see Donovan Dijak. I don't know what's happening.
Well, yeah, you can see him every week. And I'm not sure if he's T-Bar or Mace. No, he's not Mace. Mace is the one, Dio Madden, that used to be the commentator. But that's a different story for a different time. What about Goldust? I mean, again, very difficult to gauge a man that was with the company on and off for 25 years than one he's been with for 2 years. But 2021 per se, do you think Dustin is better off where he is now? Or, you know, could WWE properly present a legendary Goldust from time to time in a great way?
I think Goldust has finally found himself.
Finally found himself.
Finally, you know what I'm trying to say? He's kind of WWE was just hanging on after he broke up with your buddy, the young lady.
Young.
Young.
Young. She's older than you.
You know what? If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all.
Oh, that was just a fact. That wasn't an insult.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
She's older than me?
Yes.
Older than 60? Wow.
Yeah, she's getting ready to collect the Social Security.
Woo! Woo! I don't know. I think Goldust is doing much better in AEW than he was in WWE. He was hot, but you could see when he came out with the live crowds with WWE, the pop factor was gone. It was gone. The character had lost its character. It was over. It was time for him to either move on or be written out of the script. So I think he got a lease on life, and I think he's doing well.
I'm happy for him. He's sober. He's clean.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
got himself in tremendous physical shape.
Yep.
I mean, God, if Goldust was ever in that kind of physical condition, they might have pushed him a lot harder. You know what I mean? Never mind, you know, the sobriety issues that the man went through, but he's in a great place in life right now. He's got a good spot in AEW where he can both contribute in-ring. I know he likes to train younger talent. I'm not sure if it's not open yet, it's going to be opening soon. His training facility down in Texas, which I'm sure will lead to new AEW stars coming into the company. So, you know what? I'm glad. And personally, I like Dustin an awful lot. It was a shame how things ended with him here in Boston Wrestling and the MWF with his hand incident at Berzerker High School, but that's a different story for a different time. He ruined a nice annual event that we had, and have never had since, which cost us. But, you know, we won't reflect on that too much here because, you know, normally, you know, sometimes I can shoot when I get a little hot, but I like the guy an awful lot. And he was a funny man, nice guy, with a great passion for the business. And to me, if you have a great passion for the business, I can overlook a lot. You know what I mean? If you're genuinely interested in making an event better, trying to make younger guys better, I genuinely can overlook a lot. But what happened that night in Berzerker, that was a lot to overlook. Just ask Commissioner Von Johnson's back seat.
All I want to say is this about what you're alluding to is we have all tripped and fallen. We all have made mistakes in our lives. And I think that's why I say he's finally made that turn. He's come around that corner. I'm sure when we look back on our lives, I know I do, I wish I never did that. I should have done this differently. I didn't realize what happened when I was doing this to this person. You know what? I think that it's time to move past it. He has. You can't, you know, the good Lord made it very clear when he said, before you try to take the splinter out of your brother's eye, go look in the mirror and take the beam out of your own. Basically what it means is, I'm not perfect. Take a look at my own sins and my own self first, and then I'll throw a few rocks if I'm able to. So, you know, he was who he was. We are who we are. I'm just glad, Dustin, you are who you are now.
You know what? That's a great way to put it. I like that. Lance Archer, that's kind of a tough one to even throw out there. He had a very limited stint in WWE. I think it was on the ECW brand, obviously, where he's found, you know, some main event matches and top-level matches in AEW. Yep. The presentation is better there. But the real one, I think, last one on this list that we could make a decent comparison to is Matt Hardy, a man that he was not fond of one of the episodes we produced when he was with WWE a couple of years ago. Do you prefer I get them confused. Was he woken or broken in WWE? I think both. From a presentation.
No, they had a big thing because you wanted to use that woken Matt Hardy gimmick, which I thought was rather stupid. It was almost like with the white hair and the black hair and the dual person. You know what? Matt Hardy is an outstanding performer.
Yes.
He's outstanding.
Yes.
There's no question in my mind about it.
Yes, his body of work speaks for itself.
Oh, yeah. There's
but
no
that
question.
Gimmick, that character is one of the worst. I remember when he was in TNA, Impact Wrestling, when Zeb Coulter was in creative, I said, what is it supposed to be? And he tried to explain it to me, and it still didn't make any sense.
I don't think it made sense to Matt Hardy. I just think that Hardy came up with an idea.
People like to chant delete. They had fun with it.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
It sucked, but they had fun chanting delete.
That's right. So my whole thing is, right now, Matt Hardy's in AEW. I hope, he was given his greatest opportunities with his brother in WWF and WWE. I think now in AEW, he's got to prove something. I hate to say it, he's done a lot in his life, but he's got to prove something now because we want to see Matt Hardy.
Well, I don't know how many personality transplants one can go through in 6 months. Since he's been in AEW, he was broken or woken or whatever it was with the nonsense.
Was woken, broken, yep.
Then he became regular Matt Hardy, trying to help groom the Private Party tag team, who I think have great upside. I don't know how much you've seen of them, but you know, they're green. But you know, in 3 or 4 years, once they have more experience under their belt, I think Private Party could be one of the better tag teams in the business overall.
Yep.
But then he went from being broken, woken, then he was Matt, then he was kind of both of them, and now he's big money Matt Hardy, where he's the super agent trying to get 30% of everybody's earnings. And it's just like, he's only been there 6 months. How many times are you going to try and change the guy's personality?
I'm just wondering if it's creative that's doing this or it's Matt Hardy himself that's doing this.
Do you think he wants to try and give himself a fresh coat of paint to keep himself relevant too much?
I agree.
I think there's a lot of fans that just like him for him.
Be who you are. Like me or not, I'm me. Fine. I just think that he has so much talent. He has so much ability. I respect him, and I've worked matches with him on the indie side.
He's got a great mind for the business.
To say the least, my friend, to say the least.
But I don't think he's using it for himself.
Well,
if he's the one that's contributing to these ideas, no matter where he's been the past few years, outside of that Hardy Boy reunion, I haven't enjoyed any of the personalities.
No, and you know what, I have to say this, and I don't mean this in a derogatory manner at all. He's so banged up.
Yeah.
And so is his brother.
You can tell just when you watch him trying to get through the ropes.
Right,
It kinda
he's so banged up.
mustn't be pleasant.
He gave his body up just like his brother. How do you can't diss a guy like this because they truly gave 900, 1,000% of themselves for the fans. I don't like the big money guy. I don't think it's going to work. It's like trying to be, just bring me in.
It's like a poor man's
Bring Johnny
MVP.
Fabulous in.
There you go.
We'll do it for you.
There you
All
go.
right, forget Matt. I'll show you how it's done. We'll do it and have some fun doing it. And I'm just being a wise ass. But I think Matt Hardy should be Matt Hardy. Be the man you are. Be the professional. And I'm not saying you're not, but come on, let's see Matt Hardy.
All right, wrestling fans, before we go, one more tidbit from the world of AEW. Tony Khan, leading up to the pay-per-view, made a remark that apparently Sting is, people had wondered if it was going to be the cinematic Sting people were going to see a lot of in the company, or in-ring Sting. Apparently Sting has, especially from the powerbomb that he took headed into the pay-per-view from Brian Cage that almost took his head off again, he has a clean bill of health. I don't know if he was one of those superstars that we've talked about that I noted that had the stem cell work done down in Mexico, or apparently it is legal. But if he did, no matter how he got to the point he's at now, he's healthy enough to go. And I think, again, almost like with Big Show, if you could get 3 or 4 big matches out of Sting a year, it pays for itself. Not only do you have someone that's a legend on the TNT television channel, he's someone that is, very recognized to wrestling fans all over the globe. Maybe not a household name, but pretty close.
We used him in WWE. They got mileage out of that, but not what they expected to because it wasn't done.
Another bad night with Seth.
But it wasn't done the right way. So my whole thing is, will he contribute a lot to AEW? The name recognition is there. Some of us who remember him for whom he is. The new crowd's got to kind of catch up with us. I have no idea how old he is.
I think he's 60. He's old. He had a couple of years on Taker.
Okay.
If he's not 60, he's going to be right around your age.
So my question is this. Why would you put yourself in jeopardy? It doesn't mean that Brian Cage can't control his moves. It doesn't mean that you can't take those moves. It means that your body's 150% different from it was when you were 35, 40, or 50.
Yeah. Even at 40, that's, from a big guy like that, that's quite a move to take.
I think Sting would have been great in there as a manager, would have been great as the Mystic. But to put yourself into the ring now and actually get involved in a match, all I'm going to say is this. How much can you really give, and how over will it really be?
Well, I look forward to seeing it. I think even for brand recognition, it's a great thing for AEW to pick up someone like Sting.
God bless
someone
Sting.
like Big Show.
Yeah.
As long as their in-ring is, again, the big word, moderation. Moderation is key, almost like anything in life.
I
if
agree.
you overdo it, I think it grows very stale very quick, especially with guys that, again, are, to be honest, a little long in the tooth. They're not in there, they're past their primes, they're past their peak, but they can still contribute. They still have that name value. They still have that brand that they've built up over decades. So I think great additions. What's really going to be interesting, Johnny, is probably it's not going to be for a couple of years, but once the big name contracts start to come due in WWE, who is going to be the first one to leave WWE to go to AEW that's in their prime? You could say Moxley, but Moxley wanted out of that company altogether anyway. You know what I mean? He wasn't happy in WWE. He made it clear a long time before AEW even began that he didn't want to re-sign. So I don't necessarily say if that was a big free agent signing from WWE. You know what I mean? Maybe the best analogy you could make would be someone like Christian, or even better, Kurt Angle, jumping from WWE in their prime to go to TNA. Who will be the first person to do that? Could you ever see a Roman or a Rollins or someone like that take the leap where, again, Tony Khan and the Khan family have got more money than the McMahon family do? You know, you're not talking about minor league players here.
Here's the deal, Neil. The deal is very simple. How much money can I put on the bottom line and how long your contract's going to be? And that's what this business is all about. You know what? Remember one thing. Your job, my job, their job, professional wrestling. I have a wife, kids to support. I've got to make the best I can for as long as I can, because this isn't forever. That's the mistake a lot of the old timers made. That's why they have no money. Was the women, the wine, the booze, the cars, the hotels, the drugs. So I think the younger professionals today realize that if Vince is giving me $5 million and 10% of the gate, and Khan's going to give me $8 million and 15% of the gate, it's a no-brainer. I think the only difference is, where's the security? My whole life I've said it isn't always about the money, and I think that's important.
I think if AEW has a few more years of longevity, you'll see talent much more comfortable, willing to risk it.
There you go.
To go.
I
For
agree
a
with
company
you.
that still is, it's not even 2 years old yet.
Nope.
I mean, you know, there is some risk involved. TNT has re-signed them for a couple of years, but, you know, TV shows get canceled. You know what I mean? And right now, that without live attendance, that's their lifeline. I'll say this. I heard through the grapevine that Ricochet's contract was expiring, and God, we've said it before on this show, I can't put Ricochet over enough. I think not only right now is he, no pun intended, one of the elite talents in professional wrestling. If I have WWE and have that magic pencil, I would be grooming him to be this generation's Rey Mysterio instead of an enhancement talent that moves around the ring very quickly. If I'm Ricochet and I can get anywhere near what I'm getting financially out of WWE from AEW, I would love to see him jump to that company in a heartbeat. And I'd like to see Tony Khan and those powers that be in AEW be smart enough to realize this is a guy, size-wise, that really fits in with a lot of their roster and would blow away the majority of their roster in the ring. Ricochet is one of the elite talents in the genre right now. And to see how he's just been, maybe the best word is miscast with how they've used him since he came to the main roster back in 2019. It should be illegal, it's so bad, because he's just so good. We have mutual friends that speak very highly of him personally, because sometimes you have some great talents that can be assholes in real life.
Oh, yeah.
But very well regarded by everybody. The kids, you know, when you're trying to grab that young demographic, he's very popular amongst kids.
He is.
I don't understand why his destination in WWE is what it is right now, because it sucks.
Well,
I mean, it sucks.
if it is coming to expiration, if there's a threat that somebody's going to offer him more money, you can bet that they'll package him, pay him, and never use him. That's just
Which
to
would
keep
be a
him,
shame for fans, but not for him.
Be a shame. Ricochet's going to make money. Who cares?
Hey, if he could take better care of his family with that money, good for him. But as far as wrestling fans' enjoyment goes, not so much.
I think AEW may be the ones to buy him.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see any company to utilize him to his potential, sign him up. I'd love to see it be WWE. Like I said, at his age, he could be this generation's Rey Mysterio.
They bought him but haven't used him, so let's see what happens.
All right, wrestling fans are running out of time on this fine episode. We would love for your feedback. If you're with us Friday Night Live during the premiere, your thoughts, your comments on the AEW, WWE banter we've had going back and forth, plus Sting, Big Show, Ricochet. If you're not joining us during the premiere, your thoughts are always welcome in the comment section below. Don't forget, help us grow the channel, baby. We don't have an ego too big. We realize there are millions upon millions of fans that don't know we exist. If you give us a thumbs up, if you hit that subscribe button, if you share the links on social media, YouTube knows you want more. And it'll show more and more new fans what we have and what we do with original in-studio shoot interviews, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 nights a week, plus content 7 days a week, historical content, flashbacks, talk shows, weekend reviews. I mean, Johnny, I don't know what we don't do other than have in-ring wrestling right now, but hopefully we're getting to that point too.
We're getting there.
Again, the nightlife has been killed, but the eBay store is open 24/7. Find the link in the description box below. And finally, most important, you're a friend if you watch these shows. We love you. But if you head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, you become part of the family. You get early ad-free access to all 4 of those in-studio shoot interviews every week. You get access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, hundreds and hundreds of shoot interviews that have been seen by millions online, millions by Howard Stern. You get exclusive Patreon access you don't see on YouTube or elsewhere, and most important, you help us keep the lights on, you help keep professional wrestling legends working. Again, it's been just about a full year now since Corona took over this country, this great country of ours. It's killed the guys when it comes to independent bookings, on wrestling events, autograph signings, conventions. For those that don't have those full-time WWE and AEW deals, their lives have been decimated. Let's get as many as possible in this studio, and for our endeavor that we're attempting to put together in Tampa at Wrestle House. So for Mr. West himself, John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, folks, we'll see you next Friday after SmackDown on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Have a great week ahead. Special thanks to the Raging Beast, Cecil the Lion. Did a hell of a job directing, John.
Absolutely.
Maybe he gets a bottle of Fabo Pop.
We'll see.
Half price if nothing else.
Free.
Free, all right. We'll see you next time, folks. Good night.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling's Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. I'm going to try and make it through it with, I think we did approximately 37 hours worth of interviews
Wow.
over the weekend.
Nice
So the
job.
voice was a little hoarse at one point, but it's getting a little bit better now.
Yeah.
I hope the fans enjoyed all of those lengthy marathons. During WrestleMania 37 Day 2, there was a John Cena Senior Marathon where we had, 8, 9 different episodes of you. The fans enjoyed.
Thank you. How'd it go over?
Very well. We had
That's
a Marty
good.
Jannetty marathon.
Oh, great,
We had
Marty
a Tony
Jannetty.
Atlas marathon.
Great.
We did a couple of what we call special edition, the Wednesday night show.
Oh, yeah.
With the rotating guests that had a little bit of everybody on it. So, you know what, where we couldn't give the fans a normal week, we gave them something a little different to coincide with WrestleMania.
That's
It
great.
was a lot of work to get it done before I left. Believe me, and not only that, but all the live episodes we had, all 7 of the featured superstars we did interviews with. They did a live episode and they did autographs, and so it was a big undertaking with having such a small crew, but it was a lot of fun. I would, depending upon, I haven't even had a chance to look at the footage, but if the footage is even on par with how it sounded and looked from when we did it at Tony's Porch last summer, when we were stuck, when we had to do it during coronavirus, if it's on par with that, I would lean more towards definitely yes, we'll do it again next year in Dallas, because it
Great.
was really easy to be, instead of us having to pick up everybody at the airport, lug them around, drive them here, drive them there, put them up in a hotel, get them back to the airport to go home. You know, that's a lot of work too. For everybody to be in one city at the same time, it made it very easy, Johnny. You know what I mean? Very helpful. All right, well, I see you're all excited about that.
Oh,
but one thing that everyone was excited about, probably still excited about, was the first time ever, in front of fans at least, not 1, but 2 days of WrestleMania. That being WrestleMania 37. Instead of WrestleMania, for a while you could have called it Weathermania.
Ah, I heard about the weather. I heard about that weather.
I am very happy to say, being the smart individual I am, I checked the weather before we left. I saw a little hint of rain, at least on one of the days. And you know what? Those awfully expensive Universal Studio ponchos Linda made me buy last fall.
Paid off, right?
Oh, my dear Lord. There was one point they evacuated the field and we had to wait in the concourse over 2 hours.
Oh.
And if you ever saw the prices, Johnny, chicken tenders and french fries, $18. Popcorn, $14.
What?
$14 for popcorn.
Oh, come on.
I have never...
That's Shaftamania.
Well, that was what happened with Chente when we were talking about his Mr. Sacco. But anyway.
Oh, wow.
Other than Dallas, at the Dallas football stadium where they had WrestleMania 32,
Yep.
I have never seen prices like it.
That's insane.
You know me. I do enjoy an adult beverage now and then.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to wrestling-related
Sure.
events, because I feel like I deserve a little relaxation.
Well-
And it wouldn't be something, especially with the kid with me, nothing that I would buy. But we walked by a liquor stand that they had there. They called it a double premium spirit, $24. Did it come with the woman?
I just going to say.
$24 for a drink.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know what was in this premium spirit, but I hope it was pretty premium.
Well, all I know is this. I was kind of, my son had Peacock, my youngest son, Sean. So I kind of went over, took a look, came back. And then when I saw the next day and this kind of amazed me, that the remaining tickets for WrestleMania was selling for very low prices. Wow, that said a lot. I think the concept was good, but I think I'll stick to my original premise. I don't think it really worked out. We'll get into that later, I'm sure.
Well, I just wanted to maybe give the fan. I took a couple of short little videos. One of them was seen by about 15,000 people, just to show them what was going on at Weathermania. Like I said, the field was evacuated. Yep. At one point, the wind was so harsh, Johnny, it blew all of the chairs on the field over. I tell you what, WWE's production people had to go through to pull this off. They were parts of the screen on the entranceway that were going
Blown
out
away?
that they weren't blown away, but they went out. They had to
Because of
fix
the
them.
rain?
Yeah, it was the kudos to the WWE production
Always.
people.
Always.
I mean, it was a wet, especially the first night. It was pretty wet the whole night. On Sunday, they had to evacuate the field before the show began, but by bell time, it was actually pretty nice. You know, the pyro, the pageantry that went along with it, it was phenomenal. And the one thing, you know what made me feel good, Johnny? For twofold, maybe a little selfishly. But at the end of the night, I asked little Marty, who came, and just to be able to watch him watch WrestleMania through his eyes as a kid was so nice. And he said it was one of the best nights of his life. And then he told Linda that too, and Linda wasn't as thrilled with that comment as I was, but you know what? That's Linda, I guess. They're still in the Sunshine State with my credit card as we speak, so we hope that Linda and the little Marty
Wow.
enjoying themselves.
You're
yeah,
a good soul. Wow.
Well, I try to be. Maybe it'll pay off someday when my time comes to an end. We'll see. I hope. I pray. I hope you had a good Easter, Johnny.
I did. It was great. How about yourself?
I was here, working.
Well, the resurrection of what?
I need the
Wrestling.
resurrection of a sleep schedule to come back because fans didn't understand. From the time I came back from Orlando in March, I was here for 31 consecutive days. Even the morning I left to go down, I came in for about an hour and a half just to try and get as much done as possible to bring you fine folk as much great content possible. But let's talk about the show itself, Johnny. Opening up, all the talent came out onto the stage, followed by Vincent K. McMahon to welcome the fans back. That, in some ways, to me, might have been the moment of WrestleMania, because I think that moment meant more to the talent than maybe even the fans in attendance. To go 1 year, 1 month, in 1 day without their true tag team partners, those fans, I felt the emotion for them, if that means anything. To the regular fans, maybe that don't understand our industry as well as we do, maybe it was just a part of the show. But to me, it kind of pulled on the strings of my heart.
I couldn't concur and agree with that. I think it's, first of all, it's an honor to be able to go out there with the man, Vincent K. Kennedy McMahon, and I think having those people out there, it's like, wow, finally. I would agree with you. That would probably touch me. Really would have.
It really
I would have
did.
been touched by that.
And we had it was very interesting to sit near so many plastic heads during the show because of, I'll say this, I was lucky enough, thanks to friends, to be able to be in the handicap section, so we didn't have heads next to us. We just had space, which was nice. But others, they had heads as neighbors, which I thought was kind of funny.
Al Snow was all over the place.
Hey, Al, you know what? Al could have made good money that night
I'm
with all
sure
those
he-
heads. With all those heads. But, and then I'll tell you this, before the opening bell even rang, you had Titus O'Neil, who to me, I'm still waiting for his first good match in 10 years of WWE. And the Hulkster came out for their co-hosting duties. And I'll tell you this, they were not kind to the Hulkster in his home city.
No, they were not. And you know what? Sometimes the fans can really say a lot. People don't forget. People remember. And it's sad to say that. I mean, the Hulkster did a lot for the industry, but he also didn't. And he hurt a lot of people with what he said and what he did. And unfortunately, karma is not a nice thing. And he got that back. I heard that. My son Sean basically said, Pops, you missed the opening, but wow. I said, well, brother, you can't go all that way all your life. So
I think what was surprising to me was when they did WrestleMania in New York in front of people 2 years ago for the last time, he got an ovation that rocked the stadium. Maybe it's because he meant so much to that New York market.
Right.
But I figured in Tampa, where he's from, it probably would have been equal. And boy, was I wrong.
yeah,
on that.
boo his. I got to go back to Titus O'Neil. I have to go kudos to that man. All the stuff that Titus has done with these young kids, promoting stuff, not really that concerned about being in the ring, but fighting a true wrestling battle outside of the ring, promoting these young kids, helping through crisis, being in the wear. I mean, God bless you, Titus. You deserve that big medal.
Well, I tell you this, you cannot dispute the goodwill that man has put into the world. A fine
unbelievable.
human being. I think as far as professionally goes, he's very limited talent-wise as far as his wrestling goes. But
I agree.
You know, it is what it is. Dino Bravo had a long run, and he was probably just as bad once he got all gassed up.
But once you have the gimmick is what works.
But what's
the
gimmick?
Well, Dino did that little blonde thing.
Yeah. I'm talking about Titus.
Well, you said you compared him to Dino Bravo, and you know, if they would have had a good gimmick for Titus, if they finally would have had some writers that understood the business, he might have had a decent run.
You know what I thought the best work Titus O'Neil has done wrestling-wise is when they made him the, almost like what MVP does now, that managerial agent-type role when he was with Tozawa in the Cruiserweight division.
Great.
Tozawa Power.
Tozawa Power.
And that was about as over as Tozawa was, and for whatever reason they dropped it. I thought it was fun. I thought it gave Titus something interesting to do for once. And it gave Tozawa an American mouthpiece, where Tozawa's English is a little limited where he's from Japan. But, you know, as quick as it came, as quick as it went. But on to WrestleMania 37, Johnny. The opening contest, WWE Championship, Bobby Lashley and Drew McIntyre. I thought they were going to do WrestleMania redo, where McIntyre had his moment in the sun in an empty warehouse at WrestleMania 36 over Brock Lesnar. As I noted many times on this show, I would have never had Drew lose until they had fans in attendance again to gauge just how over he was. Unfortunately, he lost it to Randy Orton for 3 weeks needlessly, and then he regained it, and then he lost it again to The Miz, leading into the road to WrestleMania with it winding up in the hands of Bobby Lashley before the big show. I was shocked, but I'll tell you this, in a great way, because I think Bobby Lashley is a great representative of the company. I think he is badass to the bone. He's got the real life credentials. He's done it. He looks it. He doesn't look anywhere near his true age. Believe it or not, folks, Bobby's older than this guy. And Shelton. And
75?
I love to throw that in the face of
Shelton Benjamin?
It hurts Shelton's feelings.
Whoa.
It hurts Shelton's feelings that he's 6 years older than me.
Did Shelton have that room again where we had to knock on the...
The walls are still banging.
Oh, okay, that's Shelton.
The walls
Good.
are still
Banging.
banging.
Sheldon.
Sheldon's cardio can never be questioned.
God bless him.
Just like you and Marjo. But anyway, those guys put on such a tremendous main event match to me. I love that opening contest. There were so many great reversals. Every time it looked like the Hurt Lock was going to be able to put Drew away, Drew had some kind of a reversal. Every time it looked like Drew was going to go for the Claymore kick, whether it was MVP, whether it was Bobby evaded the Claymore kick. I tell you, I thought it was one of the better matches of the weekend.
Well, he didn't give up. He blacked out the first night, so it was really nice.
And it didn't hurt him as much doing it. He didn't tap.
Nope.
He passed out.
He looked strong, and that's the way to keep him strong. And as I predicted, I hate to say it, you said McIntyre was going to go over. I stood behind my man, Bobby Lashley, because the man, as you simply say, he deserves it. He deserves that run. He's putting the butts in the seats. He is doing the part to a T. And look what he did to the scooter with Riddle. I mean, that thing was just destroyed.
Please.
But let's have some fun with it, too.
No,
I mean, Lashley...
the scooter needs to go.
Yeah, amen. I agree with that. There's a lot of things that need to go. But I think Lashley, keep up the good work, stay strong, be healthy, and show him what the champ can do.
I would give Bobby an exceptionally long run until you can get to the point where you give the fans the money match, Lashley-Lesnar. I think if you have that as a marquee in Dallas next year, if they're able to open to a full house of 100,000 plus.
They should be able to.
That's a match I would pay to see.
I think
Lashley and Lesnar.
You know, I would agree,
you don't
but
like it as much
I would
as
disagree.
You would disagree?
Yeah, I would, because you know what? I'm not sure it'd be that good of a match. Because,
really?
Yeah, and nothing against Brock, and nothing against Lashley, but my whole thing is, what's Brock's main thing? Suplex, 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 suplex. Been there, done that. Unless you're going to have, like the Drew McIntyre-Lashley match, unless you're going to have a match that's physical, a match that'll go. Now, I will say, nothing against Brock. I'm not taking a damn thing away from him. When he had Roman Reigns in that ring at WrestleMania, that was a knockdown, drag-out fight. Literally, that was a no-hold-barred, that was a shoot. I'll tell you, when he nailed him in the mouth and busted him open, he connected. That's the kind of match you got to have with, if they can build it to that crescendo and then pull it off at WrestleMania, I'm with you. I'm in for a ticket. If not, I kind of think it's going to be old hat.
I think, to me, it would make it more interesting because it would not turn into Suplex City, most likely. I don't think you'd see Lashley I don't think Lashley would go for 20 suplexes over the course of the match. And
Like Cena did?
I think Lesnar would have to come, I think, from a storyline point of view, I think Lesnar would have to come up with a different strategy.
Well, here's the whole thing. It's professional wrestling. You don't want it to turn into an MMA battle. You don't want to see that kickboxing, fighting, bare-fisted brawl. I don't know. I like I say, you'd have to build it, come to that crescendo, and then, bang, pull the trigger, and you could possibly have what you're saying, and I would not disagree with that, one of the best matches, Lashley versus Lesnar. I think what you're going to see down the road, they're starting to build Braun Strowman again. I mean, he threw Shane McMahon off the edge of that cage. I don't know what Shane had in the back of his head, but...
Especially where it was such a wet night.
Well, you know what? It is what it is. When you're in this business, you do what it takes to pop the crowd and keep yourself safe. And I watched Braun Strowman, and every inch of the way, he was keeping Shane McMahon safe. And you could see that final throw. Even at that point, he made sure that everything was right. But let's not digress from Bobby Lashley and Brock Lesnar, which you think would be a great match. I'm not saying it wouldn't, but it only has to be built to the point where it makes sense. You've got to build it. And I'm not so sure that might be the one that would be the big pop. I don't know.
You don't think that would be a big attraction for WrestleMania 38? Or as big as I do, at least?
Yeah, no, I don't. I really don't.
Okay.
Yep. Knowing Brock and the athlete he is, take nothing away from Brock Lesnar. He's outstanding. He puts more asses in seats. He's a tremendous human being. But I don't think the fans are quite ready for that. I don't think they're looking forward to that. I don't know who you'd put this guy up against, or who's going to be out in the forefront. Certainly not a Randy Orton. We don't want to see that. That's something that's out and gone and been done.
I don't think it's a WrestleMania level.
No, it isn't. It isn't. Well, you know what? Maybe it'll be the night that Cena comes back.
Well, I'll tell you this, Johnny. It was the first WrestleMania in 8 years without Brock, and I think he was missed.
I think there was some other professional wrestlers who were missed there also.
John Cena.
Yep, Cena.
Undertaker.
Definitely.
The Game.
Yes. I think when you sit back and you look at this production, if you follow it like you and I do, and into it as deeply as you and I do, you sit back and go, it's not WrestleMania without that gong. It's not WrestleMania without that it isn't the same. Triple H, it's time to play the game. I mean, he's got that, wow, when he comes out, you can just feel it. It rocks. And you sit back and you go, Triple H says he's got one more left.
I think he's got more than one more left.
Well,
No
kidding. But I would think that might be a Lashley match. There's all kinds of scenarios you can come up with. I'm just hoping, now that we've got so many people involved, that the writers, I know Vince and I know Triple H and Stephanie and Shane will come up with the best possible scenarios for that WrestleMania, and I'm sure they'll build it. What's that?
Bruce?
Yeah. Pritchard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overshoot anybody. But Bruce Pritchard, another great friend, I'm sure they'll build it the right way, and it'll be good. It has to be. It has to be, because the way the products are going now on both sides of the fence is not good.
I tell you, Johnny, up next, where I was insulted, is not only someone that's worked in wrestling, has been a wrestling fan, but owns WWE stock, where you took the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal and put it on SmackDown, where you took the men's tag team title featuring former world champions Rey Mysterio and Dolph Ziggler on SmackDown, and you put on this horrendous, atrocious, I know you're a fan of women's wrestling, but fatal four-way match with Naomi and Lana, Natalya and Tamina, Dana Brooke and Mandy Rose, the Riot Squad that no one wanted to see. Everybody got up and went to the bathroom and to get refreshments. who wanted, and you know, I do respect Natalia Neidhart's work as a performer, but who out of anybody on that roster did you want to see for 2 nights? I don't think anyone would name Natalia and Tamina as the 2 talents. They should have put that on SmackDown, if nothing else. I was insulted. When you look at guys like Shelton, Cedric Alexander, Jey Uso, Ricochet, Mustafa Ali, I could go on and on with some of the great talents that were in that Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal and were left off the show. And the same when you have a legend like Rey Mysterio, who was much closer to the end than the beginning.
Yep.
You leave him off of WrestleMania to put on that garbage 4-team women's match. It was awful. And I mean, I'm sitting next to a 15-year-old kid who looks at it much differently than I do, and he thought it sucked. So, I mean, I don't know who they thought they were appealing to other than to be able to say, we're PC, you know, we're into this big life women's movement. But I mean, what good is this women's movement if you're going to put on something that sucks? I don't think it helps.
No, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. And, you know, I probably wouldn't get up and got refreshments, not for $14 for popcorn. I probably would have sat there and watched it. $18 for French fries and chicken fingers. Wow.
I went broke on feeding the kid.
I'm sure. Well, you went broke with the Rays, unless they gave you free food.
For the Devil Rays?
Yeah.
That was actually very moderately priced.
Yeah, they're good there. I enjoyed that. Anyway, I think what you have to do is somebody doesn't know how to write. Somebody doesn't know how to place the matches and the participants. That's all I can say.
The lack of thought.
Well,
I mean, who thought that someone wanted to see Natalia and Tamina 2 nights at WrestleMania while you have someone like Rey Mysterio not on the show at all? I mean, come on.
But you know what? You can say what you want. The women deserve a shine. Now, I will concur in one. Now, don't get your beard all white and frosty again. Just listen. I think what should have happened, one night with the ladies, and then bring in Rey Mysterio for night 2. I think that would have been a credit to everybody. I think 2 nights might have been overkill. I'll give you that. I think it might have been overkill, especially if whoever wrote it didn't write it so it had some substance and meaning. You know what I'm trying to say? So I would concur on that point.
I think they could have easily, even if, and I wouldn't even have wanted the women's tag team title match because it's a company with no women's tag teams, but that's a different story for a different time. They don't need the women's tag team titles when they have maybe 1 or 2 women's tag teams in the entire company. What's the point of the belts? But again, different story for different
The point of the belts, my friend, the point of the belts, you already know. The Bellas are back.
Well, yeah, they want their paydays at the next 2 WrestleManias.
Well, you know what? I nothing against anyone. Your day is done. Move on in the sun. Even Daniel Bryan has figured out this is done. He's moving on. He's had his run. He's passing it on to others. That's what he's done. Hooray for Daniel. Yes, yes. On the Bellas, it's time to pass.
All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Stand by.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we continue our look at WrestleMania 37 at Raymond James Stadium, technically a sellout with the number of tickets that they put on sale to be around 25,000 people, Johnny.
That's right.
It was a really cool thing. It was a different WrestleMania, obviously, for many reasons. But as we continue to look at that night one match that I thought kind of got unique was the Shane McMahon, Braun Strowman steel cage match.
Wow.
I thought the spot where Braun literally ripped the cage from the middle of the cage.
Yep.
I had never seen that before. I thought that was extremely creative. Thank God Strowman didn't lose yet again to the veteran Shane O'Mac, who always seems to wind up almost like Stone Cold Steve Austin, a little untouchable, always seems to be able to go tit for tat with the top superstars of the company, which I don't quite understand, but you know what, I know you taught him how to do that.
Shane's a
Vance.
personal friend of mine, and I have to tell you something, just like his dad, when they used to wrestle together, or wrestle, as you say, together, outstanding human being, outstanding athlete. And I'm not so sure that he's trying to pull the Stone Cold Steve Austin thing off. I think
I'm not trying to say he's trying to emulate Steve Austin. My point is he is just, when the bell rings, I mean, look at WrestleMania 32 with The Undertaker. He went tit for tat with The Undertaker for 30 minutes. I mean, I think that's a little unbelievable.
After all, it is entertainment.
No.
You know, I understand where you're coming from. I understand. And I would concur. I watched that Strowman Shane O'Mac match, and I alluded to that earlier about how they took care of each other, especially. There's nothing, I'm going to tell you something, the fans don't know how dangerous it is working in a wet ring. Anything that's wet, it's very, very dangerous, and I really mean that. Having experienced some injuries with the people that I work with. But to see Broman take care of it, and then I said, well, he's going for the top to my son. This is going to be crazy. And then when he pulled that out, I said, holy mackerel, a whole new take on a cage match, which I thought was a good swerve.
It was a great spot.
Great
whoever
swerve.
came up with that, great
So
spot.
Shane O'Mac.
You think Shane
I
came
think
up
Shane
with the
did.
idea?
Yep, I do. I do. Open the window and throw me out. And that
Very
was
different.
And when he went out, it was like not as good as Mick Foley.
No.
But
no.
he went out, and I said, hush, you know, he's going to get creamed.
Something's going to happen.
Yep.
Johnny, what did you think of the Raw Tag Team title match that luckily did get a spot on the show instead of another women's match, with the New Day losing the Tag Team Championship to the newer team of AJ Styles and Omos?
I think it's about time. I think it's a good time to switch it off. Styles is a great performer. I think, you know, he's in his last run, let's be honest.
AJ?
Yeah, I think
he's closer to the end than the beginning.
Yeah, that's
for
exactly
sure.
right. Yeah. And Styles, no matter where you put him, he'll make, you know, what's that theory you always to say? Chicken shit into chicken salad? This man's amazing. And I think it's time. The New Day needs to, you know, just kind of take a step back a little bit. Oh, my God, please. Please. You know what? That, the pancakes, the booty-os, the trombone, you know, I just kind of sit back. Each one of those people I thoroughly enjoy. I work with Kofi on the indie level. He's a tremendous human being. You know, they're all great guys. Big E, I mean, there's a guy that I think's got a lot of potential. Xavier Woods, I think that's another one that they could work as singles. I think it's time. I think we need to switch it up a little bit. And God bless them for doing it. Now let's see where it goes, because now you've got two heels that got that. Let's see where we go from there.
Well, another match and I'll say, what did you think about Omos, though, before we move along?
I thought he did a pretty good job on that. I think he worked his way through it.
Well, I think they executed that perfectly as far as trying to get him over. They had this new guy that was a monster that just crushed. After AJ went tit for tat with Xavier and Kofi, he had a guy that just went in there and crushed Kofi and Woods, and I think they're on their way to establishing someone new that could eventually become a top-tier player, or at least give him a chance to become a top-tier player.
Let's hope they don't do what they did with all these people that they try to get over. And I was impressed also with the way they pushed him to get him in there, that final shot. Let's not pull another Braun Strowman. Let's not build him up, get all the fans excited, then turn around and say, okay, what the hell are we doing from here? Let's hope, because I was impressed. I really was.
Then Johnny had a match that came with great fanfare, The Miz and Morrison against newcomer to the roster, Damian Priest, and Bad Bunny.
I have to tell you, you know, I think the world of The Miz, you know that. I really do. He's a tremendous guy. Every time I see him, he's always got something, you know, good to say. I think the world of his parents. I think it was an okay match. Damian Priest performed outstandingly, I thought. Bad Bunny, the Wabbit's going to go back in a hole maybe. We'll see. I guess on a scale of, 1 to 10, I might give it a 6 or an 8.
A 6 or an 8?
Yeah, I'll give it a right up there.
You liked it that much that you would give it an 8?
I have to be kind to The Miz.
Well, what would you really give it, though, if we were off camera? Now, you know what, Johnny? I'll have to say this. Bad Bunny really put in the time to look like he belonged out there. And I respect him an awful lot for that. There's so many celebrities we've seen over the years that you can tell they're just there for the payday, and they ride off into the sunset. This is a man that was training full-time, or pretty close to full-time, to be able to do what he did. And you know what? Was a lot of it, were they just spots to make him look good? Sure, but I think that's the best way you utilize a celebrity, is hide what limitations they're going to have and get those moments that you can have on film that look great, and you showcase them for years to come. Now, I still don't know who Bad Bunny is, other than he sings.
Well, my name's Elmer Fudd, and I shoot rabbits.
Well, maybe we needed a little Elmer Fudd. But I'll tell you this, there was rumors, Johnny, about a match for next year's WrestleMania that was being discussed all weekend for The Miz, almost a rematch from that horrendous moment I wish they could erase from video from Orlando. The Miz against John Cena one-on-one in a battle of Hollywoodites. In one corner, you'd have Maurice, and the opposite corner would be you, and hanging above the ring in the shark cage will be Majo. And if The Miz wins, you don't get Majo, and if John wins, you do get Majo. And talk about a WrestleMania moment in the ring, you and Majo reuniting with the help of your son.
No, it ain't my show, it's Vince's show. And let me tell you something, brother. That isn't going to ever happen.
Main event for WrestleMania 38 in Dallas, 102,000 people. When you give Majo a little French kiss in the middle of the ring.
Oh my God! Oh, I think I threw up a little bit in my throat here. I'm not sure. It's like, oh, whoa! And I don't even think that match would be. Who'd pay to see Cena and Miz? That's crazy.
Well, I think if you added all of those stipulations, I think it would.
I don't think so. Do you really think they're going to put me in a WrestleMania match? Dan, what are you smoking?
Not wrestling, obviously,
I know,
but as a manager.
Do you really believe, really in your heart and soul, that somebody's going to let that happen?
They love Miz and Maurice.
Think
of how you could take something from one of their reality shows and blend it into one of the wrestling shows. I don't know if Majo, how high she'd want to go in the shark tank above the ring, but just picture her in there with the little camera with her real face, scared, hanging 15 feet above the ring, as John and her son-in-law battle it out to see who was going to get her love and affection at the end of the night. You could reenact that scene with Edge and Lita when they did the thing with the heart-shaped bed on Raw.
You would see John Cena Sr. pull Cena off the friggin' 3 count, knock him out, and I could never do that. No, great idea, Dan, but
we'll see.
I hope they never make you a writer.
All right. Another, what I consider an upset, Johnny, Cesaro with the victory over Seth Rollins.
About time for Cesaro. Thank you very much, and I really mean that. Nothing against Seth Rollins. Kudos to Seth Rollins for doing the job. Kudos, Seth Rollins, and I really mean that. Cesaro has worked his ass off. He's a great professional. He's a great wrestler, a great human being. You know what? I think this WrestleMania, and I hate to say it, I want to say it, was a WrestleMania of rewards. You know, when you look at who won and how they kept those belts and where they went, Reigns, Lashley, Cesaro, you know what? Hip, hip, hooray. Good for you. And I mean this. Rollins, thank you.
Well, I think Seth has been kind of dead in the water ever since he became the Messiah.
The writing shits.
Yeah.
I hate to say it. I hate to use those words. But they've done nothing to help this young man out.
And I'll say this. I think, to me, that finish on night 1 gave away the finish to the main event on night 2.
Thank you.
Because it was almost like you were building up a new babyface challenger for Roman on SmackDown, which desperately needs a fresh coat of paint.
Oh.
But there's always different directions you can go in. And then last but not least, you talk about wanting to vomit in the mouth. What they called the main event of night one, Sasha Banks and Bianca. You talk about killing the atmosphere of what they're trying to do when the two of them started to cry before the match started. Save that shit for the locker room. Go out there and be professional wrestlers, sports entertainers, whatever you want to call it. Don't kill the illusion that you're going to be competing for a championship belt by crying in the ring before the match starts, which is another reason, Johnny, why I detest it. I can't think of any big men's championship matches where John Cena, Brock Lesnar, Hogan, Macho Man, Bruno, Austin, Rock, Brett started to cry in the ring before the match started, before a quote-unquote WrestleMania main event. Fuck that, to be quite honest.
Whoa!
They paint them all up. Sasha looked like a little mermaid coming out to defend her championship belt. And what I thought, it was a sloppy match, definitely not WrestleMania main event worthy. I thought Bianca, it was a nice moment. I think Bianca has a great personality. I think Bianca's starting to grow on me a little bit. I think she's improving, but certainly not to be put in that spot that they were in. Your opinion?
Well, I hate to say it, but I told you so. I told you who was going to win that match, did I not?
You were correct.
So far, my scorecard's been
did good.
Pretty good.
You did good.
I've done pretty good. I will say this, and I would agree 150% with what you're saying to a point. I'm going right back to where the fault belongs. WRITERS. Who wrote that session for those young ladies to come in and start crying? Somebody had to write it.
I don't think you can write that.
Yeah.
I think that's just human emotion.
No, I don't believe that. Knowing these two,
you think they were instructed to go
Yes.
out there and start to cry?
Yes.
Like it was days of our lives?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
Let me tell you something.
I
I know Sasha Banks on a different level than you do. And I'm going to tell you something right now. She's faced the toughest and the hardest and the best.
She cries about everything.
Yeah, but wait a
every
minute.
time she wins, every time she loses,
But
she
you know
cries.
what? That was just, in my opinion, when I'm sitting there, I said to my son, I said, they're not crying, are they? Yeah, Dad. I said, no, this is not the way it's got to go down. This is not the way it's got to go down. Now, I agree with you. Bianca has made tremendous strides in what she's done.
I'll give her credit for that.
But would I put the strap on her? Maybe it's to give somebody a slap on the back and say, wake up, see what just happened? Are you going to play now or not? Maybe that's what happened. I think they should have waited a little bit before they did this. However, I'm not Vince McMahon. I'm not Paul Levesque, nor am I Stephanie or Shane or Bruce Pritchard. So my whole thing is, what's done is done. That phony piece of hair that comes off her back, the Q, which she uses as a weapon, I thought she utilized that very well. I thought there were a few highlights in that match, but I will say this to you. As a guy, and you know, I'm an advocate of women's professional wrestling. I backed them before they even started this. I think it lacked a lot of luster, and I don't think the opening helped put any more polish on the shoe.
I think, to me, it would have been better off if they just almost reversed the card the way the matches were executed. Maybe it would have come across better if it was the opening match on the show compared to what I thought was such a stiff physical match with Bobby and Drew, and if they went on last. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because...
Well, again, maybe one man's opinion, but...
No, I would agree with you because, being in the business, working the shows, when you put that last show on for a second night, that last act of any play or any professional wrestling show has got to blow the roof off the building. I want to come back. You understand where I'm going with this? That didn't happen.
The reaction in the venue was kind of cool towards it, much like it was when they ended WrestleMania 35 with Ronda and Charlotte and Becky. And how many of them were even on the show 2 years later? None of them.
No, and all the surprises.
To show what a waste that was.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a run-in by Rousey, which, run-in by Becky Lynch at that point, anything to make that pop factor, because that's what you wanted to close with, a pop factor.
my old theory is if you're going to close down, you want to leave them happy. If not, you want to leave it with a question mark. Maybe it would have worked with somebody got injured. We had the run-in, DQ, what's going to happen? That's the way to run the business. Didn't happen. I think they left a bad taste. I think whoever wrote it did a shitty job writing it. I'll get in trouble for this, I'm sure, but I've been there before. That's why
you like to shoot.
Well, I do. I call it as I see it, and see, they probably won't ask me back.
It's a nice shirt. I have the network one.
Yep. They probably won't ask me back.
For a network
but you know what?
I've never worked for, but
well, I have. I work for them.
Of course you have.
I call it as I see it, and I think it was a disservice to the fans and to the two women in that ring.
Well, and you know what I thought was even worse, Johnny, was you have a guy that wasn't even trying to recreate the Macho Man Elizabeth spot from WrestleMania 4, where you take Montez Ford of the mid-card Street Profits from SmackDown, again, that didn't even compete on the show to run out, and hoist her up on his shoulders, and it
didn't make sense. It did
make sense. It is her husband, but...
Yeah, but you know what? Stop and think. Somebody wasn't thinking like a writer in the eyes of a fan. That's all I'm saying.
She just should have had her moment, I think.
Absolutely.
Even if it wasn't a great match, let her have that moment.
Thank you. Let her have her shine. Let her have her shine, as we say. That's what she deserved.
And I'll ask you this, Johnny, before we go on this episode. We'll have to do night 2 on a separate one. Do you think that maybe WWE runs the risk of Sasha, her feelings being hurt and running away again, like she did after she lost the Women's Tag Team Championship at WrestleMania 35?
Maybe that's why she lost the title. But we'll see.
But why would you put it on her to begin with if you're that nervous, I guess is...
Well, you know what? I'll say this. Sasha is a good person and a good athlete.
She is.
She is. There's no question about that. I think knowing, and I don't know what's inside Vince's head, Paul's head, or Stephanie, or Shane, or Bruce, but I think if there's money and there's a potential, like I said before in previous TV shows, my whole thing is, when she said she was leaving, why did you wait 2 or 3 months to make the decision? Because you believed there was potential, you believed there was value, and that individual held worth. I believe that. But if you're going to play the same game twice, don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out.
That's how you'd handle it.
Absolutely.
All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time on this fabulous episode on Friday nights. What did you think of WrestleMania Night 1? As always, if you're watching the live premiere at 10 o'clock, share your thoughts in the chat on the box to the right. Don't forget the Super Chat button is always open for business if you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to tip the bartender. If you watch this program after the fact, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. We love to engage with you guys, interact with you guys, and know what you think, especially with all of the great new episodes we have coming with 7 superstars that were at Wrestle House in Tampa, Florida. I can't wait to go through the footage. Hopefully it came out half as good as the content itself was, because it was some great content with 7 unique personalities, to say the least. JTG said, though, Johnny, he's got that beard care line that Kofi Kingston is in the commercial for. He said, you know what? Johnny might look good with a little moss on the face. Have you ever had a beard?
I had a beard.
When did you have a beard?
Picture during COVID. I grew a beard out.
During COVID?
Yes, I grew a beard out.
How thick?
It was pretty thick. It was, actually, I had to borrow my son Sean's hair cutter to trim it off before I could act. About as thick as yours.
Really?
Yeah.
Your beard was this thick?
Yeah.
Are there photos of this?
I had let it grow, I think it was 5-6 months. I let it grow out, and it was pretty thick. It grows pretty fast with me. It was, I could have played Santa Claus.
Is there photos of this?
I don't know if I have any. I'll go into my memorandum file here. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think I do have one that shows Johnny Fabulous.
I've got to see this. Now, what did Moniz think of the beard?
Moniz, always Moniz, sweetheart. I love her.
Did she like the beard?
Yes, she did.
Something to
yes,
tug
she
on.
did. Yes, she did.
Yeah.
She felt that I should shape it up and trim it up, and I said, you know what? Now that I'm in my 50s,
You know,
late 50s.
Late 50s. Now that I'm in my late 50s, I don't want to look any older than I have to.
You think it made you look older with
Yes,
the beard?
I do. As a matter of fact, I have friends that grew beards during the COVID situation, and I said to them, make sure you take a few pictures. Now, shave that beard off. So, my God, I look 10 years younger. Absolutely.
You think I'd look 10 years younger?
Yeah,
without
absolutely.
This? Really?
Yeah, I do. I have Monique's son, Tommy. She showed me photos of him before he grew the beard, that big bushy beard that he has. And he looks, I'd say, 10, 12 years younger without that beard. Somehow it adds maturity. They think people with beards have knowledge. You know, they know everything.
No, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
you know, we got to give you the compliment, Dan. Next WWE production or publication will be Dan Marotti's Encyclopedia of Wrestling Facts.
Oh,
you never know. But I do know there's one in here.
I need to see it.
I'll let you see that. I don't know.
As you look, I'll ask you this, Johnny. During COVID, is it true that Majot refused to shave? You know, the French, sometimes they let the armpits go.
Braided. They were braided.
Well, and from what I understand, she could have played Rapunzel with her area down south. She just could have stuck it out the window, and you could have grabbed it and climbed it.
Monsieur, would you like to see the picture?
Yes, I do want to see this. Wow. Unbelievable. I don't know if you'd want to send that to me and share it with the fans, but that is, you look like a different man.
Yes, yes. And you notice it's all white. And the more it grew out, you know, I'm a good friend of Santa Claus, as is Mick
Close
Foley.
personal friend.
As is Mick Foley. And so I said, you know what? If I let it keep going, and it was coming really nice, it would have been like right about here, and I wouldn't have to use the gimmick.
Well, I think we started doing this again around, what, September, I think. So
Yep.
you must have shaved it, what, like in the late summertime?
Yep,
Or-
I did. Here's another shot right here that might be better. This shot happened. That's the Angry Johnny Fabulous. I had installed a piece of plumbing, and I asked somebody not to turn the water on, and they did.
You were a little soaked.
A little wet there. Yeah,
Well, you look like
little
Majot, but,
upset. Majot, not my show, but Dan Marotti's
You think
show.
she could get a little wet? But I
So
don't know.
that's an actual picture of Fabo with a beard.
I would hope, unless there's a doppelganger of you out there.
No.
If you could send that to me so we can show the fans what a bearded Johnny Cena Senior looked like.
I will. I'll do that for you. Maybe they'll buy my Fabo Pop.
Oh,
We'll be in-
the Fabo Pop, it's in.
It's in.
There's a new flavor.
Lemon lime.
It's green. It would have been perfect for St. Patrick's
Looks
Day.
like
a little late.
antifreeze.
Looks like what?
Antifreeze.
I thought you were talking about Annie.
Oh, Annie? Oh, no, don't go there.
She came up quite a bit on during the
Did you
the
really?
Wrestle House. Yes.
Wow.
Her special skills. She's like Liam Neeson in Taken. Remember how Liam had a special set of skills?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Annie has a special set of skills.
Yep.
For her training for it, she said,
Yep.
almost like Nikolai Volkov used to do the one-arm push-up.
Yeah, yeah.
Annie puts her arms behind her back and does the push-ups with her tongue, just to get it ready.
Anyway, Fabo Pop.
So, wrestling fans, if you're interested in what flavors are available right now?
Right now I have root beer, I have lime Ricky, I have orange cream, cream soda, and orange, and of course, lemon lime.
6 flavors.
I have more than 6. I actually have grape,
Jesus
which
Christ,
I don't do.
What are we starting? Cena Cola? I mean,
You know what? I'll be very honest with you. When I first started Fabo Pop, I brought 8 cases to an indie show. Somebody said, I don't think it's going to sell. It sold out. I had none left. And now I'm getting requests for people that want to buy the Fabo Pop again. So I don't do much in the winter with it because there's no shows. Basically, there are, but so now with COVID, there was nothing. We're starting up again. April 17th, there's a show with Atlantic Pro Wrestling in Newburyport, so we'll do that a little bit there.
so how much does a bottle of this glassed Fabo Pop go for?
What I do with Fabo Pop is I charge $5 autographed, and I've agreed to do something with Boston Pro Wrestling, and I'll make sure that my share through Boston Pro Wrestling, my share of what I would earn, all proceeds of Fabo Pop would be donated to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Now that's something. We can maybe wear sometimes I'm bad with dates, but I think April 29th is Make-A-Wish Day for the year. Maybe we could really make a big push for it on that day.
Do a marathon if we have to.
Like I've said before, I think maybe if we did a live special or a watch-along that night might be fun. Have you seen our Wheel of Fortune board yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, we had a lot of fun with it on a couple of the pay-per-views. It only has 14 slots, but we had 14 different prizes, and for everyone that entered, we had 1 or 2 big ones, and then some smaller 8x10s and whatnot. And everybody that entered got a prize. Maybe we could do a lot of ideas to throw out there. But fans, I am not Wikipedia. If I have Make-A-Wish Day wrong, I know it is late April. But maybe we could do something fun with that and the pop. But again, we're going to put that up in the graphics that the Fabo Pop is available. $5 a bottle plus
autographed
shipping and handling.
Plus shipping and handling.
Now, what if people wanted like a 6-pack?
I do a 4-pack. I have a 4-pack.
All right.
I can only send out 4-packs. If you would like a 6-pack, I have done that. I've sent 6-packs to Florida. I just simply do each bottle wrapped individually and ship those out.
What does the 4-pack go for?
You do $20 for the 4-pack, $5 a bottle.
No discount. All right.
No discount. Because, well, no, especially in this case, because I don't know what Boston Wrestling is going to do with their share of the proceeds, but all proceeds I would get from this, my share, whatever percentage I take or get, would go to that Make-A-Wish contribution. So I don't want any money from this. I'm not out to make any money on it. I'll even include an 8x10 autograph picture with it, or an autographed Fabo Buck, whatever you choose. But I think we should make it a Make-A-Wish Day, and let's see if we can push a little.
I really think we should do something nice with that. We can maybe figure that out off the air, all the specifics, and really start to push it hard. But for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marty. Next week we'll be back. It was such a big event. We'll cover night 2 on night 2 of Wrestling Inside of Fabulous Fridays. For this guy, Mr. JC himself, I'm Dan Marty. We'll see you next Friday night, 10 p.m. after SmackDown. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a 6-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the blue brand disrupt the dominance of the bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first 3-timer.
3-timer,
yeah.
yes.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because he got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
All right, Johnny, as we approach what's turned into something you and I have talked a great deal about, the annual Make-A-Wish Day on April the 29th this month. Those great little kids, I don't know how many of them get to experience WrestleMania this year. Usually WWE, as always, goes above and beyond to try and help out those Make-A-Wish kids, where health is such an issue right now, and there were such limitations within Raymond James Stadium. I don't know if it was the annual impact that WWE has with the Special Olympics kids and the Make-A-Wish kids, but I'm sure if not this year, certainly next year they'll make up for it and then some if Dallas is open to full capacity.
I'm sure next year we'll see a whole different world, I hope. And I would say that this year it would be very difficult to take these young men and women because of their situations and their immune systems and bring them into
they gotta be really careful.
An environment that may have been fully safe, but you can't take the chance. So I would say next year will be the big year for Make-A-Wish and for the Special Olympics.
Well, fans, continue to monitor programs, social media, as we're trying to come up with something really cool for Make-A-Wish Day on April the 29th. It is one of those causes that's near and dear to our heart. It's one that we've done a lot for. I've never been one to publicize or over-publicize a lot of the charity work we do unless it's something we're trying to raise money for direct. But, you know, I'm looking forward to what we have cooking for Make-A-Wish Day. But Johnny, the fans wanted us to continue our trip down memory lane from WrestleMania 37 as we try and figure out what the new schedule for Wrestling Insiders is going to be. We know we're going to have the podcast-style show with Oscar as the lead-in to Raw.
Oscar,
the superstar from the WWE in the mid-90s.
Wow.
Every week he's going to join us before Raw as kind of a lead-in.
Huh?
That's right. And then who knows who is going to take that Tuesday night slot from the Hall of Famer himself, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas? Will Tony's common sense come back to him and have him return? Will we find someone new from Wrestle House? Will we find someone outside of Wrestle House for that Tuesday night slot? It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Definitely interested to see what happens. So, Oscar, just out of curiosity, we doing this every Tuesday night?
No, he'll be doing it Monday night before Raw.
Really?
Podcast style.
Every Monday night?
Yes.
So he'll call in, or you?
Will we speak via telephone?
Nice.
And the podcast suite
we should
we
try
have in the other
doing
room.
that Zoom or Switchblade or whatever it is.
Yeah,
It works out well. I've done several
look kind
podcasts
of
that
lousy,
way.
though. I'm not a big fan.
I tell you what, I just did a podcast, matter of fact, I've done almost 9 now, where they used a different, something different other than Zoom. Was perfect. Worked out very well. I've had a few bleeps with the Zoom, but this other one, I can give you the name off the air.
Maybe we can
worked
take a
out
look
perfectly
at that.
well. That way it's face-to-face. Works out well. The fans get a chance to see you and who you're speaking with. Works out really, really well. I'll give you the name.
Yeah, that's something to look into.
Yep.
And as always, Wednesday night, 10 p.m., we have our Wrestling Insider Special Edition. It's a different guest every week to keep you guys on your toes, to give you guys some variety, almost like those cable news shows at night on CNN and Fox and MSNBC. You never know who you're going to see. Thursday night, as always, it's that no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s as we party with Marty Jannetty. And then Friday night, we wrap up the week with this guy himself, the old Johnny Cash of Boston Wrestling MWF. I know, Johnny, you're getting ready for the big one, Saturday night, November the 13th, back to the 80s at Memorial Hall, as we celebrate in-ring 20 years of the MWF, our 20th anniversary. You know it is going to be a blockbuster night, unless they cancel on us again.
I kind of think that this COVID will be hopefully in check. I've got a lot of weddings, as you know. I'm a justice of the peace. I had very few last year. I'm booked for like 16, more coming in.
Wow.
So I think that what you're going to see is more and more venues will be opening up. You'll have more and more people coming through. I just hope they don't do this COVID passport or things like that. I have a whole opinion on that, which we're not going to discuss here. But I'm looking forward to the 13th of November. It's going to be a slobber knocker.
Fans have wanted to know, Johnny, to really make a special 20th anniversary weekend something in addition to the legends that will be taking part in the event November 13th, in addition to the hungry young athletes of yesterday, today, and tomorrow competing in the squared circle. What about, at some point that weekend, the debut of about almost a new generation of the fabulous women of wrestling? Do you think the legends would outshine them?
Actually, want to bring in some female wrestlers?
On its own separate event. Maybe the Friday night, maybe the Sunday. The fabulous women of wrestling live.
Always food for thought. You know how I feel about that.
Well, I know you have had the idea for the platform for a while. Maybe our 20th anniversary, as we begin a new decade, a new adventure, a new journey, maybe now is the time to launch these fabulous women. You know my thoughts on the women's wrestling, but I am also a man that is open-minded, and I think if it's something that'll make wrestling fans happy, if it can be its own separate platform like I'd like to see WWE give the great women they have on their roster, maybe the 20th anniversary is the time to introduce the fabulous women.
Food for thought. I know that a lot of the young ladies in the indie circuit anyway, a lot of them got out of the business with the COVID situation.
They just gave up.
They just said, you know what, I enjoy doing it, but at the same time, I'm not making any money. Nobody's looking for anybody new. So unfortunately, a lot of the young women that I used to work with probably are just working for one promotion or taking only one booking. You know,
I guess the good news is we have about 7 months if we were to put
well,
something
we could
like
think,
that
you know
together.
what? I think that should be a plan in motion. Something we should think about. Certainly, if we're going to do it, and you know me, and I know you, it's got to be the best of the best.
Yes, we don't want garbage.
No, I don't want somebody that said I've trained in the ring for 4 months, I'm ready. Not looking for that. No, Widow Belmont, somebody that comes to mind right away. I know that she's kind of backed off on a lot of what she's done. You know,
it would be interesting for me. I really don't know a lot of these people.
It's going to be difficult, I'll tell you right now. And I will say this, to their credit, women's wrestling, trying to find young ladies to work in this business or perform is very, very difficult because it's like the little people. It's on a limited basis. You know, you can get I'm ready, but they're not. I mean, when you look at people in that ring, I work with young ladies who could probably outshine some of these guys. So that's the kind of matches you want to see. I remember the match with Widow Belmont and it slips me. I'm sorry.
It must have been a classic. Yeah.
Well, it was. They were bloodied up.
You don't even remember. You don't even remember who she wrestled.
No, she's.
It's on the tip of your tongue.
No, she's been around a long time and she's great at what she does. It's just that my mindset isn't on it right now. But they had a match, and I will tell you this: you talk about juicing and bleeding. Wow, what a match! And it was a tables, ladders, and chair match.
Wow.
So,
do you think it would be better to give, if we were to go the route of the fabulous women of wrestling during our 20th anniversary? Do you think it would be maybe better to give them their own weekend, or to tie it into the big event itself on maybe the Friday or the Sunday?
I would think that if you're going to do it, it might be nice to, like a WrestleMania, like NXT or whatever, might be nice to tie it in.
Anniversary weekend.
Yeah, just to say if we're going to do it, we debut it. But I will tell you this, it might not be received as well as the gentleman, only because another promoter tried it. It didn't work out well at all. So,
But they're not John Cena Sr.
but he's a good promoter. He's been around a long time. So, you know, let's give it some thought.
We'll give it some thought. We got a long way to go.
How about
but
the fans give us their input?
Fans, we'd love your thought, fans. Would you like to see the Fabulous Women of Wrestling promotion launch? We'll put that out there as John Cena Sr.'s mind is always working. If you're joining us during the premiere on Friday night, chat away in the little chat box. If you are watching after the fact, leave your thoughts in the comment section below, or you can go really old school, send us an email, bw@bostonwrestling.com. We'd love your thoughts. Do you want a live all-women's wrestling promotion as part of what we do under the Boston Wrestling Sports umbrella? If you want it, I think we should do it.
I think it would pay off, and the fans would see a different type of wrestling. As I say, the young women that I'm associated with, that I know, I'm telling you, some of these young ladies could outshine some of these young men.
Now, would you want to see any female legends appear on this show?
Yes, definitely.
You would?
You'd have to. Yeah, in order to make this a tribute and in order to professional wrestling, for the women's professional wrestling, that would be the best way to kick it off.
All right, well, maybe Annie could be the commissioner of the group.
Another story for another time.
All right, wrestling fans, you want to talk about another story? WrestleMania 37, Night 2. Everybody was evacuated again for the second night, which, as you can imagine, thrilled me to no end in my rain poncho. But it wasn't as bad as Night 1 as far as the rain goes, definitely. It was much more toned down. It made for a much better atmosphere, I think. By the time the glitz and the glamour began at 8 o'clock, the pyro, it was a beautiful sight, Johnny, to be there in that nice, warm Florida weather at night, nice breeze. The rain had stopped, maybe a little mist here and there, but overall, it was just a great night. I thought Night 1 was better than Night 2. That's my personal opinion. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that.
I think Night 1 was okay. Night 2 was good.
Really? So you like Night 2 better?
Well, you know what? It's pretty difficult to say one was better than the other.
I don't think so.
Well, I don't like to do that. You know, I suppose if I've got to give the devil his due, I would go with Night 1 only because of what we had for matches. I would do that. But I think everybody worked their ass off to try to make it a great 2 nights.
Sure did. We saw on Night 2, Tamina and Natalya challenge Big Nia and the Herman Munster look-alike there, Shayna Baszler, for the tag team titles in another concession stand match. Your thoughts on that all-out war that we saw?
No comment.
It wasn't that good in your opinion?
No. I was disappointed. I really was. I expected more, especially from the people that were involved. I expected more. I was disappointed.
In the Women's Raw Championship match that night, though, Johnny, you saw Asuka lose to Rhea Ripley. And
Surprise.
I thought that was the right call, because I think if you had Rhea lose, she turns into just another face on the show. I think by giving her the title right off the bat like that, at least she has some credibility and she comes across as someone important.
Agreed. I think they did make the right move there. The writers made the right decision.
And I like Asuka an awful lot. She's one of the few.
Outstanding. Is she not?
Yes.
Outstanding. Every time I hear she's going to be on a show, I'm there. I watch it. She's just so good at what she does and how she brings it across. They should learn from Natalya. They should learn from the Oscars. See, I don't think they tap what they have. They just go out there, and I get so on my high horse on this. They just do their own thing. Anyway, I think it was a great move. I think it was the right decision, and now we've got a new champion.
Unbelievable, Johnny. I tell you this, be interesting to see where things go next with Asuka. Charlotte Flair made her return on Raw the next night, so I'm sure Charlotte will be in the mix as well. What about a match that had a lot of people talking, good or bad? Kevin Owens defeated Sami Zayn with the involvement of, I guess, social media star Logan Paul involved, Johnny. What did you think of Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn? Frenemies almost. Zayn has been pushing this ridiculous documentary that no one cares about on television for quite a while, and a feud with Owens that just, to me, really didn't connect. I'm not a fan, professionally, really, of either guy. I think Sami Zayn almost looks like he's a neighbor of Oscar the Grouch with the way he's presented. And Kevin Owens, to me, is just, after the great work he did for the first couple of years, is just kind of repetitive, kind of boring to me. He doesn't really have a wrestler's look. It's almost like now that he does the stunner, he's like trying to be a Halloween Steve Austin.
I like Kevin Owens. I do. I really think he's got a lot of potential there. Once again, he came on strong for 2 years. He got the rub. He got the rub from Cena.
Because of JC.
Yep,
yeah.
He got the rub. He did well with that rub. And I'll tell you, I've watched him several times. I'm a fan of Kevin Owens. I think we're right back where we started from. It's all about the writing. It's all about what I'm being asked to do and how I'm being asked to do it. I think what I see, I may be wrong, but I think the balloon's getting deflated. You know, he was really, and all of a sudden I don't see that anymore. I see a little bit of it. The stunner, you know what, been there, done that. How many times you're going to play the game? I just think they're selling this Kevin Owens kid shot. He's got the potential. He's got the look.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
You know what?
You'd push Owens higher up the card.
I think if you did.
We saw him in the SmackDown version of the main event at the Royal Rumble in that no-holds-barred match with
Roman
Reigns. I believe we have the poster right there on the set. It is available in the eBay store, folks. I believe it's one of only 100. If you're interested, it's signed by Owens, Roman, and Paul Heyman.
Let me tell you, I'd buy that because, let me tell you, that was an excellent match, except for the referee screw-ups.
The nonsense.
That was stupid.
And also, if they were a fan of Survivor Series, Johnny, we have the Survivor Series event poster that's signed by SmackDown Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and the, at the time, WWE Champion Drew McIntyre. Available in the eBay store, folks. Link in the description box below.
Well, I mean,
put them over, brother.
I like that. You know, that one is a
Which
comic
one do you
book.
like more?
That looks like a DC comic right there. That's a great, great poster, as is that one right there. You'll never see that again. Ever.
No.
Ever.
And you talk limited edition.
One of 100? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? If you got something like that, wow, awesome. Awesome.
If you want to see pictures of it, there's some zoomed-in pictures of the number. There's an authentication
What number do you
sticker
have
by.
there?
I don't even remember. Oh, geez, Johnny, you really want it?
No, I want to make it good. It says.
I think it's in the
January
lower. I think it's on the
31,
bottom.
Oh, it's 31 of 50.
And what about the SmackDown?
And the other one says, I can't see it.
Yeah.
It's 42 of 50. 31.
That one's only one of 50, the Survivor Series?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's 42 of 50 there and 31 of 50 there. Let me tell you something.
That's limited edition.
If you're a true wrestling fan and you're looking for limited edition memorabilia, first of all, if you can't find it at Boston Wrestling, MFW, you don't need it. We got it. We got it. Those two right there, those should be gone like that.
Well, the eBay store was hot during WrestleMania time, I'll say that.
Let's hope they're gone.
And that helps keep the Wrestling Legends working, because the money that we make, it's not going into our coffers, unfortunately. It goes right back into the show to try and keep wrestlers working, to try and give you guys at home more content, to try and build up that Patreon streaming service where you get early access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, you get full access to our studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on the Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusive news and videos. And again, you get that great knowledge, Johnny, along with some perks that you helping keep the legends working during the worst of times. I mean, let me tell you, those conventions and whatnot down in Tampa tanked.
Not good. Not good.
That's why I'm glad we weren't involved. I hate to say it, because I think we would have had fun being there, but from the financial point of view, the only bath I was taking that weekend was the one at the house.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Total loss. I wouldn't have done that. That was bad. Anybody that thought they could make money there was on the wrong side of the tracks.
Yeah.
Not this year. But again, you saw what Kevin Owens can do. I'll even go so far as to say he carried Roman Reigns in a couple of spots.
You think so?
Yeah, so I think, you know what? Owens has got the potential. He just needs to be let go. Not let go from WWE,
I understand.
but let go. Sami Zayn, you know what? I'm not a fan. I hate to say it. I got to side with you on that. I'd rather see Oscar the Grouch in the ring.
What did you think of the Nigerian drum match, Johnny, between Big E and a guy that I was big on being given a push to, Apollo Crews?
Different.
Yeah.
Different. There again, I just kind of sit back and say, somebody had an idea. What it was supposed to be, I'm not quite sure. I think Big E showed the potential that he has. Apollo, I'm not sure he's going to make it all the way to the top.
You think maybe this is his peak?
I know that they both worked hard. I thought it was a halfway decent match. We'll see where it goes from here.
And you saw the debut of a new giant that interfered to help him win the match. I believe his name is Baba Tunde. I don't know if that's what he's going to go by.
Why in God's earth, here I go again, get in trouble, John. Why would you give somebody that name with everything that's going on today?
What's wrong with Baba Tunde?
What did you call it?
I think it's Baba Tunde.
Buba Tunde. Buba Tunde. You got to get it straight, man. Buba Tunde.
Okay, well, what's wrong?
How are you going to call him Baba?
Buba Tunde.
There you go, because it's a Nigerian drum match. That makes sense. No, I agree with that. No, but if you're going with Bubba, you might as well.
What's wrong with Bubba?
Okay, let's move on now before we shut us down.
What's wrong with Bubba?
We'll talk after we get off the air.
Okay. I think maybe it would have been better if they introduced the man before WrestleMania, because no one knew who he was.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sitting here with my son, Sean, and all of a sudden I go, who's he? Where did he come out of? Who is he? They pick the most inopportune times, and they pick the craziest spots. You're right. Even if there was somebody in the shadows, even if they just showed the shadow, even if they just had this weird voice, from Nigeria, we're going to Bango.
Or Apollo talking to someone off camera.
Absolutely,
like that,
anything with just the shadow. We'll show them the shadow of Nigeria. We will survive. We will be. No, they didn't even do that.
Here's what's killing me about the whole thing, Johnny. I have been an advocate of my own for Apollo Crews getting a stronger push than he had in recent years, almost since day one. When you see his matches at the non-televised events or house shows, as you may call them, I think his work is superb.
It's outstanding.
Yes, I was very happy that Paul Heyman chose to give him a big push on Raw last year before they cut ties as far as him working in creative. And then Apollo kind of went back to no man's land. Then he got a fresh coat of paint on SmackDown, but to go to the length where they gave this man an accent that he didn't have for the first 5 years of his career in WWE, I just thought it was complete and utter nonsense, and it takes away from the credibility of the work that he's doing because it's just nonsensical to me.
Thank you. And that's what I mean when I say Nigerian drum match. Why? There was no need of that. You've got two outstanding people working this match, working the show. That's why I say it lost a little bit of luster. Outside of that, it is what it is.
It is what it is. A surprise of the night, maybe, to me. You saw the veteran Sheamus come away with the WWE United States Championship with the win over Riddle.
Riddle me this, riddle me that. Will Sheamus keep the belt, or will the Riddler be back? Only we know, the next show will tell. I hope Sheamus keeps it, and Riddle go to hell. You know what I'm saying? It's like Sheamus deserves this. Sheamus, my man, you deserve it. Great guy, personal friend. I mean that truly. I haven't seen a whole lot of him lately, but he's a great guy. He's got some great stories. That guy really knows how to mix it up. You talk about somebody in the business outside of Brock Lesnar and McIntyre and Lashley and a few others. This guy can really mix it up. I think it's about time. He's just been kind of in these goofy roles, and they've always Cesaro and him. Great.
They were a great tag
yes.
team. They were great
and
together.
They did nothing for them. So kudos to my friend.
All right, wrestling fans, as we continue to break down the weekend that was WrestleMania 37 at a sold-out Raymond James Stadium, at least with the seats made available, we'll continue our look back at WrestleMania and that U.S. title match after this brief timeout. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as we break down WrestleMania Night 2 and Part 2 of a 2-week series of WrestleMania highlights, maybe even a couple of lowlights. I think what loses me with Riddle, Johnny, is everything except the bell-to-bell work. I think Riddle, with his MMA background as a real-life shoot fighter and whatnot, in the ring, he's very, very good when the bell rings until the point the bell ends. Everything else other than that is some of the worst creative material I have ever seen for someone with talent, where they present him as a complete and utter imbecile. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's fun. I don't think him riding around on a scooter is going to sell merchandise or sell tickets when fans come back to the arena. I think his promos are childish, absurd, and ridiculous. I think his music is childish, absurd, and ridiculous. I think his flip-flops are childish, absurd, and ridiculous. I hate the entire presentation of the man outside of his actual body of work inside the ring, which I think is very good. But if you're going to present him as a moron before he even comes out, how are the fans going to become attached to him as a wrestler? Having fights, simulated violence, sports entertainment. The entertainment part is not entertaining. The sport part of him is very good.
Well, the one thing I can say is this, that, we saw it happen before with Nick Dinsmore.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen with this kid, too.
Really?
Nick Dinsmore has outstanding talent. I worked with Nick a couple of times in the ring as the heel, Johnny Fabulous, great guy to work with. What they're doing is they're doing the same thing with this young man as they started out. He started to be over, this guy with the zippered on, jacket, his uncle, Eric Bischoff. And then what happened? He just went the way of the albatross. If they continue doing that with this man who has wrestling talent, and I mean that, and when I did that little rhyme, that wasn't that he couldn't wrestle. That's just that all the baloney that they're putting him through. When Lashley destroyed that scooter, I said, great, now it's gone. Won't have to work with that crap anymore. I don't know who comes up with this stuff. I really don't. I don't know who thinks it's funny, but it's not. Utilize the talent for who they are and what they are. Maybe you could make this Riddle guy into whatever you want. Maybe he should have been a riddle. Maybe he should have been a mystery. Maybe when he's got that secret mystery hold or holds. But somehow, maybe I'm just too far-fetched and look at things in a different way.
I think with his MMA background, I think he just should have gone out there and kicked ass and been a little serious about it.
Amen. I agree. I agree with that. You know what? When you have somebody that can... That would be like taking Brock Lesnar and put him in that position.
Yeah.
Or Lashley.
Yeah.
Or McIntyre. It doesn't make sense. You're wasting talent, in my opinion. That's all I have to say.
Well,
and he could have beat the shit out of Sheamus.
Yeah. I think Sheamus is getting a little long in the tooth. I was surprised that they had a relative newcomer that they really want to push strong lose at WrestleMania, but I thought it was a really good finish when Sheamus got that bro kick almost out of nowhere on him to get the 3 count.
Bang.
It was almost the battle of the bro versus the bro kick, and I liked how it ended.
I agree. I would agree with that.
I think Matt Riddle, something needs to be done to his character to make the character want to be angry and want some revenge and want to kick some ass.
Well, they can do that very easily. You can turn him very quickly where he begins to realize that he's not the fool, that he's not the imbecile, that he is the professional, and now we have all hell break loose. And we have this new emergence of this Matt Riddle, the person who knows who he is, not who they think he was or is. And I think there's a lot of ways to do this. The question is, will they do it, or will he be another Nick Dinsmore who has outstanding talent in the ring, who's a great professional, create a character, and then all of a sudden it floats the way of the albatross? It doesn't work.
Well, you want to talk about the albatross, Johnny. What about the opening contest the second night of WrestleMania 37, where we saw Randy Orton defeat the now unburned Fiend?
You know what? I always say this. I jokingly say it. I used to have a lot of farm animals. I don't need any more bullshit. I really don't. Now Randy Orton is saying, with this battle with the Fiend, there's going to be a lot of shit coming down. I think that was his exact comments. You know what? They are taking Bray Wyatt and making him a complete idiot. Sorry to say it. That young man and that character has so much going for it. There again is another situation. That Wyatt family, what a great idea. If they'd have brought Sister Abigail in, it would have been a great idea. You know, and then they bring in the Fiend, going like hell, right? Then what happens to that? Now he's losing. Please. I mean, was it Sister Abigail that finally came out? Well, come on, let's be real.
What I think is even worse, Johnny, is that it feels like now the whole angle is revolving around her as opposed to Orton and the Fiend.
Thank you.
And who really, again...
Who cares?
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. You know, I think I liked Alexa Bliss as Alexa Bliss. This possessed Alexa Bliss, like she was Deidre Hall on Days of Our Lives back in the mid-'90s. I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't think it's fun. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's spooky. I don't think it's scary. I just think it's stupid.
Well, there was I can't think of promotion. You're better at than I am. Was it WWC, New Japan Pro? Her name was Rose, a Japanese wrestler Rose, but she was just like way out spooky. They brought her in a coffin. It was really deep, really dark. If you're gonna play the game, play the game. Don't do this half-ass thing.
You don't think her coming out of the Jack in the Box with the black ooze coming out of her head was the way to go?
So somebody thought that would be the birth of Sister Abigail. Are you kidding me? Come on. You know what? They did more to destroy the character and the match with that stupidity. Whoever thinks of this stuff?
You know, I got to be honest, Johnny. When they started that, I didn't even think it was him. I thought it was someone disguised as him, and the Burnt Fiend was going to come out. I guess apparently the Burns... If
disappeared, huh?
Yeah. Either that or he lost a lot of weight because he looked, at least from being there live, he looked, I don't know what to say, skinnier, but he wasn't as bulky as the last time I had seen him.
He looked shaped up.
So I thought that maybe they were going to pull an angle where there was another Fiend, almost like they did with the Doinks at one point back at WrestleMania 9.
Good idea.
I thought maybe that would have been a way to reintroduce Bo Dallas, maybe as the unburned Fiend, and then eventually in the match, the burned Fiend came out, but no, the Fiend was the Fiend. And this monster, this destroyer, this man of evil, all of a sudden lost because Sister Alexa Bliss came out of the Jack in the Box with ooze coming out of her head, which was apparently enough to distract the man from this top match at WrestleMania against Randy Orton and be hit by the RKO for the loss. Randy comes away with the win. I liked how Randy had the white tights on. That was something different for him. Sometimes for the big pay-per-views, he mixes it up, as he's usually almost like the cowboy, always in black tights, black boots. He had the white on for WrestleMania. But you talk about a flat reaction from the crowd. They did not particularly care for that finish with Alexa Bliss coming out of the Jack in the Box with the ooze on her face. Hearing these words come out of my mouth just says to me how ridiculous it is.
Who thinks of these things? Who thinks it's funny? Who thinks it's meaningful? Tell me, what is the purpose? What was the purpose of that? What's going to happen? How do you carry that forward? I don't get this. I don't get it. Unless it was, you say, distraction so Orton could win. How stupid.
Did it make you want to see more of it?
No.
That's the problem
No.
with it. That's the problem.
And that's been my point all along. I've said that in several of the matches, like the Sasha Banks. Bianca, I'm saying, wait a minute, would you want more? No, it's over. What they're doing slowly, I don't care what anybody says, and I may be out of line again, but they're slowly killing the Fiend.
And I hate that because it's a great character.
One of the best.
He's
the new Undertaker. They won't look at it that way.
Right out of my mouth.
They won't look at it that way, and they should. I said that when I first met Bray Wyatt backstage. I said to him, you know what? I just have to tell you something. You probably have one of the best gimmicks going right now of anybody in this locker room. And he did. He did. It should have been him, and you don't agree, that kind of did battle with the Taker and had fun with that. Can you imagine the number of matches they could have got out of that? And then when Taker finally did retire, guess who would have taken the urn and dumped the ashes, destroying him once and for all? There's so much there. What's wrong with the writers? And they're slowly destroying the Fiend. You know what?
And I also don't like the Mr. Rogers version of the
Oh,
Fiend
please.
either.
Well, that was kind of funny. You mean the Fiend House?
The Fun House.
Oh, you know what?
When they first introduced it,
it was cute.
Okay, and that was over a year and a half ago.
Yep.
So
it gets old.
It gets very old.
And now
very
what'll
old.
happen? We're gonna have a Randy Orton Fiend fire match like Kane and Undertaker.
I can imagine that's coming.
Oh, sure. Somebody's got to get burned. History repeats itself. I think that they're doing a disservice to Orton. They're doing a big disservice to the Fiend, and they're even doing a bigger disservice to this young lady, Bliss. You know what? Who am I?
I don't see how Alexa Bliss recovers from it.
Well,
I mean, at least the Fiend was this dark character all along. With her, she was, very, very, very pretty young lady that, her work was okay. It was fine, I would call it. As far as this nonsense, I hate it, Johnny. I hate it.
I think because they handled it the wrong way. I think Sister Abigail, if that's who she's supposed to be, should have been introduced in a different way, should have been a different character, should have been part of what they're trying to bring in, not what they're trying to imagine that I want to see. It doesn't work. It's a bad horror film.
You want to know what I think is going to happen in the end? I think that, I don't know how, why, and it's probably not going to be anything to write home about, but Fiend and Bliss will separate, turn on each other or whatever, and then as revenge, the Fiend is going to bring in Sister Abigail to feud with Bliss.
You know what? I think they've waited so long.
That they shouldn't even do it.
They shouldn't even do it, because I said to somebody, if they were doing this, and I did it with a professional wrestling gimmick, if they're doing this the right way, you know that movie with the doll?
Yeah, Annabelle.
That's exactly how Sister Abigail should have been handled.
Well, Alexa has a new puppet now, and maybe that's going to be like the Annabelle doll. I don't know if you saw that on Raw.
No.
There's a new puppet, a female puppet.
No.
That was on the swing set with her. And she speaks.
To call inch by inch? No, they should have. Can you see how spooky that Abigail thing became? And this became real spooky, because we had this
is not
person
spooky,
who
though, we're
looked like a
watching.
doll that the wrestler would bring out, actually sit her in the corner, but then all of a sudden the voices started, and the arms began to move, and all of a sudden you could people going, holy shit, wow, it gets spooky, and it gets cold, and you could feel it. If they did it the right way, this would be so over. Only me, guys. I'm sorry. I know. I'm not coming back.
All right, Johnny. Before we get to the main event, you talk about maybe the worst segment of the entire WrestleMania, which covers some ground, considering there were some great highlights and there were some lowlights. Bayley was pushed throughout both nights as the wannabe host. I can't stand Bayley. I hate Bayley. I hated Bayley when she had those little things that they use at the used car lots that swing around.
Oh,
the
those skinny guys? Yeah.
The heel Bayley,
She was good. I enjoyed her as a heel.
You like her as a heel.
I like her personally. She's a great performer.
She might be a good human being, but as far as her performing goes, it's just not for me. All weekend she tried to take over as the host, as Titus O'Neil and the Hulkster came out dressed as pirates. Bayley came out for the...
Thank God Sean didn't allow me to watch it all with him. He had friends over. I just intruded for a couple of matches.
For about Bayley's 9th appearance of WrestleMania weekend, she started to run the mouth, and out came two of my least favorite characters in the history of WWE, two very people that have been in your life, the now unfortunate Hall of Famers, Nikki and Brie, the Bella Twins, where John got his one mention of the weekend when Bayley said, John Cena's not here, you can leave now. Then they threw Bayley down the wet ramp, and then Hulk and Titus, dressed as pirates, danced to the Bellas theme song with the Bellas. The moves weren't that good, Johnny, let me tell you. You can look, but you can't touch.
Arr! What you gonna do when the pirate Hulkster gets after you?
No thanks.
Who on earth, again, thought any human being that was a wrestling or a WWE fan...
Did they get booed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
It was just awful. It was just awful. I thought the John Cena line was a little, that cracked me up for a second, but.
I thought it was good. Why not? Should be there, right?
What's that?
John Cena's not here?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I just thought it was kind of funny. The line.
Yeah.
That was about the only saving grace.
Bailey is a great, great heel. She's got a great persona about her, and she can work. You got to make her work, but she's good. I'm sorry, I won't take it away from her.
Do you think when John Cena is in his 70s, they'll be dressing him up as a pirate at a WrestleMania?
You know what? All I'm going to say is this, and you're going to agree with me 100%. What's the check say?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right? They're going to put Hulk Hogan in lays and a hula skirt as long as the check had zeros. So, you know what? Again, I call it like I see it. I get in trouble for doing that. Maybe that's why people don't call me anymore. And I don't mean that facetiously. And I'm not talking about WWE, and I'm being wise. But, you know, that's the name of that game. I think no ill of the Bellas. No ill at all.
I don't.
But you know what? It ain't time to bring them back. Please don't do it. I just have to say it, because it's not going to go over well. It's not going to be well for them, and it's not going to be well for the people they're involved with, because the feud will go south, the fans will go south, and it'll be a lost cause. They'll get booed out of the building.
They have made it very clear that they want to return to be involved in the women's tag team picture for the next 2 WrestleManias.
And did they get booed on that?
They didn't say that at the show. This is just in different interviews.
You know what? Please don't do that. Please don't do it, because what will happen is you'll take 2 young ladies who, it was a TNA era, so they provided what the fans wanted. You know what? I think that people realize enough is enough. People aren't interested in them anymore. It's time to move on. I hope that the WWE writers, Pritchard, and all the other people involved realize this, because it will be an embarrassing moment for them and the people involved.
I'm all belted out. I was all belted out when they were there the first time. I was all belted out, especially the second time. I don't care about their reality show. I don't care about their mother, other than that I hope she's recovering well from her surgery.
Please, she's a wonderful person.
As far as their professional presentations go, I have no interest in it ever again. Ever. Anna, ever. In any way, shape, or form.
It's over.
Unless Randy Orton's going to light a ring on fire again and he puts them in it, and to eliminate them once and for all, c'est la vie. But I hate the Bella Twins. They're everything that's wrong with WWE right now in their sports entertainment presentation. They offered nothing. They didn't have one good match the entire run that they were there. They may be pretty ladies. They might be fine human beings outside of the ring, but I'm not talking about outside of the ring. I'm talking about the presentation on the wrestling show, and it sucks.
Maybe they'll threaten them and say, we'll go to AEW, huh?
We'll let them go there then.
I agree.
And they can be, what's their name? Nikki, and what's the other one's name?
Bree and Nikki.
But no, one of them, that's not their real first name, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it
real
something
name.
different?
Nicole.
Nicole and Bree? Those are both of their real names?
I believe.
I thought one was different. Well, they have to be the Garcia twins there, but we'll see.
Well, please, 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 ladies, you had your run. You had some fun. No. You know what? The red
Go
sign's
make your
up.
wine.
That's right. And they have a lot of, believe me, I'm going to say this. You really can know that these 2 ladies are very ingenious when it comes to marketing and ideas. There's no flies on them. But you know what? They did their spot. They had their night in the sun, so to speak. It's time to let somebody else have the shine.
Tried to get your son, but that's a different
right.
story.
Well, no. But you know what? If you do this, they're going to go over and hold the tag team championship. Come on. Let's be real.
And what a waste, not for nothing, but what a waste of a WrestleMania moment to do that nonsense they did in Orlando. I know you were mad that you felt a little slighted at the time, but in the end, you lucked out by not being there.
I won.
You won. All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a quick time out. We'll be back to wrap up the shows. Stand by. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Before we go, we have to talk about what I considered maybe to be the true main event of WrestleMania 37. One hell of a match. I wish they didn't turn it into a triple threat match, one man's opinion, but the head of the table, the chief, The Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns, retained the SmackDown WWE Universal Championship over both Edge, the winner of the Royal Rumble, and Daniel Bryan, who was kind of needlessly inserted. Paul Heyman even wore a lei coming out for the match. It was such a big night.
That's Heyman. I think the world of that guy, too. And I don't know if I'm a true mark. I guess I am. But I had a chance to see him one-on-one at one of the WrestleManias, and I said, you know, you're probably one of the best heels out there. And he said, thank you. Coming from you, that's something. I'm nobody. Please.
Well, he respects what you've done.
Well, I hope so. I'm nobody. But that man is a genius. He's a genius. And look what he's done for Roman Reigns. He's proved that McMahon and AEW, any of them, need to rethink the position of managers. And you know, Roman Reigns went out and did what he did with these two other guys, and they put on one hell of a match. And I really mean that. And you can see how Edge, the veteran, brought the best out of everybody in that ring. And that's why I say to these young men and women, if you've got a Hall of Famer involved in a match, or you've got a retired professional wrestler on there, if you don't take advantage of that, you're crazy. They all work so well off of each other. I could have watched that match 12 times.
Let me ask you this, Johnny. Do you think they needed to put Daniel Bryan in the match?
No. I think that was an afterthought. I think it was, and you made the word needlessly. I would concur and agree with that. You know, we don't agree all the time, but I would concur with your comment. Why? I don't know. Why? Maybe because I think, personally, and it's only me personally, I think Daniel Bryan is winding down. Yeah. I really do. And justly so. There's a man that realizes he's paid his dues. You know, there's a time for everything. He's going to be a very valuable asset when he does wind down completely. Working, training, I can't say enough good things.
He'll always be involved in this sport in some capacity.
Can't say enough good things
and
about
he's a great guy. He's a great talent. I just don't think he needed to be involved in that angle.
It was a waste.
Yeah.
It was a waste.
Certainly was. But you know what? You had the guy to do the job.
Yep. Well,
that's basically what it turned into.
That's exactly
he was the guy
right.
that took the job.
Yeah, he had to lay down. So
I'll say this, though. I mean, again, to me, I talked about how it meant something here for little Marty to finally see his first WrestleMania. Every year when I'd go off, when we go to do the conventions and things like that, he'd go, oh, you know, I want to go to a WrestleMania. And for whatever reason, I don't know if Linda had a drink spiked with a little alcohol in it and loosened her up a little bit, but you know, she allowed him to come to WrestleMania this year and see the big event. And for that match, he was up on his feet almost the whole time, yelling and screaming and cheering. He wanted Edge, though. He wanted Edge. I thought we were going to be in for a great swerve, Johnny. I thought someone in WWE went on their own network, went back to Bash at the Beach 1995, and watched the triple threat match between the Nasty Boys, Harlem Heat, and Buckhouse Punk and Dick Slater, where they did a finish where, almost like what Roman did, piling them on top of each other, and then went for the pin. It was the guy that was sandwiched in the middle that came away with the win because he was over the guy with his shoulders on the mat.
Correct.
I thought after a second, they were going to, you know, Roman
Daniel Bryan was going to get it.
No, Daniel Bryan was the one on the bottom.
The pin.
But
Edge was in the middle.
Edge was on top of him. Where Edge was technically on top of Bryan for the pinfall, Roman was kind of holding him down. I thought they were going to announce seconds later that Edge was the one that won the match because he was on top of the guy who was on the bottom. Now, wouldn't that have been interesting if they went with that for a finish?
That should have happened.
Yeah.
That should have happened.
But I was trying to explain to him, I said, I don't think it might not be over quite yet because he was, you know, a little disappointed that Edge didn't win. But no, the Tribal Chief came away with the championship. Maybe someone will remember that match and they can go forward with it, where they can say, you know what? Edge can say, I pinned him. I was on top of Bryan for the 3 count.
If the writers have any of this and they do what you're doing, that would be another way to continue the feud with Edge and the Tribal Chief. I think that would sell tickets anywhere after seeing that match. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. And you're 100% right. When the pin came, said, hey, Edge is going to win. I predicted it right. Edge is going to be the swerve. How the hell you pin 2 guys that way?
It's been done before, but usually you see it in a tag team match where it's 2 tag team partners doing it to 1 guy.
Yeah, but you
This
know-
was a situation where it was a triple threat match. where
One-on-one.
Edge was on top of Bryan when that pinfall came.
Winner,
So
chicken dinner, right in the middle.
I thought maybe, who knows, maybe going forward, maybe they have an idea in the back of their head that they're going to go with on SmackDown. We're taping this just a couple of days after WrestleMania aired, so we're not sure what direction the TV show is going to go in, but I think it would be creative. I think it'd be something a little different. Bryan can come back kind of pissy saying, you know what, I didn't get pinned by one guy, I got pinned by two. How are you going to kick out of that? You know,
I don't like
there's
that
a couple
idea.
of different branches on the tree.
Yeah, Edge had him down, and then the big boy came in and finished it off. But I think you have a good mind there. I think we have an argument. I think we could file a lawsuit now on behalf of Edge and make him. There you go. See that? Here you go. I'll be in as the attorney. We'll file the lawsuit. Edge will become the new champion, and we'll have that match all over again. That's good. Nah.
Usually when an event ends, and you know me, I don't move with great speed, but that's about as fast as you'll see me move to get out of the building. But I sat with him and we watched the whole thing just to see if there was going to be anything until the time came. Roman went to the back and they said, thank you for joining us for WrestleMania.
I expected a swerve of that match.
Yeah.
I really did. I predicted a swerve.
I have to say that was the match of the weekend to me.
I agree. I would agree. Lashley, McIntyre, good. Two matches
And
right
you know
there.
what? The two world champions for their respective promotions, those should be the best matches.
And they proved it.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yes.
Finally.
At least when it comes to the main event picture, for all the knocks that we found in different matches in different parts of these shows,
Right.
the two champions right now in the championship pictures have been done very well.
Yep.
So we can't complain about that.
Nope.
That's something very positive about
Yep.
it. And again, would you give a score overall to WrestleMania on a scale of 1 to 10?
I thought it was a halfway decent show. If it wasn't for those two championship matches, I don't think they would have had a whole hell of a
There'd
lot.
be a lot less positive.
Yeah, I really would have. I don't know. I'd probably bring it up there around a 5 or a 7, right around there. Like again, I'm rating the two. You just said the two champion, 10, no question in my mind about it. Everybody worked hard, but I don't think it's at that level of WrestleMania that you're so used to. We have those strong matches. So I think that's Ross. They probably a 7.
I gave night 1 a 6. I gave night 2 a 5.
There you go. So average them out.
But again, that's including those two matches. If those two we didn't have those two blockbuster title matches.
Down around 3.
There wasn't a heck of a much to write home about.
No,
it was
I
just
agree.
kind of there. You know
Well,
what
it's
I mean?
another Raw or SmackDown show.
Yeah,
That's
right,
all it was.
right.
Yep, that's all it was.
With some outstanding production values. That stadium was out of this world. The pyrotechnics, the set. I mean, it was. I could have gone maybe a little higher being there in person because the ambiance was just out of this world. To be around fans again was just cool. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
I can't think of it. Was the last time I was at a live wrestling event was the one you were at with when they shot the initial angle with John and the Fiend for WrestleMania last year at the Garden. Mm-hmm. So it has been quite a while since we saw wrestling in person. That part of it I enjoyed quite a bit. And again, the memory, just to have little Marty there, just seeing the excitement. He loved it. And to tell the mother it was a couple of the greatest nights of his life, that meant a lot to me. And that made me happy that we went down and did it for what was a very long Wrestle House week that you guys are going to enjoy the fruits of our labor of, like Majo wants to enjoy his fruits.
Listen, folks, get those posters right there. Never mind Majo. It's his show. I'm telling you to show and get those two posters. They won't be around long.
They are available in the eBay store, folks. The link is available in the eBay store. The link is available in the description box below to go to our eBay store. Again, don't forget the same thing can be said for the Patreon, where you can help keep Wrestling Legends working and stream hundreds of studio shoot interviews, plus get that early access to Wrestling Insiders. If you're watching Friday night after SmackDown on the Premiere Chat, give us your thoughts. Type them in. The Super Chat button is always open if you want to help keep the shows on the air. Tip the bartender. And again, if you watch after the fact, leave some thoughts in the comment section below as we approach Make-A-Wish Day on April 29th. Johnny and I are trying to put together something unique, something fun, something special, maybe something live. live on April 29th, who knows? But for my partner in crime, old Johnny Cash himself, the real JC, I'm Dan Marty. We'll see you next Friday night for another Fabulous Fridays. You and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker, January 22nd.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
Is all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now.
All right, wrestling fans, another wild night at the brand new Thunderdome in the University of South Florida campus, I believe. New look. I kind of like the new stage where they now have the TVs on the stage as the guys and gals head towards the ring. Johnny, you never know what to expect Friday night on Fox.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be fun.
Well, you talk about wild. I don't know how fun it was, but all of the post-WrestleMania releases that exploded almost as we finished taping. It seems like every time we finish taping, there's some big news that happens that day. We had the big show, which literally was in my email inbox.
Bingo, gone.
The day you walked out the door.
Yeah, I get an email.
All the releases that happened with WWE. Some names that were surprising, some names maybe not so surprising. As usual, we try and break it down, so to speak, like DX did back in the late 90s and mid-2000s. But probably from a star power point of view, Samoa Joe exits WWE after a 6-year run.
Wow. I got to tell you something. I watched Samoa Joe together with John at UPW. That man is an outstanding athlete. I have no idea why they released him. It might just be that the writers, once again, have no idea what to do with this man. I mean, they would have been a great guy to come back from the islands and challenge the tribal chief. Would have been a great show. I don't know what's going on anymore. Samoa Joe, in my opinion, best in the business. In my opinion, great loss to WWE.
Well, I'll say this, Johnny. I was very disappointed as far as the soundtrack to Monday Night Raw. I thought he had turned into a very good color commentator, as someone with credibility that had actually competed in a professional wrestling ring. That could describe more articulately and with more, again, authenticity what it was that the viewer was seeing, as opposed to a lot of the commentators that WWE parades in and out of the company at different times that do not have such credibility.
I agree. I think he added a lot of credibility to it. He was on the button. He knew what was going on. When he was involved in storylines doing the same thing, it was awesome. Like I say, I'd have brought him back as a Samoan giant or whatever, put him up against the tribal chief, and let's get a storyline going and let's make it work.
I think Joe and Roman over the Universal Championship on SmackDown would have been a good one. I tend to agree with you.
Well, I don't
do you
though.
think, he had a concussion back in 2020, which is what led to the move to him to join the broadcast booth? He was apparently cleared to return to the squared circle. Do you think maybe it was because Joe was getting a little long in the tooth? He's got a couple of years on yours truly.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So he's 27.
Yeah.
You know what? I look at Daniel Bryan, who had a lot of concussions. He's cleared. He's back. He's getting a little long in the tube, too. There's a lot of the talent that you really got to look at now and say, how much longer do you have to go? How much longer can you go that full 150%? I think Joe had a lot left in him. Maybe his weight was against him. Maybe Vince didn't like that. Maybe somebody didn't think they could use it. But I'm telling you, we looked at Afrancika, those Samoan guys, they had a lot going for them. I think it would have been a great, great storyline with Joe against the Tribal Chief. I'm telling you, it would have been a great deal.
No, I agree with you on that one. I didn't really think in that direction, but especially at a time where there's so few top guys in the company and they seem to have so many repetitive main events on TV and even on pay-per-view at times, I think a Roman and Joe feud, I think they really would have brought it.
I think it would have been
especially
great.
where they share that Samoan lineage.
Oh, would have been great.
Where they share that Samoan lineage, I think they really could have brought it and they could have developed a very interesting story. Maybe, Samoa Joe is almost like on the island of misfit toys of the Samoans, where he's not related to the Anawais, and he wanted one shot to go for that gold that he never really had or too many opportunities for during his WWE tenure. I think that would have made for a compelling story.
Or maybe he really is the Tribal Chief.
You think maybe they could have put, instead of even a championship, the title of the Tribal Chief up for grabs?
Oh, and then put that, the deciding factor would have been that Universal. You know what? I kind of have a tendency to be out there sometimes, but I'll tell you what, if Joe was cleared to go, maybe it was a mutual agreement. Maybe it was. I hate to say it, but I think you'll see Samoa Joe in AEW.
I'll throw you this one, Johnny. Compared to what the direction it appears they're going now on SmackDown, would you have preferred to have seen Samoa Joe and Roman or Roman and Cesaro?
No, I'd like to see Joe and Roman. Makes more sense.
I think it has more appeal.
We can build a beautiful storyline around that. It would have been really the battle of the princes or the battle of the Tribal Chiefs. That would have been, I could see that storyline going on for 2, 3, even 4 months. But there again, I don't write for them.
Well, the good news is it seems like every wrestling promotion on the planet that has a television deal is always looking for new marquee talent. And the good thing for Samoa Joe is he owns his name. He doesn't have to worry about being, Billy Samoan or something like that in another promotion. He can be Samoa Joe wherever he chooses to go, which, Impact Wrestling, they're looking to expand now that they kind of have some footing again. He had a long, long tenure there. Ring of Honor, he had a good run in Ring of Honor, but there never seems to be much expansion with Ring of Honor. AEW is adding a second primetime television show on TNT sometime in 2021. So the possibilities are really endless for Joe.
I think Joe has got unlimited opportunity right now. And again, I think the WWE made a mistake here, whoever made that decision, and it's got to come from the top. I think really should have re-examined the possibilities. Who knows? Who knows? They do what's best for business.
Well, what about two that did not break my heart on a professional level? Certainly personally, you hate to see anyone lose their job, but as far as what they brought to the table on a WWE wrestling/sports entertainment show, Billy Kay and Peyton Royce, the Iconics, who are maybe two of my least favorites I think I've ever seen in the company, as far as their performance goes.
So now I sit back and say to you, that makes sense. That's all I can say. That makes sense. If I were the guy in charge, I'd be looking at who's putting asses in seats, who isn't, who's performing, who isn't. I'd say, you know what? Good luck in your future endeavors.
Well, and they did. That's exactly how they worded it.
It's the way to do it, brother.
But putting the tag team championship belts on them at WrestleMania 35 led to poor Sasha's meltdown where she wanted to quit the company. And, Two interesting story. You know, they were friends going back to high school in Australia, and for them to come all the way they did to the United States to work, not only both get jobs with WWE, but to capture the Women's Tag Team Championship at WrestleMania, even if I didn't personally enjoy them. I think it's a heck of a story.
Yeah, but it didn't end the way it should have.
No, it was not iconic.
It was not a good ending for these.
It was not iconic.
These young ladies, and it's unfortunate. But you know what? Business is business.
I don't know what creative you could have found for the two of them to make it work, to be honest.
Well, you know what? I'm a believer, and I've always been a believer. I've never changed my attitude in life. There's always a way to make things work. And if you really take a look at what you have, and you're any kind of ultimate professional, and I'm not saying that those folks aren't, and I'm sure they're above what I am, ultimate professionals, you see what I'm saying? But I think that you can always find a way to repackage a product and put it back on a shelf. I think the case was it just didn't work. And the fact is, I'm not going to work with it anymore. Let's move on. We'll find somebody else. Unfortunate, but I think the one thing they can do is look back and say, like I do, I had my day in the sun.
And they did. You know what? And, you know, I think the women that have been released almost are in a better spot than the men, because the women, there aren't as many women wrestlers out there as there are men, especially those that have had those few spots on WWE television. So I think that will help them land in a softer place. I believe Peyton Royce is either, I don't know if she's married to or engaged to or in some kind of relationship with the former Ty Dillinger of WWE, now Sean Spears in AEW. So I'm sure that could help her chances
She'll
get
show
a
up.
job in that
You're right.
position.
Yep.
One that is, again, a little, maybe even longer in the tooth, Mickie James released, former WWE Women's Champion.
I think when Mickie signed on, I didn't believe it was going to be a long-term relationship. I thought they were going to bring her in, use her here and there, and use her knowledge to help some of the younger young ladies or young women or women come up through the ranks. I'm surprised that they didn't use her more. I think she's got what it takes. I've done a couple of shows, several shows with Mickie James. Ultimate professional. Ultimate professional. There again, two sides: country singing, professional wrestling. I think some of her country music that at least that I've heard, I've enjoyed, and I do enjoy her wrestling. You may have a different point of view on that, and I don't think it's got anything to do with
the length of the tooth.
Yeah,
No.
how long she's going to be there. I just think once
Would you
again.
rather invest in someone that's going to be around in 10 years, or you're going to invest in someone that, since they've been back, is, you know, the injury bug has hit them and they're in their 40s, and you know how that goes.
Well, but you know what? I look at a lot of these young scrappers out there,
Yeah.
and the injury bug is in their bodies.
True.
Because they want to do all this high-flying crap that really puts you in a very precarious position. So, you know what? Maybe Mickie should have been used in a different way. I think she'd have been good in a managerial position. You know, I like I say, I look at the product and say, where else can I put you where it's going to be meaningful to the talent as well as to the audience? And I don't think it was going to be a long-term contract anyway. But I'm sorry to see her go.
She was part of the broadcast team for the 2 nights of NXT TakeOver WrestleMania week. So
Yep.
it appears they did maybe try to come up with something new for her, and they just didn't feel there was great value. Almost like Billie Kay, who competed at WrestleMania 37 in Tampa, Florida. So maybe some of these decisions came late in the game.
Well, you know what it is? It is what it is. She, again, another young lady who did very well for herself, had her day in the sun, and unfortunately, everything comes to an end.
And she benefits that she also owns the name. She can be Mickie
She's Mickie James
in
anywhere you go.
TNA, AEW, wherever
Yep.
she may want to
Yep.
go.
Yep.
She has that going for her. And if Billy Corgan is interested in opening the purse strings a little bit, you know, her husband is the NWA World Champion Nick Aldis.
That's
so
exactly correct.
that would be kind of an
Exactly
interesting
correct.
dynamic maybe if they brought Nikki into the NWA. I don't understand why there even is an NWA anymore, but you know, I guess that's a different story.
We're not going to go there. No. Let's just move on now.
All right, also released, Johnny, Chelsea Green. She was given an opportunity in NXT, then brought up to compete on SmackDown. She was in a Survivor Series qualifying match, and I don't know if she broke her arm, but I know she seriously injured an arm in that match. And then as she recovered from that injury, she was told she was no longer needed. Your thoughts on Chelsea, Johnny?
I really don't know what to say on that.
Yeah.
I just don't. It's a very unusual set of circumstances. Where you're injured, maybe that arm break was more severe than we all know. There's been people that have broken their arms, and now you lose that motion in that arm when it's repaired. So there might be a lot behind the scenes. All I can say is, good luck on your future endeavors.
Well, she is attached at the hip with the former Zack Ryder of WWE. So,
Oh, yeah.
Again, maybe you're looking at another pack. A lot of package deals that can come from some of these
Zyder and his
releases.
girl, there we go. We're going to do it, right?
A lot of package deals.
What about Boston Wrestling? Let's pick them up for our big show.
Who would you like to see out of that list so far that we've named?
Oh, I would definitely like to see Mickie James again. She's a hot
this is
ticket.
a surprise.
Well, if we do the fabulous world of women's wrestling.
Well, I tell you, the fans want it. And what a better
Really?
way to kick it off than 20th anniversary weekend this fall. MWF back to the 80s with the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Then either maybe the day before or the night after, we debut a whole new platform for the fans to enjoy, the fabulous women of wrestling. Don't make the fans look at it from, did the men have the better match than the women? Give these women their own platform, like the NBA had the balls to do with the women, and create the WNBA.
We'll give it a shot.
All right, well.
I've got a podcast that I'm going to put it out there.
All right, well, remember where you heard it first, though.
Okay.
We don't want these,
No, it'll be, the airing tonight will be, maybe I'll just ask for people if they're interested to send stuff right here
These
to Boston.
fabulous women.
Right to Boston Wrestling. How's
And if
that?
there's anyone that knows anything about fabulous women, it's you.
Wow.
Fact.
Okay.
That's not even a rumor.
All right, and no pop.
A man that certainly became a forgotten son, that was part of the Forgotten Sons, Wesley Blake, about a year ago, that little faction seemed to be picking up a little steam post-WrestleMania. Then Jackson Riker, who is sadly the only member of the three-man unit that's left with the company, put kind of a right-wing tweet out there, and it didn't go over so well. They removed the Forgotten Sons from TV. What I find odd about that, Johnny, is even though Jackson was the one that made the tweet, he's the only one left with the job out of the three. The other two guys did nothing. And you know what? Jackson's entitled to have his opinion. Whether it belongs on a WWE wrestling-themed Twitter account, I don't know. But he didn't break any laws or anything. And now these other two guys are out of a job because of it. That's a little stiff.
Maybe he has something going for him that we don't know anything about. I'm just going to sit
He
back.
wants to walk with Elias right now.
Whatever you think.
Oh, you talk about one that should go.
I think that guy should be gone.
Oh,
I hate to say it. I don't want to anybody ill will, but there's a young
there's just
man.
nothing.
No. He's a poor imitation of the Honky Tonk Man.
And that's an insult to poor imitations
It is.
of the honky tonk.
It is, definitely. But you know what? It is what it is.
Other than what, the fans would go crazy for, let's walk with Elias, and then the bell rings and it's just walking into a funeral home. You know what I mean? The walking ends after that chant. The walk ends. And now he's got Jackson Riker with him, and who knows what tweets they'll come up with. But
nothing.
I have not seen anything in Elias since his debut, other than he has great size and he's well spoken. But it's just as far as his matches go, he's been there for several years now. Can you think of one good Elias match?
Well, let me put it to you this way. He really hasn't had any matches. I mean, let's be honest.
What do you mean he hasn't had any matches?
Where has he really been challenged? It's like, comes out with his little plunky plonk thing, bashes people in the head, and then it's over.
Well,
it's like,
even though they weren't matches, he had a couple of encounters with the fruit of your loins at back-to-back WrestleManias.
He and John Cena Jr.
Which was kind of an insult to him, but...
Who, to John?
Yes.
You gotta remember,
one led to the Undertaker encounter, so I'll give him that.
No,
but-
I would say that, you know what? In this business, we understand that we have to put people over, and business is business.
No, that's not one to put over. That, like you said, the
Well, it ain't working, son.
the
That's all I
guitar
can
needs
say.
the guitar needs some new strings. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not arguing. Really and truly, I'm not arguing with you. But I just say to you, now we got this team. We're gonna have a tag team duo. What are they gonna do? Repackage it, bring it out with a new name and a new product? I'll guarantee you this, and I can't really say the word guarantee. I'll bet you by the end of the year or middle of next year, both those boys ain't gonna be around no more.
What about the release of a man that I believe was on the Rob Gronkowski Friends and Family package, Mojo Rawley, released from WWE?
Wow, you are really raking everybody
Well, I
over
mean,
the
Johnny,
coals.
what has Mojo Rawley done in his tenure in WWE that made you want to see him on a television show?
Nothing.
I think the only reason he survived those massive cuts they had last April when they got rid of 30 people was because they wanted to keep Gronk happy. There was the possibility that Gronk was actually going to wrestle at SummerSlam if it was here in Boston
Yeah, it would've
before
been
he
right
went
there.
back
Yep.
to the NFL. And him and Gronk in real life are great, great friends. Would
Yep.
you want to risk upsetting Gronk?
You know what? I'm going to tell you this.
Let's hear it, brother.
Gronk's got his own thing. It was a one-time deal. Come in, play the game. You know what? Gronk doesn't need the spotlight. Doesn't need to take it away from.
But it was going to be more to it than what we saw.
I understand.
But he went back to the NFL.
I understand. He was going to sign up. He was going to have a 10-year. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to happen. Trust you right now.
Well, I think that's why Mojo's now lost his mojo.
Yeah, he mojo done been gone. Yeah. I didn't lose my mojo. Help me find my mojo.
He lost his mojo.
Yeah, well, he's gone.
One, I was really surprised to see go. One that and I don't know about you, but under the right circumstances, the right deal, I would welcome here in Boston Wrestling, the MWF. Kalisto, I think a guy, a great wrestler. If you look back at that feud when they made the hideous decision to have your son lose the United States Championship to Alberto Del Rio during his pre-beatings days, Kalisto was the man to unseat Del Rio for that title. So, I mean, they gave him some semblance of a push, and it resonated with the fans. The fans enjoyed Kalisto. I think he was a great character for kids especially. Very colorful. He had the mask, which leads to merchandising opportunities. But maybe they sat in a room and said, how many mask guys do we need? And I think that's kind of a lousy way to look at it, where the Hispanic demographic is one you really could be looking at building with. That is such, if you look at the demographics of the country, is one that's growing. You know what I mean? More Spanish-speaking wrestling, Spanish-themed gimmicks. I think Kalisto is a loss. I don't think they did enough with him. But they have Lucha House Party as the tag team. Rey Mysterio isn't going anywhere, but at the same time, Rey is closer to 50 than he is 40. Sometimes you got to think about the next generation, and Kalisto, if I am not mistaken, is in his very early 30s. I don't know if that's one I would have let go.
Well, for whatever reason, they let him go. I think the mask thing is, the luchador style of wrestling has never come on with WWE for some reason. Great for the kids, I agree with you 100%, but there again, you got to have a spot for it, and it just wasn't there, unfortunately. He was an outstanding athlete. I don't know why they didn't do more with him, Mysterio, if they really wanted to put this thing over. Who knows? I don't know the answer.
Well, it was like Sin Cara. Remember when there were two different ones, but when the original Sin Cara from Mexico debuted, even though WWE hated his style, I mean, that guy was over like $2 million.
He was great.
I mean, that was Baby Marati's first favorite wrestler, I think. He had WWE was kind enough to send him the mask, and he had all the shirts, and I remember how excited he was to see him in person, and then they just kind of lost opportunity, I guess.
Well, you know what happens? They start the ball rolling, and somebody gets to put air in it and just goes flat.
But I think Kalisto, especially with his size, I think would do very well in the independents. Does AEW have too many masked wrestlers where they have
AEW almost looks like they're forming a little arm of Lucha Libre out there with all these masked wrestlers. It almost looks like there's going to be another division. Might be a good spot. When we talk about bringing these guys into the indies, I guess the thing you got to sit back and ask yourself now is, can you afford them? Can you afford them?
How much would Kalisto command, though? I mean, I couldn't imagine someone at his level would be looking at a monster payday that would be tough for us to afford.
I don't talk figures because I don't know. I don't know what the pay is out there. I only know what I get paid.
So,
Well, I think out of everyone that was released, the only one that you'd be talking big stamps for would be Joe.
Samoa Joe, yeah.
Yeah. But,
And well worth it.
Oh, I think it'd be worth it, but I'm just saying that he would be the one that would command the big bucks. The other ones, moderate, I would say, for someone just released from WWE. But we're getting the cue from the back, folks. Right now, we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Stand by.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. We're talking about the sad news, depending upon your point of view, of the releases from WWE post-WrestleMania. Usually, it's a couple of weeks after WrestleMania, but this year, they wasted no time.
Bang.
I think the ring was still up at Raymond James Stadium.
Nothing was taken down. Out it came. Here's the list. You're gone. See you later.
Now, Johnny, I hate to say it, but the next man that we're going to discuss that was released, I even said when his separation from his partner came, I hope he's saving his paychecks, and boy, did it come to fruition, as WWE has released Tucker. I mean, for a show that for half a year was built around,
You know what? I never understood it. Never.
You never understood.
Forget that. Remind me of, you know what it reminded me of? It from the Addams Family.
Who?
Remember when It used to walk in?
That's who Otis reminded
And,
you of.
and Lurch would say, and then we go, I'm going, whoa, hold on. He's got to go knock you on the mat. Yeah, well, guess what?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's see where he goes.
What? I mean,
No, the man.
not talking about Tucker, but what a colossal waste of time. And nothing against poor Otis, because I know he was a shooter that was recruited by Jerry Briscoe.
Right.
Jerry was telling us about it down at Wrestle House. But to think that they had this main event material with Otis, you know, Bandy Rose was just drooling all over him, like Majot Ouellette drools all over you. You know, they separated him with Tucker, and then not only did they break the two of them up, they never had a grudge match to follow up.
They should have
and
been.
they sent Tucker to another show. They sent him over to Raw, where he sat in catering as part of his revenge
Good
for
place to
turning
sit.
heel on Otis. Oh, not anymore, I guess.
No.
There's no more sandwiches for Tucker.
No.
Great sized guy at a time when there aren't many big guys, or as many big guys in the company, about 6'4". Like Otis, he was recruited by Jerry Briscoe. Has that amateur background. You know, unfortunately, WWE did nothing to help his cause in another promotion as far as having value leaving the company, but not unfamiliar to those that watch WWE. Where could you see Tucker wind up, Johnny?
I don't know why you're laughing. You know, folks, the show is not as easy as you think. My co-host, or the man who is behind the show, sometimes I just sit here and go, I wonder. But I have to do it because I'm doing it for you, the fans. This guy, you can't figure him out half the time. Where do I see him going? I don't see him going anywhere. Who's going to pick him up? You want it for the 30th anniversary?
Yeah, 10 years from now, we'll pick him up.
10 years from now. All right.
For the 30th, you just said.
There you go. Yeah, I won't be around, but
I don't believe that for a second. I know you'll be pushing 70 at that point, but we'll still, you know, we'll send the limo up for you. But
all right.
nothing against the poor guy. I don't think he had the chance to show his maybe his true skill set. You know, Heavy Machinery was kind of a comedic duo. You know, they were meant for laughs more than anything. I just think, you know what, okay, if you're going to separate them, give the fans a few weeks of a feud out of it. You know what I mean? Tucker turned heel on the guy.
Yep.
And Otis was, you know, as we saw during 2020, for a large part of the year, he was the main focus of SmackDown. They couldn't get enough of
They
the
put
poor
a lot
guy.
on that guy. They did. Yep.
Oh my God! One of the active talents in WWE said every time Vince McMahon saw him, it was like his eyes had an orgasm. He fell in love with, not in that way, but he fell in love with the Otis character. I don't know why.
Well, he created it.
I don't know why. I don't know. I don't even think he created it. I just think he came from NXT, and you know, much like Otis when he saw Mandy Rose in the bikini, Vince saw Otis and said, you know, he had a little money in the bank lunchbox he started carrying around, and I mean, it was Otis mania in 2020 for a while.
Sometimes.
And look at what Otis is doing right now. Virtually nothing. He wasn't even on the WrestleMania show.
Bye. Hang on.
You don't think
he's not long for that? No.
You don't. You think we could be reporting the departure of Otis Dosovic?
I think so.
Sooner.
I think so. Yep.
I'll say this. I think his partner right now is exceptional, Chad Gable. I think what they've done with him is
Good move.
a sin.
Good. Well, they don't do anything with him. That's the problem.
Well, calling him Shorty G. Remember when they did that? I mean, talk about trying to castrate a guy and make him uncool, uninteresting, give him one of the worst nicknames in the history of WWE. But I mean, look at every tag team that Gable was a part of. I mean, he first started a team with Jason Jordan, who he mentioned whose career may be over because of the injuries that he suffered from. I thought Jordan could have gone on to become a top-tier main event talent. Then they teamed him with Shelton, and Shelton and Gable were a tremendous tag team. Then they put Gable with Bobby Roode. They were a tremendous tag team. Then they made him Shorty G, and now he's with Otis. So
there you go. What's that tell you? The back door isn't far away. Don't row the boat too fast.
Well, you know, there's a guy, though, Chad Gable, if he was ever available, my God, I think every promotion on the planet would be drooling to try and do something significant with the guy.
Hang on. Hang on. You look, WrestleMania finished, and before the ring, as you say, the ring of the lights were down, the typewriter was working.
And one more, Johnny. I saved this one for last because I have some very, very strong feelings about it. Bo Dallas was released, the grandson of Blackjack Mulligan, the son of IRS Mike Rotundo, the nephew of Barry Windham, the brother of The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, another guy in his young 30s, a guy like Apollo Crews I was a big advocate for based upon watching his work on the non-televised house shows, if you will. His work was just so good, so crisp, so authentic looking, you know, and they just put the man, almost like we were talking about with the Chad Gable story, just one bad creative position after bad creative position. First it was Bo leave. No one cared. No one believed.
Bo leave.
No, it was
Bo leave. I was there.
Horrible.
Worst gimmick in the world.
Then they put him in that group of undercard guys, the social outcasts, with Heath Slater and so on and so forth. Then they paired him with another third-generation superstar, Curtis Axel, the son of the late, great Mr. Perfect, and the grandson of our good friend Larry the Axe Hennig.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace indeed, sir. McGillicuddy got the walk-in papers last year. Bo did not. And the funny thing is, I don't know why they waited, because I don't think Bo has competed in a WWE match since 2019.
I think you're right. I haven't seen him. It's unfortunate. Now, there's an example where you could have created like Kane and The Undertaker. Why wouldn't you take Bo, put him back in the swamp, bring out the part that nobody knew about? You know what? I don't know. Maybe I've got a different view on how to use people. But when you've got talent like that, and that was one name when you gave me the list, I said, wow, why? This kid's got it. He's got it. For some reason, he don't got it because they don't want him. I'm sure somebody will pick him up. But again, I could just see that, this swamp thing, if you want to call it, against The Fiend, what a shock that would be. there's another existing person like Kane and Undertaker? We're the writers. Why don't people think it's just so easy to say, good luck on your future endeavors?
Johnny, I don't know. I know you, when it comes to things like Fiend and Undertaker, you love to get creative with things like that. I'll tell you this, I almost thought for a minute that they were going to do a Johnny Swerve at WrestleMania when Alexa Bliss was cranking that Jack-in-the-Box. The Fiend wasn't burned anymore, and he almost looked like he lost a lot of weight. I almost thought maybe it might have been Bo Dallas for a minute, and then the burned Fiend was going to come from a different side of the ring. But I don't know if I'd go that direction with him, but I look at the Bo Dallas that they had, you know, when he lost maybe a little bit of that chub that he had around the midsection, he got himself nice and tanned. He was doing something a little different with his hair. I don't know if he's a main event world champion guy for you, but I think he's a guy that could have definitely been an upper mid-card heel. I think he's a guy you could have got some TV main events out of to help build up the baby faces for the pay-per-views. And I think it is a sin that they let that much talent, especially a third-generation talent that was the son of one of their longtime agents, the grandson of one of their Hall of Famers, and the brother of someone that's been one of their world champions as recently as last year, for them to just, as if there was no talent. I mean, unless Bo wanted to go, but I didn't hear anything like that.
There's been no rumblings. I just think that when you're not used, you know, I don't know, when you're not used, you get that little bit of rub and saying, you know, why am I sitting here? You're paying me to sit home. I want to be involved. And I think there are a lot of ways to involve this young man. I don't understand some of these cuts. I really don't. Some you and I concur and agree upon. This is one I'm with you. Question mark. Why? Because I think you got to reuse them, repackage them.
I tell you this, I don't know what you think, but there is a guy, right circumstances, right deal, would love to have him live MWF
right
wrestling
back here?
in there.
Oh.
Even here in the studio. Imagine the stories he could tell as a third-generation professional wrestler with who his grandfather is, his dad, his uncle, his brother. I mean, his stories would be endless. And even though he's still a relatively young guy, I believe he's in his maybe 30, 31, he signed on, I think he was a teenager so he's been in that system for a long time. So, you know, I don't know Bo Dallas. I only know talent as I see it. Like I said, Apollo Crews, I was a big advocate of getting a push. I thought it was a good idea until I saw him develop his Nigerian accent, and his grandfather that had the 5 Nigerian wives.
Here we go.
Similar to you back in the 60s. But
wow.
I just, you know what I mean? You're excited to see someone get the opportunity, and then the opportunity is after several years on television, you develop an accent, and this, you know, well,
I don't know about that, but we tried and it didn't work.
Well, it almost sounds like that Apu from The Simpsons that ran the convenience store.
No, you know what? You know the one thing I got to say, and again I'm going to get in trouble for this. Comedy and wrestling doesn't work. Look at please, get it the hell out of there. If you want to have a little giggle in between, enjoy yourself. But don't humiliate, degrade, and put down any of the professional women or men and the stupid comedic BS. I dislike it. Period. That's it. I know I'm going to get some emails and stuff, but that's just the way I feel. It has no place out there.
Do you think it's insulting to his Nigerian background?
It's nice. It is indeed. Into Nigerian people. Let's stop. Let's be real. You know what? I don't know who sits there and gets these giggles out of some of this stuff that they're doing. But you know what? I'm going to sit right here. Camera's right on me now. It ain't funny.
He's shooting.
Yeah, well, why do you do that? Make fun of overweight people.
Well, I laughed at Tucker.
Yeah, well, I understand why you laughed at that. And that was a little bit of a reason to laugh. But, you know, I was here for the Royal Rumble and saw him in there. And I'm going, you know, what did he do? Absolutely nothing. He stood there and just kept going, you know what? That is not funny. It is not funny. It has no place there. It doesn't do anything for him or who he's working with.
And I think Apollo has a lot of talent in him. When you would see, when he was not put in the position where, okay, you're going to do a 4-minute television match, a minute and a half is going to be for your entrance. When he was given time on house shows to go out there and work, I thought, and I still think there's a lot of great talent in Apollo Crews. I think the fans are going to look at him as an idiot because why all of a sudden do you have this fake accent?
You know what?
Honestly, I don't know how else you look at it.
I am not against a little bit of a chuckle. Okay, let's use, you know, the bootios, the pancakes, and the yeah. You know what? Okay, that went over. The fans were into that. It wasn't derogatory. It didn't play anybody down. That's okay. It belongs there. But when you start doing stuff like this, it makes absolutely no sense. You know, I can just see it now. Google this. I'm on this. I'm going to be in big trouble for this one. I know. But you know what? I really don't care because I love the business. I love working with the people I'm allowed to work with. Thank you for allowing me to work with you. But don't take people and put them in an embarrassing, degrading position, not only for them, but everyone around them. You know, you get some of these matches where you've got this comedic crap, and it doesn't make sense. The whole match is wasted. And you've got people with talent. I don't understand this.
Usually it's the opposite. They lose the fake phony accents. Look at Kofi when he was brought in as a Jamaican in the beginning, and he had the "Hey man" type accent.
Well, I worked with Kofi Kingston.
Yeah, well, you know,
I worked with him.
We're both very familiar with Kofi, but look at the success he found. Not that he had a bad career by any stretch of the imagination with the accent, but look at the merchandise sales once they stop with that foolishness. And I'll say this, I am not a fan of quote-unquote sports entertainment, but New Day is one of the few that can get away with it and do it right.
Absolutely correct.
And he's Kofi. He's not Jamaican Kofi.
No, he's the real deal.
Or as that guy Mike Adamle used to say, Jamaican me crazy. Poor Mike.
I remember Kofi Kingston when he first started because I was there with him when he first started. When he first came in with that gimmick and we cut the first promos, this kid was right on target.
Jamaican me crazy.
Yeah, but it worked, man. It worked. It worked for Kofi Kingston. It worked. And you know what? You're right. The New Day can do the comedic stuff. The fans ate it up. They loved it. It worked. You know where the comedy used to be in pro wrestling, and I'm not degrading anybody, when the little people were in there. That was really fun to watch.
Midgets,
little swirls, little swirls and stuff. You know, it was really Little Beaver and little. I really enjoyed that.
You always loved the Little Beaver.
I do, and you know what? I wish that there were more midget wrestlers out there. I really do.
Well,
I mean, there again, there's something that we're losing, because that really was put in there. And when you saw that, you know, Abe Ford to have him in there, the Boston Garden, you know, it was just
they
fun.
They were a nice attraction to have once or twice a year.
And it was
fun.
Comedic relief in there. It was great. Yeah. It was great.
Well, I know when Jerry Briscoe was with us for the seminar when he was still working with WWE in a full-time capacity, him and I had the conversation, where did all the big guys go? I guess the conversation now is, where did all the midgets go?
I don't know. I really don't. Dan, once again, is on his royal laugh over here. So if you're willing to laugh, we're going to start a new show starting. It'll be Sundays at 2. Laugh along with Dan. How is that?
On a serious note, do you think there is any way to bring Apollo back from this nonsense? Can you take away this accent in the future without people scoffing at him again?
Well, no, because what's going to happen now is you've embedded two different things into this man. Now it's like The Fiend, burned beyond recognition, and then WrestleMania. Okay, here I go again. He came out, and as my co-host here says, you know, the big man, oh, he looked like he lost some weight. Well, there was a lot of heat in that house when it burned, and it just melted right off. Those are things that people begin to look at and say, you know, your storylines don't make sense. They don't make sense. You, my friend, made an excellent comment. You thought that was Bo Dallas looking like The Fiend, and he was coming out of the music box. What an idea. Why do we have this young lady coming out and, the black fall all over? Oh, come on, please. Let's go on.
You know, Johnny, as we wrap up this episode, we get the cue from our good, longtime, close personal friend, Howard Miller, in the control room.
Great job, Howard.
What I found very interesting, Johnny, like most, all of these talents, you know, they were given the 90-day no-compete clause, and they continue to be paid. What I find very interesting, though, Johnny, is when Andrade was released a couple of weeks prior to WrestleMania, he was not. Now, I wonder what went on in that scenario where Andrade was not given the 90-day no-compete clause. Was it to keep Charlotte happy? Did he maybe know where some bodies were buried? Because as you and I both know, it is standard bearer for those talents to be paid 90 days once they're released. The only person in the modern era that I know of that was not given a 90-day no-compete clause was Kurt Angle, because he went to Titan Towers with his agent, and he said he was going to commit suicide if they didn't give it to him. And then you didn't know that.
No, I'm not aware of that.
In August of 2006, he was pissed that they put him on ECW, and he was wrestling on house shows in front of 1,000 people. His money obviously started going down. They didn't put him on SummerSlam for the big payday. And the week after that SummerSlam in Boston, him and his agent went and he threatened to kill himself if they didn't release. So instead of the 90 days, they wrote him, he had a $1 million downside guarantee. They wrote him a check for $250,000 and said, nice to know you.
Don't kill yourself.
And then you know what he did? As he was in this dramatic moment in Titan Towers, less than a month later, he showed up on TNA. So he was one of the few that can say he got one over on WWE. He played the game very smart, no pun intended.
Well, there's a lot that got one over on WWE. I look at Sybil. I look at...
Who?
No.
Who's Sybil?
I don't know. I'm just...
Oh, all right. I think it was Sybil Shepherd or something. She was just a little one. But anyway, all right, wrestling fans. Well, Andrade is another one I'd love to have access to in the MW.
I agree with
if you
you,
talk about a
100%.
great talent that had potential galore that just they did nothing with, it makes you want to just put your hands in your face. As someone that not only works in wrestling, as someone that enjoys wrestling, as someone that owns WWE stock. You know what I mean? Why let good talent go to waste?
Well, there again, once again, you and I are on the same page. I don't quite understand these releases.
But they got Lana. They've got Dana Brooke. They've got Mandy Rose.
Mandy Rose.
I mean, please, come on.
Lana, Rusev, great friends. I really enjoyed them. Great couple when I first met them. And I still think the world of both of them. I really do. However, Lana's first appearance as the Russian girl who took over and said the United States is not good, we will destroy everybody. Great. She was that person. They destroyed her too.
She was the Brigitte Nielsen of WWE.
Gone. Yeah, they destroyed her. It's over. It's over. Game of Thrones, the dragon comes, take you out. Bye.
All right, wrestling fans, we'd love to know what you think of the WWE releases. If you're joining us on Friday night after SmackDown, we have the premier chat box going. You can include your thoughts on what's happening with our great moderating team we have now to try and help the cause, where I've been so literally, mentally, and physically exhausted of late. We passed the torch to Slick Rick B up in Maine, Stoney, Smokey, Tina, Tania, whatever your true identity may be, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania's finest, Maria Davis. Maria. But they do a great job trying to help the cause. If you're watching after the premiere, you can leave your thoughts in the comment section below. If you enjoyed tonight's show, don't forget the Super Chat is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender. The nightlife has been crushed due to coronavirus, but the eBay store is open 24/7 worldwide. And that Patreon, baby, don't just be a Boston Wrestling fan. Become part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family. Get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, and best of all, the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep professional wrestling legends working. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For a man who is the personification of fabulous, I'm Dan Marty. We'll see you next Friday after SmackDown. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue Brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she proved she is the EST, defeating Sasha Banks to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by Bianca Belair, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Bianca Belair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to another fabulous Friday night. SmackDown, out of control as usual, as the road to WrestleMania Backlash continues. They're really trying to get as much value out of the WrestleMania name this year. They're just kind of tossing it on the pay-per-view to get a little mileage out of it, to make Peacock happy. Instead of just Backlash, you have WrestleMania Backlash. That was the home of what I thought was one of the better angles done that year during the Edge, John Cena Last Man Standing match, when the Big Show ran out and literally threw your son through a spotlight. That was one of the great spots I can recall for quite a while.
I was there. I'm
sure you were a little uncomfortable for a minute.
When I saw Show pick him up, and then he just kind of, Big Show. And bang! I got to tell you something. The people beside me said, "Are you all right?" I said, "I got to find out if he's all right. I've got to get out there and find out if he's all right." And I did get backstage, and Christian was there, and he explained the process and what went on, and he said, "No, it's cool. He's all right. He's fine." And I was asked to leave. So
that was unique, though. I mean, he hoisted him up, ready to give him that big choke slam. Bang. And I said, what is he going to do, throw him off the stage? And then he turned to that big spotlight. And I thought it made for a memorable visual that we probably won't see much of in the future, at least until Big Show returns to WWE.
Might see it on AEW.
What's that?
You might see it on AEW.
I don't think Vince will be licensing his footage to...
you don't need his footage. We'll just recreate it.
Oh, he's going to recreate it,
Yeah,
you mean?
why not? We got plenty of people to recreate
All right,
with.
well, you know what?
Can you see Kenny Omega going right through that thing? Boom!
You never know. But that was certainly a memorable night in Providence. I happened to be with the Mermaid Girl and her family that night.
I was there. We had her, God rest her soul.
WWE was kind enough to give her the Divas Championship belt, signed by your son, which I thought was a little odd to have a man sign a women's championship belt.
Well, she didn't want the regular championship belt, I guess. Or
oh, well.
But she had the Divas, and I guess she had her favorite wrestlers sign that. It was an honor and a privilege to be associated with that young lady. There's another young lady that truly exemplified that no matter what difficulties are presented to us in life, there's always a way to present it with a smile. You'd never even know. A smile, happy joy, and then the good Lord said, the trip's over, come on back home. So...
Heaven needed another angel.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Well, that was very sad, but I think one of the great things we've done in our near 20-year history, and I think you and I will probably talk more and more about our history as we get closer to the anniversary. But that summer, to be able to run that live event, despite the Billy Graham shenanigans, was to be able to raise the money to send her to a summer camp for disabled kids. Her last summer here on Earth, she was able to go out and enjoy being a kid for, I don't know if the camp was a week, 2 weeks, or however long it might have been, but her first time away from home, and to be with peers her own age, with different, issues that had gone along with their life. That makes me very happy that we were able to do that.
And it should. You should think of that. And when you begin to think about that stuff, your own troubles aren't as big as you think they are. It was a rainstorm, but as you look at her and think of what's going on with yourself, it's just a drop. It's a little droplet of rain. So you know what? That was a great time. The spotlight spot, as you put it, double negative there, that was just blew me away. I didn't know what to say. And Big Show was very nice backstage.
You love your buddy.
He's a good...
Your big buddy.
Paul Wright's a great, great, great human being. I don't say too many derogatory things about anybody. I love everybody, and I try to do that. You know what? It's just nice that I was allowed to be part of that family and was received the way I was by Vince, by Shane, Stephanie, Paul Levesque. It's just an honor and a privilege. And when I saw that, I have to tell you, as a parent, that's the first time I ever really, knowing that it's entertainment, I really lost it. I really did. I thought my son
You were that nervous.
I saw the thing blow up, the electricity. I saw the glass smash, sugar glass. And, then Christian was great. He said, I understand what's on. I know the problem, but let me just tell you how it is and how it works. Might be a little itchy for a while, but outside of that, it'll be good. And you know what? Wow.
How long was it before you spoke to him?
John?
Yeah. Later that night?
I texted him. I texted him.
So you knew he was okay.
Yeah, he told me, Dad, I'm okay, don't worry about it, things are fine. And everybody assured me, don't worry about it, things are fine. We know what we're doing. And you know what? After
it's first-class production.
Yep.
It's a first-class
really? They know what they
production.
were doing. Really? Okay, I'll buy that. Yep. Okay, let's move on.
All right. Well, I almost hit a sore spot right there.
You did.
Really? All right. Well,
I wasn't a Patriots football.
Well, I'm talking about, that really wasn't a production value, what happened to you. That was mano a mano. Mano a mano. When Randy Orton found his inner Adam Vinatieri of the Patriots and was looking for the field goal.
Guess I didn't tuck enough, I guess.
You didn't tuck enough. What, Tucker? But anyway. We talk interesting enough funny. We made a little joke. Oh, haha, we'll never see WWE footage on AEW. But Johnny, what about what had the wrestling world buzzing following WrestleMania Night 2 a couple of weeks back was a Stone Cold Steve Austin's interview program on WWE Network, now on Peacock, where his guest, AEW superstar Chris Jericho.
Whoa.
Talk about a big surprise.
I bet you Vince was switching on that one, unless he got permission.
Well, no, Vince okayed it.
I'm sure he did.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no animosity there. Vince is a big man. And people they really do have the wrong idea about this individual. They really, really do. And I thought that was cool. I thought it was great that we had somebody do what they did when they did it. I thought that was a step in the right direction.
Well, do you think it will open the door for any WWE talent to appear on AEW?
All I'm going to say is never say never.
Really? Now, see, that's one I would say never to, but I wouldn't expect that to happen. I think it was a win-win for everybody. I think Peacock got a lot of eyeballs on their new ownership, or I shouldn't say ownership, but they own the rights to WWE Network in the United States for the next 5 years. Other than pay-per-views, Steve Austin's show does the biggest ratings of anything on that network.
He's good.
You get a guy that you talk about creating a buzz, not a WWE legend, not a WWE talent, but someone from outside the company. Probably the biggest threat that WWE has faced is from a competition level, from someone competing with them for talent since WCW. I was very surprised, and I thought maybe, okay, they'll go the route of just breaking down Jericho's WWE tenure and things he did before that, but no, they went balls to the wall in that conversation. I was really surprised.
I was very impressed by that. I really was. Kudos to Austin, Jericho, and as always, Vince McMahon. I'm telling you, you know what? He's a good businessman. He's a smart man. And who knows what'll happen down the road? Who really knows?
Would you do Steve Austin's podcast?
I'd be honored to do Steve Austin's broadcast, but he's never going to ask me, so.
Well, you never know. You never know.
No.
You never know.
No. He's a great guy.
Jericho carried himself well. I think Jericho was very smart to know what subjects, even under the circumstances, maybe what to avoid.
Well, I told him like it was. You know, he told why he left WWE. I don't think that it was a no holds barred, which is the way Austin likes to do his podcasts. When you do anything with Austin, you know, people, it's the real deal. There's no flies on that man. And Jericho was the same way. Here's the question. What's the answer? And Jericho came right out with it. So I was impressed. I thought it was good. I listened to it. I thought it was well done.
Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to see what other avenues that may open up for guests. I mean, imagine what the internet would do if Austin announced that, say, CM Punk was going to be on his Broken Skull program on WWE Network. I think people would go wild for that.
You know what? Never say never.
Never say never.
Never say never.
Well, it appears, Johnny, what set the wrestling world ablaze, and it kind of just turned into maybe a small match lit back in October of 2019. The Wednesday night wars apparently have come to an end, where now NBC Sports Network is going to go into oblivion, much like Tucker and some of the other releases from WWE.
Yeah.
A lot of sports that NBC has the rights to, including the NHL, is going to move to other properties. And where USA, they want to prop that as the #1 cable network on television, they're going to be getting a lot of hockey on Wednesday night. So, unfortunately, NXT took the bullet for the team, which led to AEW declaring victory in this war when I think you can count on one hand with many fingers left over how many times either show ever hit 1 million fans when they were competing head-to-head. I want to read you this quote, Johnny. I thought it was a little much. You know me. I try to be fair, but Jericho did an interview after maybe it was in Building the Austin podcast, but he said, I know WWE NXT was watching our stuff during their show, but this was not a war that we ever asked for. We were kind of thrust into it by proxy. The reason why we won it, and won it so handedly, is we never worried about what anyone else was doing. We just worried about our own show. I think the best thing about being unopposed is now people don't have to decide. There's been a lot of shows that we've done with some great segments and some great moments that might have been missed because people were switching back and forth. He later added, of course we're competitive. Yes, we wanted to beat NXT. Yes, we wanted to drive them screaming and yelling away from Wednesdays, and that's what we did. Now, Johnny, this is not Raw and Nitro we're talking about from the mid-'90s when you had millions upon millions of viewers each week. This was, shows that were drawing between maybe 600,000, 700,000, 800,000 people each. I think Jericho went a little overboard with those statements. I don't think AEW is even at a level where TNA was at its peak. TNA, you have to remember, at one point, for better or worse, no matter what they were doing at the box office or on pay-per-view, they were doing 1.5 million people a week. AEW, I think maybe their first week may have approached that when they went head-to-head with NXT back in October of 2019, and they've only net them over 1 million a couple of times. TNA was doing it weekly for quite a while. And a lot of good can be said about Vince Russo. A lot of negative has been said about Vince Russo, but for whatever he may not have been able to do to get people to actually spend money on the product, he was able to get them to watch the show. And for Jericho to talk about winning this major war as if he's sticking the flag in the sand, so to speak, for a show that was averaging maybe 800,000 people a week, I don't know how much of a war it was they won.
The fact of the matter is, they beat out a WWE product. NXT is part of the WWE family. It's a Paul Levesque idea. It's a Triple H idea. They won. They beat it. The NXT did take the bullet. They took one for the team. So I think, Did he go overboard in his comment? Yes. Should have been toned down a little bit and phrased in a different way? Absolutely. But once again, you got to know Jericho.
If it wasn't for NBC Sports, the television network dissolving, I don't think NXT would have even moved.
No, they'd have stayed right where they were.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting. But at the same time, it is what it is. And once again, you need to know Jericho.
And I'll also throw this out there, and I like Jericho an awful lot. We help
do.
promote his books.
He loves Fabo Pop.
Oh, does he really?
He loves
Well, I'm
Fabo
still
Pop.
waiting to see the green variety
I was gonna
here on
bring
the
that
set.
today. I was
Well,
gonna
the
bring
next
it.
time you're here in studio,
Next
we wanted,
Wednesday, whenever we do it again.
whenever we do, we're going to have Fabo Pop galore. I know people wanted for the next pay-per-view. We got to put together a little ad so people can get it over on BostonWrestling.com and maybe involve Make-A-Wish, as you had mentioned.
I should send some down to AEW.
But wouldn't that be fun?
You get an address?
Yes. Imagine JR and Tony Schiavone out at the commentators table with the
Let's do it. How
with
much
the
you
little
want to
Fabo Pop.
Why don't you send it down?
So
Compliments
a
of
couple of
Boston
six
Wrestling.
packs, yeah. I lost my train of thought there for a second. But also, you talk about this war.
Yep.
AEW Dynamite is AEW's core show.
Yes.
NXT is at best the C brand for WWE.
That was a glorified indie show.
I mean, okay, how would AEW have fared against SmackDown? How would AEW have fared against Raw?
You'll never know till you stack it. So unfortunately, we can't make a decision on that because what they were put up against is what they won against. Easy enough to say. And if you remember, you were very high on NXT, and I kept saying it's a glorified indie show. Let's see how they fare. Guess what? They didn't fare very well. And it's nothing to do with the talent or the product. It's just they were beat out by somebody who had a different product that happened to be just a little bit better.
Different product, different feel,
Right.
bigger production values. And I'm not trying to knock AEW. I just think for them to proclaim they won a war because they would draw a couple 100,000 extra people each week.
But you know what? Gives you bragging rights. It gives you bragging rights.
You know what? And yeah, they have it. I mean,
Don't you think?
to the naked eye, to those that don't follow the cable industry, yeah, it does look like
Yeah,
NXT.
but don't you think WWE would have done the same thing? We beat out, when they won the Monday Night
I don't think
Wars.
WWE. Well, all right, that's a horse of a different story.
yeah.
That was the real deal.
that
was
was
a
the real
war.
deal.
That was a war. WCW wanted to put them out of business.
There was no war between NXT and AEW. I don't know who fabricated this, but
I think the fans wanted a war.
But you know why AEW came out ahead on this? And
it was their A show. They had legitimate star power. They had the one thing that WWE lacks is they had a unique, different look. It had a unique, different feel. It had unique, different productions. Now, is AEW's production values anywhere near the quality of WWE's? No. But at the same time, it was different. In so much of WWE, no matter what show you watch across any of their brands, it feels identical.
There you go. They wanted another product. They wanted another furniture store on the street that wasn't the same. NXT, SmackDown, Raw. It's all WWE. Give us a choice. They had a choice. The fans spoke. If WWE doesn't begin to change the way they do business, storylines, product line, it could find itself losing more ground. It's possible.
It's scary, but it is
possible.
true. I ask you this, though, Johnny. Let's take a look at modern wrestling history, the past couple decades. WCW was on top of the world. The 83 weeks that WCW won the ratings war head-to-head has been well spoken of. It's the name of Eric Bischoff's podcast. For the first time since WWF went global, they had their ass handed to them. Then, because television networks cannot resist ratings glory, they added WCW Thunder in January of 1998, which turned into too much WCW product, which was, I think, a very underlooked reason why the ratings started to go down on Monday night, because there was just a lot of WCW product. You could get your WWF fix on Raw on Monday. You could get, if you wanted, WCW on Monday. You could get WCW on Thursday. Saturday night was still a 2-hour show on TBS at 6:05. on the Superstation. There were a lot of ways to get that mainstream WCW fix.
I agree. Yep.
I will say this may go against the grain of what a lot of people, friends of ours may think, mutual friends of ours may think, but I think WWE, while financially a very sound move, as far as the quality of the overall product went, made a mistake adding SmackDown, a second 2-hour first-run show each week back in the summer of 1999. So you had Raw on Monday and SmackDown on Thursday. So instead of 2 hours of A-list first-run material, they were trying to come up with 4 hours of that material. Now, if WWE went the route in 1999 of trying to develop two quote-unquote different brands, I think that's great. Because to me, that's almost like two different wrestling promotions. I like it when the rosters are separate. But from 1999 through 2002, they used the same talent on both shows. So it made it much easier to see Steve Austin. It made it much easier to see The Rock, Mick Foley, Triple H, or whoever the core stars may have been at that point. Now, later in 2021, AEW, beyond their 2-hour AEW Dynamite show, their marquee on TNT, beyond the 2 first-run YouTube shows they have now that sometimes feature over a dozen matches each, which I couldn't imagine sitting through, I never have, but they're going to be adding a second primetime television show on TNT. Do you think AEW should be proactive and try and look at a way to develop 2 different brands of AEW? Or do you think there's enough appetite for wrestling fans right now to have perhaps 2-hour AEW shows every week across Turner Television, whether it be TNT, TBS, or one of those channels?
Ultimately, that may happen. All I know is this. I don't know if you watch the TNA product or not. I'm not impressed.
You're talking about TNA?
Yeah, that's what
I don't even get that channel.
ODB is on that show. And
You're talking about Impact?
Yeah.
I don't get that, so I haven't seen it in years.
Let me tell you something. You know what? I'm a fan of professional wrestling. I love the business. But you know what? It might be because there's no audience there or very few people there. But when you can, it just doesn't have it. It lacks that luster. And maybe that's why their ratings are where they are.
Well, I'm talking about AEW, not Impact.
No, I understand.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just giving you an example. AEW could reach that point where it's boring and doesn't make sense anymore. I think, you need to reinvent the wheel. And it may become necessary to create that second venture of AEW Raw, AEW SmackDown. It's not a bad idea. AEW certainly has amassed enough talent, good talent, to be able to do that. And they've got some interesting talent there, both male and female. So I think down the road, Khan may do that. I think that might be in the back of his head.
I think it would be a mistake, maybe not initially, because you got to generate some buzz for the show.
Right.
You got to have your A players on it. But long term, for them to use identical rosters on both shows, I think is going to lead to the same problems that both WCW and WWE had when they tried to do the same thing.
Well, they bounced Cena between both those shows, and it worked out well.
It
for
didn't
both
work
shows.
out well, though.
So you know what?
How did it work out well for both shows, Johnny?
Well, look at the ratings, how they changed.
Yeah, they've plummeted.
Well, no.
Since the bell rang at WrestleMania 17 when they turned Austin heel, the popularity of WWE, outside of maybe one little bump when they gave Cena and Batista the magic rub for a little bit, but then it continued to nosedive.
Maybe because of the product, but it wasn't. When you take a look,
I don't blame one particular talent.
You can't.
No, of course not.
Not when you carry the show for 16 years.
Right.
You can't blame any talent for that one. But when you look at what happened and the amass of people, I was in Worcester when he was fighting Brock Lesnar. You couldn't get a seat in there. So don't tell me that they didn't change with some of these individuals. Lesnar, Cena, those people bringing them in. Batista, another name. I just think that if it's done correctly, done the right way, another furniture store on the street won't hurt, even though it's the same product. And if you do, I kind of like to see some of those stars jump once in a while. Maybe they don't fit on this roster. Maybe they belong on that secondary roster. Good show. 2 different types of wrestling, 2 different types of things. Only time will tell. But I'll tell you this, Khan, not as smart as Vince McMahon when it comes to professional wrestling. Although he's got a board right there now, Khan, Jericho, he's got Rhodes. You know, take a look at, he's got, all these people that he's bringing in that got the mind for the business. You can tell by their storylines. They have storylines. Unlike 2 weeks, the title's going to change. 30 days, the title's going to change. I am so glad, and I hate to say this, that I was right about WrestleMania, that Lashley retained and my friend Roman Reigns retained. If that didn't happen, it would have been a travesty. A travesty.
You're right about that. Well, hopefully in AEW, they're hoping to be back on the road in the second half of 2021. Plans to be here in Boston in September. The door was open to have anyone from the organization join us here in studio. I think that would make for an interesting interview. I'd love to have
What are you waiting for?
Tony Khan right here in the studio for a thought-provoking interview. Our good friend Jim Ross, who's been here before. I would love to do anything we can. You know, we advertise a lot for WWE. I mean, we're here to help promote wrestling in general, I think. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. The better the industry does as a whole, the better it is for the industry, and the better it is for us.
Amen.
The more wrestling fans that are engaged in wrestling, the better it is for us. So I'm not opposed to trying to help get the word out that AEW is going to be back on the road. Tickets will be available. I'm not quite sure of the date, but it would be at the Agganis Arena again.
In Lowell?
No, that's Saugus Arena. Agganis Arena is BU.
Oh, okay.
Right off the tee. They had a sold-out show there, or if it was not sold out, it was very, very close. I believe the second week of Dynamite. So, you know, maybe that's going to be their little home. TNA drew an almost sellout pay-per-view there back when they had the Hulkster in 2013, I think, for Slammiversary. So, Agganis Arena, it might not be the Garden, but one thing I've noticed about AEW when they were touring, they were going for more of the college buildings. They wanted to get that younger, more energetic feel as opposed to WWE, which, as we know, is, you know, more often than not, you're going to see a lot of families that go to the events. You know what I mean?
Well, if you notice, even when the WWE goes into the Garden now, it doesn't sell out.
No.
The days when you and I went, you couldn't get a seat. They were scalping tickets out front for big, big money. Now you go in, there's a whole cordoned off section in there. So, maybe they're doing a wise thing. You know, I'm a believer that, yes, WWE is my family. There's no question about that. I'm loyal to that family. But it doesn't mean that I can't recognize another family and say, kudos, congratulations.
Or that you can't have friends.
Yeah, there you
How
go.
about that? This is a good way to put it.
We can agree to disagree and still be friends.
All right, wrestling fans, I'm getting the cue from old Howie Miller in the back. We'll be back with the second half of the show after this brief timeout.
I got to see you ding me here. Hold on.
Wrestling fans, get ready for a weekend of the unpredictable as the Berzerker, John Nord, returns to MWF Studios in Melrose the weekend of Saturday, January the 22nd. Wrestling Insider Throwback Thursday tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Boston Wrestling Patreon fans can meet the Berzerker for free. For more information and mail order info, head on over to thebostonwrestling.com super site now. Don't miss the Berzerker January 22nd.
All right, Johnny, welcome back. You know, Temptation Island has become one of the more popular shows on USA Network. Have you ever seen the show?
No.
Where these couples are tested, where they're put in homes with multiple women or multiple men, the opposite gender, and they try and see if they can survive a month away from their significant other. Where you and Marjo have been involved with WWE reality shows, could you be tested on Temptation?
You want my call? They have my number?
I think so.
Give my number. You're my agent. Give my number.
Either
Let's do
that,
it.
or one of the ideas that I thought was great for it was they have this, I think his name is, because of obviously who the superstar is, Mark L. Wahlberg is the host of Temptation Island.
Oh, really?
I think they should have you host the show, and all the women forget about their boyfriends, and instead of the house, all the women go after you as the host.
You've been drinking too much Fabo Pop or what? Wow. This is a drug-free workplace, folks.
You know, the things I do for the show.
John Cena Sr.'s
I'll be on
Temptation Island.
Let me do it. I'm ready. Call me, folks. I get my number. Let's do it.
Well, they do a lot of scenes on the beach and at the pool, though. We may find out, you know, we've heard about some of the French women when it comes to the underarm hair. You know what I mean? I don't know.
We don't care what the problem is. We can live with it. My number, call me, Temptation Island. I'm ready to come.
Do you think Majot may need a little Bic action?
Forget Major. There'll be plenty of other things there for me to keep my attention.
Johnny, we've been talking a lot about all this different wrestling, and a question that one of the fans sent in is there getting to be almost too much wrestling? You've got Raw, Monday night. And if you're a big AEW fan, you have AEW Doc Elevation on YouTube. On Tuesday night, you have NXT, and now you have AEW Doc on Tuesday night on YouTube. Wednesday night is now AEW Dynamite's night of the week. On Thursday, Impact Wrestling is jumping ship. Plus, Dark Side of the Ring is coming back to Vice TV. I don't know what night of the week it's going to run, but Major League Wrestling is also going to be on Vice TV, the same channel as Dark Side of the Ring. Friday night, you have SmackDown. It's like no one, when I was a kid, a lot of the shows used to be on the weekends, and now there's no weekend wrestling anymore. But during the week, it's everywhere. Now, and not only that, as we mentioned during the timeout, on Sunday night for a very limited run, AEW is doing, I believe, 8 different biographies on featured superstars, followed by a show where Stephanie and Triple H look for old wrestling artifacts. So, I mean, there is virtually, along with pay-per-views, there's a lot of wrestling to be found, Johnny. Is there too much?
Wow. Well, you know me, I'm like you. There can never be too much professional wrestling. But sometimes, you know, it's like going to the buffet. You overdo it. And if you have too much, it will spoil the product. People just will not be interested. It's just like everybody's out there trying to grab a piece of this magic pie.
Now, you know a lot about magic pie.
Yeah, there's a... Wow. Anyway, my take on that is perhaps there might be an oversaturation is the word. An oversaturation.
I think Saturday night is the only night that doesn't have an original show of some kind.
When I was a kid, in my younger days, 9 o'clock in the morning, wrestling was. Kowalski had a show. I used to go there live in Worcester. And then it was Saturday Night Wrestling, Saturday Night Main Event, which was fun. After that, there was really nothing on, except for the major pay-per-views, and when Vince started with WrestleMania 1. I don't know. I think that you can have too much.
Really?
The question becomes, and I use myself, and I mean when I say you can never have too much, but if the product isn't equivalent to at least an NXT tier, let's use that as the benchmark, then it's all going to go down the drain. It's all for naught. So it does something to, what's the word I want to use? Bring down the product. Because people have a tendency, I can't get WWE. I can't, if this is what it's all about, I'm not interested. Well, let's see what happens.
I know I don't have enough time to give to all of it, as much as I'd maybe like to sample this magic pie. I mean, AEW, towards the end of the year, once they add that other show, that's 4 first-run shows they're going to have every week. WWE, along with NXT, Raw, and SmackDown, they have 205 Live, which I forgot to mention.
Yep.
They have NXT UK, which I forgot to mention. I mean, this just... Where are they getting the wrestlers from?
All I know is this, that you can have too much of a good thing, you know, and I think that people need to look at that and decide. Once you decide what it is you're going to watch, that'll make all the difference in the world. I'm the first one to say it. WWE has too many pay-per-views. Don't give me a pay-per-view that's another Raw or another SmackDown or another NXT. When I bought pay-per-views, and I've got some of those on DVDs that I purchased, those were pay-per-views. Those, you waited in anticipation for that pay-per-view to show up. Now, you go, oh, yeah, Money in the Bank. Okay.
What's the magic number, do you think? WWE, they have 1 a month. NXT...
Sometimes 2 a month.
Depending
They're so close together,
yeah. NXT, usually 6 a year. AEW, 4 a year. What is the magic number?
I say if you do it and do it right, 6 to 7 a year is plenty.
Every other month?
Major blowout. Yeah, because it gives you time to do exactly what you and I have said.
several times. Build the storyline. Build the anticipation. Don't blow it in 2 weeks. It doesn't make sense. You know what?
Pacing and patience are the two things that are long gone in professional wrestling in 2021.
When you open a comic book or you go to a movie, you don't want to see 30 seconds of the opening and then it gets slammed with the outcome and you haven't even reached the end yet. Why not do it the right way? And if you do it the right way and you draw it out and you make sense of what you're doing and follow that storyline the way it should be followed, every 2 months with a pay-per-view, you get a sellout business.
Do you think there are fans that want 5 or 6 nights a week of professional wrestling? Are there that many diehards? Never mind what is easily accessible now independent wrestling with the internet and great talk shows like this?
I think the pandemic has done a disservice to the professional wrestling business. It'll be a long time before the wrestling business is back where it used to be, only because through what has happened, people have been diversified. They have had to go other ways, do other things. I do believe that there are fans out there who would watch wrestling 6 nights a week. I don't happen to be one of those people. I kind of like to be the guy that goes into the restaurant, picks what I want off the menu, not 7 or 8 items, 2 or 3, I'm happy with that, and stick with it. I think overkill is not good for the business, and that's what's happening right now.
I just, like I said at one point, where do all of these major league ready wrestling talents come from?
Well, they're going to be, I'll tell you what's going to happen. All these people that want to be part of the big kahuna thing, they're going to draw from the indies. They're going to draw from any way they can. And the sad part about that is, I just happen to throw Impact out there. When you look at what's there, they can't even do a promo right. It's sad to hear these men and women do promos. And, you know, ODB is a personal friend of mine, but, you know, I'm tired of that. It just doesn't work anymore.
You don't like her, Brass?
ODB is a wonderful person. She had a great gimmick when she started. What they've turned her into now is an embarrassment.
What have they turned her into? Because I haven't seen Impact in years.
She's a little whack. She's, you know, all right, you got these girls on the outside. Every 5 minutes, it just...
A little shifting.
It's not good. It just isn't good. So, you know, I don't know.
Ring of Honor, you know, that one you can't even give a night of the week to because it's pretty much on a different time, a different channel in every market that it's on.
I don't know how they survived.
Do you get Ring of Honor on TV?
I don't have it. Not interested in it. Well, you know what?
I agree with you.
I call it like I see it. You know what? Like me or not, like I say, we can agree to disagree and still be friends. Brian Malonis is at Ring of Honor. I have nothing but good words for Brian Malonis. You know, look at our friend Todd Hansen, where he was. That's where he got where he was. So there's been a lot of good things to come out of Ring of Honor. It just doesn't seem to serve my needs. Will it be around much longer?
Well, I mean, for a company that has more money than WWE, it's really sad that they've never invested in their product.
What does it say?
They should be AEW right now.
Thank you.
Look at where everybody that AEW uses right now primarily came from, outside of the WWE names they
they
signed.
should have been the new NXT. They really, when you look at I don't understand. The people behind the picture are only caring about the people behind the picture. So
if Ring of Honor had a slot where you could watch it every week on a certain channel, I might be apt to give it a shot for a few weeks. I have no idea how to find it.
Me neither. Well, I have no
And
interest.
when you make it too difficult for someone to find, that doesn't help the cause either.
No, and now Dish TV, you know, Direct TV, the cable TVs are becoming more and more people saying, wait a minute, I'm spending $175, $200 on my cable bill. I'm going to be very selective in what I purchase now. And so, you know, you sit back and you go, whoa, Comcast is giving me the Peacock, giving it to me. Nothing is free. You're paying for it indirectly.
Right.
So, you know, like I say, more and more is being taken away. Let's see what happens. But like I said, Ring of Honor, you know, I'm involved with several indie promotions. I really have a lot of fun with those. There's some excellent talent that I think belongs up to WWE or AEW or Impact. But for some reason, these young men and women don't make it that far.
I think at some point, once the coronavirus mania is tamed, I think WWE, it would behoove them to let some of their NXT talents work some of the better independents out there, just to give them experience in front of live crowds. I mean, they have dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of talents that aren't working in front of people anymore.
I think
I think the same could be said for a lot of companies.
I think you have a problem with that, and my only defense of what they're doing is when I invest that money in you for my product, I cannot risk you going into that ring and getting injured. I mean, when The Rock came in and faced John in Jersey for the title, he actually ripped a portion of his body. That shut the movie down. So you can't risk that if your investment, why is Cena doing this?
Well, I'm not talking about saying send the Fiend out to work independents. I'm talking about guys.
NXT. You've got an investment. These guys are your students. I believe it or not, they get paid. They're being paid. They're under contract to NXT. I want you in the best possible physical condition you can be in, and I'm going to use Cena as an example. All of a sudden, he gets the call, be in Chicago. You've got to be ready when the gun is fired to move. NXT sends me out, to do a match, and all of a sudden, I get injured. I pull a hamstring. I dislocate my knee. And they were ready to give me that push. No, it doesn't make sense.
I just think the only way the talent is going to get better is working in front of live audiences, not television sets that have sound effects to them. I mean, I'm not trying to call them out specifically, but whose prime example is the Street Profits. They know how to do one match. They know how to do the same 4 or 5 moves in every match. They know how to cut the same promo, and that's it. It's a one-trick pony. You don't want to have a company filled with one-trick ponies. You want to have a company filled with guys that know how to work a variety of styles. And again, to me, the only way that you're really going to get their true experience is having live people react to what you're doing. You've done live theater in the past. You know what it's like to have people laugh or hiss or cry.
Pro wrestling is live theater.
Yeah, well, when they're not working in front of live people.
All right, but stop, because you've got Raw, SmackDown, they're not working in front of live people. And
it's hurt them.
You made an excellent comment. I was at WrestleMania next to all these bobbleheads. I mean, how does it feel to be next to somebody that's, hello, Mr. Marty, ha ha ha. They pump the cheers in.
Well, they were of the
they pump
cardboard
the booze
variety.
in. Yeah, well, that's okay. So,
well, that was actually a good thing. There still were about 20,000 plus real people there each night, as opposed to nobody.
The fact of the matter is, regardless, you know what? I've done shows for 5 people. I've done shows for 2,500 people. I've done shows when I did Raw for what?
Sell-out business, baby. 15, 16,000 strong.
So, and what can I say? You might be going to the wrong direction there.
Well, if you ran a wrestling company and you wanted your talent to improve, if you weren't going the route of running enough live events to keep these people busy, what would be the best way to get them to, if not even stay on par with where they are when you brought them in, improve?
Well, they started doing it. NXT started doing it by putting NXT on the road.
Right.
That's what OVW used to do.
Right.
We've got a show in Kentucky here. We've got a show over there. And that gave your people a chance to perform in front of a live crowd. Unfortunately, you don't want to take a Batista, you don't want to take a Victoria or Randy Orton or John Cena from OVW, which has the potential, and all of a sudden you turn around, they go out and they're injured. Now that push is lost. Where's the value in my investment? These young men and women are investments. And now they have an overabundance of an investment. So maybe what they need to do is make a decision. You're the top tier, no top or bottom, but you're in this level, you're in this level. Maybe this level we start sending out, we'll do our own indie shows. That makes a lot of sense. But to risk the factor that I have an investment and I'm going to put you out there with the pot, because I'll tell you, I've worked shows with young men and women who you believe when you talk in the locker room are safe to work with. And then you get in the ring, or you go into the ring and you go, hey, you're working Marty tonight. Yeah, seems like a good guy. We went over the show, the match, it's going to be pretty good. He's only been at it 3 months. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. And I've learned that the hard way. I had 3 ribs cracked by somebody who was supposed to be safe. So, you know what? It's not worth it.
I'm not saying turn it into the Wild West, but I'm saying I think the guys are not going to improve as quickly as they could if they're not working in front of fresh crowds on a regular basis. Even AEW, you know, right now where they have a small limited capacity at their events, it's a lot of the same people that live in the Jacksonville, Florida area. TNA, that was the huge problem that those guys had. They weren't trying to appeal to the television audience even. They were trying to appeal to those same 400, 500, 600 people that would go to Universal Studios and give them a big pop.
Again, my thought and your thought,
A little different.
two different thoughts. I don't think either one of us is wrong. I'm looking at it from an investment business standpoint.
And I agree with you as far as that goes. You don't want to invest, you know, for what a guy gets paid. The company that is paying you is investing much more so than that to have you under contract to them. You don't want to see them get injured for any period of time, but at the same time, I don't think you want to see any talent regress.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
So it's up to the school, quote unquote, which NXT, in my opinion, Paul Levesque, a great idea. He's created the college for professional wrestling. If that's the case, then you've got to develop the curriculum so they don't go stale. That's the name of the game.
Do you want to know, and I've been saying this for years, Johnny, where every wrestling company on the planet has missed the boat. You want to know what I would do to try and maybe take care of everything we've talked about, roll it up into a ball in one?
Sure, let's hear it.
Almost kind of take what TNA did, where they had their tapings at Universal Studio, but forget about doing TV tapings. 3-4 times a day, like you see animal shows, like you see different musical productions that go on at the theme park, you have an hour block of wrestling where fans can get in out of the heat, sit down someplace nice and cool, especially in the summertime, and you do 2 or 3 matches. And you just do it a few times. You know, you take breaks, you let new crowds in every time, people that may not even be diehard wrestling fans or really big wrestling fans at all, but at least they're working in front of different people. You're guaranteed to have people coming in and out of those theme parks every day. And I think it would be a great way for the talent to be utilized working with their peers that are under contract to the same company. I think it would be a good learning experience. It's not too far off the way I think they do things in Germany sometimes with one of their tournaments where they run, I'm going to say it wrong and someone's going to crucify me, but I don't have Google in front of me, but they run down under a tent for like a month in a row. I don't know. I think something like that would be, I think it'd be a good attraction for Universal. I know there are times when there's a long wait for a ride. I wouldn't mind sitting down somewhere cool for an hour and seeing something different that I may like, may not like. And I think it would be good for the talent. It would give them regular, steady work. You know, I'm not saying book them 3 times a day. I'm saying book say you have 100 people under contract, book each one of them once or twice a week. One man's opinion. I don't know why TNA never tried to do that, where they were already there, had their ring set up, had their entrance set up. It could have been a great way for them to set up a developmental system. But look at where TNA is now, Impact Wrestling, I should say. Do the Italian when you talked about Jeff Jarrett and the ball.
Can't even cut a promo.
Do the Italian when you talked about Jeff Jarrett.
Jeff Jarrett.
Remember when he had that global wrestling promotion that he had for a couple of months, and you were talking about him rowing his boat back from, I don't know where it was, but you said it in Italian, and I was on the floor.
I forget what I said.
Well, all right, we'll have to look up in the archives for that.
And then
as
we'll
you,
bring it back. How's that?
humiliated poor Jeff's attempt. You know what, Jeff Jarrett, for that all can be said about the guy, he has really always gone out and pushed and pushed and pushed to try and come up with something new and creative for people. And I give Jeff a lot of credit for that. A lot of them haven't been great successes, but...
Well, but you know what? I have no bad words about Jeff Jarrett. We all have demons. We all have problems. But Jarrett is smart. He understands the business. And he's done what other people have not done. He's got off his ass and done something about it. Kudos to Jeff Jarrett.
Hey, look at what, you know what, for better or worse, 19 years later, TNA is still in existence. Impact Wrestling is still in existence. He tried with Global Force. That didn't exactly go so well. But at one point, it looked like they were going to try and create a dual brand battle with Impact Wrestling. They created that promotion in India that it was a great success, apparently, for a short period of time before, I don't know why the bottom fell out. I don't know if it was because of issues the TNA Impact was facing at the time. But, you know, and now that he's a healthier person, a sober person, he's got himself in a very good position to share his knowledge with WWE. So, and he follows us on Twitter, so you really can't ask for much more than that.
Jeff's a great guy.
A good guy.
Good guy.
The veteran from Hendersonville, Tennessee.
great
Again,
guy.
fans, I hate to say it, we're running out of time. Howard Miller is the man. As much as we love him, he always comes up with the bad news saying we got to go.
Howard's got to go.
Well, he wants to hear more about this magic pie that you were talking about.
All right, Howard, when we leave, you're on.
Cecil needs the recipe, but that's a different story for a different time.
God almighty.
Wrestling fans, again, if you are watching with us on Friday night, share your thoughts in the premiere chat. I thank all of our regular fans that join us, like our friends Vaughn, Don the Barber, Kevin Petrantozzi from down at the Gold Exchange in Greensboro, North Carolina. Ken always chimes in and he gets mad if I ignore his questions. We got a bunch of Kevins that join us. We got Lisa, plus the moderating staff that is helping me keep my sanity. Slick Rick B, Maria Davis, Stoney, Smokey, Tina, Tania, whatever your true identity is, they're a big help, Johnny.
Why don't you invite them up here? Let's do a show with them.
Well, my big thought is to try and get them, if they're in the mood, to make their way up here for the anniversary show.
Let's do it
Have some
before
fun.
that.
We could have like maybe a little private gathering for our inner circle of friends here at the studio.
Let's do it. Come
We'll
on
see.
up, guys.
We'll see.
I'm interested.
And also, fans, if you're not watching during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. We love your feedback. You can also help the show. Give us a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It is absolutely free. If you click the little bell, it gives you little notifications when a new show premieres. And we have new shows that premiere 7 days a week, mind you, other than Vince. I can't think of too many people that have the sanity to do that, or maybe it's insanity. I don't know. I also share the link to these great talk shows across social media, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites. Let them know about all the superstars and legends we have here. Again, if you enjoyed the show, the Super Chat button is open. Don't forget to tip the bartender. If you are bored tonight, if the nightlife is quiet on a Friday, the eBay store is open for business 24/7, baby. You can find the link in the description box below. Some of this great merchandise you see right here on the set can be on your wall or in your home, adding to your wrestling man cave or even woman cave to be PC in 2021. And more than anything, if you watch our show, you know you're a friend. You're a good friend of ours. But we want you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family over on Patreon, where we give you early, ad-free access to all of our great Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interview talk shows. We give you access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on the Howard Stern Show when he was playing that Not the Sheik every day. You get Patreon exclusive videos, Patreon exclusive news, and the big one to me, Johnny, you know, the one that pulls on the strings of my heart, you help keep the wrestling legends working, all for just a couple of bucks per month. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my Friday night partner in crime, the new co-host or maybe participant of Temptation Island on the USA Network, the man that knows the secret ingredients to the magic pie, John Cena Sr. I'm Dan Marati. We're both doing better than Tucker. Until we speak again, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11x14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Unbelievable. SmackDown's just wrapping up at the Thunderdome, and I don't even have a watch on to tell me that, but I do know a brand new Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays is now. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marty, John Cena Sr. Johnny, pleasure to have you back.
It's always an honor and privilege to be here.
I tell you, Friday nights are heating up, baby. You never know what the fan reaction is going to be when the old Johnny Cash, the Adam West of Boston Wrestling Sports, takes the gun out of the holster and starts to shoot.
Well, you know what? I've been reading a lot lately, and some good, some bad, but you know what? I just want to say to all those fans, it's my opinion. We're entitled to that, regardless of what you think. It's my opinion.
Well, maybe that's what we should change the name of the show to. It's my opinion.
Not a bad idea.
Well, we got Howard Miller in the control room, and he's grooming, not quite like that, but grooming Justin. The question is there trust in for Justin?
I don't know. We're going to find out. And those fans have to understand one thing.
What?
I'm not about shooting anybody down.
Oh, all right. Well,
I'm not about burying anybody.
You're not going to bury Justin?
No,
Oh,
I'm
all right.
about being honest and upfront and giving you my opinion on what I see. Not dirt sheets. I'm not an insider. I have no inside information. I just deal with the facts that I have.
It's almost like that show with Mrs. Garrett, The Facts of Life.
Yeah. All right, moving right along.
All right, wrestling fans. Unbelievable, probably, Johnny, since you were last with us, the biggest scandal that has hit the wrestling world is this trash bag scandal.
Unbelievable. I cannot for the life of me. And I'm sure, and you know what? I've got to give my friend Mickie James a lot of credit. She at least notified Vince McMahon of what happened. And you know what? I think that's the best thing she ever could have done. She didn't go crybabying, didn't stamp, didn't lay down, I'm not going to wrestle anymore. She just went right to the top. And that was the smartest thing she could have done. You know why? Because there were other people that were treated the same way by whomever it was that created this sort of ha. You know?
Do you think it was meant as a joke?
You know what? I really don't know.
Or is it dig?
It's a total degradation. It's a total disrespect of an individual who's paid her dues. Now, I read all kinds of comments. Oh, if her wrestling was as good as the trash bag, maybe she would have survived. You know what, people? Again, get out of your mother's basement, stop playing with the computer, and take a look at what you see. The young lady was good at what she did. I did many shows with Mickie James. You know what? Like them or not, they're there to entertain you. They put their lives on the line every day. For someone to have the total disrespect that they had for this lady and other young ladies by sending her belongings back in a trash bag with a stick-it note, you know what? There's a movie out there, and whoever did it, I hope you get the shaft.
In which kind of way?
And bye.
Oh, all right.
Hit the road, Jack. And you know what? Kudos to Paul Levesque. Kudos to Stephanie McMahon for publicly apologizing for that despicable act, because that is not what WWE is all about.
Do you think if Mickie handled it privately, instead of using Twitter as the medium to showcase the picture of the trash bag, do you think the result would have been the same at the end?
Probably.
You think
because,
so?
Yes, because I know Vince McMahon. Vince does not tolerate that kind of BS. You know, there are jokesters, there are pranks, there are ribs.
Sure. Now isn't the time for it, though, after you fire someone.
When you fire someone, already they've reached
It's a
the low.
sensitive point.
That's exactly right. And you don't harass them or degrade them or bring them down any lower than they are right now. You need to say, I'm sorry, you've been released, here are your belongings, pack them up nicely, hopefully good luck on your future endeavors, and never say never. You know what? Do it the right way. Now, whomever did this, I'm sure, karma's a bitch.
Well, Mark Carrano, it was off with his head, longtime WWE employee. I mean, this is a man that's been around a long time. I don't know if it was his decision to package the belongings in the garbage bags, but he was the top executive let go as a result of this. He's probably best known to fans as kind of a recurring character on the Total Divas and the Total Bella reality type shows as a talent liaison. Do you think justified, unjustified, not to be confused with Justin?
You know what? All I'm going to say is this. Somebody made a comment about dirt sheets. All I know is what I've read. And what I've read was that another individual kind of said this is or might be the person responsible for the act. That person is now back where they started, back in talent relations. You know what? If what John Laurinaitis said is fact, it's fact. If it's fiction, it's fiction. I do not know the answer. I do know this, that if Mark Carrano was, and I use that word was, or is guilty of that atrocity, then you know what? I hate to say it, folks, he got exactly what he deserved, and the only thing I feel bad about is they didn't send him a garbage bag.
I know. Wouldn't that be the just desserts?
You know what? Karma's a bitch, and I keep saying it. You know, folks, I keep saying this. I said it to my sons. I'll say it to everybody else. You know, revenge, hate, destruction, trying to be a jokester and prod people is poison. Just be sure you never drink your own poison.
And also released was, from talent relations duties, was one of the referees that would set up the extras. And I can't think of the last name, but I know her name is Nicole because we worked with her before. She's been around a long time,
I think her last name began with an H.
Z.
A C?
A Z.
A Z. Zillman or Zeman?
Zioli?
Yep, I saw that.
So it wasn't just Carrano that...
Well, I tell you what's happening. And if you look at what's happened with Mr. Carrano, now what's happened is anybody affiliated with him has been flushed. It's kind of like, okay, you have the same mindset. Obviously, you're an accomplice to what happened. You know what? Vince, Paul, Stephanie, they are not going to tolerate that type of treatment for their talent. They don't deserve it. They work hard. They bust their asses every day. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but you are part of the problem, not part of the solution. So in order to create it or disseminate it, get rid of everything that's happened, it's time to flush it all out. Clean it up. We've got a new guy in charge now. John Laurinaitis is back where he started. So now let's make it, do things his way. Those people obviously had to move down. They still will keep their referee positions. So they haven't lost anything, in my opinion. Maybe a little cash.
Sure, yeah, a little, yeah.
Well, but you know what? Should have thought twice before you played the game.
Well, Johnny, I found this interesting. You mentioned Johnny Ace, a man that is back in the talent relations department, running things again. I have a lot of respect for John. I think he's done a good job. But Gail Kim and others have come out on social media and said that these trash bag farewells have been commonplace for the better part of a decade. It's not exactly new to receive your items in a trash bag.
Well, Mark Carano's been with him how long?
Oh, much longer than 10 years.
There you go, my friend. So, you know what? Let's go to the source. And I think whomever it was, is selective in who gets the garbage bag.
You think so? You don't think everybody
How
gets
many
garbage?
other people get garbage bags?
I didn't
Name me one male talent.
I'm going to have to poll every talent that I know if they get garbage bags.
And I would say no.
Well, I am going to investigate now.
I think we should.
I'm going to talk to some released talents to see if they received garbage bags.
Then let's do that, because you know what? It'll be like Paul Harvey, God rest his soul. When we come back, folks, at some segment, Dan Marati and I will now have for you the rest of the story.
It's like Geraldo. We're doing a little undercover investigating.
And we should, because you know what? Nobody, and I mean this, that to me, that's despicable. I have no room for that in my life.
Can I play devil's advocate for 1 second?
Please.
Do you think that maybe, and I don't know what exactly these belongings were, but when they were shipped, maybe they were looking for something to put them in to cushion the items in between the item and the box? Instead of going what you would think would be a commonplace route, bubble wrap, they went the cheap way with the garbage bag. And it wasn't meant to be as insulting as it came across. Do you think that possibility exists?
You heard my answer.
Well, we sure did.
That was total disrespect, and in my opinion, done intentionally. Listen, Dan, I've been around a long time. I've been in the Indies. I was fortunate enough, and I hope I'm still in the Indies, which I am. I was fortunate enough to do stuff with WWE. They're professional. They're very professional. You find that in some of these lower grade indie promotions where they tell you to get the F out, and they don't put it in a plastic bag. They just throw it out the door. So, you know what? It just doesn't seem right, because if you have stuff in your locker, and that's what appeared to happen, and you've been released by WWE, you would hope that somebody would have some sympathy, some understanding, and if they don't want to pack it, WWE has a department that does nothing but pack and sends out memorabilia, sends out belts, sends out boots. You know what, folks? Let's do it and do it right. I'm sorry. I do not tolerate this very well. I guess I'm doing a shoot, and whoever is responsible, be it Mike Carano, be it John Laurinaitis, be it John Cena Sr. or Dan Marati, you need to have your head lopped off. It's just not good. People they live under enough concern about their jobs and positions without losing a job and have their stuff shipped back in a garbage bag. Do you know what that says to me? That I'm garbage, that I'm useless, that I was never any good to start with. Come on. No, stop.
Well, I think after the quarterly investment meeting, I think with the profits the company made this quarter, they could have dropped $20 at Staples on some bubble wrap.
Bubble wrap and done it right.
That's
and put a nice letter in there.
And then,
signed by the chairman of the board or Paul Levesque or Stephanie McMahon. You know, do it the right way.
And you avoid the problem. Yeah. You don't have this headache. You don't have the embarrassment, and no one else loses their job. My opinion. But
I agree.
I'd like to think that maybe stupidity came into play, where again they were just looking for a buffer between the items and the box. But as you know, we've probably received here at this studio over the past 20 years, if not hundreds, dozens and dozens and dozens of packages. I have never received anything from them in a garbage bag.
Hang on, your turn's coming.
Well, maybe they just think I am garbage, so I don't need another one.
Sue, you hear that? His turn's coming.
All right, Johnny, as we continue the road down the world of news and professional wrestling, I don't know if you've heard about one of the great new vendettas that has popped up, but Wrestling Observer reporter Dave Meltzer and Charlotte Flair have gone tit for tat on social media recently. Dave reported that Charlotte was going to be having a little dental work done, and Charlotte didn't like it that it was reported in the news. Your thoughts on that? I have some interesting thoughts on it, but I want to hear yours.
Well, you know what? I'm going to keep it simple.
All right.
I like the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, Charlotte, you're in the spotlight. If you stub your toe, if you break a nail, if you lose an eyelash, it's news. It's wrestling news. If you don't like it, Charlotte, and believe me, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Your father, no bigger
Woo!
mark. Yep, no
Look at
bigger.
that beauty
yeah,
right there, baby.
No bigger
Signed by
mark.
Nate.
No bigger mark. Having worked with him, known him, wow, what an honor and a privilege. And you are a tremendous worker. But just remember, it's like Cena, it's like Roman Reigns, it's like any other star here. As soon as something happens, you're news. If you don't want that news out there, then don't make it public. It's that simple.
Well, you know, Johnny, I look at it from two different trains of thought. It is a very sensitive time we're living in this world. It seems like with a lot of people on just about everything. I actually took the time to go out of my way to listen to what Meltzer actually had to say. I don't think it was meant with any malice or insulting. He wasn't going after her looks. I know last summer there was the issue between Dana Brooke and Jim Cornette, where I guess Dana's lips got a little thicker, and it said it looked like she got hit by the back end of an axe, which
That's
was
called Botox.
That was, well, what Jim says was a little stiff. Meltzer reported, whether he was right or
That's Cornette. I love you, Jimmy.
Meltzer reported, right or wrong, he said that Charlotte was going to be absent because she was going to be having some dental work done. And I'll say this, the night after WrestleMania, you know how busy we were with Wrestle House down in Tampa. I wanted to have at least one day where I felt like I did something for some enjoyment. So myself and the one that you know that we call Little Cena, we went to the Devil Rays game. They set us up. It was so nice, Johnny, in the handicap section. It had a table.
Been there.
And he had, on his phone, he called up Raw, and we were watching Raw. And Charlotte came on for her return after WWE told her she was pregnant, and it turned out that she wasn't. That's another story, I guess. But she came on the screen, and I looked at it, I said, who is that? And again, I am saying this, not if this was Joan Smith, the secretary, this isn't something we'd be having a conversation about on video. But as you just noted, Charlotte is a superstar. She is a celebrity. So her face changed. It doesn't look like her anymore. And you know what, maybe that's a bit of a stretch. She looks different than she did, whether it was dental work or whatever the cause may be. But Charlotte was absolutely furious, saying, I have to defend my body again. Well, the thing is, when you enter the world of professional wrestling, male or female, your physique, your physical presentation is a large part of the job.
That's correct. But let me ask you.
Sure.
Did she get upset when they wrote the story about she had to be out because they're removing breast implants?
I don't know.
No, did she? No.
I don't know either way.
I'm just being a wise ass. But when she had other surgery being done, she didn't get all turned off and upset on that. You know what? I'm going to tell you something, and it's only me. And once again, it's my opinion. Why throw gas on the fire? Leave it alone. By paying attention to it, you make it bigger than it is. You explode the story. You create the fervor. Sometimes, as the wise man would say, silence is the best defense.
Something like Mr. Fuji, John.
Amen.
Have you noticed any change in her face?
Well, it's a little different, but Charlotte will always be Charlotte. Very attractive young lady. You know what? And she's a great performer. I'm going to say it. I said it. She's a great woman's performer. There are others as good as her. But why take the heat, Charlotte? Leave well enough alone. You know what? Dave does his job. Dan does his job. I do my job. Not everybody likes what I say. I've got fans. I've got hate fans. But at the same time, don't respond if you don't want the explosion. And why waste your time? Why waste your time?
I think a lot of wrestlers are going to come to appreciate the historical work that he's done
Dave
20,
Meltzer?
30, 40 years from now. Because I tell you this, WWE, for better or worse, they buy the libraries they want to buy. They tell history the way they want to tell it. But the way Meltzer does it is independent. there's a lot of accuracy that goes into it.
Yep.
For what he does that sometimes blends in that's opinion-based, I think maybe it should almost be two different things.
I agree.
Because I think his factual information and his writing is top-notch. Sometimes his opinion-based material is just that. It's one man's opinion, not fact of the world. You know what I mean?
No, it is
but
what
my
it is.
interactions with the man have always been good. I don't think he's ever sat at his typewriter and said, let me create this story to try and get my newsletter out this week. I think he reports what he believes to be true from his sources at the time. And this is someone that has great sources.
Well, I'm sure I'll get an email from somebody, but you know what? Let it go, because I know there have been other instances where Charlotte has had surgery.
Yeah.
And it's been out there. And I believe it was for a breast implant. I'm not sure, but
She had breast problems a few
Yeah,
times.
and
I think they were leaking or something like
so
that.
she
yeah.
did have surgery, and that was out for the general public. I mean, if you want to keep things personal, then make sure you keep things personal. Just remember, and I mean this, young lady, you are a superstar, and you ought to be proud of that fact, and you are, as your dad was, and he's very proud of you. But if you stub your toe, it's news. If you blink wrong or have glasses, it's news. Unfortunately, it comes with the territory.
Well, you know, as long as her health is thumbs up, I guess in the
Amen.
end, that's really all that counts. If
That's
she wanted
right.
to have a little dental work to make herself feel better, I think that's fine. It certainly wasn't as drastic as, I don't know if you remember the work that China had done back in the late,
That was
the late
just
90s.
Total rehab. Zipped from everything, head to toe.
She went from the Herman Munster look that I sometimes throw out there about Shayna Baszler. I mean, that was a jaw that was on par with Sergeant Slaughter, to almost a totally different looking woman.
They really, really did a nice job.
Oh, you thought they did a nice job on. All right, well, like I said, it's an opinion-based show. You thought they did a nice job on
I
China.
thought that, you know what, God rest her soul. That lady proved, and I think she proved the worth of women in professional wrestling. She came out and did what men were doing, that young lady. And I'm sure people were questioning, where we're at with that woman.
Like the
But
guest you had at your home a few years ago.
That's exactly right. A wonderful young woman. I don't know where she is today in the business. I hope she's doing very well.
She actually posed at Madame Twizel's Wax Museum as Larry Bird, believe it or not.
She's a wonderful human being. I'll tell you right now. I have nothing but good words. Good words. Good words. But I think when China was, made over, they gave her a more feminine look, which was good. The whole line was changed. But then again, who cares? The thing that bothers me, I say this all the time, I'm not interested in the cover of the book. It's what's inside on the pages. You can have the world's most beautiful cover, but when you open the book, it says nothing. It's empty. It's useless. It's not a good person. So don't judge a person or a book by its cover.
Did you enjoy the cover and the pages of China's Playboy issue?
I never saw it. But I never saw it. I got to be honest with you. I've never
Why
seen.
didn't you?
Well, it's just not my thing, I guess.
No.
I didn't see it any more than I saw anything else that she did. I think that after the devastation of what happened to her in the business and with her private life, she just kind of slid downhill. She, nothing wrong with
her
Playboy.
leaving WWE was of her own creation, in my
Right,
opinion.
I agree.
It was a difficult situation. Oh, we're getting the 20-minute signal, I think a little late. Was that 1 or 2? 1. We only hit 20 minutes?
Yep.
Wow. Geez,
We're doing well
We're
today.
being very quiet.
We're doing good
Being
today.
almost like church mice.
I know. But anyway.
But when she was leaving WWE, you talk about a landmine of a situation, and this was the time I was around it, so I can verify this. She wanted Rock and Austin money. And this was at the time they were having the Days of Our Lives struggle behind the scenes when Triple H fell out of love with her and fell into love with Stephanie.
Yep.
You look at that dynamic of that triangle, who is the one that's going to go out of those three?
Bye, China.
And on top of it, wanting Austin and Rock downside guarantee money. On top of being difficult to work with to begin with.
Well, and I say this, when you start, and this now becomes a professional situation. So when you think you're worth that kind of money, they say no. Go out and find somebody who'll pay it to you. Did you find somebody who'd give it to her?
I think she did 2 shows for TNA.
2. That was it. All right. So God rest her soul.
Well, you know what? Yeah,
Wonderful
you're right.
person, wonderful human being. You know, she has some things in her life, like all of us do, that sometimes bring us to some end that we don't want to have. But you know what? Regardless of what you say, she was a good performer. She did her job.
She made a lot of fans happy.
And then what is wrong with somebody saying, I think my net worth is this? Well, what's your counteroffer? If there was even a counteroffer, or was it a situation where, sorry, not interested, move on?
No, I know there were offers made. I have no idea how much. I just know how much she asked for, and they almost choked.
Well, again, but you believe
it was almost like she resolved the problem for them.
Exactly right. And
You know what I mean?
sometimes that's usually what happens. And you move on and you find out, well, guess what? Maybe I should have taken the offer because the grass isn't greener on the other side. 2 shows, and then where did you go from there?
And this was, I believe, many years after the fact. I think she teamed with Kurt Angle, if I remember right.
Yes, that's right.
In TNA.
Yeah.
Just a sad story, though. You know, she had so many issues in her head. You know, her book, her autobiography, I thought she took some kind of cruel shots at Killer Kowalski that others have said weren't true. I don't know. I wasn't at the school when it happened. But, you know, just too bad that whatever drug issues they were, that she's not here with us now. I bet she would have been. What's that now?
Can't defend
She
herself.
can't defend herself. That's right. All right, wrestling fans, we got the signal from not one but 2 of our associates. We're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Fabulous Fridays. Stand by.
Oh, we're gonna have a lot of shit coming down.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. John Cena Sr. here along with Dan Marty. I said that wrong because I'm Dan Marty and you're John Cena Sr.
That makes more sense now.
Or Adam West and Burt Wood. No. Well, I don't know. Doesn't work. I try.
No, it
I
doesn't.
try, fans. Big news in the world of professional wrestling I found very interesting just because both are Boston Wrestling MWF alumni. We've alluded to it in videos. Our 20th anniversary is coming Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. We mentioned some of the stars that have gone from the kind of the local scene or the independents, grassroots, on to WWE and other companies. But recently at the Impact Wrestling Rebellion pay-per-view, Kenny Omega, who was with us back in 2005, defeated Impact Wrestling champion Rich Swann, who was with us several times, to become a dual AEW and Impact Wrestling champion. Johnny, your thoughts on the 2 companies working together and Kenny Omega now being the face of not 1 but 2 major league wrestling organizations?
Well, first of all, I think that the working of the 2 companies is a little bit of genius because if one is off, the other one can bring it up. You've got an outstanding performer in Swan. I really think a lot of that young man, and Kenny Omega. To hold 2 championships in 2 different promotions, you know, that's almost like giving, what's his name, Arquette the championship belt again. I don't really understand that. I just don't understand it.
Really? I'm kind of surprised by that.
Well, I'm not an advocate of that.
Why?
You've got AEW, which is your home. That's the belt you want to defend. Was that on the line? Yes, I guess, as well as the other. But you know what? It would have been better off to swerve that match or make it a different situation, maybe carry it over to the AEW or the Impact side. I'm just not an advocate of that. It doesn't work well at all, unless we can see the companies merging somewhere down the line.
That would be interesting. I tell you this, Johnny, I'm going to ask you from a personal level. I think I think the world of Rich Swann. He's a very good human being. The struggles he went through as a kid are things that kids shouldn't have to go through with the loss of both of his parents at such a young age. But what still bothers me to this very moment, Johnny, is that back, I believe it was December the 12th, he was booked to be part of the Paul Bear Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. He called me when I was asleep very early that morning. I thought it was just to say he was getting on the plane. Never got on the plane to come for his appearance here at the studio and the autograph signing. And, you know, it's expensive for plane tickets and hotels and things like that if you try to pay ahead of time to save a few bucks, which we have to do at the level we're at. And he never got on the plane. He no-showed the event. And here we are now in the month of May and still hasn't returned my messages. I don't understand it, Johnny. What would you do in a situation like that? If it was just someone I didn't know, I guess I would just look at it for what it is. But I know there's a good person in there, and I just wish I knew what the hell happened.
Well, first of all, having been with you for 16 years, he's not the first lady or gentleman to not get on the plane.
Correct.
So why he chose not to do it, that's his business. I think the world of Rick Swann. I do. He's got a lot of talent. If he stays straight, he'll go a long way. But I think, in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, once again, you'll never work for me again.
Really?
You know what? I say to people all the time, and I guess I'm a bit of a, maybe the Italian comes out. I'm proud to say I'm 100%. But you know what? You get one shot at me. One shot. If you got a good reason for swinging, let's have a coffee, be friends, and walk down the street. If you take that shot and it's unjustified, without cause, without telling me why, then you know what? No coffee, no friendship.
I think that's the one thing that bothers me about it the most, Johnny, is the fact that no text, no follow-up phone call, no explanation, nothing to even tell the fans that were waiting to hear from him. And, you know, that really bothers me, because I tell you this, if this was someone that we found out was injured or was having some kind of a life struggle, you know, and they had a situation where they needed money raised, you know how I am when it comes to things like that. I'd probably be the first one lined up to try and do something to try and help him.
As we all would.
And for him to just blow off, especially something in Percy's Paul Bear's honor, the toy drive, it wasn't like it was just a regular show. You know, that bothered me. And, you know, I don't know. I think maybe what you said is just, like you said, keep it simple, stupid. But
friendship ends where business begins. And he's a great friend. But you know what? When it comes to business...
I don't think when you no-show an event, you're exactly a great friend. But
no, but friendship ends where business begins. As much as I like the young man, as much as I want him to succeed, when I book you, that's business. If you screw me, that's business. So, be as it may, it was a nice time. We had a chance to work things out. You chose not to work things out. For whatever reason in your mind, you did what you did. You took my money. You took my flight.
No, I want to stress this. He did not take a penny of any deposit or anything.
But he had a flight
that.
booked.
It was just the flight and the hotel. Correct.
And paid for.
Correct.
So both paid for. No refund. Not refundable. That's money out of my pocket. There were fans anticipating your appearance. You never came. You disappointed me. You made me look bad. You made them disappointed. Sorry to say it, friend, but you know what? You really would have to give me a good reason for me to bring you back. I mean that. I'm a tough guy when it comes to that. I just don't believe in that. Because you not only hurt me, you hurt everybody else that was with me. My reputation. I stand on that. And when you say you're going to do, you know, it was like Jake Roberts when he was having all his problems. But you know what? I think the world of Jake Roberts. Every time I see him at an autograph signing, or he's the first one to come over. Oh, you know, Mr. Cena. You know, what a great guy. He's a great human being.
We're going to be having him in this studio.
I look forward to that. Jake is a wonderful man. I'm going to tell you, he's got a lot of wonderful stories to tell. But there's a man that had a lot of demons, and they were chasing him every day of his life. And so he would make commitments, and he would not honor those commitments. He's a whole different man.
The night you debuted with us was the first time.
Yeah, I know.
happened with Jake, yeah?
But I'll tell you, look what Dallas Page did for Jake Roberts. But more importantly, look what Jake Roberts did for Jake Roberts. Anybody can try to reach out and help. But if you're not willing to grab the bull by the horns, it makes no difference. You've got to be willing to do that. I've lost 22.5 pounds. I decided it was time to do it. Doctors were telling me to do it. I said, you know what?
Change time, baby.
Well, you look in the mirror and you eventually say, you know what? You got two choices. Lose the weight or die.
Really? Well, I didn't realize it was that serious. But
Well, I have a heart problem, so.
Johnny, I wish it would have sat better with me if he just could have explained what happened. Because I genuinely like him as a human being. And you know me, usually when someone goes to the extent to knife us in the back like that, you know, and I know it's not something you're fond of about me, but when someone deliberately attacks us like that and costs us money and lets down our fans, you know my blood can turn to venom, and there's a lot of poison that comes out of me.
Yeah, don't be
But
careful you don't drink your own
I
poison.
haven't said anything negative about Rich outside of discussing it in a situation like this. Rich, I guess I hate to kind of say it, but I wish he'd just have the balls to explain what happened and why, and go on from there. Because like you said, he shafted the fans, he let our fans down, he disrespected Percy, he disrespected the toy drive, and he cost us financially. And I think he should be, not only as a human being should he want to do it, but where he was the world champion for Impact Wrestling, I think he should want to represent the company well.
Well, you know what? I don't know the story behind the story.
I never heard John Cena no-showing appearances for WWE when he was on top.
Well, you know, Rich had a lot of demons. It could have been he was in a very bad way, a very bad situation, made a very bad decision. That's personal. Sometimes it's very difficult to dig back into that and relive that horror or that nightmare in your life. You know, forgive and forget is a saying my dad, God rest his soul, used to always tell me. Remember, you're not in the man's shoes. Until you walk in my shoes, don't talk about what I've done or how I've done it. So, but I still stand on the premise. Friendship ends where business begins. You made a decision, right or wrong. If you could not respond and you're in a very bad place, a nightmare place, then let me know that and we can move forward. But if you chose not to do that, I cannot make perceptions. I cannot make up excuses. All I know is we had a business agreement. You failed to honor that agreement. If that was WWE, if that was Trump and his organizations, you'd be fired. You'd be gone. I'm sorry, but that's the way I work. That's the way I do business. I'm willing to forgive and forget, but just not work for me anymore.
Well, if Rich comes across this, I hope he knows that, you know, I'd love to know what the heck it was that happened. If you're sorry, you're forgiven. But just disappointing overall. I was genuinely looking forward to seeing him. You know, during the toy drive itself, Bushwhacker Luke was booked, and he couldn't join us because of a health situation going on in his family. And there was no malice. There was no anger about it. You know, we kind of just worked it out the best we could, and I would have done the same with Rich.
Well, you know what? What's the old saying? Let's not beat a dead horse.
All right.
It's over. It's done with. I think the nice thing you've said right now is I forgive you. And that's nice. Yeah. That's over.
I'm trying, John.
The poison's gone.
I'm trying, baby. I'm trying.
The poison's gone. See, you're not going to drink anymore.
Maybe 95%.
It's all going to be gone because you know what? Like I say, whatever the reason, he's the only one that knows. It could have been that dark, deep, destructive night where he was doing something incorrectly. You don't want to relive that because it's too much of a horror.
I'll tell you this, I was very worried that there was something wrong with him.
Well,
I was very, very worried that, I don't know what it might have been.
Well,
but, you know, for him to just blow it off like that, that to me wasn't the Rich that I know. But
well,
I guess we'll leave it at that.
Let it go, and the fact of the matter is, you can play by the John Cena rule, or you can play by the Dan Marty rule and try to reach out and get a second booking. As far as I'm concerned, I enjoy your work.
You wouldn't want it.
I love you, brother. But you know what? It was business. WWE would think cold and hard before they bring you back.
Absolutely. All right, Johnny, you want to talk about comings and goings. What about, I want your thoughts on what a possible return to the profession would mean. I know you're very familiar with Will Ospreay of New Japan Pro Wrestling, one of the finest professional wrestlers on the planet, as far as some of the unique athletic things that he can do inside the squared circle. He recently issued a challenge to an old frenemy of yours, CM Punk, who was quite flattered that the challenge came. I wanted to read Punk's thoughts on this as he was interviewed. Punk responded in kind. If he would come back to wrestling, he said, I don't know. I've said no before in interviews. I'm not fishing for a deal. I get offered to do a lot of stuff, and I say no to 90% of it because my thing is I need to work with quality human beings. It just seems like maybe in pro wrestling there is a lack of quality human beings. I don't know. I like doing fun, quality projects. If there is a fun, quality wrestling project that gets sent my way, I will listen to it. He added to that, I don't need the money. And the way the wrestling business is now, it's wacky. You've got WWE, who has multiple billion-dollar television deals, and the television's awful. I go back there, I'm just another guy. And it's not even that. I just be another guy that's doing not good television. I want to do stuff that's good. I want my name attached to quality projects where it's fun, and it makes people laugh, smile, think, and people don't hate watching it. I want to do fun stuff. So with that said, Johnny, what do you think about what CM Punk said there, and what value he'd have if he returned to the squared circle in 2021?
I think Punk just said it all right there. Having known Phil Brooks and have the honor of meeting him and working with him a couple of times as a fan when I decked Bryant.
Lighten Bryant up.
Daniel Bryant, yep. I just have to say this. I respect CM Punk. I don't respect the way he left. I made that very clear. I think everybody in the business said if you're unhappy, see if they'll buy it out, but work the rest of the contract out. That's the way it is. Jim Ross.
Just finish it up.
That's right. Jim Ross was very clear on that. So are other people in the business. I have never lost respect for CM Punk or Phil Brooks. I think he made a decision that was best for Phil Brooks, and that's important because you've got to live with you. And if you're not happy, when you put your feet in the floor every morning, you don't want to say, oh, shit, I got to go to work. You want to say, can't wait to get to the ring. Can't wait to go there and work. So he made a good decision. Whether we'll ever see CM Punk back in the wrestling business again, I think that statement kind of says it all. If he can find, and I don't like the fact that he says, you know, there aren't many good people. I just disagree with that. There are a lot of good people. And he doesn't need the money. He was very, very smart. He's got a wonderful wife. She's doing great things together. They're very happy. God bless them.
I believe she's working on the manuscript for a movie.
She is indeed. Yep. So my thing is I sit back and say never. I think if this outreach to CM Punk is legitimate, they can show that they're sincere, that it will be an enjoyable encounter to do what needs to be done. I wouldn't be surprised if you see CM Punk back in the ring one or two more times. But as far as him getting back in the business, I don't think so.
Do you think WWE would be a little jealous if he went to compete for New Japan over them?
If I were Phil Brooks or CM Punk, I really don't care.
You don't care?
I really don't care. Because he's correct in his analogy. He'd just be another guy. Well, and I'm going to say this, he isn't just another guy. I loved his work. He was great on the stick. He was a great performer in the ring. He had a lot going. So don't make him just another guy because he's not. On the flip side, anybody I say this to, your head can't get so big that you can't walk straight. So we're all worth something to someone. But I would say that based on what you just said and based on what I've read and heard, I would never say never. Whether he'll make that move or not, I'm not sure he really wants to. I really don't. He tried.
The man's happy at home. The man's happy at home.
Well,
if he has enough money to live comfortably off of, who are we to judge him?
I judge no one because when you judge, you're judging yourself. You can't do that. Take the splinter out of your own eye. The beam out of your own eye before you try to take the splinter out of your brother's or sister's eye. So I respect what he's saying. I like what he says. And the thing about CM Punk, he doesn't mix any words. That's why I respect him. He says it like it is. And he has said it like it is. End of story.
Do you think if WWE were to put together a package similar to what they offer Brock Lesnar, do you think that might be something to entice him?
I would say no.
A few big pay-per-views per year?
Nope.
As opposed to being back full-time and just being, like he said, his worry is just being one of the guys on a bad TV show.
Okay, so you bring him back and you give him this deal, and then all of a sudden you're back. They'll do what they do with Goldberg. Now what happens? You know, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, he's not quite as long in the tooth as Goldberg. I think
you know, Goldberg
Punk has kept himself in tremendous physical condition, as we've seen from
good.
his UFC efforts. Thank you, Justin.
UFC, martial arts.
Yeah.
You know, I'm telling you, he's a great person.
I really thought when he came back to do that boring show that WWE or Fox Sports canceled, I think it was called, Backstage.
Yes.
I thought that was going to open the door to maybe even just a WrestleMania appearance.
Nope.
I mean, if he could walk in the door for a short program and make $5 million, you know, it's not a bad payday for being on a bad TV show.
You have to understand Phil Brooks and CM Punk. He says it all, and I really mean it. It's not about the money. It's about going in and enjoying what I'm doing. And if I can't enjoy what I'm doing, I'm really not interested in the money. I don't need it. And that's a wonderful thing to be able to say. And I'm sure that he would love to get involved in something that's meaningful. And I'm sure WWE has tried putting packages together. But then what do you do with him? Daniel Bryan now is saying he pretty soon won't be doing full-time anymore. So he's spiraling down.
And he also said he's interested in wrestling in other companies.
In other companies.
Yeah.
So what does that say to you right now? All right.
Maybe he'll come back for the 20th anniversary
Well,
at
hopefully
Memorial Hall. Who knows?
Here I go. Want to see me get in trouble now?
Yeah.
I'll get a phone call.
Let's hear it.
Hopefully when Brian leaves, maybe that'll keep the Bella twins the hell out. Well, now the guy in charge of talent relations, that could just make things a whole lot different.
You can look, but you can't touch. Isn't that their song?
Respect Phil Brooks, CM Punk, respect what he says, and I do. And I think that if there's a good shot, he'll do it. He'll come back. Outside of that, why? He doesn't need to. He's happy doing what he's doing.
Well, I tell you this, for wrestling fans, I think there's a lot of quote-unquote dream matches they'd really enjoy CM Punk to be a part of if he did choose to return to almost any organization.
I think the fans are important, but what's important is, you know, when you send a man like him out there, what's the outcome going to be? Are you going to throw me in the ring just to be the name that puts asses in the seats and have me job? Are you going to make it me? And I'm me. Are you going to make it meaningful? Is there going to be a continuation of what's happening, or is it going to be a dead end? I'll show up next week, and guess what's going to happen? I'm facing Paul Wright. He's going to destroy me. Well, what the hell's the point? So I think he's on the right track. I leave the decision to the man who made the right decision, maybe the wrong way, but made the right decision. I've got a lot of faith in him. Let's see what happens. I say, if it's fun, if it's enjoyable, if it's meaningful, and it's not all bullshit, I think you'll see him.
All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time here on this episode. We hope you enjoyed your time with us on this fabulous Friday. As always, we're interested in your thoughts. If you're with us live during the premiere, use the chat box to our right. Let us know what you thought of the show. Don't forget the super chat button, that little gray $ symbol is open. Don't forget to tip the bartender. If you watch after the fact, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Johnny, as you know, we have a loaded month of May coming up in this studio. Beyond the work we're going to be doing to try and help our friends at Make-A-Wish. Saturday, May the 8th, for the very first time, ECW icon New Jack comes to the studio.
I love that, man.
Sunday, May the 16th, we're going to be doing a live WWE WrestleMania Backlash pay-per-view watch-along. Justin can't wait for it. And then we have a doubleheader, Johnny. Saturday, May the 22nd, Sunday, May the 23rd. One of my all-time favorite people in wrestling will be here in this studio, Demolition Axe. He'll be taping historical Wrestling Insider tapings. He's going to be doing some watch-alongs of his own matches, and of course the live cyber autograph signing, so you can get an autograph, get a hello live on the air. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You got some great stuff going there. New Jack, I did 2 shows with that man. I got to tell you, I was worried, but he's a great guy.
Oh, well, we had him. He actually wrestled on a show for us back in 2002. And for all that the experts online can say, I found him to be, you know what? If you speak to him like a man, if you honor your word to him, you have zero problems.
That's
with
right.
him.
He's a great guy. Great guy.
And a lot of fans have requested New Jack in the studio.
They should.
If it works out well, he could become a new regular for us.
I'd
know
like to
this.
see him at the anniversary show.
I do know this. He has a lot he would like to say about a certain individual in Maine. That could be some must-see TV.
What's the date?
Johnny.
What time?
Saturday, May the 8th.
What time?
The live cyber signing kicks off at 8 p.m.
Maybe Fabo will make a trip down.
Wow. Wow. We know you, baby. You're going to come right from Mass to New Jack.
I think the world of him. As I do act. You got a lineup that's unbelievable.
Well, look at all the greats that we had at the Wrestle House, Johnny.
Wow.
I mean, we're cooking. We're trying to bring you guys the best in professional wrestling. Don't forget the Super Chat button we mentioned. The eBay store is open 24/7. The link can be found in the description box below. I know the Melrose Post Office is sick of seeing my face, and that's a good thing because that means your orders are coming through. You're not making us rich, believe me. You're helping us keep the show going by being able to bring these legends in to help keep Wrestling Legends working. And the best way to do that, it's such a minimal cost, Johnny, is to join not just the fan club or the friendship, but almost the Boston Wrestling MWF family over on Patreon, where you get early ad-free access to these Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusives, and you get the knowledge that you're helping keep Wrestling Legends working during these unprecedented times, all for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For my partner in crime, John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marty. We'll see you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel, just like old Adam West used to say. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night. All right, Johnny, we had a lot of fun, a lot of games. What was your best experience in 2021?
My best experience in 2021?
Can you think of one thing that really stood out? Or maybe one or two. Doesn't have to be one.
I don't know. Everything I do is a great experience. I guess
every day, you had 365 great experiences.
I always have trouble. We always have, life's a road.
Tell me something
I
good.
always hit bumps in the roads. I always hit curves, but you can always straighten that out. You can always find a new road. No, I guess the experience I have that I really value is the love that my sons and the respect that we have for each other, the communication that we have with each other, and my grandchildren. That's it.
There wasn't one day or one thing that you guys did this year that you enjoyed? Halloween Horror Nights?
Halloween Horror Nights was, yeah, but you know, do I put that down as, that's outstanding? You know what? I do that every year. That's just something I enjoy doing.
You must have a very nice life if you can't think of a few things that stand out as excellent and very good from this year.
Every day is a beautiful day. It's a gift.
If you're
Some
alive,
days it rains, but who cares? That's why we have umbrellas. You know, when it rains, water rolls off a duck's back. Don't let it bother me. Sometimes you hit a bump in the road. Guess what? When I go further up, there are no bumps. Sometimes I take a curve and it's a mistake. All right, how do we correct it? We get back on track. So, you know what? I don't know if I can say this was outstanding, that was outstanding, this is the best thing that ever happened. I really can't do that.
I was expecting a really, knowing you, a very interesting, in-depth answer. But you have too many.
No,
every day was great.
God
maybe not every day.
I feel blessed. I mean, I reached out. I did some things with disadvantaged children. I feel honored. I was asked to speak to a group of people. That certainly helped those individuals that were being bullied. But you know what? There's so many things that I have to be thankful for. It's just like, how do you say this one is the epitome? I can't.
I guess my life must suck because I have a few that I really enjoyed that stood out, and I have many on the opposite end of the spectrum, too.
Well, that's why they're making the Dan Marty lollipops.
Life
sucks. There you go.
See, you know what? If it was...
what's your outstanding thing?
I'd have to say my Black Friday experience was up there. Halloween Horror Nights was up there.
There you go.
The fan reaction to what we did for our 20th anniversary was outstanding.
Yeah.
Some of the great guests we've had here in the studio. I won't mention some of the ones that left because, we're trying to think positive.
Amen.
Being able to, like I said, take the kids to Halloween Horror Nights, some Red Sox, Celtics games, wrestling kind of getting back to what it was where we were able to have live events. I'm very grateful for that. Other than that, it was a pretty lousy year. No, it wasn't a lousy year. I shouldn't say that. But there were a lot of bumps in the road this year. There was a lot of work this year that went into making the good things happen. But I think sometimes people don't look at the hard work. They just want instant gratification. And I've always been one that believes that you have to build the foundation to the house before you can decorate it with furniture. You know what I mean?
But I'm going to go one step further and
All right.
maybe attack you on that.
Oh, really?
It's
All right.
always nice to build a house and a foundation, but you can't do it without a crew. So for one person,
very true.
Don't try to assume all the responsibility because sometimes it caves in.
Well, I'm not the best when it comes to delegation. I'm trying. I'm getting better. But you know what? More than anything, I'm very thankful for all of the fine folk that helped bring this show together when we're here in studio.
Amen.
We're talking about a man right now in the control room, Jackie the Joke Man, who's done more pounding than a hammer at Home Depot. But that's a different story for a different time. We're talking about John C. Manicus Riley, a man that does not have birdseed-sized teeth. We're talking about Charlie Wilson, who came into our world, who we knew a few years ago as a referee, now as a host. He's fantastic, a great mind for the business. We've had, how could we forget about Howard Miller?
I was just going to say, Howard is...
A+, baby. And he always gets the coffee order right, unlike me.
It's here when I get here. I always hear when I get here.
Because you know what? I don't drink coffee, and I'm always afraid I'm going to screw it up and get you the wrong thing. And we've got a lot to look forward to in 2022.
We do.
We mentioned we're trying to get season 2 of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty rolling. The Indiegogo is active now. We have our new series, Throwback Thursdays, with John Nord, the Berzerker, that you talk about NBC slogan, must-see TV, Thursday nights at 10. It is an appointment you have to make to enjoy with the rest of the fans that watch in the premiere chat. Of course, you can super chat along with us now to help us keep the lights on. We have more great friends that are going to be coming. You know what I think is interesting about 2022, Johnny? The unknown. Thank you, my friend. 7:04. Oh, shit. All right, we're really late. All the people that we haven't met yet, that haven't been to the studio, that we're not expecting, that we're not planning on. Those type, like this year, I didn't expect John Nord to be part of our 2021, and it worked out fantastic. So sometimes the unknown can be scary, but I think it can be a lot of fun.
Done. Agreed.
All right, well, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. I hope you had a great 2021. If not, here's to 2022. May it be the beginning of the best year of your life yet, with more to come. Salute.
Salute.
Fabovino.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.